in the United States. Let us get a Bloomberg Business Flash. Top corporate stories we're covering here. Here's Sarah Halls.
Thank you, Anna. Warren Buffett has given a gloomy prediction for his own businesses, saying that an incredible period for the US economy is coming to an end. The 92-year-old told Berkshire Hathaway's AGM that most operations will post lower earnings this year as a long-predicted downturn slows economic activity. Berkshire posted an almost 13% gain in operating earnings for the first quarter. The FT says UBS CEO Sergio Emotti is set to unveil the makeup of the bank's leadership team this week. The report says he is likely to keep a few Credit Suisse executives, including the CFO, the COO, and the head of the Swiss business. Emotti has said that all options, including a spin-off or sale, are still on the table for Credit Suisse's Swiss unit. Westpac says it's expecting a tougher economic environment after reporting first-half profit that edged slightly above estimates. Net profit climbed 22% to $2.7 billion. CEO Peter King says he expects intense mortgage competition to negatively impact Westpac's margins in the second half, echoing comments from Australia's other big banks. Japan's Komatsu is downbeat on China's recovery prospects, despite Beijing's efforts to reopen. The company's sales in China slowed in the past year, while those in the US remained robust. Komatsu is the world's second largest manufacturer of construction and mining equipment after Caterpillar. The company's CFO told us exclusively about their assessment of the mainland. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Anna.
Sarah, thanks very much. Sarah Halls in Dubai. Coming up on the programme, we dive deeper into the fallout from the US regional banking turmoil with our next guest. Elizabeth Rudman joins us from DBRS Morningstar. This is Bloomberg.
Would you say race relations in the United States are much better than when you were growing up in Mississippi, or do you think we've made less progress than you think we should have made?
Both. I think that much better than when I was growing up. There's so many people who occupy areas and I never thought I would see them in. But I would have hoped it would be better. It's been a lot of progress. And somehow we're in an era now where, in spite of the progress, race relations in certain areas has become very scary. You know, some of the things that one reads about now remind me of growing up in Mississippi.
Back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. China open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets Europe. But we still have 18 minutes until the start of cash equities trading for Europe. Of course, no London today, a bank holiday here in London, but we do have equity trading elsewhere, and DAX and CAC futures both point slightly higher. We'll also be watching closely what's happening with the US banking system, so let's focus on that. The US banking situation in focus, as the sell-off in shares is threatening to push them below a technical threshold that could signal more pain ahead for the broader stock market. That's on some people's minds. Others others more focused on the very short-term moves. We saw on Friday a big rally in bank stocks, of course. Let's talk to Elizabeth Rudman, Head of Financial Institutions at DBRS Morningstar. Elizabeth, very nice to speak to you. In terms of we'll come to the longer-term picture in a moment, but just your thoughts on, I mean, on Friday we saw a big rally in bank stocks. Did this tell you anything about turning a corner on concerns around the US banking sector, or is it just too early to say whether that kind of move can be sustainable?
Yeah, I think we've seen so much volatility and events which perhaps we hadn't expected in terms of the failures of really quite significant banks. So I think it's still very difficult to tell at the moment which way things are going, especially because of this interaction between the stock market and the sell-offs are then having effect on depositor confidence, and that in turn having an effect on the stock market. So there is something of a loop going on there. And I think there have been various occasions when people have thought that a line would have been drawn, and when JP Morgan stepped in and took over First Republic, that was one. But different news keeps coming out. So there was the failed acquisition by Toronto Dominion of First Horizon, and so that also created some uncertainty. I mean, so there is this sort of short-term volatility, which is quite difficult to tell how things will go. There are broader questions about the depositors and stability, and the FDIC has put out a paper on the 1st of May about different options for deposit reform in order to address some of these questions, because depositor stability is clearly key for the financial strength.
Yes. Elizabeth, on that note, though, I mean, it was clear that at the beginning of this, there was a big focus on uninsured deposits, and the specific business models around some banks like SVB meant there was a focus on banks where the deposits were large and therefore uninsured. Now they've been insured, of course, perhaps temporarily. But are we still in that realm? Are we still concerned about uninsured deposits, or is it now wider than that? It's focusing on the sustainability of business models in a rising interest rate environment.
I don't think it's not the whole banking system that is under question here, but there are specific elements of how the banking system is structured. That it is possible that there are other banks out there that have certain weaknesses, and I think there is this broader question which affects banks in Europe and other parts of the world as well, as to how well they are managing this transition from a very long period of ultra low interest rates and with the rapid rise in interest rates. And so in each system will have a certain amount of different kind of particularities and weaknesses. And as we've seen in the US in particular, there had been a lower level of scrutiny of the interest rate management and of the liquidity management of some of the smaller and regional banks. So I still think that, what everyone is looking for is to see where are the different weaknesses in the system and how are they going to be addressed by regulators. But it takes time to make any substantial changes in a system. There can be short-term measures. There could be something like stopping short selling of equities, or to prevent that element of the stock market exacerbating the volatility. Or, as you said, you could have these temporary guarantees of deposits. And in fact, in the FDIC and their options for deposit reform have mentioned options such as total coverage insurance of deposits, or more targeted insurance, so that you have different limits perhaps for different types of deposits.
Elizabeth, you mentioned the failure of the planned acquisition of First Horizon by Toronto Dominion and the role of regulators there. Is some of what we're dealing with here made more complex by the different regulators that do different things within the US system? Is that an added complexity?
Absolutely. That is definitely the case. And I think there must be they have different levels of regulation by the FDIC, the OCC, the different regional, federal regulators. So, and I think there will be a lot of questions asked and will continue to be asked about how that's working, and if they have the best system for managing the stability of the banking system. I mean, they work through their issues, and in the US, I mean, we've had bank failures that they have managed, they have found solutions to them. So I don't think we're questioning that, but I certainly think that there seems to be areas where the regulation could be improved.
And where are you concerned about next, Elizabeth? I mean, commercial real estate seems to be an area that many people point to, especially given that regional banks have quite substantial exposure to that part of the economy, and with offices still not full post-pandemic, that remains an issue perhaps for some. Is that another shoe? We're waiting for something to drop there?
It absolutely is something that we're very concerned about. It's also affected by the rising interest rates, and as you mentioned, by the changes in the structure of the market and following the pandemic. So it's something that has led to many banking system problems in the past. And typically you get when you have problems in the commercial real estate market, they're fairly lumpy problems that it's hard for banks to manage. I think we'll see something more of a slower burn to that. I don't think we're expecting it to immediately be affecting the banking system, but it's something definitely over the next 12 to 18 months that's really important to look at.
That's really interesting that it'll be a slow month thing, 12 to 18 months timescale. Let me ask you about SLOOS, the survey of loan officers and the extent to which they are tightening credit conditions in the US or not. This piece of data is out today, Elizabeth, and Goldman Sachs saying that it's going to go from 45% of respondents saying they're tightening to maybe 60%. What do you watch for from this kind of data set?
Well, I think it's not surprising. Again, with this changing in the interest rate environment and the other pressures, inflationary pressures, also in the macroeconomic environment, global political tensions. So, and it's something as well that we're seeing in Europe as well, with a general tightening of credit conditions, and that has, you know, will have a knock-on effect on the economy. So it's certainly there's a fair amount of gloomy news really at the moment.
Okay, thanks so much, Elizabeth. Really good to get your thoughts. Elizabeth Rudman, thank you for joining us, Head of Financial Institutions at DBRS Morningstar, joining us on a bank holiday Monday. We do appreciate that. Thank you. Coming up on the programme, we will look at your stocks to watch, including banking majors on the continent, as concerns for the sector across the Atlantic continue to grow. Is that spilling over into Europe at all? We'll talk about that next. This is Bloomberg.
I don't think we can replicate Tesla. Tesla is a unique because when they founded, and then the personality behind it, the product is beautiful, technologically very, very strong. So in many areas, Tesla is Tesla, but Xpeng is Xpeng. We want to focus on what we think is important for our customers. Our customer like beautifully designed vehicles, either it's large SUV or sports sedan. We believe we have a very, very appealing family look that our customers is really attracted to. They like to have user-friendly features inside the cabin that has a technology feel. It's very smart. It enables them to really utilize the vehicle that's different.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets Europe. 8 minutes until the start of cash equities trading for much of Europe. Of course, London not playing ball today. London perhaps still in bed on this bank holiday Monday. But the rest of Europe is up and trading shortly. And so the futures picture of relevance and looks like this. Fairly flat for the DAX. CAC futures up by 0.2% or so. Let's get your stocks to watch. Lizzie Burton joins us with a rundown of the things that are in focus. Lizzie, good morning. We'll start with the European banking sector.
Indeed, Anna, it's looking for a muted start in Europe this morning. UK has a bank holiday, as you say, for the King's coronation, so no European stocks on the board, but we do start with banks, really watching for the fallout from the US regional banking crisis, the conversation you were just having there before the break, and how much it's going to tighten credit conditions and weigh on the broader stock market. So we're watching for Deutsche Bank, Santander and BNP Paribas this morning. Moving on, we have oil as an indicator of the broader oil story. We look to Total. Shell, of course, closed in London trading, but still open in Dutch trading. And oil has slightly trimmed some of the three-week losses, steep three-week losses recently. You've seen the European Stock 600 energy index outperforming the benchmark on Friday, but still one of the worst performing sectors so far this year. As we look ahead to Thursday, OPEC publishing its monthly oil report should give a bit of more of an indication of supply and demand to come. So we keep an eye on these two. And finally, I've thrown in the German industrials. Of course, we had that disappointing data for March at the top of the hour, increasing the risk of recession there. So we keep an eye on the likes of VW, BMW and Mercedes. Anna?
OK, thanks very much. Thanks to Lizzie for that. Lizzie Burden with the latest on the stocks that we keep in focus today. As she says, no London trading, but elsewhere, European markets are open. And so we'll keep an eye on those sectors and those businesses. Let's take a look at some of the key things that we're watching out for this week. Today, as we've mentioned, UK markets are closed. It's a public holiday here following the coronation of King Charles over the weekend. European markets are open as normal. And later at 3 p.m. UK time, we will hear from the ECB chief economist, Philip Lane, who will be speaking. Tomorrow, President Biden is set to meet with congressional leaders to talk about the US debt limit. We've discussed that during the program. Janet Yellen saying earlier on, saying over the weekend that there are no good solutions here and there is only one way to solve this, and that is to increase the cap. Now, Saudi oil giant Aramco is also due to report earnings this week. On Wednesday, we'll get new US inflation data. That's the real data point of the week after we saw the non-farm payrolls data on Friday out of the US. Attention turns to the CPI number, which is due midweek. We'll also get final print that day of German CPI, so German inflation for the month of April. On Thursday, we get the Bank of England publishing its latest rate decision, with Governor Bailey speaking afterwards, and Chinese CPI and PPI are also due. On Friday, we will get new US consumer sentiment, plus plenty of data from the UK as well. So the Open is up next for all markets outside London. Futures have been pointing slightly higher this morning. That follows a really strong session, though, on Friday with that rebound in regional banks stateside. This is Bloomberg.
The deal was the brainchild of Apollo CEO Mark Rowan. In January, Apollo closed its $11 billion all-stock merger with Athene Holding. It had already owned 35% of the insurer. Here's what Apollo gets out of the deal. Assets under management. Apollo expects them to double to about $1 trillion by 2026. Much of that projected growth will come from the merger, and those assets are especially attractive to Apollo. Insurance companies typically go after much more modest returns than buyout investors. That will give Apollo more options for investing the cash. Athene is a steady provider of fee income. It has grown into one of the nation's biggest holders of fixed annuities, those retirement savings products favored by risk-averse customers. The merger will also allow Apollo to simplify its governance. It gave up its dual-class share structure and adopted a one-share, one-vote plan. The hope is that will eventually lead to Apollo's inclusion in the S&P 500.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television.
Har du mute på? Här är muted.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
Do you foresee a future where JP Morgan could potentially re-enter the Russian market?
One day, maybe, but it's very possible that won't happen in our lifetime.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Welcome to the European Market Open. A minute
Yep,
to go until the
let's get
start
into
of
docs.
cash equities trading. I'm Anna Edwards in London. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the only good option for solving the debt limit stalemate is for Congress to lift the cap. Without this, she says, Biden can't avoid a financial catastrophe. The US jobs report comes in hot once again with an acceleration in hiring and pay gains. Will this week's inflation data prove tricky for the Fed? Plus, with the next BOE policy decision on Thursday, banks such as HSBC and Citi are pitching trades that bet against rate hikes, even though the market is expecting hikes to come from the Bank of England. We'll dive deeper into that UK story. Let's have a look at the futures picture then. Just 13 seconds or so until the start of the European trading day. And the futures picture looks slightly positive. Of course, we are without London, which means we'll be without some of the volume across European equity markets because of the public holiday here in London today with the coronation of King Charles III over the weekend. But DAX futures, CAC futures, both pointing higher. Let's see what we get then at the start of Monday's trading session. So far, very little across European equity markets. We'll get those in the mix as we get them. The euro is a little stronger this morning, despite the weakness that we saw actually in some German data. So we had industrial production data coming through at the end of last week and factory orders coming through. And all of that looked kind of negative, but I suppose it was telling us what was happening in the month of March. We know a lot about what happened in the month of March for the German economy, and it did underwhelm, even if we didn't see a recession. And so perhaps the market disregarding that. But the euro a little stronger, the pound also a touch stronger. The European equity markets then just opening, as you can see, on the far side in grey, though, suggesting not a great deal of movement. So the French market down a touch, the German market up just a fraction at this stage of the trading day. So that's what we see across the GMM. I'll pull out a few of those assets and talk about them in more detail, and also cast our minds forward then on this asset check to what we see on US futures. So S&P futures almost entirely flat. And I could have picked Dow futures or NASDAQ futures. They would have told a very similar story. Not expecting a great deal of movement. Friday's narrative was really fascinating over in the United States. We'll get to that in a moment. But we saw, of course, the jobs report coming in pretty hot. And despite that, we saw markets rally. Risk assets rallied. And that seemed to be more to do with the banking sector. It seems that that still has the power to drive sentiment in these markets. MSCI Asia Pacific up by 0.4%. So that's something that we're focused on. The fact that there's a calmness and a positivity through the Asia session is interesting. The Chinese equity market doing well. Some of the bank names doing well there, and some mining businesses. The Brent crude price is
Kommer du lite ner så köper mer än eller? I rättningen är helt bestämt.
Lost ground of last week. We started last week at $80 a barrel on Brent, went down to 73, now back up to 76. And we just put in here steel prices. That's what this deformed bar future is all about. So this is steel prices. We've seen a reduction in stockpiles over in China. Does that tell us something new, something we didn't know about steel, iron ore, rubber prices, in fact, all of those commodities in focus, and all of them rising through the Asia session, which is interesting and goes sort of hand in hand with that risk on mood that we're seeing in Asia trade. Now, on to the US jobs report, and Friday's jobs numbers came in hotter than expected once again. That's as hiring and workers' pay gains continue to accelerate, adding to the Fed's headaches then, perhaps. Here's how some Bloomberg television guests reacted to that jobs data.
There is definitely a moderation, a cooling in the labor market.
It's moving in the direction that they wanted to move, finally. We are slowly.
The data are not turning on a dime. The data do not suggest we are teetering on the brink of a recession.
It is good news for an economy that's trying to avoid a recession.
We're very far away from what these job market reports need to start to look like.
It makes the Fed's trilemma even harder.
I do think the next move is probably a cut, but I don't think it's going to
PG
come as
opp med
quickly as
3%.
the market expects.
Kan falle bra.
Fed's still got to keep rates here for a bit of time. The Fed's not going to quit until the labor market quits. And this is not a quitting labor market.
A host of voices there on the labour market. Joining us now to add his voice to the mix, the Allianz chief economist, Ludovic Subran. Ludovic, very nice to have you with us. So in the wake of that jobs report, we heard so many different views there, didn't we? And that sort of collection of voices speaking to Bloomberg Television. Do you focus on the strengths of the US labour market, or do you focus on the cracks? I mean, I suppose you can pick up on both. They're not necessarily mutually exclusive.
Hvis det faller ned nå, så går jeg short. Bare kjører en liten bare for å kjenne.
For me, it's all about
inflation,
right? And, this week is particularly important because there is a new reading of inflation. I think it is really what should determine whether the Fed stops or not. I think the labor market is a lagged indicator. And so if we actually think that the Fed should stop when the labor market turns, it means it's already too late when we're already in recession. And so I would prefer to see first a nice deceleration of prices. And that is what we should expect this week, right? Everybody expects the reading to be below 4.5%.
Ta gevinst nå.
So that should be a good indication.
Sitter fortsatt inne med resten.
The next FOMC meeting.
Yes, and what are you focused on in terms of data points then, Ludovic? I mean, I know that the money supply has been in focus for you. That's contracting. We're going to get the Senior Loan Officer survey in the United States about the extent to which banks are willing to lend right now. Is all of that going to apply downward pressure to inflation, do you think?
Well, I do think that the mini banking crisis, I don't know if it's mini anymore, but the phase 2 of the banking crisis acts as a form of vacuum cleaner for excess liquidity.
Kjøper tilbake den jeg nettopp solgte.
To calm down a bit
Vent litt og ser om man klarer å ta imot.
Ser
ikke så veldig bra ut det der, ass. Ikke kjøpt den tilbake ennå.
There is also the 12 months lag since the Fed started to hike that starts to bite in. So of course, credit extension, money supply is very important to understand the situation going forward. I think what is interesting is that the Fed
Kom litt på etterskudd. Sitter long. Kommer det videre der nå, så dekker jeg og går short. Her er penger.
And you know, in the U.S. economy, which is expected to be bad, I think this is going to be interesting to see whether the next FOMC members that are going to speak are going to talk to this. I think they seem to separate the two, so the price stability and the financial stability. I think it's all of the same, right? And that's why I think a pause is warranted somehow, because we see this embedded tightening starting to bite.
Okay, so a pause is warranted at the Fed then, Ludovic. And how soon do the cuts come? Because now the market does seem to be thinking that we get a pause until September and then is pricing in a couple of cuts. I mean, some people say come on to the set here in London and agree with that view. Others say cuts could come as soon as September. Some say cuts won't happen until next year. What's your thinking?
On the Fed, we don't expect cuts before the very end of this year. We think that the Fed will have to hold still for quite some time. And unfortunately, we still continue to expect a form of a recession in the US towards the second part of the year. We think that the excess hoarding from COVID is waning out. We think that we see the lending
PGS opp nesten 3,5%.
And so somehow this is taking a toll on consumer demand, but also on firms' access to credit. And so we think that they're going to hold still towards the end of the year and then only cut towards the very end of the year.
Okay, that's interesting. If we have to wait that long to get those cuts then, Ludovic, where does that leave the commercial real estate sector? Because I know you've had concerns about that in the past. I was talking to a guest earlier who was suggesting that this was going to be a slow burn sort of development, and many people have had their eyes on commercial real estate for some time already. Does it feel like something that's slow burn, and does it feel contained, or could it be something that spills over into other parts of the economy?
Well, I think what is sure is that we have all the ingredients of a so-called Minsky moment, right? You see that everywhere liquidity pools or liquidity crunches are starting to be visible. And so, of course, the commercial real estate and the doom loop with the regional banks in the US is a concern. I also don't think we're going full-fledged into a crisis. I think everybody's trying to avoid.
Ta gevinst nå. Ute. Sitter fortsatt inne med den forrige doble posisjonen min her oppe hvis han bryter.
Still too compressed, to be honest. And I'm also looking at the non-bank financial intermediaries, so hedge funds, pensions funds, because you see that everybody's problem right now is the very abrupt tightening, but then there is an additional layer of wrong risk management. And so this is very idiosyncratic. And so this could come, or at least the new financial accidents could come from the banking sector, could come from some, very specialized hedge funds on commercial. It could also come from a mixture of those two. And so that's why we're getting, we are cautiously optimistic towards the end of the year. We don't think we are in a remake of the global financial crisis, but I think this release moment, this cathartic moment, are going to be more frequent in the next few months for sure.
Hva man sender det på mail.
Catharsis for markets. Ludovic, stay with us. Allianz chief economist Ludovic Subran with us to talk about his views on the US market. We'll get into the European conversation shortly. Coming up, German industrial production more than expected in the month of March. We'll discuss that and much more. Ludovic Subran with us with his thoughts on Europe next. This is Bloomberg.
What do you like most about your job? I think the people. I mean, ultimately we're a people.
Blir det tatt halvparten her nå hvis ikke han bryter?
My job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes. And so what's your best piece of advice? I love pitches. I love being sort of leading.
Ta profit på halvparten nå, ut. Sitter fortsatt med halvparten. Hallo.
When we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. What's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So probably I try and play that role.
Ja, men da vet du det.
Japan's critical
Greit
role
det,
in the
konge.
global economy is changing as the world recalibrates. After decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and sustainable path forward to revitalize the nation. Corporate giants, policymakers, and pioneers tell us how they're doing just that. Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
Markets countdown in Europe from the financial centers of the world. Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson in London and Alex Steele in New York. Real-time numbers, real-time analysis. Weekdays.
Yes! Nå har jeg penger igjen her.
Welcome back to the European market open 11 minutes into the European trading day. No London today, but the DAX is fairly flat, the CAC fairly flat. We do have full trading, of course, across other European equity markets. Let's think about the Eurozone economy, and within that, Germany, because we had data this morning.
Ute. Synes den litt tung, burde dere gå short.
In the month of March, according to data out this morning, output dropped 3.4% against an estimated fall of 1.5%. That was the month-on-month data.
Ser han litt null positions.
Joins, still with us, in fact, for his thoughts. What do you make of the weakness in Germany at the moment, Ludovic? I mean, this goes back to March, this data, as did the data we got on Friday. And we already knew that March was underwhelming because we've seen the first quarter GDP prints for Germany.
Jeg har gjort det bra på åpning her nå. Gjort 5 trades, 5 profit.
Well, I think it is very telling about the cyclical headwinds that Europe is going through on the construction sector, which went down minus 3.4%, on the manufacturing, and machinery and equipment sector, also minus 4%. So basically, the reading is telling us that the second quarter is going to be a bit difficult for the construction sector because the backlog are coming to an end. And then the third quarter may be very difficult.
Du bryter ikke ordentlig opp her, så jeg vil ikke gå der, da. Der kommer den.
And there are no new orders. So you see this deceleration kicking in very strongly, and Germany being the epitome of this.
Okay, yeah, that is interesting because I thought, a lot of the focus up to this point, Ludovic, had been on those full order books for car makers. And yet here is a key area of the German economy that is expected to come under pressure. What does the trajectory look like for Germany then, for you? Do you see this economy avoiding recession? It did manage to avoid it over the winter, of course.
It's just like the US. It's going to be a tightrope walk for these economies because the second
Shorta tar en tight stopplass hvis hun videre oppover. R pluss. Ta gevinst ute.
The only game in town. For Europe, it's all about the energy crisis, the ongoing problem of supply of energy, and whether the negative confidence effects are going to pile up towards the next winter, and also the idea that on both sides of the Atlantic, you see a deceleration of the consumer. The consumer, the purchasing power, the disposable income is really affected by the very high cost of credit. Very little wage growth, right? So in Germany, just like in the US, you see that in the end, it's all going to be about the consumer. The consumer seems to be fatigued, tired, and this is going to be very visible towards the second half of this year.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was reading some research by Bloomberg Economics that was talking about actually the labour market in Europe not overheating, even if we have seen some wage increases. But to your point there, Ludovic, I mean, how do you characterise the wage story in the Eurozone right now? We've seen some wage negotiations taking place.
It's 50 shades of Europe, right? Because we have Belgium adjusting, wages to inflation, so an increase of wage by 10% last year. We see other countries where there is still a lot of wage inflation. I think the issue is that productivity is down in most of the European countries, mostly because people that went back to the job markets were in lower productivity segments. So there is no so much pressure on wages. Plus, there was a lot of labor hoarding. Remember that Europe did a lot of partial furlough schemes. So in the end, there was not a lot of wage negotiation like we saw in the US or in the UK, where people, well, in the UK actually, you guys used partial furlough, but in the US, where people went to unemployment and came back. So the big question now is public sector wages. It's also very unionized sector wage bargaining. This is also in the public transport sector, for example, in Germany. So there are pockets of wage, concerns. But right now, I would say wages are rather under control, and we see savings coming back up, precautionary savings. So there is no wage price loop, because even if people have slightly higher wages, so more inflation creates more demand for higher wages, they don't spend this additional money. They actually save it because they're concerned about the overall economic environment.
Okay, so if we do get increased wages, you say that leads to increased saving then, not necessarily people spending it. So does that mean that core inflation stops to look as scary as it does right now for the ECB then, Ludovic?
I wish, the second big reading of inflation this week is Germany, and unfortunately everybody expects the inflation in Germany to be sticky and to be around 7.2% headline, and certainly, still quite important for core inflation. There are some lags. We can see food inflation, for example, is still very high in most European countries. We see also some lags towards, more
Ta gevinst nå, ute. Sitter fortsatt med forrige posisjon.
Sectors where there is a bit more tension
for
recruitment. But to be honest, I still, the ECB is not done. They clearly send that message. So I think there is still room for a bit more hike. The big question is indeed whether demand slows down a lot faster in the next quarters. And basically the reading from Germany confirms that. So maybe a bit more optimistic on the disinflationary pressure, even though in Europe it's going to take much longer than in the US because we don't have the vacuum cleaning from the banking crisis. Thanks God.
Okay. Ludovic, yeah, thank you. Thanks very much for joining us. Good to get your thoughts this morning. Allianz Chief Economist Ludovic Subran joining us on the programme. 8:17 here in London, 9:17 if you're in Paris or if you are in Frankfurt, where trading is actually happening, unlike here in London where we have a public holiday. Let us get a Bloomberg Business Flash. Top corporate stories we're covering this morning.
Burde dere kjøpe inn og sitte klar med å kjøpe?
Thank you,
Kjøpte.
Anna. FT says UBS CEO Sergio Ramotti
Og klart å ta gevinst hvert øyeblikk.
of the bank's
Må ha litt mer
leadership
råd.
team this week. The report says he is likely to keep a few Credit Suisse executives, including the CFO, the COO, and the head of Swiss business. Motti has said that all options, including a spin-off or sale, are still on the table for Credit Suisse's Swiss unit. Westpac says it's expecting a tougher economic environment after reporting first half profit that edged slightly above estimates. Net profit climbed 22% to 2.7 billion US dollars. CEO Peter King says he expects
Gevinst dagpeng ute. Sitter fortsatt halvparten long.
Westpac's margins in the second half, echoing comments from Australia's other big banks. Japan's Komatsu is downbeat on China's recovery prospects, despite Beijing's efforts to reopen. The company's sales in China slowed in the past year, while those in the US remained robust. Komatsu is the world's second largest manufacturer of
Gjort 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 transaksjoner. Alle har gått i pluss.
exclusively about their assessment of the mainland.
We cannot see any how can say sign of recovery.
Holder long-posisjonen min, kjøper ikke mer, blir sittende og se om han bryter opp. Er det penger på long-posisjonen min? Blir det ny topp, så vurderer jeg å doble posisjonen min igjen.
Demand trend is completely different, and they over-invested in 2020, and afterward 2021.
Kan få pop-opp her nå.
They had a significant decrease of the demand.
Er det penger som faen på long-posisjonen min? Sitter fortsatt.
I'm Sarah Halls. This is Bloomberg. Anna.
Sarah, thank you very much. Sarah Halls over there in Dubai for us with your business flash. We'll stick with corporate news coming up. Why Warren Buffett thinks the good times may be over even after his firm posted a 13% gain in first quarter operating earnings. More from Berkshire Hathaway's AGM next. This is Bloomberg.
Ta gevinst nå ute. Totalt ute av markedet. Ser om han kommer ned eller bryter oppover. Kjøper ikke noe mellom her nå. Den kan komme like med ned og like med opp. Bryter den opp og går long, kommer den ned, så får jeg se. Den er helt ute. Gjort 9 transaksjoner, alle 9 har gått i pluss.
Would you say race relations in the United States are much better than when you were growing up in Mississippi, or do you think we've made less progress than you think we should have made?
Both.
Vurderer å kjøpe inn nå.
I think they're much better than when I was growing up. There's so many people who occupy areas I never thought I would see them in. But I would have hoped it would be better.
Er short.
There's been a lot of progress, and somehow we're in an era now where, in spite of the progress,
Short.
Race relations in certain areas has become very scary. You know, some of the things that one reads about now remind me of growing up in Mississippi.
Fy faen, jeg traff bra. Ta gevinst. Ute.
I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth,
Du skal ha en scalper. Jeg går ut igjen fort. Markedet for meg ser litt slapt ut. Kan gjøre en kule på nesa her nå, faktisk. Kan gjøre en kule på nesa her.
Information you want, analysis you trust.
Short mer.
Everything you need to get set for the start of U.S. trading. Watch Bloomberg The Open with Jonathan Ferro. Weekdays on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the European market open, and you can see that European equity markets are higher this morning, up by 0.2% on Stocks Europe 600, despite the fact we have no London, of course, without that particular volume, but we do see markets open elsewhere. Let's take a look at some of the stocks that are on the move this morning. Lizzie Burden has a rundown. Lizzie.
Yes, Anna, we were expecting a relatively muted start, but not for SocGen. It's up more than 1% this morning, despite the concerns about the spillover from the US
high-risk short.
sell-off that we have seen so far. Also, Danske Bank up to nearly 3% this morning is the second biggest gainer on the Stock 600. That after a newspaper report said that it's had the first net increase in clients in a decade, since the start of 2022. And finally, Shell, we have been keeping an eye on. That's after the Stock 600 Energy Index outperformed the benchmark on Friday. And you have seen that this, of course, being the Dutch listing, we have got the bank holiday in the UK for King Charles III's coronation weekend. It's not the biggest of percentage moves, but it is a big move on a points basis, given its weighting within the wider index.
Jeg short.
Anna.
Okay, yeah, with oil prices up at $76.
Kan snu her og få den opp, men jeg holder fortsatt shorten. Håper den bryter ned nå.
With the details on stocks on the move this morning, let's get to another corporate story that caught our eye. Warren Buffett has given a gloomy prediction for his own businesses, saying that an incredible period for the US economy is coming to an end. For more, let's get to Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel, who's been looking at the details here. So, Valerie, what are the main takeaways then from the Sage of Omaha and this AGM for Berkshire Hathaway?
Well, first of all, there were some positives. It showed a sharp first quarter profit growth that beat a lot of analyst expectations and a 13% gain in operating earnings. But as
Holder fortsatt shorten min. Kan få en dropp ned her nå. Er også bra I penga.
Predicts an earnings decline, and this is getting a lot of attention because Berkshire is often seen as a proxy for economic health in the U.S., owing to just the expansive nature of the businesses in its portfolio. He expected a majority of the Berkshire units to post lower earnings this year than last, and he called an incredible period for the U.S. economy coming to an end. There was also some de-risking in his portfolio going on. They cut equity holdings by net $10 billion and added
short fra toppen.
holdings. Some other things that were
Hvem faen så den liksom? Jeg så den.
And one of the bigger announcements of the day, he mentioned they won't make a full offer for full control.
Dagsnytt. Du kan droppe mye mer.
This was noteworthy because they've spent the last few quarters making quite a sizable position in their equity. But he mentioned here they're not intending to make an offer for full control of that company. He did mention some other things, saying that he prefers buying capital in Japan rather than Taiwan.
Yes.
This is a reflection of his holdings of TSMC have shrunk slightly, lamenting how geopolitics have led his firm to cut stakes in the chipmaker.
Yeah, he certainly referenced the management there, saying it's incredibly well run, but he just doesn't like the location. And that, as you say, is all about the geopolitics and the tension between the US and China. What about the banking sector? Because here's somebody who plays, such a big figure on the US business stage, but he played a key role post-GFC in rescuing the banking sector, and he has exposure to it still. So what is the thinking around the banking turmoil?
He had some quite scathing words for especially the CEO and the managers of First Republic, but he essentially blamed the bank leaders for their failures and said that they should suffer. So quite scathing words there. When it came to First Republic, he called their jumbo interest-only mortgages. We know that was a sizable position in their mortgage portfolio at First Republic. He called them crazy.
Utifra mønstret nå så kan det fortsatt falle videre, så jeg går ikke I long her nede. Det kan se ut som at den skal snu opp. Men hvis vi ser på momentum her nå, så det nedadgående. Du kan gjøre en scalp opp, og hit kanskje. Men akkurat nå så alt tyder på at det kan gå videre ned. Så jeg har dratt inn 2.500 nå. Så jeg har dratt inn 2.500 nå. Det ikke så mye penger, men det litt penger. Det på 27 minutter på veldig lite egenkapital. Jeg skal dra en 10 lapper I dag, så gjør jeg meg. Gjør klar en ny short. Jeg tror folk blir lurt veldig her nå. Alle blir lurt til å tro de skal kjøpe. Vi klarer en short. Short. In short. Nei, short. Kjøre tight stop.
So is there more pressure when you're trying to win a basketball championship than when you're trying to please investors? Where's the greater pressure?
Oh, I think it's definitely trying to win a championship. It's hard because a lot of, like when you invest, and you know this, when you're investing, you can control a lot more things. When, you know, on a basketball court, you can't control whether somebody's going to make a shot. You've got to get lucky.
And what's the greater pleasure, making 5 times your money on a distressed debt investment or winning the NBA championship?
Oi! Nå er penger som faen igjen.
I wish I could do one each.
Gjør meg klart å shorte mer, bygge på shorten min. Her er penger. Jeg må ha til å bryte ned her, så kjører jeg på mer. Det er fortsatt long hovedshorten min. Bygge på posisjonen min.
I think winning a championship it's a very surreal feeling because there's a whole city or state that is actually behind you. You know, we had 70,000 people at the finals, and we had them all outside. We had 17,000 in the stands, and then literally like 60,000 people outside. And when we won, like just the joy that you had brought to the city was phenomenal.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. We're 30 minutes into your European trading day. Here are your top stories. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the only good option for solving the debt limit stalemate is for Congress to lift the cap. Without this, she says Biden can't avoid a financial catastrophe. The US jobs report comes in hot once again with an acceleration in hiring and pay gains. Will this week's inflation data prove tricky for the Fed? Plus, with the next Bank of England policy decision on Thursday, banks such as HSBC and Citi are pitching trades that bet against rate hikes, even if the market is positioned to see more hikes from the BOE. All that still to come, of course, in the week ahead. Lots of data coming, Bank of England rate decision coming, but this is what we have right now across European equity markets. Of course, no London today, bank holiday, public holiday here because of the coronation over the weekend, so we don't have London. But we do have other markets fully up and trading, and the DAX is pretty unchanged, the CAC pretty unchanged this morning. Futures also pretty unchanged. We do have some interesting sector movements, though, pretty evenly divided between those sectors going higher and those that are going lower. Let's have a look at those. In fact, a slightly more positive bias to that. So the banking sector is the best performing. The energy sector also not doing too bad. Insurance chemicals to the downside. Interesting that we see energy moving higher. We've seen a higher oil price this morning. Yesterday, last week, we started the week at $80 a barrel on Brent, dipped down to 73. Now we're up at around 75, moving a little bit higher, up by 1% or so this morning. So perhaps that provides some energy to those energy names. And the bank sector is interesting, up by 0.5%. It has been interesting the way that European banks have managed to disconnect really from what we've seen happening stateside, and European banks rise this morning. But is that to do with the US rally we saw on Wall Street on Friday, or is it just to do with a strong interest rate environment here in Europe?
ute, sitter igjen med halvparten.
Let's think about the US banking sector and its European implications. The
Se mer om man bryter ned.
is threatening to push them.
Her er det bare scalping på nivåer.
Concerns about the stability of the banking system contributed to a tempestuous week as investors aggressively against those bank stocks. Joining us now is Joost Beaumont, head of bank research at ABN AMRO. Much of the week was indeed tempestuous, Joost, for the banking sector. We saw a lot of pressure, of course, on those regional banking names. Friday looked entirely different. Friday, we saw a really strong rally in some of those regional names. Some said that was just short covering. Do you have any sense, any assessment as to whether that strength we saw on Friday is going to be long-lasting, is going to endure into this week, or will we be back to talking about weakness in the US banking sector?
That's a tough question. I must say, I think conditions at the moment are so volatile, and last week what we saw in the US was clearly that investors were looking for the weakest link. After the rescue of First Republic Bank, I shifted quickly to the next weakest links, which were Pacific West and Western Alliance. And indeed on Friday, the stock price rose, but over the week they're still down. So I think it's too early to say that we're out of the woods. I think, it takes time for investors to really assess what will go on. Of course, bank regulation for smaller banks in the US is likely to strengthen again, which could increase the cost of doing business. They also see rising funding costs. So all in all, the outlook for banks is getting tougher, I would say. But let's see.
Yeah. And in terms of those US banks, do you think the concern is still on uninsured deposits, or is it now on the business models themselves, or around the exposure to underlying weakness in parts of the US economy, or on balance sheet management? I mean, where is the market's focus when it comes to weakness in the US banking sector now?
Yeah, it's clearly fear is dominating, and the focus was on the uninsured deposits. But if you look at the Q1 figures of, for instance, Pacific West and also Western Alliance, they have a much lower share of uninsured deposits, actually much more in line to the European banks. So that should make them less vulnerable for deposit flight. And on the other hand, I found also the total assets, the total balance sheet of these banks is much lower than, for instance, First Republic. So that should also make
it short med tight stop.
easier to solve, to be honest. But on the other hand, if you look
Er det
at
penger?
real estate exposure, that is quite high. So it could be that investors will shift focus to that.
Yeah.
And that should, maybe not.
Yes, has there been, or is there much read across into Europe then from what we see at the moment? I mean, clearly at the time we were dealing with the Silicon Valley Bank during March, there was clearly then, subsequent to that, a crisis around Credit Suisse. That's now been resolved, as huge and incredible as that was. Do you see any links now, though, between the regional banking story in the US and European banks? Because on a day-to-day basis, the European banking sector seems to go its own way in terms of share prices. And the earnings story has shown, rising net interest margins so far. What have you taken away from that?
I think the key takeaway
PGS over 4% opp.
now, say the second round of turmoil, of tensions in the US banking sector, that there's no real contagion to the European banks. Of course, they're not immune for what's happening in the US banking sector. So also last week we saw, for instance, in the bank debt market spreads widening on more volatility, more uncertainty. But if you look at the extent of the widening, it all remained quite limited. And indeed, like you say, if you look from a fundamental perspective, the earnings season is well underway. We've seen most European banks posting better than expected earnings. They benefit clearly from the rise in interest rates with higher net interest income. Also, bad loans are non-performing loans are stabilizing or even reducing. And also capital positions on balance are strengthening. So in that sense, the European banking sector looks to be in pretty good shape. But I have to be honest that it is maybe also as good as it gets.
Maybe as good as it gets. Well, that's interesting. And Joost, let me ask you about AT1s and that market, because that, of course, is a type of debt issued by the banking sector in Europe. And, of course, that really was in focus at the time of the collapse of Credit Suisse. AT1 investors were wiped out by that Credit Suisse rescue. Now, subsequent to that, you tell me in your notes that we've seen some comments on this from UniCredit and maybe that's reassured some investors around the AT1 market, or maybe that reassurance around the market is still to come. What's your assessment there?
Now, the real test is still pending, I have to be honest, for the AT1 market, and indeed the damage done by the Swiss authorities to this market still need to be really assessed. But what was positive was that UniCredit and Lloyds, they both called their upcoming AT1s. But like I said, the real test is pending, as UniCredit already indicated that they don't need to refinance this AT1, so they will not issue a new AT1, and the same holds for Lloyds, which had already issued AT1s say a few months ago, and the outstanding amount of the redeeming AT1 was also pretty small. So it is positive, as in a way, as if, say, UniCredit hadn't called the AT1, that could have fed rumors and unrest in the AT1 market, as it could be a sign that they indeed would think they are not able to refinance such an AT1. So it is, in that sense, positive for the market. We also see, actually, in spreads of AT1s, they have come down definitely from their peaks seen after what happened with Credit Suisse. But like I said, the real test is still to come. And maybe September we see some Spanish banks with AT1s call date. So that might be the real test.
Thanks so much, Joost. Really good to speak to you. Joost Beaumont, Head of Bank Research at ABN AMRO. Coming up on this program, we'll think about the debt ceiling in the United States. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warns there are no good options for solving the debt limit stalemate other than Congress just lifting the cap. We'll get more next. This is Bloomberg.
I don't think we can replicate Tesla. Tesla is unique because when they founded, and then personality behind it, the product is beautiful, technologically very, very strong. So in many areas, Tesla is Tesla, but Xpeng is Xpeng. We want to focus on what we think is important for our customers. Our customers like beautifully designed vehicles, either it's large SUV or sports sedan. We believe we have a very, very appealing family look that our customers is really attracted to. They like to have user-friendly features inside the cabin that has a technology feel. It's very smart. It enables them to really utilize the vehicle that's different.
Jeg har penger på shorten, jeg dekker meg ikke, jeg venter på at det skal droppe. Kan ta gevinst her, gjør det ikke.
This month, Bloomberg brings you the latest from China's 14th Annual National People's Congress, including China's COVID recovery, economic outlook, and geopolitical tensions. Continuing coverage this week on Bloomberg.
Hold posisjonen min. Fortsatt short.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. We are now 42 minutes into our trading day, and we have European equity markets, well, flat to positive, up by 0.2% on the Stocks Europe 600. US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says there are no good options for solving the debt limit stalemate other than Congress just lifting the cap. She spoke on ABC's This Week.
All I want to say is that it's Congress's job to do this. If they fail to do it, we will have an economic and financial catastrophe that will be...
Her är pengar som fan här nu.
And there is no action that President Biden and the U.S. Treasury can take to prevent that catastrophe.
Very interesting thoughts there from Janet Yellen. Let's get more on this from Bloomberg's Bruce Einhorn. Bruce, give us your thoughts on what we just heard there from Janet Yellen, because this is in the context of some people suggesting maybe this isn't all down to Congress, maybe there is the 14th Amendment can be called upon here to allow President Biden to just keep issuing debt. But there, Janet Yellen seemed to be pushing back on the idea that President Biden can do anything himself and suggesting this is all in the hands of Congress.
So, Anna, you're right. So what Secretary Yellen was saying, she kept deflecting when it came to whether or not the 14th Amendment could come into play, saying there just needs to be a clean lifting of the debt ceiling. However, very significantly, President Biden, in an interview with MSNBC on Friday, did not close the door on using the 14th Amendment. He said that I've not gotten there yet. The word yet, of course, is doing a lot of work in that sense.
Daxen tar imot. Kan være smart å gå long her. Hold posisjonen fortsatt.
Approved for the Constitution back in the 1860s, post-Civil War, and it said that the public debt of the United States shall not be questioned. And so some people say that the wording of that amendment says that the president has the ability to say Congress, by not lifting the debt ceiling, is not following the Constitution, and so
Shorter mer her nå. Det er galskap, det jeg gjør nå.
Continue issuing debt. Has never been tested, obviously.
Shorter mer... Vent litt da.
Certainly there would be a lot of uncertainty about whether it would stick. So,
det jeg gjør nå, anbefaler ingen å gjøre. Nå går jeg mot det man har lært.
Okay, and so with that in mind then, where are negotiations with lawmakers, some of whom of course have been adamant that they don't want to increase the debt ceiling, they want to attach plenty of strings to any increase in the debt ceiling. So where have we got to on the status of those negotiations?
Well, they haven't started yet, but we do know that there is a meeting in the White House scheduled for Tuesday with President Biden and congressional leaders, including House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. And so that sets potentially the beginning of a round of negotiations where all the presidents are in Washington. There's not a whole lot of time because President Biden is going to be traveling to Japan for the G7. Congress is going to be having various recesses. So there's only about a week or so where all the people are in Washington at the same time between now and June 1st, when we could be hitting X date. So there may be negotiations. One possible solution that some Republicans and Democrats have both floated is the possibility of passing a short-term extension of the debt ceiling that could at least get us beyond this June 1st X date and then give the sides more time to come to an agreement. Patrick McHenry, influential Republican in the House, over the weekend said that that's an option that is definitely on the table. So we may have a short-term solution, but it's not a solution, right? It just would kick the can down the road a little bit. So again, there would have to be an agreement about
Hvis det bryter opp nå, så må jeg dekke alt. Derfor siden her er skummel.
So far, both sides are pretty entrenched.
Shorter mer nå. Sånn, nå er jeg short max.
Working toward the other.
Okay, Bruce, thanks very much. Bruce Einhorn with a briefing there on the debt ceiling. Now, the debt ceiling deadlock is just one of three major obstacles the US economy will have to overcome to skirt a recession in the second half of the year. Fed Chair Jerome Powell reckons it can be avoided, but today's Big Take story looks at the odds stacked against
Looks a bit odd.
Now is Bloomberg's Jill Desis in Hong Kong. And Jill, you've taken then a look at this in this Big Take story, a look at Powell's assessment of the US economy and pointed to three areas areas where it might be found wanting. What are the biggest warning signs that Powell needs to look out for?
Yes, Anna. Well, I think as Bruce just explained, there's certainly some of these talks over what's happening with the debt ceiling is one of those big concerns going forward. We'll have to see how that's resolved in the weeks, potentially months ahead, I suppose. But then also, we were taking a look at environmental risks that are presented by El Nino conditions getting into the summer. Now, I mean, if we've got some extreme climate issues as we head into the summer months, you could be looking at potential commodity supply chunks and further price pressure that could make inflation, which is already very stubborn, continue.
Ja, den er seig som faen, den der.
But then, of course, there's that ongoing
Men jeg er penger på totalen, da, så det er greit.
May continue to vex, Powell and the rest of the Fed going forward. I think that what we've seen, this sort of cascading level of bank failures, starting with SVB, and then those continuing risks of contagion and how those have spread in the past few weeks has really sort of become a continued pain point for Powell to kind of take a look at. And I don't really know that those are issues that are going away anytime soon at this point.
Yeah. And we'll get more details from that SLOOS survey of senior loan officers. We'll get that data today around the credit provision to the US economy by banks. But in terms of the rate story, I mean, Chair Powell has been pushing back against rate expectations, rate cut expectations, because and sticking to this more positive view of the US economy. But many in the market do see rate cuts on the horizon. So what are we expecting to see there?
Yes, well, I think that in addition to Powell's remarks last week, really pushing back strongly about the idea that there could be cuts coming forward. Now, of course, on one hand, he kind of has to say that, because even if the Fed starts pausing rate hikes going into summer, I think they still have to preserve some room to make adjustments going forward, because I think, as we've all been discussing for so long now, inflation just really isn't, it's still incredibly sticky. It's really hasn't been tempered enough for Powell to consider, cutting rates. And then we had the added complication of those really, really strong job figures on Friday, kind of giving even more room for that idea that rates could continue to be high. That being said, I think you're looking at investors kind of take a look again at this credit crunch, some of these issues within the banking sector as reasons why, maybe the economy, as it begins to slow, there might be reason to pursue lower rates a bit earlier.
Er det pengar på
Not
shorten?
something that comes in July, for example, but maybe September onward is when you might start seeing those adjustments.
Jill, thanks very much. Jill Deese is joining us there with the latest on that Big Take story. NI Big Take is the function to use on your Bloomberg terminal if you want to get that, or, of course, it's on the Bloomberg website. Let's get a Bloomberg First Web News update. Here's Sarah Halls.
Thank you, Anna. China reportedly cut overseas access to several data sources, partly because of reports from US institutions that alarmed officials. The Wall Street Journal cites sources saying Beijing became concerned about research by US think tanks focused on sensitive issues such as cooperation between the military and private sectors. China's tighter grip on data comes as tensions with Washington mounts. The Financial Times is reporting that the European Commission has proposed sanctions on 7 Chinese companies accused of selling equipment that could be used in weapons for Russia's war. Among the companies on the list are 3HC Semiconductors, Kingpie Technology, Sino Electronics and Sigma Technology. The list needs unanimous approval from the 27 EU member states before it can be enforced. The leaders of Japan and South Korea say they plan to work more closely together on security, including threats from North Korea. President Yoon Suk
PGS opp
and
5,22%.
Kishida also agreed to cooperate on chips. The deals were struck during Kishida's visit to Seoul, the first trip there by a Japanese leader in 12 years. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Sarah Halls. This is Bloomberg. Anna.
Sarah, thanks very much. Sarah Halls in Dubai. Coming up on the programme, we'll find out what to expect from European earnings due this week, including the French banks, Crédit Agricole and SocGen. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
watching and says, I want to be Ari Emanuel when I grow up. What should somebody do to get into the talent agency business or the business you're in?
Well, it's hopefully what I've taught my kids. You got to be intellectually curious. You got to be, you got to show up. And you know this like I know this. I got on a lot of planes. You just, even though that voice in your head is saying, oh God, I'm so tired, I don't want to do this. You got to show up. You got to be charmingly relentless. You have to build emotional endurance, because there's no straight line to success. It's kind of all over the place, and you have to just be able to work through those things. And then I think one of the things that I do every week is I try to create serendipity.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
was going to keep Green World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture does. Is it okay getting ready to make
This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open. We are 54 minutes into your European trading day. No London today. London is still, well, perhaps asleep, perhaps awake, but either way, on a public holiday, a bank holiday. And this is the picture we have for
PGS opp 5,5%.
that are open, slightly positive. Let's turn to the earnings story. European companies have so far proven resilient, but that may change as global economic growth splutters and inflation risks remain elevated. Let's bring in Bloomberg reporter April Roach, who can give us a preview of some of the earnings stories we're focused on this week. Now, French banks to the fore, April. What are we going to hear from Credit Agricole and SocGen?
Good morning. Yes, so deposit trends are set to be the main focus for French banks this week, starting with Credit Agricole, which has a strong regional banking network, and that could see the company deliver better deposit gatherings than its peers, and that could also lead to potential revenue beat for its retail banking segment. However, analysts
Hva blir det sånn grøtete, trader?
volatile markets could potentially lead to lower asset inflow revenue.
Jævla kort range.
Moving on to Société Générale, which has a slightly less diverse portfolio compared to its peers, Credit Agricole and Société Générale. And analysts are predicting that revenue could potentially drop for revenue from equities trading could potentially drop for Société Générale in the first quarter.
Okay, and what about the Dutch banks then, April? A little closer to where you are right now. We'll hear from ABN and ING.
Yes, that's right. So the European Central Bank's most recent bank lending survey showed that higher rates are already starting to work their way through to the economy, and Dutch banks are expected to show an upswing in net interest income, and particularly ABN AMRO, which ended 2022 on a strong note with a 17% jump in net interest income. And analysts are expecting that growth to slow to about 13% in the first quarter. And for ING, which is also expected to lag peers slightly in net interest income, and that's because fixed rate contract mortgages dominate in the markets in the Netherlands and Belgium for ING.
Okay, something to watch out for then. Thank you very much, April. April Roach joining us there with the latest on some of the corporate news flow that we expect this week. That is it for the European Market Open. Surveillance is up next. Just time to tell you that European equity markets then, without London, are up by 0.2% this morning. The CAC 40 up on par with that, up by 0.2. The Xetra DAX up by just 0.1%. Some of the best gains coming through from the Spanish market. The IBEX up by 0.5% this morning. Energy and bank stocks, both of those doing pretty well this morning. The energy price, the energy stocks, no doubt picking up on a higher oil price. We're up by just over 1% on Brent at 76.15 this morning. We'll continue to track these markets here in Europe and get you set for the US start. This is Bloomberg.
deal was the brainchild of Apollo CEO Mark Rowan. In January, Apollo closed its $11 billion all-stock merger with Athene Holding. It had already owned 35% of the insurer. Here's what Apollo gets out of the deal. Assets under management. Apollo expects them to double to about $1 trillion by 2026. Much of that projected growth will come from the merger, and those assets are especially attractive to Apollo. Insurance companies typically go after much more modest returns than buyout investors. That will give Apollo more options for investing the cash. Athene is a steady provider of fee income. It has grown into one of the nation's biggest holders of fixed annuities, those retirement savings products favored by risk-averse customers. The merger will also allow Apollo to simplify its governance. It gave up its dual-class share structure and adopted a one-share, one-vote plan. The hope is that will eventually lead to Apollo's inclusion in the S&P 500.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, trying to open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance, Early Edition, with Francine Lacqua.
Good morning and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Anna Edwards in London, in for Francine Lacqua this morning. Here's what's coming up on today's programme. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the only good option for solving the debt limit stalemate is for Congress to lift the cap.
Er det penga? Jeg vil la han droppe ordentlig. Skal bare sjekke. Ja, jeg vil ikke ta gevinst der. Jeg tror han kan falle til helvete.
Plus, with the next Bank of England policy decision on Thursday, banks such as HSBC and Citi are pitching trades that bet against rate hikes, even if the market is broadly positioning for hikes still to come. So all of that still to come later on this week in terms of the UK interest rate story. Let's just check on the markets for you then, an hour into the European trading day. And we are without London. No trading here in London. It's a public holiday. The coronation of King Charles III over the weekend means London gets another day off, another day in bed perhaps, and we get European equity markets elsewhere, though, that are open. And so European stocks, broadly speaking, are positive. We're up particularly strongly over on the IBEX and the FTSE Mid. So geographically peripheral markets in Europe are moving a little bit higher. So that's the Stocks Europe 600. We've got energy and bank stocks moving higher. The S&P futures picture looks really quite flat. This after really quite strong gains, driven by relief.
Han tar gevinst igjen nå, men det gjør det ikke. Det er sånn...
The US futures picture then looks undecided and flat this morning. Nasdaq futures, I can report, also pretty flat this morning. The US two-year yield 3.92% right now. A little bit of movement higher as bonds sell off just a touch this morning, but not much in it in terms of basis points. And a quick check on where we are on energy markets. We're up by 1.4% now on the Brent price. At the start of last week, we were at around $80 a barrel. We dropped down as low as the low 70s, 73 or so last week.
Så där ja.
Now we're clawing our
Oh
back up again.
yes. Kom till pappa, motherfucker.
Had we oversold?
Kom till pappa, motherfucker.
Suggested weakening around the US economy. Did we rethink that at the end of last week and the beginning of this? That's the commodities story for you as it stands right now. I mentioned that the US banking story changed on Friday, and it certainly did. And we're focused in on the pre-market moves on some of these bank names. And the key question from Friday, when we saw real strength, was whether that would be maintained. And the early look at the pre-market suggests that it might be. We're up by 12% on PacWest shares pre-market. So that is interesting. We'll also keep an eye on Western Alliance.
Det er en jævlig risky trade for hele Europa spådd opp i dag, men jeg bare synes mønstret som vi ser nå på hele bevegelsen er ganske negativ. Derfor så går jeg mot alt som heter fornuft akkurat nå.
But KBW's regional bank index was up by 4.6%. So we did broadly see a lot of positivity around the banking sector on Friday. Has that really changed things? Let's talk about that. The sell-off in US bank shares.
Altså Europa spådd opp og jeg går short. Det er liksom, dere må ikke, dere som er med på traden her må vite at det er galskap. Det er meg mot Europa akkurat nå. Men jeg bare scalper da, så det er liksom.
Strength again pre-market today, but there are worries about how much selling we've seen around bank stocks.
Yeah, it's a good sign, Anna, the bounce we've seen in risk markets generally since Friday, especially given we had such a high...
It's me against Europe.
Which bodes the question, will the Fed have to stay higher for longer? Will the interest rates have to stay more restrictive? Now, back to the U.S. bank equity stocks I want to go over real quickly. The S&P 500 banking sector, now that is coming very close to retracing all the way back to 2007 highs, pre-2008 slide. Now that's notable because it has taken nearly 10 years since the bottom in 2008 to recover those losses. We've been trading above it for the last 2 years, but now we're just about to fall below it. The other thing that's very interesting going on in banking equity shares is what's going on in preferreds. Now, preferred bank stocks are very similar to what European
Shorte mer nå. Den moven vi ser der er bare shorta.
They're used quite often as a way to shore up a balance sheet and raise capital without diluting the rest of the shareholder value. Now, the preferred equities last week had one of the worst weeks since the banking crisis. Now, this does not bode well when it comes to these smaller regional lenders who have to shore up their balance sheet and raise capital because it means they have to do so at a higher cost of funding. We'll also find out what those threats to the banking industry will mean when it comes to tightening loan standards. We get this from the Fed, their quarterly survey. It's called the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey. It's due out later today, and it's expected to show that banks have tightened lending standards. The question is, Anna, just by how much? And is this just a beginning of a trend that'll extend into the second quarter as well?
Okay, Valerie, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel with the latest on the banking sector, things we know and things we're looking ahead to. Let's bring in Bloomberg's market editor, Paul Dobson, who can tell us a little bit more about what's going on here. So Friday's recovery in bank stocks, we saw...
Takk skal du ha, Sami. Men det jeg gjør nå er galskap da. Jeg går short mens markedet går opp. Jeg tror ikke noe på det her akkurat nå. Det er en veldig trang range også da, så er det sånn.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of risk hanging over markets still as well, Anna. You know, I guess the big move on Friday was partly because nobody wanted to have big open positions over the weekend, just in case there were some changes that people hadn't factored in. You know, we've seen that.
Det er jævla lite volum her også.
Some market moving events. Come back in on Monday, your position is completely underwater, blown up, all that sort of thing. So a lot of short covering going on there. In actual fact, we didn't really get anything of any real weight on the banks over the weekend. There's been speculation, for example, that we could see more of a move towards deposit insurance by authorities. That's a pretty contentious issue, doesn't seem to be going anywhere particularly. Some calls for a short selling ban again. SEC doesn't seem to have much interest in that at the moment, and there'd be a lot of opponents too. Maybe the Fed could move away from its QT a little bit faster and ease some of the strains on banks, but we didn't hear any commentary on that. In fact, I think what we heard from the Fed was Bullard talking up again the need for higher interest rates still based on the non-farm payrolls numbers. So there's still plenty of doubt and anxiety hanging over those banks as we get into the trading week again today. None of the concerns have really changed. You know, there's no fundamental reason to worry about the banks other than the worries themselves, and it's that kind of risk of a self-fulfilling prophecy that's really kind of created this storm over the past few weeks.
Okay, so nothing really fundamentally changes. We'll see then how long these gains last. Paul, thank you very much. Bloomberg Markets editor Paul Dobson with the latest on the banking sector. Now, also, another talking point over the weekend has certainly been the debt ceiling. The US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says there are no good options for solving the debt limit stalemate other than Congress just lifting the cap. She spoke on ABC's This Week.
All I want to say is that it's Congress's job to do this. If they fail to do it, we will have an economic and financial catastrophe that will be of our own making. And there is no action that President Biden and the U.S. Treasury can take to prevent that catastrophe.
Interesting comments there from Janet Yellen. Bloomberg's Bruce Einhorn joins us now with the latest on the debt ceiling story. And Bruce, we've talked a bit this morning already about the 14th Amendment and how viewers might need to keep across this constitutional subject as a result of a lot of people, not Janet Yellen it seems, but a lot of people suggesting that this could be some kind of solution, some kind of alternative to Congress raising the debt ceiling. What do we need to know?
Well, Anna, among those people, apparently President Biden himself, because in an interview on Friday with MSNBC, he said that hasn't gotten there yet, but it is something that clearly he is considering. So the 14th Amendment passed in the 1860s after the American Civil War. There's a provision in that says that the public, the public debt of the United States shall not be questioned. Some people say what that means is that the debt ceiling itself is unconstitutional. And if Congress doesn't lift the debt ceiling, that the president could say that it's his constitutional obligation to continue issuing debt because the debt shall not be questioned. Of course, this has never been tested. Janet Yellen, when asked about it, deflected. She doesn't want to just say, yeah, this is fine, we can do this, and then that takes the onus off of Congress to lift the debt ceiling. Clearly, from the administration's perspective, a much better solution would be not to take this constitutional route, but instead just have Congress lift the debt ceiling. One possibility at the moment that people are floating is a short-term extension of the debt ceiling, which would at least give two sides more time to work things out. So how long of an extension that would be, we don't know yet.
Okay, and is that going to be what's talked about this week then, Bruce? Because these negotiations, they're set to kick off tomorrow, we understand. President Biden calling parties to his office to talk about this. Is it all going to be about a short-term extension?
Yeah, also short that.
These negotiations?
Well, there might need to be a short-term extension simply because there isn't a lot of time for everyone to work out a deal. President Biden's going to be flying.
Men Prosecco, du skjønner at det der er en jævla gambling, ikke sant? Du skjønner at hele Europa har spådd opp. Du skjønner at det vi gjør nå er galskap, ikke sant? Du skjønner det, liksom.
When all the parties are there in Washington, it's only about a week. So not a lot of time for everybody to reach a deal. So that does create the opportunity for maybe just a short-term extension. Patrick McHenry, a key Republican in the House over the weekend, said that that's something that is on the table. A lot will ride on what happens in the next few days when President Biden meets with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the other congressional leaders. That's a meeting that is scheduled for Tuesday in the White House, and then we'll see whether negotiations continue after that.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us, Bruce Einhorn in Hong Kong, with the details on that developing US story, of course. Coming up, thoughts of a Fed hike pause may be shelved with US jobs data, of course, in the rearview mirror. We're looking ahead to the data on CPI, of course. We'll discuss how the markets are preparing for inflation data. All of that coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
What do you like most about your job?
I think the people. I mean, ultimately we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing when we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. And what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I think probably I'll try and play that role.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Messer and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
There is definitely a moderation, a cooling in the labor market.
It's moving in the direction that they wanted to move, finally.
We are slowing.
The data are not turning on a dime. The data do not suggest we are teetering on the brink of a recession.
It is good news for an economy that's trying to avoid a recession.
We're very far away from what these job market reports need to start to look like.
It makes the Fed's trilemma even harder.
I do think the next move is probably a cut, but I don't think it's going to come as quickly as the market expects.
I think the Fed's still got to keep rates here for a bit of time.
The Fed's not going to quit until the labor market quits. And this is not a quitting labor market.
Bloomberg TV guests weighing in there on the unexpected pickups in US hiring and wages last month. The latest data perhaps increases the chance that the Fed might have to raise rates for the 11th time in a row next month, just after the market have got used to the idea of a pause. Let's talk to Vincent Chéniaud, who's head of research at Generali Investments and joins me on set here in London. And Vincent, very nice to have you with us on a bank holiday, no less, here in London. So thank you very much for joining us. Let's start with the jobs report. Does it change your view of where the Fed goes from here? Because just after we heard the Fed, I mean, they didn't use the words pause, but certainly the market took that message away from the Fed. And then we get this hot labour market report. Some say there are cracks in it and focus on that. Does it change your view at all?
Not really. We think the Fed is done, but we think the Fed is not going to cut as fast as the market is currently pricing. So there is a slowdown in the labour market. Late last year, we're trending about 325,000 jobs, new jobs per month. Now we're about 100,000 below that. So it is slowing down, but it's still tight. It's not slowing enough for the unemployment rate to go up. And in the meantime, wage inflation remains too hot. About 0.5% rise over the months. That's still too much for the Fed to take comfort. We still think that they are pausing, they're done for now, but it is a close call. Yes. We need to see further slowdown.
And will that close call be a little, well, will he have more reason to think about that, I suppose? The middle of this week, we'll get inflation data out of the US, and that could really shed a light on that close call that you described, because a lot of people will be wrestling with that. If we get a hot print on inflation, and yet the market assumes a pause, how does that all get squared?
Well, there we're looking for prices to rise by 0.3% for both the headline and core inflation. That's still a bit too high for the Fed's comfort. But of course, we know that inflation lags the growth cycle, and we are seeing some slowdown in this economy. We have a few important events this week. You talked about President Biden. Running calls about.
Posisjonen min er short.
But we also have today the Fed Loan Officer Survey, and we are looking there for very clear sign of a credit crunch developing. Both the supply of credit and the demand for loans.
Jeg har gått long og short om hverandre. Nå er jeg short. Jeg tror vi skal ned hit.
The Fed knows that, and that's why we think they are going to pause.
For å se om jeg får redd.
You mentioned the debt ceiling. I mean, is this something that you start to scenario plan for, start to really seriously think about it? I mean, Janet Yellen described it as it would be catastrophic for the US economy, and I'm sure many people would say for the global economy as well. Is there any point in thinking what would happen if that happened, Vincent?
Well, it's very binary, isn't it? And yes, that would be a disaster, but we've been there so.
Wow, nå har vi penger.
Yes, you can see signs of stress in the market, but the central scenario remains very clearly that, you know, this is a chicken game that eventually will end up without hitting the wall. So a solution, a late solution will be found. That remained the main scenario, especially even more so with that talk about the 14th Amendment, i.e. even if the debt ceiling is not increased in the near term, President Biden could still decide to spend to make sure that the reputation of the U.S. Credit remains safe.
Yeah, and it seemed that Janet Yellen didn't want to get to that point, did she? She doesn't want to get to a point where we have to talk about the 14th Amendment, but that conversation has started. Elsewhere in the world then, thinking about the Euro area, we've had some disappointing data out of Germany once again this morning. We had some disappointing data on Friday. It's all a bit backward looking. It's the first quarter. We know about that weakness. How do you look ahead to the rest of the year for the Eurozone growth story and tie that together with the rate outlook?
Yeah, those factory orders numbers on Friday were quite shocking, extremely weak. And I think this confirms this very unusual economy that we have right now, two-speed economy with manufacturing being weak, but services being still very strong. If you look at, you know, that's true for Europe, but that's true globally. If you look at the global PMI, manufacturing and services.
Vi har vel opp 8% på PGS-en sin torsdag, ikke det?
That's very unusual. Eventually, I do believe that the manufacturing recession means that services are going to slow down. So we're also looking for a significant slowdown of the European economy. Already Q1 was quite disappointing after a weak H2. So we're looking for further weakness. We might escape recession in the central scenario.
Hvis du kan selge den siste PGS-en, realisere 8% på det, og så sitter vi fortsatt med PGS. Det kan komme ned i morgen.
Okay, Vincent, thank you very much for joining us. Vincent Chenieux, the head of research at Generali Investments, with his thoughts on the global economy. Coming up, but German industrial production data, as we mentioned, misses expectations. What does that mean for Europe's manufacturing powerhouse? We'll get some further reporting on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Would you say race relations in the United States are much better than when you were growing up in Mississippi? Or
Trader først her, og så er neste target på 15-7-8-3-6-3. Galskap target.
People who occupy areas I never thought I would see them in, but I would have hoped it would be better. It's been a lot of progress, and somehow we're in an era now where, in spite of the progress, race relations in certain areas has become very scary. You know, some of the things that one reads about now remind me of growing up in Mississippi.
Solgte akkurat ut 1/3 av PGS-ene mine også.
Our studios in New York and San Francisco. Our expert hosts of the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch. Plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to to 10, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television, your global business authority.
Do you remember this?
If you are traveling, I cannot say this enough, Lufthansa says its IT systems have issues.
Yeah, they grounded all their flights after a computer system failure.
The German National Railway, they were doing some work and they cut a Deutsche Telekom cable.
A self-inflicted injury for Deutschland. Deutsche Bahn accidentally cut a Deutsche Telekom cable, grounding more than 140 Deutsche Lufthansa flights. We know what happened, but why did it happen? Germany has a vast and sprawling circulatory system buried underground. 5.7 million kilometers of cable and pipes. But the problem is, it's impossible to know where they all are. With no centralized database, now construction companies are reaching back to old plans for some clues, but the last ones date back to the 1930s. Lufthansa is one good example of the problems that creates, but there are others. It's a major impediment for Germany's green transition. To reach its climate goals, it'll have to install a huge amount of solar and wind capacity, and that means laying a lot of new cable. Without a central registry, that progress could be severely slowed. Plus, it leads to about 100,000 accidental cable cuts every single year. It's also an issue for fiber. Germany's full fiber subscriptions are at about 8%, but a solution may not be near at hand. There is no regulatory power to force companies to disclose their plans, plus there are national security concerns around centralized database. So for now, Germany might continue to encounter some technical problems. Oliver Crook, Bloomberg News, Berlin.
Well, despite appearances there, that was Oliver Crook looking at the underground cable network, of course, in Germany. And sticking with Germany, I can report that Oliver Crook is still alive and well, where industrial production fell more than economists expected in March. Here he is. You see, he's had his lighting restored. Take us through the latest data briefly then, Ollie.
Yeah, so Anna, it's interesting, this energy story is kind of the big long burn for the industrial sector, but more present today is kind of the slowing economy and the consequences there from the ECB raising rates. So you had industrial production month on month down 3.4%. That was worse than the worst estimates out for economists. I should say year on year is up 1.8%, but really following that factory orders number on Friday, which was really, really quite weak, the lowest since the beginning of the pandemic. And you have Lagarde talking about this, saying that this is a divergence between services and manufacturing.
Yeah, absolutely. Something we discussed with our last guest. Oliver, thanks for the brief briefing there on the German data picture. Oliver Crook joining us from Berlin. We'll talk Chinese banks next. This is Bloomberg.
Dagsnytt seig, ass.
I don't think we can replicate Tesla. Tesla is a unique because when they founded and the personality behind it, the product is beautiful, technologically very, very strong. So in many areas, Tesla is Tesla, but X-Pen is X-Pen. We want to focus on what we think is important for our customers. Our customer like beautifully designed vehicles, either it's large SUV or sports sedan. We believe we have a very, very appealing family look that our customers is really attracted to. They like to have user-friendly features inside the cabin that has a technology feel. It's very smart. It enables them to really utilize the vehicle that's different.
Japan's critical role in the global economy is changing as the world recalibrates. After decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and sustainable path forward to revitalize the nation. Corporate giants, policymakers, and pioneers tell us how they're doing just that. Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
Do you foresee a future where JP Morgan could potentially re-enter the Russian market?
One day, maybe, but it's very possible that won't happen in our lifetime.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
Let me get to the headlines. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the only good option for solving the debt limit stalemate is for Congress to lift the cap. Without this, she says Biden can't avoid a financial catastrophe. The US jobs report comes in hot once again with an acceleration in hiring and pay gains. Will this week's inflation data prove just as tricky for the Fed? Plus, with the next BOE policy decision on Thursday, banks such as HSBC and Citi are pitching trades that bet against rate hikes. Good morning and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Anna Edwards in London. Let me get to some breaking news coming through from the Swedish market. The Swedish real estate business, the Swedish landlord SBB has been downgraded to junk credit rating at S&P. So one of the ratings agency taking some ratings action here and downgrading the business. The shares, as a result, are weaker. They've been down as much as 3.9%. Here we see them down 3.3%. in session, and this is a business that has actually a variety of assets under ownership, but it is a real estate company. It owns
Samholdsbyggnadsbolaget er nedgradert til junk i Sverige. For jeg visste industri kommer til å slite i Sverige.
Well, for real estate broadly, and a lot of focus on the weakness of that, but just in the most recent hours, in fact, we got some better data out from one real estate broker, at least, which showed a 1% increase in the average price of Swedish apartments in April. But that's just one part, of course, of the Swedish narrative around real estate. We see an impact on the share price of that downgrade from S&P. Now, on to other things. Standard Chartered CEO Bill Winters is criticising central banks over their response to the US regional banking turmoil. He spoke to Bloomberg's Manus Cranny at the Dubai FinTech Summit.
Central banks, their job.
Nå må det falle, så jeg long.
That solvent banks, otherwise healthy banks.
Det så lite volum.
That's what discount windows are for. You know, I have my collateral, I give you my collateral, I get cash.
And the Fed, they did a good
Det stopper
I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. I mean, the fact is, you had solvent banks in the U.S. and a solvent bank in Switzerland that died because they couldn't get access to liquidity from anyone.
Fy faen, det var kjedelig.
And not from their central bank. And we have to ask the question, why not? That's an element of reform that I think has been overlooked so far.
That's the Standard Chartered CEO, Bill Winters, giving his thoughts on the global banking sector, the US and European narrative. Let's go to Chinese banks, though, now, where we're seeing some action in the markets today. Chinese bank shares have been surging, with some posting their biggest one-day gain since the country's 2015 equity bubble. This is after more lenders cut deposit rates and further progress on state-owned enterprise reform boosted sentiment. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Greater China finance team leader, Jonas Bergman. Jonas, nice to have you with us. So give us the details then on what it is that's driving this rally.
Well, there's a few things at play here. One is that obviously that Chinese stocks have been beaten down quite severely recently, and I'm concerned about their shrinking margins, and because of their role in the economy, they're continuously called on by the government to support the Chinese economy.
Jeg hadde shorta mer her, men jeg kan ikke ta for mye giring.
So they were all trading far below book value.
Hvorfor gidder du ha short? Dagsen er seig som faen går oppover. Derfor er jeg short.
Increased rhetoric from Chinese officials that state-owned enterprises are undervalued. Something that's being called the value
Jeg er her for å tjene penger.
with Chinese characteristics. The play here is that there will be some sort of reform moves to boost these shares.
Okay, that's an interesting name for it. Jonas, does this have
Den brøyt mannskap. Ja, får vi se da.
Some of these moves have been quite out of the ordinary.
Da får vi se noe horn i Erik.
Yeah, it was quite explosive moves today, frankly. And I mean, it's really hard to kind of pinpoint, but clearly it's driven by momentum. But there's still a lot of headwinds. And analysts caution on margins, that margins will be hard for the Chinese banks to keep up this year. So as I mentioned earlier, the fragile state of the Chinese economy, small adjustments to deposit rates are not that meaningful in that sense. So, and they will likely be continued to be roped in to provide support for the economy by giving cheap loans to small businesses and consumers. So it's hard to say whether this rally has legs, but it certainly has a momentum today.
Jonas, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Jonas Bergman with what's driving Chinese bank stocks today. And as he says, there's certainly quite a lot of momentum there. Meanwhile, European banks are trading high.
Oi sann, der datt den. Nå har jeg penga.
US bank shares plunging below a technical threshold. Let's dig into that story and other market talking points with Bloomberg.
Hold posisjonen.
Noor Al-Ali, who joins us now. Noor, very nice to have you with us. Good to see you on the program. We'll start with the banking sector then. There isn't a great deal of read across, it seems. Clearly, during March, there was read across from US banking into Europe. The questions around SVB prompted investors to ask about the weakest links in the European banking sector. We don't seem to have seen that of late, though. On days when we're really worried about US regional banks, we still see other US banks go higher, and we see European banks go higher. So what are you looking at when it comes to the European story?
Honestly, it's quite interesting. And good morning, Anna. Sorry to see you working on a Monday, especially as a bank holiday here. But really, the European story is quite interesting. You do see quite a lot of, I want to say, isolation here, looking at the US banking here and assuming that US banks are potentially nearing a crisis era threshold.
Hadde jeg hatt mer penger, så hadde jeg shorta mye mer, men jeg har ikke så mye kapital, så jeg må bygge opp, så jeg må bare ta sånne små posisjoner hele tiden.
Whereas in European banks, you find that the story is a little bit different. The China reopening story has really been a net positive for Europe, obviously because of the trade relationship between the continent and China. Now, obviously, the recovery out of China has been mostly consumer-led, and that's really been helping kind of the optimism feed through European banking here, because it does give you a bit of an oversight here on what traders expect or look at when we're comparing US banks with, unfortunately, the situation they're going, particularly with the strains here with regards to the credit tightening situation.
Okay, so the exposure to China perhaps provides a bit of a cushion for the European banking story. Something else that is affected by Chinese demand usually is the oil price. 76.61 is where we trade now, Noor, on the Brent price. We saw a real sell-off last week, didn't we? But now we've rallied a little way back. We're up by 1.8% just in today's session. Quite big moves. What are you watching on oil?
Yeah, absolutely. And, when we last spoke about it, oil was approaching about $70 a barrel. It really maintained and held above that threshold, which has become sort of a very strong key support level for the global benchmark. And that's something that's incredibly interesting walking up to the OPEC meeting that's meant to happen in June in Vienna, potentially in person, which is also adding to the optimism in the market that, OPEC stands ready to support the market or, to prevent them from falling below those prices. Obviously, the caveat here is that OPEC doesn't intervene to support prices rather than the market. And obviously, we've seen recent data suggesting, or the physical demand in the market suggesting that potentially the recent sell-off was oversold in oil, which is what's giving it that boost that we're seeing today in this session. We are expecting some data to come out as well out of OPEC and the IEA later as well, and so that's adding to the optimism here. Obviously, the El Nino weather conditions as well potentially forming could bode well for commodities here, or could be net bullish. for commodities because of the expected surge in demand.
Yeah, and sticking with that theme of commodities, Nor, so we talked about the oil price going higher. I can see on the GMM function a lot of commodities prices pretty strong this morning. We saw steel up earlier on, iron ore still making gains, palm oil. I mean, these are very different beasts of the commodity universe. But you do
Nei,
wonder whether we have seen some
liksom falleren går ned rett etterpå, så tar vi den inn
real
igjen.
concerns around the US recessionary story last week.
I know.
Yeah, absolutely, and that remains to be the case here, right?
Litt forsiktig
I
med å
mean,
si det
now
der.
the market or the bond market is pricing in about what 3
Nei.
Fed rate cuts, interest rate cuts this year, potentially because of the concerns
Nei.
within the financial,
Ikke
within the financial conditions here and what's happening there, and also the banking market. But also keep in mind that the commodities universe operates.
Ja, vi heller nå, så får vi en dropp.
Operates on 2 realms almost. There's the physical aspect of it, or the supply and demand aspect of it, but then there's also the recession concerns and the macro fundamentals. Now with oil, with dollar really declining, I think it's about, in its 5th day of declines, and we know that the strong correlation here, or the inverse correlation between commodities and oil and the dollar is, so that's really boding well for commodities today. But also keep in mind that if we get an El Nino weather event potentially kicking in, food will decline because that's going to impact harvest and disrupt the process here in a season where typically we do expect harvest to come out. So this is what's really helping the commodity story today. But recession concerns are still very much, prime in focus, and we're going to start seeing a little bit volatility as those two forces start colliding.
Noor, thanks very much. Bloomberg Market Live's Noor Al-Ali joining us there with thoughts on the markets. Coming up, we'll talk about the UK. Andrew Bailey takes centre stage this week. Will he follow in Christine Lagarde's footsteps with a quarter-point hike? Will he also suggest they're not pausing? We'll discuss next. This is Bloomberg.
The deal was the brainchild of Apollo CEO Mark Rowan. In January, Apollo closed its $11 billion all-stock merger with Athene Holding. It had already owned 35% of the insurer. Here's what Apollo gets out of the deal. Assets under management. Apollo expects them to double to about $1 trillion by 2026. Much of that projected growth will come from the merger, and those assets are especially attractive to Apollo. Insurance companies typically go after much more modest returns than buyout investors. That will give Apollo more options for investing the cash. Athene is a steady provider of fee income. It has grown into one of the nation's biggest holders of fixed annuities, those retirement savings products favored by risk-averse customers. The merger will also allow Apollo to simplify its governance. It gave up its dual-class share structure and adopted a one-share, one-vote plan. The hope is that will eventually lead to Apollo's inclusion in the S&P 500.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors.
Samme som Prosecco. Jeg hadde tatt gevinsten nå, men jeg venter på en dropp. Jeg tror den droppet kan bli jævla stort.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Anna Edwards in London. Now, with our UK focus on, the Bank of England is forecast to raise rates by 25 basis points this week. But banks, including HSBC and Citigroup, are telling clients that the scale of tightening currently baked into money markets is too aggressive. That's their view. Let us get the thoughts of Bloomberg's Lizzie Burden this morning, who joins us with a preview of what to expect on Thursday. Lizzie, good morning to you. So what do we need to know then ahead of Thursday?
Well, as you say, economists are expecting a quarter-point hike. That would take the key rate to 4.5% on Thursday, of course, because we've still got double-digit inflation here in the UK. We just had another.
Det kommer droppa bort.
The question is, when the rate comes, on what happens after that. Money markets are pricing another quarter-point hike in August, and then
Jones, du är man luring.
another quarter-point hike in September. There's more than a 1 in 4 chance of that right now. That would take the key rate to 5%, be the highest level since 2008. And
Du
this is
är man
where
luring,
HSBC
Jones.
and Citi are pushing back and saying it's just far too risky to be putting your money on a bet like that. This is why everybody's going to be listening very closely to what Andrew Bailey says after the decision in his press conference to give more clues on when the pause is coming. And we'll also be looking to the GDP data on Friday for Q1, expecting another 0.1% of growth, same as the quarter before, but answering the question of whether all of the rate hikes that the Bank of England's done so far are actually making the economy suffer.
Yes, exactly. All that pent-up tightening, whether we've seen that, the effects of that or not. Moving away from the monetary policy narrative onto politics, we of course saw local elections last week. We've had the weekend to think about, the government's had the weekend to think about where it did badly here. And of course we've all been, we've seen a lot of the Prime Minister during the coronation celebrations and the like. So what is the latest fallout then from these local elections?
Well, it really was a bruising defeat for the Conservatives, Rishi Sunak's party losing more than 1,000 seats across England, but not quite the victory that Labour had hoped for. Polling experts had said that they'd need a double-digit lead in terms of the vote share to be sure of a landslide victory at the general election that we're expecting next year. That was not to be. In fact, it was only 9%. And when the Labour front benchers were being interviewed yesterday, actually they were having to field questions about whether they'd go into coalition with the Liberal Democrats if it came to a hung parliament. Rishi Sunak's also not in the best position. He's having criticism from the right of his party, allies of Liz Truss and Boris Johnson saying that he needs to do more to woo voters in the north, but also centrists saying you need to do more to double down to modernise the party to win a victory. So it's a difficult position for him, but his response really has been to say, I want to focus on delivering the 5 pledges that I made at the start of the year, including halving inflation, growing the economy. The risk is, though, if he continues with that message, he looks a bit tone deaf.
Right, well, and the role he played over the weekend around the coronation, perhaps just a nice break then from having to deal with all of those questions. Lizzie, thanks very much. Lizzie Burden with the latest on UK politics and before that on the monetary story. Let's get a Bloomberg business flash then. Top corporate stories that we're covering here this morning. The FT says UBS CEO Sergio Ermotti is set to unveil the makeup of the bank's leadership team this week. The report says he is likely to keep a few Credit Suisse executives, including the CFO and COO and the head of the Swiss business. Ermotti has said that all options, including a spin-off or sale, are still on the table for the Credit Suisse Swiss unit. Westpac says it's expecting a tougher economic environment after reporting first half profit that edged slightly above estimates. Net profit climbed 22% to $2.7 billion. CEO Peter King says he expects intense mortgage competition to negatively impact Westpac's margins in the second half, echoing comments from Australia's other big banks. Japan's Komatsu is downbeat on China's recovery prospects despite Beijing's efforts to reopen. The company's sales in China slowed in the past year, while those in the US remained robust. Komatsu is the world's second largest manufacturer of construction and mining equipment after Caterpillar. The company's CFO told us exclusively about the assessments of the mainland.
We cannot see any how can I say sign of recovery in China because well, the China is completely different. Even at the time of the COVID-19, they have made a lot of investment there and the public investment, and the demand trend is completely different. And they over-invested in 2020, and afterward, 2021 and 2022, they had a significant decrease of the demand.
Komatsu's CFO there. Komatsu and Caterpillar often seen as good barometers of the global economy, important ones at least. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Now let's turn to the earnings stories and get you prepared for the European corporate reporting that is still to come. We've so far seen pretty resilient reporting coming through from European companies, but that may change as global economic growth sputters and inflation risks remain elevated. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's reporter April Roach with a preview. April, take us through the French banking story. We're going to hear from a couple of big names this week.
Yes, so deposit trends are set to be the main focus for French banks this week, starting with Crédit Agricole, which has a strong regional banking network, and that could see the company deliver better deposit gatherings than its peers, and that could also lead to potential revenue beat for its retail banking segment. However, analysts have also flagged that volatile markets could potentially lead to a drop in lower asset inflow revenue for Crédit Agricole. And then also reported this week, we have Société Générale, which has a slightly less diverse portfolio compared to its peers. And analysts are expecting that revenue could potentially drop from equities trading in the first quarter for Société Générale.
Okay, so that's the story coming through from the French banking sector. What about closer to where you are, April? The Dutch banks, we'll hear from ABN AMRO and ING. Will this be a story of rising interest rates and net interest margin?
Yes, so the European Central Bank's most recent bank lending survey showed that higher rates are already starting to work their way through to the economy, and Dutch banks are expected to show an upswing in net interest income, particularly for ABN AMRO, which ended 2022 on a strong note with a 17% jump in net interest income. And analysts are expecting that growth to slow to about 13% in the first quarter. And the main challenge for ABN AMRO going forwards will be how it manages to handle that pressure to pass on rate hikes to its depositors. And as you said, ING also reporting next week is expected to lag peers in terms of net interest income upgrades as fixed rate mortgage contracts dominate its markets in the Netherlands and Belgium.
Okay. April, well, that's the banking sector. Let me just get on actually to another industrial company reporting. What are we expecting to hear from Rolls-Royce, the engine maker?
So last quarter, Rolls-Royce announced it's embarking on a strategic review and identified 7 areas where it sees opportunities to improve its operations. The company's chief executive officer said at the time that the company has been underperforming financially for years. So investors will be looking for any updates, any further details on this revamp with the first quarter trading update. And Rolls-Royce's civil aerospace unit could potentially see a boost from servicing engines in the first quarter. However, new engine builds could potentially drop on weaker deliveries. And the company's power and defense units will also potentially show some weaker growth.
Men hvordan syns du maten var? Var det bra?
With the banking sector and industrials in focus this week. Coming up on the program, Jerome Powell reckons the US economy can skirt a recession, but today's big take story shows the odds could be stacked.
Hva må du ta det på mor eller far din? Det må vi se nå da. Hvis maten er så bra som du sier, så kommer det til å gå ganske fort. Konge. Bra. Ha det. Halla, jeg må bare ta sånn hjertemedisin. Jeg har vondt i hjertet mitt. Vent et øyeblikk. Går det bra?
What do you like most about your job? I think the people. I mean, ultimately we're a people business. A lot of what my job is as CEO of the company is to give those people sort of motivation, to tell them where we're going, to encourage them to come up and do their best work, to encourage them to collaborate. Sometimes you sort of think you're almost a psychologist, you know, as you are a business leader, I think, sometimes.
And so what's your best piece of advice?
I love pitches. I love being sort of leading from the front, if you like, and spending times with teams. I love to see the work that we're doing. When we pitch for a piece of new business, often when we come together. So I guess I try and put myself in the seat of the client. And what's the client going to think when they see this work? Are they going to be excited? Is it going to turn their brand around? How's it going to resonate with their consumers? So as much as possible, I try and play that role.
Ja, da er vi penger som faen her, da. Nå traff vi noe helt jævlig på shorten. Keeping my positions. Skal vi snakke engelsk, eller?
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Anna Edwards in for Francine Lacroix in London this morning. Now, the debt ceiling deadlock is just one of three major obstacles the US economy will have to overcome to skirt a recession in the second half of the year. Fed Chair Jerome Powell reckons it can be avoided, but today's big take story looks at the odds stacked against him.
Eirik, du som lurte på hvorfor jeg gikk short, ser du hvorfor nå?
There's a focus on the debt ceiling, of course. Along with that, what are the other big themes that you're keeping an eye on that could mean that Powell doesn't get his way and we do see a tougher time for the US recession?
There's one English guy here.
Yes, Anna. So, yes, of course, along with these ongoing concerns about this debt limit standoff, which, of course, we only have a few more weeks, it seems, to really resolve that. We're also taking a look at severe environmental risks.
Keep in my position.
Becoming in the months ahead.
Hvor langt den kan gå.
You know, sort of those climate.
Den kan droppe helt ned til
shocks to commodity supply chains, as well as further price pressures, which, of course, given how much the Fed is already focused on trying to curb inflation and trying to curb those price pressures, that continues to be a major focus.
15,887.
Obviously, the credit crunch driven by Fed tightening, and then also all of the fallout from these bank failures is another severe issue that Powell and the Fed have to.
Og så kan man falle videre ned til
of course,
15,84.
With these cascading bank failures is that that sort of amplifies.
Hvis den faller ordentlig, så får du et skikkelig dropp som ikke du har sett på lenge.
You know, it wasn't just SVB. We've got you know, a lot of these issues with these regional banks.
Hadde jeg hatt mer penger nå, så hadde jeg shorta mye mer. Men jeg skal bygge opp. Jeg skal ha 1 million i løpet av 3 måneder.
Yes, I think that certainly they're still looking at that. Obviously, we had some very hot job figures, you know, late last week, maybe that curbed the expectation that that could be coming soon. But you know, if the Fed ends up pausing its rate hikes in the coming, you know, at the next meeting or so, I think markets are still kind of thinking that maybe there's something in the way of cuts coming by the end of the year, especially if you know, if the economy is slowing down.
Yes, absolutely. I meant to say, of course, despite that jobs report on Friday. Jill, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Jill Zesis with the latest there. Just briefly, a quick check on the US banks pre-market. Some of those that rallied really strongly in Friday's session continue their rally this morning. So pre-market, we see PacWest, Western Alliance and First Horizon all showing some gains. That is it for this hour. Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition continues. This is Bloomberg.
Hei, det er John Sarsminger.
Fixing things that go wrong and smoothing out bumps in the road is what customers expect from energy providers. And for Duke's renewable assets, that process is overseen from one room in an office building in Charlotte, North Carolina. Brian Savoy showed me around the company's Renewable Control Center.
This is where our operators are monitoring and managing over 5,000 megawatts of renewables across the United States.
How would this differ from like a conventional asset monitoring center?
Yeah, so assets, historically, they would have the monitoring center on site. So you might have an operator with screens, but at the site. Whereas this, we can do 90 sites. There's offshore wind, onshore wind, solar, and they're looking for the smallest change in output.
Gratis med bra trade, Prosecco. Jeg sitter fortsatt short.
Isn't producing full capacity. We're putting another resource on, and we're having to toggle this on a consistent basis. And this, as clouds come, this is by the minute. This is not or the hour it's off. No, it's by the minute, and it'll fall, come back, and we have assets that follow this digitally as well, so that we can keep a consistent flow of electrons on the grid.
Bryter en del over nå, så det fest. Hallo. Nei.
Your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about.
Nei, jeg er jo enig. Jo, jeg har jo Ja, jeg er enig. Nei, men det har vi. Ja, men det er det vi har. Ja, det er det. Nei, det er det vi har. Men jeg er ikke ordentlig aktiv på de, bare litt, liksom. Så det blir ikke med trøkk for klubben. Og du har også forhold til det? Nei, du fakturerer. Du får Vanity til ja, du sender Vanity en faktura, så får du det skatt.
Down 40% since last summer. It's come down the last 9 months in a row. We obviously have more work to do, but we're trending in the right direction.
We beat across the board. Job creation, wage growth, labor participation falls. It is good news for an economy that's trying to avoid a recession, but it makes the Fed's trilemma even harder.
Ja, det er faktisk jævlig smart, akkurat det du sa der.
Policy has a long time lag, but we've seen issue after issue, and I think we're at the beginning of something fairly nasty now.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition with Anna Edwards and Kriti Gupta.
Jo, det gjør de.
It's 10 a.m. in London, 5 a.m. in New York, and 5 p.m. in Hong Kong. Our top stories today. A warning from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She says there's no good alternative to Congress raising the government ceiling. Warren Buffett says the good times may be over. The billionaire investor predicts that earnings will fall this year, and many of Berkshire Hathaway's businesses. And the sell-off in American bank stocks is threatening to push them below a key technical level. It could signal more pain ahead for the broader market. Welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. This is
Har du hørt om øretabletter før da?
In for Anna Edwards in London.
Jeg burde ta sånn meiertabletter.
Kriti, great to join you this morning while the rest of the UK is, I don't know, off eating soggy cake for the King's coronation. I'm not really sure what we're supposed to do in this country. But hey, it's for the best. I'm not sure this market has any more clear of what the narrative is at this point.
Yeah, I think everyone's perhaps taking a little bit of a break, celebrating the new king.
Men det var jævlig smart akkurat det, for jeg tenkte ikke på det, for du må ha lunsj på grunn av sykepengene. Faen, han Øyvind er smart, så han skulle faen jobbe for meg. Det var faen ikke deg, må du kutte ut da. Nei, jeg glemmer det.
Some sort of negative outcome from the banking turmoil from the Federal Reserve
or
from Congress when it comes to the debt ceiling, a positive or a negative for American markets. And right now, the jury is still out. To your bonds, is kind of where I'm looking at here. This is really important. As we see the bond market kind of start to kickstart trading, remember, as the
Jeg har ikke fått de pengene mine endre, faen kødden.
For bonds, you we're already seeing a bid
Jeg har ikke fått de pengene ennå, for han kødden er så irritert.
debt ceiling story as we start to
De
get
tror det.
closer and closer to that deadline. I
Ja.
believe June 1st is what we're looking at. You are going to see perhaps a bigger kind of bid for safety, despite the fact that bonds are at the
Nei, men jeg må ha penger til å kjøpe ting til huset.
of the United States. So a little bit of irony there, a little bit of deja vu from
Ja,
the
det er
2011
8000.
story that we
Jeg skal ha
heard.
de pengene.
Danny, as we see yields come down, the dollar weakens as well. Still pairing some of the losses from earlier in the session, but right now down about 1/10%. That weakness in the dollar is reflected though across the commodity spectrum. You are looking at NYMEX crude trading with a 72 handle. It feels like we're only a few days away from it dropping back into the 60s. And Danny, if that's a recessionary trade, that's certainly something.
Jo, han har sagt det kan gjøre hva jeg vil, så det er null
Yeah, but
stress.
again, as you say, it's confused, right? Because metals are doing well today. Yes, the LME is close.
Ja, men
so
de
we'll give
fikser
you
det.
that, so volume
Fikser
is
det.
lighter.
Nå er de ferdig med
Still, it's
nesten
not
all
a
malinger nå.
clear trade, at least this morning, that the economy is in disrepair. Okay, first off, for those listening at home on the radio, I have a map in front of me. Just ignore the UK. UK traders are
Nei,
off
men,
the desk today, as we mentioned. But elsewhere, not any sort of huge moves.
Jo, jeg
DAX
skal
is
snakke om det.
little change. Kakaron is little change. The FTSE MIB is doing better. A lot of bank shares live here, and banks are the second best performing index, the best performing sector.
Nei,
so
vet du,
far
det
today,
har jeg ikke fått sett. Det er så
rising in
kaos oppe.
sympathy with what's
Så det må ryddes, liksom. Det er, du aner ikke
Switching
alt
though
nede
and
og oppe.
looking at the broader indices, the
Nei, nå
macro
trader jeg
picture.
live. Jeg sitter
Again,
både på
European
YouTube og
stocks,
på
a big rally on Friday. It continues today up
Programmet.
0.2%. Credit, you showed the energy price, energy stocks moving up at that as well. The best performing sector up 0.7%. Now, the hawks continue to hawk over at the ECB. Klaus Knot, who of course says things like this, said that the ECB needs to keep hiking, that they won't get back down to 2%
Nei, jeg tar ikke noen side.
until 2025. In other words, our work has
Nei, jeg
a
tar ikke
long
noen
way to
side.
go. Yet
Jeg
we
kan bare si
can't
til.
crack 110 on euro versus the dollar. We're going to be
Det er
talking
ingen
to
grunn til
Sonia
å...
about this later in the program. And
Jo, men det har
also,
ingenting å
with
si.
those
Kan man
hawkish
si at...
comments, we're getting a rise in the front end of the German curve. Those yields are up about 0.4%, Critty.
Yeah, certainly something we're going to be keeping an eye on. As you say, Danny, a little bit of quiet trading on both sides of the Atlantic this morning, but it comes down to those comments of warnings, really, that you heard from the ECB and now stateside as well. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen saying there are no good options for solving the debt limit stalemate other than Congress.
Det blir sånn når det er første
spoke
måned.
on ABC yesterday.
All I want to say is that it's Congress's job to do this. If they fail to do it, we will have an economic and
Du husker på ting, dere jenter har noe mellom beina som vi gutta er helt absolutt avhengig av. Sånn er det bare.
There is no action that President Biden and the U.S. Treasury can take to prevent that catastrophe.
Bloomberg Simone Foxman joins us now. She is all over the story. Simone, walk us through it.
Jo,
men
men...
could avert some sort of default by some other means than congressional action.
Nei, men ellers så kan jeg bare ta over den. Det har ikke noe å si det.
Right now, the focus is really on the 14th Amendment. So this
Ja,
is
det
the
har ikke noe å si.
amendment that conferred citizenship on former slaves.
Ja, for det er jo et
back
AS.
in the 1860s. However, there's a
det
provision in
trenger man.
there, and there's a lot of stuff in there. There's one piece in there that says the public debt of the United States shall not be questioned. So
Ja.
one of the thinking here is that
Ja.
the U.S. could, if
Men det skal du bruke,
congressional
da.
leaders can't raise the debt limit, then perhaps you could set off this legal battle, saying that any debt ceiling is unconstitutional. But Yellen was clearly dismissive of this idea yesterday. President Biden, for his part, hasn't ruled out the idea that they could take this legal battle forward, but he says we're not there yet. That's something.
Ja, nei, du sender bare faktura, så de bare betaler fakturaen.
Just
Du tar
one
det
of the
skattefritt.
variety of options I think that are out there
Mm,
for
men jeg satt meg
how
ned,
you
ordner det.
won't default on the U.S. debt if Congress can't get to
Nei, bare at jeg skal ta øyetabletter. Jeg har aldri hørt om det før.
What does that timeline look like to get to a solution, Simone? What's happening this week around negotiations?
Well, it's very tight because there are only 6 business
Ja.
days, really, where you have 3 things going on. President Biden is in the
Ja,
United
vi
States.
hadde første gang nå i
In
helgen.
fact, Congress, both houses of Congress are in session. The Senate's supposed to go on about a week-long recess heading up to Memorial Day. So there's only 6 business days. 4 of them fall this week. President Biden is going to meet with congressional leaders on Tuesday.
helt enig.
And that's where we should ideally see negotiations really pick up. But ahead of that X date, which could be as early as June 1st, there's just not a lot of time.
Okay.
That said, President Biden could delay his trip to Asia or to Australia. That's
Bjørn kommer jo
something
om
that
2 dager.
President Obama did back in 2013 when we had a different debt ceiling debate. But we're just kind of running out, and that's really what's spooking markets here.
Det bare å si at den står på verkstedet, da.
Walking us through a crucial story as we get closer and closer to that June 1st date. We thank you as always. Look, it's not just Janet Yellen. Warren Buffett issuing his own
kan du si det på fjellet, da.
He predicts that most operations will post lower earnings this year as a quote incredible
Ja,
period
du er borte et par uker, liksom.
Sean
Ja, for faen.
Finance correspondent joins us now for more. Look, if you were following this Saturday and Sunday, you got zero.
Det er sånn han er.
Already seeing a little bit of the Berkshire bid showing up in the markets. Walk us through what we need to know.
Yeah, there are a few things here. Remember, we watch Berkshire because they own everything from See's Candies to railroads to utilities. And when you think about it, Charlie Munger, his deputy said, get used to making less. You saw pressure on the earnings of many of these businesses like Geico. Insurance here, you're paying higher premiums for your auto insurance, for example. But you're also seeing higher income here when it comes to investment gains. Remember, you don't keep on making investment gains, especially for Berkshire Hathaway, you're a net seller here. So they may see some gains from more selling if they don't put more money to work. We certainly haven't seen them put money to work in the banking system, for example. So again, mixed bag in terms of the earnings themselves, but this pressure on earnings is certainly a bellwether for the broader economy. One stock to watch really pretty here is Occidental as well, because in that vein of saying Buffett has not been buying a whole lot, he also has not been making acquisitions in whole. Their cash hoard is well over $100 billion, actually $130 billion here. And you heard them say over the weekend that they're not planning on making a full bid for the company.
He also, though, Shonali, touched on the recent banking sector turmoil and basically saying, look, it's the executives' fault, the ones in charge of the failed banks, saying that they should have been held accountable for mistakes that were hiding in plain sight. I mean, a pretty scathing review from Buffett when it comes to these banking executives.
Yeah, certainly. And remember, like I just said, they had not stepped in a material way when it comes to this banking crisis for the beaten down banking stocks, Danny. In 2008, Warren Buffett had played a very significant role. And in this instance, he is actually echoing here a lot of the regulators in the United States. When you saw the Federal Reserve report, when you saw the FDIC report so far on some of the failed banks, they blamed management first. Another interesting critique that they gave pretty bluntly here was First Republic and the mortgages. You have the Berkshire executives really slamming the banking system for misaligned incentives and also just products that can get them into trouble later on. We've written pretty extensively about those low interest fixed rate mortgages that ultimately were sold for decades over at First Republic that only really became a real problem. Actually, they've sold a couple times, but this time led to the bank's ultimate failure.
Bloomberg Shonali Basak walking us through all things Berkshire Hathaway. We're going to get a little bit more insight later in the hour from Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst Matthew Palazzolo. We're going to ask him about the Occidental story that Shonali just mentioned as well. Well, let's stick with that banking story because there is a very real read-through into the market. Investors dumping preferred shares at a record pace because of that concern over the regional banks. Let's get a little bit more from Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. Valerie, what do we need to know here? Walk us through the market trade.
Look, the thing that's important about this is preferred shares are kind of similar to European banks' AT1s. Banks issue them when they need to raise capital, and they end up paying a high coupon in order to do that. And because of this slide that we've seen in regional bank shares, the effective yield that these regional banks possibly, if they need to raise cash need to pay has risen. Now, we know this is not a good sign, especially for those U.S. smaller lenders who need to raise capital in this environment. We're now concerned that because they're having such issues raising capital, the next step would be possibly divesting their loan book or perhaps pulling back on new loan creation. And with that, guys, we get an update from the Fed, especially a very pertinent update from the Fed called their Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey. In this survey, it should be released this afternoon, you get a percent of respondents who have said that they are tightening their loan standards. It's also broken out in between larger banks and smaller banks, so we could see possibly just what kind of reaction function these smaller banks had in the first quarter when they pulled back on their lending in order to shore up their balance sheet.
Valerie, thank you very much. We'll definitely be looking out for that. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. Coming up first, though, on this program, we're going to be speaking to Sonia Martin, DZ Bank Chief FX Strategist. Does the dollar smile look more like a smirk these days? And Bloomberg is live at the Dubai FinTech Summit talking to top executives about the future of finance. 6:30 a.m. New York time. We're going to hear from Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong about the transformative potential of the crypto economy. Earlier today, Standard Chartered CEO Bill Winters discussed the banking crisis.
We have to expect that we could have a 100% run on deposits overnight at any time. Well, that's a very different world. If we have to be prepared for that kind of migration of money, we're going to have a fundamentally different underlying functional financial infrastructure.
So what's the best investment advice you've ever been given by anybody?
The compound interest, the compounding of returns is an incredible miracle of business, finance, and human existence. Everything you learn is additive every day, and if you keep at it and don't quit, it's an incredible miracle. And it's not just interest. It was always said about compound interest returns, compound business returns, compound human returns. They're all very additive because you learn every day. And if you keep at it, it's very, very helpful.
In your observation of investors, what do you think is the biggest mistake that average investors make?
Selling at the wrong time.
And they sell when the prices go down?
Yes.
Or
yes. Not keeping, look, people have conviction, or they invest if they invest for the right reasons, just keep at it.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Kriti Gupta in New York with Danny Berger in London. Anna Edwards is on another show today. It's fine because she is missing out this really important chart. We've talked a lot about the doom and gloom as out here in the markets. It starts with the debt ceiling. It talks about the bank turmoil. What does that mean for Federal Reserve pricing? Well, for our radio audience, stick with me here. We're looking at a chart that shows that at least 3 Fed cuts are priced in by the end of the year. Look, we're in May. We've got about 7 months to go. The concern here is the dramatic repricing. It's the way up when he looks at tighter monetary policy. One of the concerns were, is the Fed going to tighten so quickly that trading desks, that the economy can't actually catch up? What kind of disconnects does that create? Well, it works in the other direction too. The repricing takes time. And I wonder if that's really a concern as we talk about the banking turmoil and just how much of the job the Federal Reserve doesn't need to do, because the banking turmoil and the credit crunch that follows kind of did it for them. We're going to ask Markets Live editor Noor Al-Ali about that. Noor, your thoughts on just how accurate this kind of Fed cut pricing this is. Is the market overreaching once again?
Well, Kriti, I think that's an incredibly good question right now, because even after the April data showed that the jobless rate fell to the lowest since at least, I think, the 1950s, bond markets or bond investors are still pricing in a recession in their realms here. And that is basically translating into 3 or 4 Fed rate cut expectations, into this year. I mean, it's an incredible shift in sentiment just from a couple of months ago. And I think what's really going to happen, what's really important this week that's going to highlight whether or not, that's going to put that under pressure is, or to the test, is the CPI data that's going to come later this week. Obviously, even if we get core inflation moderating at a level of, I don't know, 5.5% or so, that still doesn't justify the Fed cutting rates as aggressively as the market expects them to. Now, obviously here the question is just how bad is the banking turmoil, and is that going to extend? Are we going to now see other banks come under pressure here, or have a similar fallout than what we've seen recently? Now we've seen First Republic, SVB. Is that the end of it, or is there more? And I think that's what's on investors' minds today.
Yeah, I mean,
Nei, ikke så mye.
bonds being the meat-eating bond,
Jeg er short.
the wisdom of them. But hey, maybe sometime bond markets are stupid too, Nor. It's a lot of cross currents you're talking about having to digest. Now we got to worry about the weather. Talk El Nino to me, Nor. How is that shaking things up?
Well,
Nei, ikke solgt meg helt ut. Jeg har bare tatt ut en tredjedel.
First of all, I want to say all my respect is to the bond market, right? Because we have seen
so
that
diplomatic.
investors, the bond market has predicted recessions over the last 8 recessions that happened in the U.S. So, give credit where all is due. When you look at those fears of a recession, you're seeing that play out as well in the commodities world, right? Like you've seen oil come under pressure, you've seen gold really soar. Because people looked at the value of it being a safe haven and a store of value, but at the same time that theme is coming in contradiction with the El Nino weather pattern forming here, and obviously if that does form, that's expected to kind of boost crop prices or really disrupt the harvesting season, which will definitely will lead to prices kind of going up because there's less supplies out there. So that's the fundamentals or the physical market in the commodities world really coming against the recession themes and the macro fundamentals in the background. Now, obviously, the weaker dollar as well with those Fed rate cut expectations coming into play is also giving commodities, or it's just breathing some life into them, because we know that there is an inverse correlation between these commodities and the dollar. So there's a lot at play here and a lot of contradicting factors here that have really that are playing out today in markets, and it's going to be very interesting to see into the summer if those recession fears appear overblown, or if we have, in retrospect, those weather concerns appear overblown. And I think what that really translates to is increased hedging and volatility across all markets.
Yeah. Well, first off, everyone, all the bond traders, send your hate mail to me, not to Nor. Nor, if that's not enough, we also have Janet Yellen talking about an X date of June 1st when it comes to the debt ceiling standoff. How are markets digesting and interpreting that drama?
Huh?
Absolutely. And, that is another risk event that
Nei, ikke han. Stefan til Sahar.
Especially on the shore and the ones that are, around June and July, you'll see that there's a premium to T-bills towards the end of May. And that's because there's a lot of concern here. The risk of a U.S. default would be
Nei, han har bare jobbet I Lånekassen alle år.
Financial markets and the macro environment would just, would have to kind of take in, and that would...
Akkurat nå har jeg vært I gevinst 1000 ganger. Jeg venter på en sånn skikkelig dip her, men det så lite volum. Egentlig skal jeg gått ut nå for 11, men nå ble jeg bare sittende.
The yield curve inversion really extending here.
Ja, nei. Alt indikator tyder på at det skal ned, men det kommer til å være liquidation her nå, så det kommer til å sprette alle være her. Men det fitte lite volum. Jeg har ikke så mye, så det går fint. Det jo pluss uansett på dagen.
In the White House with officials in the U.S. there tomorrow, so that's definitely something that's going to add to the already busy.
Jeg bare zooma til helvete, så ser det mer voldsomt ut med den klaren.
Yellen said around early June. I mean, she did set, the 1st of June, but we know that there's usually flexibility. Now we're talking about...
Men jeg har dratt inn totalt, sikkert. 2-7.
Discipline here of spending, particularly in a time where tightening is already...
Så har jeg penger her nå nettopp, og det kommer til å bli noe hvert øyeblikk. Jeg bare holder posisjon. Jeg heldig så drar vi 10 lapper. Det det jeg satser på. Men hva skal jeg si for noe? Ikke hørt noe nå, eller? Kan du snakke med han fyren og bare se at vi skal flytte over på den gamle, eller?
Whatever we're supposed to be eating. Nor Ali of Bloomberg MLive on the markets. And of course, for more market analysis from Nor and the team, MLive Go is where you want to head on your terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Ja, men da gjør vi det på onsdag. Nei, ikke i morgen. Jeg gikk ikke høre det at vi skulle ha et møte på tirsdag, og så har ingen som har gitt beskjed om en dritt. Så må jeg ikke. Vi pleier å ha møte på tirsdager. Nei, i faen, ikke gidd. Nei, for da gir hun en excuse til oss til oss Ja, hvis det baller til det, så. Det du kan si.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
For the first, call it 18 years at Chipotle, this was you come into Chipotle along the line, you interact with the crew, and you customize your meal. We've got this separate make line, and it's digitized, and so the orders come in, and they're really kind of staged so that if you say at noon, I want to come in at 1 o'clock, we hold that order, and we will send it to the crew like maybe 10 to 1,
Right.
so it's ready right when you pull up your car.
How do you manage these kind of two different staffing needs, right? And
Yes.
making sure you have the right amount of people
Yes.
at the right time.
We spend a lot of time projecting sales. A lot of it is, it's part art, part science. We're trying to bring more science and more AI into it. Because if you get the right sales projection, then you know exactly what your staffing needs to be. So if you get the sales right, you can get the entire restaurant staffed perfectly. With just a couple people, our average restaurant now does about over $1 million per restaurant in digital sales.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets trying to open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
Welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
While I like home runs and grand slams in baseball, at A-Rod Corp here we shoot for singles and doubles, and we definitely never want to strike out.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Preeti Gupta in New York with Danny Berger in London. Now keeping you up to date with news from around the world, here's the first word. Near Dallas, Texas, investigators are looking into whether the man who killed 8 people at a shopping mall was interested in white supremacist ideology. The 33-year-old man was killed by a police officer in the mall's parking lot. Witnesses say he was wearing a tactical vest that was jammed with ammunition. The Japanese Prime Minister has finished a landmark visit to South Korea. He met with the South Korean president and pledged to seek cooperation on high-tech goods. Japan's Kishida said the trip helped, quote, deepen the relationship of trust. The visit marked the first formal summit in Seoul between the neighbors in a dozen years. Russia reportedly has at least 300,000 troops inside Ukraine. That's according to Ukraine's defense minister, who told the Washington Post that his country's pending counteroffensive is being overestimated. One reason, he said, is the large Russian troop numbers. Danny, it's interesting to see that Ukraine, over a year out, still very much a part of the story. Another piece of the equation is, how does it get priced into the markets? Is geopolitical risk still something to watch for, say, the FX market, for example?
Absolutely. We cannot lose sight of it. It is a humanitarian story as well as an economic story. Coming up, we're going to be speaking with Sonia Martin, DZ Bank Chief FX Strategist. This is Bloomberg.
politics.
We're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
To the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of Power. Live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years? Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join host Anne-Marie Horderg.
It's the one area, really, of bipartisanship.
Well, I think we're getting more of it.
That's optimistic.
And Joe Matthew.
The debt ceiling is looming. How close are we going to get to the line before you start to worry?
Alongside Kaylee Langs.
The door was open for regulators to do more. And that puts the Fed between a rock and a hard place.
As they deliver news.
This is such an important economic issue.
He's no longer trying to run away from
that really blew some minds.
Insight.
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
And analysis.
I think your audience would get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure. With two more potentially to come.
I'm willing to have this battle.
It is vitally important.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority. Markets countdown in Europe from the financial centers of the world. Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson in London and Alex Steele in New York. Real-time numbers, real-time analysis. Weekdays.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. Here's what you need to know. A warning from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She says there's no good alternative to Congress raising the debt limit ceiling. Warren Buffett says the good times may be over. The billionaire investor predicts that earnings will fall this year at many of Berkshire Hathaway's businesses. And the sell-off in American bank stocks is threatening to push them below a key level. It could signal more pain ahead for the broader market. I'm Danny Berger, in for Anna Edwards, who was on earlier in London. Kriti Gupta is in New York. Kriti, it was a mayhem of a week last week. You had bank shares selling off and gaining. You had ECB, you had Fed decisions, but the market finishes kind of flat. We still don't really understand whether we can be buying what may be the last Fed hike of the cycle.
Yeah, and still essentially the idea
Hei, det er John Sarsminger, Joakim. Hei, du, jeg sendte en mail til dere i natt, for jeg har fått refusjon på en haug med domener. De domenene vil jeg gjerne beholde, jeg vil ikke ha refusjon på noen. Jeg skal betale regningen. Kunne du sett hva som har skjedd?
For example, going nowhere very quickly, 41.52 on S&P 500 futures. But look, it's the bond market that's really interesting because you were already seeing a two-year bond futures catch a little bit of a bid as we started, of course, see lighten trading over in Europe. A good chunk of that because of the bank holiday in the UK. As those yields come down already 8 basis points, you are seeing the dollar follow, at least to some extent. It was weaker earlier in the session. We are going to go talk about the FX story in just a moment with our next best. But as you start to see weakness in the dollar and volatility in the currency market, there is a direct reflection into the commodity story. And that's where I'm really looking at NYMEX crude.
Jeg skal sjekke nå hvor du har på sendte
Look, if you were saying that there is going to be a recession by the end of the year, which a good chunk of market participants are actually saying it's going to show up in the economy, NYMEX crude might be a good way to gauge that. 72 levels there. If indeed you are believing that R word, Danny, that has a lot more to fall.
Yeah, Goldman pointing out that oil is trading
Faktura 413931.
Story, not necessarily the supply-driven story when it comes to the commodity. European stocks off to a
Så står det at jeg får refusjon for penger tilbake. Jeg skal ikke ha det. Jeg skal ha alle domenene.
Looking at a gain of 0.3% without the participation of FTSE stocks. Energy stocks, though, the best performer again off the energy story, off of oil gaining today after a really tough week last week. Euro dollar, again, the dollar is not seeing strength. Even after a really strong payrolls number on Friday, basically the dollar peaked higher, and then within a couple hours, it couldn't hold on to any of the gains. We also have the hawks over at the ECB. They continue to voice their opinion. Klaus Knott saying that they have a lot more hikes to go. Some strength from the euro.
Jeg har aldri bedt om refusjon. Jeg skal beholde den.
That continues to find a move higher up about 4 basis points, Kriti.
Well, Danny, I'm so glad you talked about that euro-dollar difference.
Tror du kan se en oversikt på det som har sluttet å se på betalte, og så tar vi og fornyer det som ikke har sluttet?
Chief FX strategist is all over those currency moves. Sonia, let's start there. 110 seems to be kind of the level a lot of people are talking about for euro dollars, but you just heard Danny's case talking about that bullish euro story. And then on the other side, stateside, you have the story of the debt ceiling, which if indeed we come up against that limit in just a couple of weeks' time, it feels like a bid back into the safety of U.S. assets is a no-brainer. So, Sonia, which side wins, the euro or the dollar?
Well, for the time being, neither, to be honest. And if you look at the dollar side, there are, in theory, quite a lot of factors that would argue in favor. The fact that the Fed has pretty much done hiking rates, and the market is still pricing in quite a lot of rate hikes for the later part of this year, starting in late summer, in fact. Then we have the debt ceiling issue, which of course weighs on sentiment. So there are ample reasons to be slightly negative on the dollar. And at the same time, as you just pointed out, we still have a very hawkish ECB. So all of that would suggest that we see euro-dollar upside. And I find it actually interesting that despite all of these factors, euro-dollar is still hovering just above 110. I mean, we might have expected there to be a much bigger push for the time being, and there isn't. So clearly there's something holding the euro back here. And I'm slightly concerned that if we don't make progress soon, then some speculative investors are going to throw in the towel, and we might actually see a little bit of a retracement in euro-dollar again.
Sonia, at the core of that narrative, though, is that the Federal Reserve may be done hiking, or at least words near done hiking, if we don't see another rate hike over the summer. I'm curious, though, how that factors in perhaps another peak in inflation or some sort of tick higher in inflation, as we still see commodity strength kind of staying there. Brent crude, for example, at a 76 handle, NYMEX at 72. How do you square that with the currency moves?
Well, as far as inflation is concerned, clearly the risk is that inflation is going to prove a lot more sticky than people are currently expecting, and that's actually another reason why I'm somewhat surprised by the stubbornness of the Fed rate cut expectations in the market. I mean, the Fed has left the door open essentially on both sides.
Det så mange som går litt i surr, så jeg bare betaler det jeg ser.
Still up in the air depending on how the inflation develops. The fact that the inflation is still very high and is going to remain high, too high for much longer, means that rate cuts aren't really in the offing. And that's something I think the market is currently getting wrong, despite the fact that the Fed's made it pretty clear that they're in no rush to cut. So, I mean, from this side, if you look at the US dollar again, then clearly the pricing out of current rate cut expectation could bolster the dollar a little bit in the next few months. But ultimately, I think we are looking at a US recession as well. So we are looking for the dollar to weaken over the course of the year.
To that weakness in terms of a recession, Steve Englander over at Standard Charter is talking about this idea that it's a Mona Lisa smile. In other words, it's not a Joker going from ear to ear of a smile. It's a longer and more prolonged weakness. Even in the event of a U.S. recession, are we looking at the market maintaining a dollar sell basis?
Well, this recession has proven indeed very elusive, and we've been talking about the risk of a US recession for some time. I think people got quite bearish, end of last year, and then indicators have remained.
Så de andre som har det ikke borte, jeg må bare betale ny faktura.
We had another strong reading last week. So, I mean, all in all, the U.S. economy has proven a lot more resilient than people thought. But that doesn't change the fact that there are indicators pointing to a recession, in particular, of course, the tightening of credit conditions and the fact that rates are just very high, and that's hurting the consumer. So that's something that will have to play out as the year progresses.
Okay, men jeg har ikke sagt opp det ene domenet denne, har ikke jeg sagt opp en gang.
Long-term dollar projection and hegemony. You've written about the fact, Sonia, that there's just no evidence to support the view that the dollar as hegemony is going to go down in flames. But I got to just play devil's advocate here, Sonia, because isn't de-dollarization not about it going down in flames, but petering out a slow burn?
Yes. I mean, I'm not saying that the argument is completely invalid. I would just say that the dramatic, way that the story is told these days is certainly overdone. It makes great headlines. I'm not sure if it's very realistic. Now, as you said, I mean, if anything, it might be a slow process. But the problem is there's a tipping point. I mean, 60% of countries are currently held in US dollars. Countries like China or Japan hold massive amounts of US treasuries. Now, what do you think would happen if they were to actively divest out of dollars? There would be a point, and this would come pretty quickly, I think, in which the market realizes that this is going on, and then you have a tipping point, and people start dumping dollars. So this is not something that was going to go slowly. It might go slow for a while, but at some point, that critical juncture is reached. And I just don't see that happening. Also, because honestly speaking, I'm not quite sure which currency is supposed to be replacing the dollar here. It certainly isn't the euro, which is, around 20% of reserves and hasn't really shifted from that level. And I certainly do not believe it's the renminbi.
Sonia, I'm so glad you mentioned that, specifically because as we look at some of this trending talk about de-dollarization, Russia serves as that poster child for it. I believe I read a story, I think Bloomberg reporting that they are sitting on a pile of Indian rupees that they don't know what to do with as a function of their oil sales to India. Sonia, to what extent could that turn around? At what point could that process speed up?
Well, the problem is that there are obviously countries that are currently feeling very concerned about the prospect of, at some point in the future, coming into political disputes with, let's say, the US, and then reserves being hit by sanctions. But this is not new. I mean, this is obviously now a big topic, but we've seen this happening in the past. Equally, what we also see is some countries trying to circumvent the US dollar.
Den er jo til meg. Nei, jeg skal ha den til dag tidlig. Hvorfor bare drikker du mine shaker da, sånn helt uten å trene uten noen ting? Det er null. Du har jo en svær i kjøleskapet. Nei, det er 2 der. Han har ikke sånn, han trenger faen vann. Han trenger ikke proteiner da. Du kan ta glasset. Jeg liker den ikke.
Yeah, and look, these governments, some governments might be moving, but let's be honest, there's really no other choice for reserves. Hey, Sonia, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. Thanks so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your week. Sonia Martin of DZ Bank. Coming up, Warren Buffett predicts the good times may be over. We're going to have more on his gloomy forecast next. This is Bloomberg.
Hva hører man vennen din? Hva hører du, Morten? Han står opp 5. Hadde han ikke stått 5? Hva hører med Geir? Nå? Du kan snakke med han. Nei, du. Du har ikke sett med han. Hva er bra fortalt da? Hva er bra fortalt? Du må jo bestå kurset. Er det vanskelig? Ja. Om det er bra betalt, at det er best betalte lønninger i Norge. Er det vanskelig betalt? Han er opptatt. Han ringer meg på sikkert. Tror du jeg får fra... Hæ? Det er fra USA?
Because of artificial intelligence, it's these companies who could be some of the biggest beneficiaries if they harness...
Kan du sjekke om det er egg i kjøleskapet?
I think a lot of people are looking for the killer app, like they look like these viral apps that the internet delivered. The killer app for artificial intelligence is productivity gains. And any company does not harness it is probably not going to be one of the big
Hva jeg tror, samme som i stad, ned. Men du har masse liquidation og sånn her nå, så folk kommer til å tape penger. Om du går short taper penger, om du går long taper penger. Ja. Du kan ta 150 gram på den bolla, 150 gram havremel. Nei, 150 gram. Bare gjør det jeg sier, 150 gram. Si for når du har gjort det.
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David West.
Hæ? Under der et eller annet sted. Hva driver du med nå? Hva gjorde du nå? Hva faen, han bråker så jævlig.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Kriti Gupta in New York with Danny Berger in London. Now, over the weekend, the Super Bowl for some people. Berkshire Hathaway's first quarter operating earnings were resilient and better than expected. But CEO Warren Buffett warns the good times may just be over. Earnings falling this year at many of his businesses. Matthew Palazzolo, senior analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, got zero sleep this weekend and still managed to show up on set 5:30 a.m. We thank you, as always. Look, your headline takeaway here, I want to start with the idea that he's saying things
Har du tatt 150 gram?
worse from here. We've kind
Er
of
du sikker? Ikke ljug til meg.
the good news. Your take on that.
Ja, ok, greit. Og så tar du 4 hele egg. Hva er 4? Du tar 4 hele egg, og så tar du 2 eggehviter.
Things are not going to be as
Siphon har gjort
good
det.
this year in the operating businesses. But what's a great offset is interest rates have gone up so much. They have about $130 billion in cash and short-term securities, and their interest income on that is going to go from about $50 million a year to about $5 billion a year, which will help to offset a lot of that.
And Warren Buffett, of course, building his name on being a legendary bargain hunter, if you will. Talk to us a little bit about his cash pile, his acquisitions, if he's going to be making any at all.
So, interestingly, they sold about over $10 billion net of equities in the quarter. So they weren't really bargain hunting in the quarter. They sold some of their Chevron shares. He also threw cold water on the potential of buying Occidental Petroleum. So I was a little disappointed to hear that.
If you can expect one thing from Buffett, Matthew, it's to say great things. Just on that point, he said, what gives you opportunities is other people doing dumb things. In the 58 years we've been running Berkshire, I'd say there have been a great increase in the number of people doing dumb things. You gotta love that sort of sentiment. Look, one thing that Buffett has been able to buy, has been able to use his cash pile is share repurchases. Does it look like the good times there are going to keep rolling?
So yeah, the share repurchase stepped up a little bit in the first quarter. I was disappointed through the second half of 22 to see how much they had done, but he sounded a little bit more positive on share repurchase, always negative on potentially paying dividends, but I think we could see share repurchase ramp up, but they still might want to keep holding cash given the interest rates.
What about succession? I know this was a hot topic, kind of continuing the confidence of Greg Abel. Any surprises there, Matthew?
No, I think he had done a long interview with Greg Abel prior to the meeting and expressed a lot of confidence. It's interesting, Buffett and Munger often describe running the company as easy, which they're clearly being humble about it, but there is some truth to the fact that just left alone, it'll generate enormous amounts of capital.
Let's talk about auto insurance, if we can. It's something that you don't immediately think of when I think Berkshire Hathaway. For me, immediately the Occidental story comes to mind, but he does own Geico as well. Talk to us about the pain there as we talk about used car sales, for example, coming down, even car purchases coming down as well.
So I'm an insurance analyst, so that's the first thing I think about when it comes to Berkshire Hathaway. But the first quarter earnings were better than expected on the Geico results. So I was really surprised with how well Geico did in the quarter, but the outlook is pretty negative. So Ajit Jain, who is in charge of the insurance operations, gave a pretty negative outlook through 2024 for Geico, and that is two things. One, like you said, car prices, car parts prices, but the other part was they'll probably see less favorable development, which means prior years, they're seeing less losses from that coming through.
Well, that's interesting coming in a rising interest rate environment. You're an insurance analyst. That doesn't make any sense. Why did that happen here?
So the inflation in auto parts has kind of been decoupled from everything else. So it's been worse than core inflation, and auto insurance companies have been doing quite poorly. Geico is also kind of behind the curve on technology, and he acknowledged that as well, and said they have a lot of work to do there, but they're getting more technology integration in the new policies they're writing.
Does Buffett, speaking of technology, I mean, this was a man who did come around to Apple, did come around to the big tech stories. What does he say of AI? What does he say of the newfangled tech world where basically every company says that they and their grandmother is using AI?
So they got a question on that. I mean, I'm sure it's being integrated through their different businesses. I mean, he didn't have a ton to say on AI. The interesting point he said was AI is never going to replace Ajit, who is in charge of the insurance operation. So I think he was kind of, he said it was potential there, but it was never going to replace humans.
Let us hope. But I, for one, welcome our robot overlords. Hey, Matthew, before we go, I just want to wrap it up back where Critty started on this big picture. We often say, look, Berkshire Hathaway earnings, it's a bellwether for the economy. Walk me through exactly what we're looking at in terms of his companies that have a direct tie to the direction of this American economy, where we can actually derive those clues from.
So a big chunk of the earnings come from service retailing and manufacturing. That's probably the most economically sensitive of the businesses. That's probably about 30% of the earnings, and that will move with the economy. But the insurance operation is not really correlated with the economy. Insurance is an inelastic product. Energy demand kind of, yes, economically sensitive, but kind of always stands up. And even the railroad operation seems to do well in an economic downturn. Volumes were down this quarter, but fuel prices offset that a little bit. So I would say it's not exactly a proxy for the economy. You're getting best-in-class businesses.
Fascinating that you say that, because again, you said you think of it as Geico for Berkshire Hathaway. I think of Coca-Cola, railroads, etc. Nevertheless, Matthew Palazzolo of Bloomberg Intelligence, we thank you as always for walking us through a wide slew of Berkshire Hathaway's companies. Coming up, we're going to run you through the major events you need to look out for throughout the rest of the week. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around is clear that it's not for lack of trying. We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives, portfolio companies, and reminisced.
It's going my way.
Players.
He's a day trader. He taught himself, self-made day trader.
It's coming down, down, down. It's coming down. And here you have smart money liquidation. Hæ? Ja, men det er en bikkje, for faen, og så ikke ha noe eksotisk mat. Hæ? Ja, ja. Nei, det er hundemat. Romeo. Romeo. My kid. Shut the fuck up.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Golf's popularity is surging. That's been great for the LPGA. And CFO Kathy Milthorpe is focused on maintaining that drive.
The ability to be able to compete at the highest level and earn purses that are commensurate with their male counterparts is a mission that we're driving.
Hei, det er John som er Botox.
Watch Chief Future Officer Wednesday on Bloomberg.
Det går bra. Nei. I dag.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Danny Berger in London.
Kan jeg ringe deg tilbake etterpå, så ser du hva jeg fikser?
Let's take a quick look ahead of what's happening this week. Tomorrow, President Biden is going to be meeting congressional leaders for talks on the U.S. debt limit. Are we going to get a clear view onto the X date, onto when negotiations might finally
Hello.
reach a conclusion. Also, Saudi oil giant
That's pretty cool.
Aramco, the largest energy company in the world, due to report earnings. Wednesday, we're going to be getting U.S. inflation data. Will it vindicate or challenge this market pricing in cuts? On Thursday, it's time for the BOE to make a decision. That will be the rate decision day. And on Friday, we're going to get U.S. consumer sentiment data plus first quarter UK GDP. But of course, Critty, before we can get to any of that, we have to get through today's trading session.
Yeah, we absolutely do. And already, even though on the macro front, it does seem a little bit quiet, futures virtually unchanged. Danny, on the micro front, seeing a little bit more action. We were just talking to Matthew Palazzolo over at Bloomberg Intelligence about the Berkshire bid and the impact it's having after its earnings this weekend, which brings me to the first stock I think of, Occidental, and this is someone that you really want to watch in today's session. Over the weekend, Berkshire Hathaway made it quite clear that they won't make an offer for full control of Occidental. Danny, this is really important because as we remember, Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett specifically, helped Vicky Holub over at Occidental finance the Anadarko deal, the very kind of concentrated oil acquisitions that we were seeing. And in recent months, he's really been scooping up a lot of those shares. And now he's saying, look, we're just scooping them up. We're not doing anything else. Do we believe him, Danny?
I mean, you got to, right? Because he has the money to do it if he wanted. He has $130 billion in dry powder and in T-bills. Perhaps he just wants the yield off of that everybody in this market does. But he says, look, we have confidence in the executives over at Occidental. You hope he wouldn't say that, Critty, and then go ahead and buy the company.
Especially as he works so closely with Vicky Holub, Danny, 100% to your point. But when we think Berkshire Hathaway and Warren Buffett, we immediately think value. We think the consumer, Coca-Cola, railroads, oil companies, as we just mentioned. In that same vein, American Airlines also moving Kuwait for a completely different reason, this time coming off of a JP Morgan upgrade. The analysts upgrading the stock to about $26 for their price target from $22 prior. We're still at about $14 a share right now, Danny, so quite a bit of upside. But it's interesting to see, as we talk about recession, a big bank analyst saying maybe American Airlines is the buy.
Can I just say, this is slightly off topic, but related to airlines. I just saw, Critty, a story that President Joe Biden is trying to draft new rules where they will require airlines to provide meals, hotels, and compensation to travelers who see their flight canceled or delayed. Look, if you're trying to put legislation out there before an election that's going to win over the hearts and minds of Americans, it's got to be that, right?
It really does. And look, this is on the heels of the Department of Transportation saying if you have lost baggage, if you have flight cancellations, we're also going to reimburse you. So really, Joe Biden keeping the traveler in mind. Danny, very quickly, I want to give you one more mover. Estee Lauder moving in the pre-market, this time with another billionaire behind it. Potentially, reports here that Nelson Peltz, an activist, could be targeting the story. We know he's been making a lot of waves with the Disney story. Is Estee Lauder next? For now, it is moving the shares higher by about 3.7%. So an interesting company, again, to be watching. You would think if we're talking about recession, a lot of these consumer brands like Estee Lauder, like American Airlines, wouldn't be doing well. And yet, they're catching the attention of billionaires and analysts alike.
Yeah, speaking of billionaires, I do feel like the logical conclusion for this is LVMH, Arnault buying Estee Lauder. I think there's some chat around that, maybe just analysts saying, hey, maybe that's something that could happen. But luxury, it's alive and well, thanks in no small part to the China reopening story.
Yeah, a fascinating one. Is turning into truly a global story. I think just sitting here in New York, luxury, more of a European one. But look, it's going global and it's growing fast.
Vi holder posisjonen vår.
In the face of both inflation and recession, Danny. So certainly something we're going to be keeping in mind. A quick check on these markets here before we hand it off. Futures still virtually unchanged. We're looking at a bond market 10-year yield at 3.44. But look, the futures is really where you want to keep in handy, as of course the UK is off today. Volume is something we're going to be watching. That's it for early edition. Surveillance is ahead. We're going to be hearing from Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong, among a slew of other guests. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Vamos, nossa. Å, fy faen, Fabby. Det er mer spennende å høre på Biden holde tale enn å se på den dritten her. Gå og steke meg pannekaker, jeg. Jeg er short.
Exhibition center located on the western suburbs of Shanghai, where the annual car show is taking place. This is the first exhibition after the end of the COVID lockdown. We can feel a lot of excitement on the ground. Electric vehicle is going to be the new theme of the industry. Most of the European companies and Japanese car makers who are considered latecomers to the China EV party are launching their EV products. They are making their foray, intensifying competition in the market. For example, Volkswagen yesterday debuting their ID.7, which is electric vehicle rivaling the likes of Model 3, which is one of the best-selling products in China. And Mercedes-Benz, they are announcing the launch of their new super luxury model of Maybach, which is going to be a fully fledged electric vehicle priced at $200,000 each. Domestic players are also trying to maintain their lead in the market. BYD, for instance, unveiled its first luxury model called Yangwang yesterday. It's priced at about 1 million yuan. At the same time, it's seeking to gain market share in the mass market as well. Needless to say, attracting all the car makers to the Chinese market is the rosy growth prospect. Demand is surging. By some estimates, EV sales in China are on track to exceed 8 million units this year from more than 5 million last year. The future of the car industry is EV. For sure, no question about it. This is Charlie Zhu, Bloomberg News, reporting from Shanghai Auto Show.
On the David Rubenstein Show, peer-to-peer conversations, I uncover the untold stories of the world's most successful leaders. Watch Wednesdays on Bloomberg Television.
We're very far away from what these job market reports need to start to look like.
We keep printing lots of jobs. People have got jobs, they got money, they go out and they spend.
We just think that this market remains fragile and vulnerable, and we're looking for another 5% or so pullback from here.
The U.S. is settling down while the world is holding up a bit.
12 months from now, we think the Fed is aggressively cutting rates.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on TV and radio alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz. I'm Jonathan Ferro. Getting your week started with the equity market positive 0.1% on the S&P 500. And Tom, looking ahead to a survey we've waited a long time for. The Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey coming out a little bit later on this afternoon. A lot of people waiting for that one to drop.
I agree, and it's after the percentage move we saw in the banks, which I thought was a non-story on Friday. It's going to be interesting to see how the banks reset. I look at PacWest debt this morning. It hasn't reset 100 down to 40 on a price. So that survey will be good, but there's another survey May 10th. I believe that's Wednesday, and it's CPI Wednesday.
Then it's PPI a day after. Looking ahead to those data points a little bit later on this morning. Looking at PacWest in the pre-market. Remember, PacWest last Monday was a $10 name. At the pre-market right now, it's back up to 8. So slowly, Lisa, crawling its way back up.
Yeah, although why, right? Because they cut their dividend? Maybe. Because people are thinking that they overreacted? Maybe. When I actually read the analyst reports, there are very few people saying, let's try to catch a falling knife. There is a question of whether there's a larger either policy response or something that has to happen to bring people back to these banks as investors, let alone as depositors. And this goes beyond just a faith in getting your money back. This goes to a question about the existential profitability of some of these firms.
Before we move on from Friday too quickly, should we talk about payrolls and the move we saw in the equity market? Data good, equity market up. Good news, good news?
Well, so this is what I don't really understand, right? Are we now at the point where people are putting aside the idea of rate hikes completely, saying that the Fed is going to have to cut rates? We haven't yet seen the potential consequences of tighter credit. And yet, what a beautiful day! What a beautiful day! I'm not exactly sure. What a beautiful day! The market is going down.
We are making money. Oh, ho, 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 ho. The market makers think they are fucking me, but they are not, because I am fucking them. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
So much of this into our good guests we're going to get to here in a moment.
Skål.
It's about supports and resistances, whichever index
I see you.
you're looking at. And
I see you.
Collared in here trying to
break
break out, and it just ain't happening.
Great song, Tom.
Jeg må ha pannekaker. PGS opp. Ja, jeg har solgt en tredjedel av PGS har jeg solgt.
It's going to be ridiculous.
Best scene in Top Gun.
Oh, okay. It's just
awesome.
It's.
We should get Tom Cruise on the show. Get him to do his rendition of We've Lost That.
He did a thing for the coronation, I think, from a jet.
Did he?
My
I didn't see
coronation.
that.
Surveillance royal contributor. Noted that.
You are a royal.
Mary comes to me, speaking words, the market is coming down, let it be. The market is coming down, let it be, let it be. The foolish people are buying, let the world start giving. This is coming down like a fucking train wreck.
Lisa joked about the euro against the dollar for the whole of last week.
Yes, I did.
Have a look at what euro dollar did on the week last week. Dead flat, like literally unchanged.
Well, I'm shocked.
0, 0, 0, nothingness.
This is the shock face that I have. But this is the lack of understanding of which way you're going to go. And yesterday, I will note that even when we get economic upside surprises, that has not been good for the dollar. So go figure. Here's what we're looking at today, but for also the rest of the week, just to set up a sequence of events. Today, we do get the Fed's latest senior loan officer opinion survey. We've been waiting, and it comes out at 2 p.m. The amazing thing is, everyone's going to explain why it doesn't matter when it comes out. We are seeing a pop in some of the regional banking shares, as sort of recoveries early this morning. They still are highly beaten down. People are going to talk about how it's lagging data and it doesn't accurately reflect the ongoing credit tightening. Today, tomorrow, U.S. President Joe Biden is meeting with congressional leadership, including Mitch McConnell, as well as Kevin McCarthy. We're not talking about the debt ceiling, and yet Janet Yellen was saying June 1st is when we run out of money. So can we get some agreement there? And Wednesday, we get CPI followed by PPI on Thursday. Are we going to start worrying about inflation again? I mean, this is really the issue. Can we start worrying about rate hikes again? Or is that off the table because people are convinced that the tightening in credit conditions will do the work for the Fed?
We've got to talk about the latest polls as well. AMH, next hour, Biden in the latest ABC Washington Post poll. Not looking good. With us around the table, Michael Purvis, founder, CEO at Tollback and Capital Advisors. Michael, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
It's good news, good news.
Well, it was on Friday, but look, I think one of the issues that the market really has to confront with is not earnings. Earnings have been actually really pretty decent through this quarter. And in fact, if you look at the 3-month change in forward bottoms-up estimates, they're positive now. For the NDX, for the SPX. The SPX equal weight is about to be positive, it looks like.
Jävla dött
Most
ass.
of the companies have come in. So the issue, and by the way, I'm at 3650 for my year-end target from last December, which is, admittedly is a little bit low given where we are right now. But the real issue is valuation. And the valuation argument, I think, comes down to,
Han bara skrev pannkaka med.
you really have 18 to 18 and a half times forward earnings with an earnings profile that's not bad, but it's not really robust either, right? And particularly if interest rates are going to, I think, have a hard time really contracting. Look, if you tell me that the 10 year is going to be at 2.5% at the end of the year, then maybe you can sort of back into this, right? But I think what in the math I do, I sort of get to like a normalized multiple for a sort of higher floor in inflation, higher floor in interest rates than what we had been used to during COVID is more like a 16 to 17 times multiple than an 18 to 19 times multiple.
And your research note describe that we can't get through resistance at 4,200. A lot of people are on that page.
Yeah,
describe
well, sure.
why we're not going to 4,300.
Well, look, 3,800 to 4,200 has been a pretty, sort of, for me, and I think some other folks, a really defining range here. Getting through it's sort of 4,180, 4,200 it's just a very important technical level. You can cut that a few different ways here. We've sort of touched up against it. But if you look at sort of, momentum signals, things like MACD, Tom, those are, on the short-term daily basis, those are kind of rolling over here. So then you step back and say, okay, well, we're kind of at terminal. right? We're through this earnings cycle. What great news are we going to have to really power through this resistance level and open up that real estate to 4,300 and 4,400 there? And implicitly in that, you're sort of saying the market is significantly higher.
Hvis du ser på serier, så får du faen ikke sove.
18.5 to 19 times. And
Ja, det holder.
Things have to be really, really good. Let's not forget, there's been a lot of positioning here. A lot of people have been on the sidelines for some time. There is some, sort of FOMO that's happening here.
Han løper noe rundt huset sitt fast, da.
Long-term investment.
So going forward, though, this seems like it's been an exhausting year. It seems like it's going to continue to be an exhausting year. Sorry, it's just the truth.
It's early May.
I know, but it feels like it's
Tuesday.
Altså, jeg satt med nesten 9% på PGS, som jeg kjøpte på torsdag. Og så sitter jeg med masse PGS fortsatt. Jeg tror markedet skal ned i dag, så jeg tror PGS kommer litt lenger ned. Og hvis du gjør det, så kjøper den inn igjen. Hvis den går videre oppover, ja vel, da sitter jeg med masse PGS.
Do you have conviction right now that we are going to see
Hvis det gir mening.
or do you think that this push-pull of whether you get tech as the leadership, whether you get some sort of cutting of the rates, all of these things will just keep us in this exhausting range for the whole year?
Jeg tror hva skal ned.
I think there's been this tension within the markets really since last summer of
PGS eller markedet?
Speculating that there's going to be this big economic contraction that's going to clear the air and allow us to sort of come in and sort of see the light at the end of that tunnel there, right? But the problem is that we don't get that. That foot doesn't fall, right? That second foot does not fall.
Hvorfor?
We're not seeing it in earnings. We're not
Bare handelmønstre.
We saw a strong jobs number. We saw reasonably decent ISMs there. And so I think that tension is going to keep Powell on the front foot much more. Right now we have 5 cuts priced into Fed fund futures over the next 12 months. That's a lot, right? Now, probably the dots will get tweaked a bit down on the June FOMC, which is now just around the corner. But I think you're going to, there's going to be this enduring tension where pretty decent news means earnings don't collapse, but multiples probably need to contract if we can't see a path to 2% inflation. And I think that's the sticking point. So to my mind, the second half of the year is more about people adjusting to this weird reality and probably PEs contracting and 6-month, 12-month T-bills offering very healthy alternatives to buying the S&P 500 at 18 or whatever times earnings.
Something's got to give. I feel like I've been saying that repeatedly for like 5 months.
That's the reason why it's been
To Lisa's good point, I mean, people, whether
Han var med på anlaget.
you're positive, you want movement, and we're sort of just all exhausted by the churn as well. You know, we have a surveillance royal contributor in Cambridge.
Who is that?
Alarian.
I know, Mohammed.
On top of it, Alarian emails in and briefs us because I'm as clueless as anybody.
We're paying him for this contribution.
This is an Alarian add-on. Tom Cruise at the concert, like with Katy Perry, Lionel Rich, he did a cameo thing. He's 60, and he chooses his wingman, the new king.
Well, he's doing his own stunts as well.
I had no idea he was 60. I'm clueless.
It works out so hard, Tom.
Yeah,
That's
like
what it's all about.
You
It's
know.
not plastic surgery at all.
No, I think he works very hard. It's very hard work.
He's cut and chiseled like Michael Purvis.
Hey, Michael, thank you.
Hardly.
Michael Purvis of Talkback and Capital Advisors. Mike Wilson this morning, Morgan Stanley. Let's pick up on that note a little bit earlier.
Please.
The equity market continues to expect the best of both worlds. He goes on to say rate cuts and durable growth. We view the likelihood of both of these outcomes playing out in concert this year as low. Equities are priced for an optimistic and lower probability outcome. Bramo, Mike Wilson, earlier this morning.
My favorite imagination every Sunday night when I read these notes is how he tries to spin it in a new way, because it's basically repeating the same message. Guys, you're wrong. Guys, you're overly optimistic every single week. And yet this is the exhaustion. It's like, at what point does the data actually come out, confirm it, and then get the market reaction everyone's looking for?
Only 10 minutes into the week. Exhausted.
Sorry,
I've used that
I'll
word
bring it
about
up.
5 times
Okay, all right,
this
that's my
morning. Let's
fault.
get it together. Lebo, David Leibovitz of JP Morgan Asset Management in the next hour. Looking forward to that conversation. Your equity market on the S&P 500 positive 0.1%.
Spiser proteinpannekake.
This is Bloomberg.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says there are no good options for solving the debt limit stalemate other than Congress lifting the cap. Yellen told ABC that the White House resorting to the 14th Amendment would provoke a constitutional crisis. President Biden discusses the matter with congressional leaders on Tuesday. Near Dallas, Texas, investigators are looking into whether the man who killed 8 people at a shopping mall was interested in white supremacist ideology. Now, the 33-year-old man was killed by a police officer in the mall's parking lot. Witnesses say he was wearing a tactical vest that was jammed with ammunition. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has finished a landmark visit to South Korea. He met with President Yoon Suk-yeol and pledged to seek cooperation on high-tech goods. Kishida said the trip helped, quote, deepen the relationship of trust. The visit marked the first formal summit in Seoul between the neighbors in a dozen years. It's a holiday in the UK following the weekend coronation of King Charles III. The crowning ended Charles's 7-decade wait for the throne, and it marked a turning point for the UK and the monarchy as it tries to adapt to the current era of technological and social change. The king told a packed Westminster Abbey that he had come, quote, not to be served, but to serve. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
Halla! Halla! Tenk på det kurset. Interessert. Ja. Han er veldig pratet om det nå, så han har liksom mamma seg til det. Ja. Ja, det er dritbra. Skal jeg ringe deg i kveld, eller? Da blir han jævlig bra. Tusen hjertelig kompis. Da ringer jeg etterpå. Ha det. Kan snakke med Geir etterpå. Hva skjedde for noe nå?
Jeg kjente å varme inn stående.
Med bollene?
Ja, for jeg skulle sjekke hvis jeg kunne sitte til dem og løfte den ned under teltet. Kom! Jeg drikte av løpetøy.
Jeg trener svært lite.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m.
Hallo.
Only on Bloomberg,
Ja.
your global business authority.
Ja.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston
Hva sa
Symphony
du?
Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts,
Oh, yes.
go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays.
Men hva kom når jeg sitter og lager hylla, det?
Sponsor Bank of America.
Ja, jeg sitter helt der.
There is no way
Jeg håper det. Altså, det har ikke gått ut av kontoen ennå.
financial system and our economy other than Congress doing
Det er kjøpt og betalt, men det har ikke gått ut av kontoen ennå.
concealing and enabling
Jeg måtte fylle sånne her papirer på når det er.
and we should not get to the point where we need to consider whether the president
Men jeg snakket med dem på fredag,
debt. This would be a
og da sa de at de må bare fylle ut det skjemaet. Det er gjort.
over the weekend, the
Og
US
så har det ikke gått ut ennå.
Secretary speaking on ABC with a simple message: it's Congress's job to get it done. Live from New York City.
Man vil ha sett den. Det er skjemaet som er fylt ut for den transaksjonen.
Surveillance, and here is your price action on the equity market.
Så det går i boks, da bare...
Nice lift, trimming some of the losses on the
Ja, det er bare
week,
teit.
up on the day, down over the previous 4 days on the S&P 500 this morning.
Ja, det vet jeg ikke før etterpå.
0.1%, equity futures
Jeg venter på svar.
just slightly higher. Yields higher by a couple of basis
Ja, men det vet jeg etterpå. Men kommer du på Twitch etterpå?
78 and in the FX market positive by 0.2%.
Ja, men da sitter jeg.
The euro against the dollar, Tom, 110.43.
Konge, ha det.
Let's move on right now as we get reset here for the week. and what a week it's going to be with inflation. It's Wednesday, John, right?
Then on to PPI the day after that.
Yeah, huge deal. I think it's been underplayed in all the exhaustion over the banks, but nevertheless, here we are with the banks. We need to begin our coverage this Monday with Erica Najarian, equity research analyst, large cap banks and consumer finance at UBS. It's off your remit, Erica, but with all of what the Union Bank of Switzerland has studied in the last 2 weeks, is it all clear on these troubled banks that bounced on Friday?
Tom, there's a big difference between fundamentals and market sentiment. So fundamentally, we did see the deposit data that came out on Friday afternoon. And what the fundamentals will tell you is that there's nothing really happening to the industry that is outside the norm of what happens cyclically. In other words, you do have deposit declines when the Fed is tightening monetary policy. And when you saw the reports that came out from the stocks that have been getting hit the most, PacWest and Western Alliance, when they released information last week, there's nothing unusual happening on the deposit flow side there as well. That being said, right, the market sentiment is so that the most bearish investors are sort of looking for that next zero, if you will, right? They're thinking that this is a multi-stage crisis like the global financial crisis.
Are you going to learn more with the Senior Loan Officer Survey? When is it, John? 5 p.m. this afternoon?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. this afternoon during the surveillance nap. Erica, are you going to learn more off of the Senior Loan Officer Survey?
No, and that's because I think that loan growth is going to tighten anyway. So if you look at the Senior Loan Officer Survey from several months ago, and you pair that with company commentary during the earnings calls, right? It's pretty clear that the largest banks, the smallest banks are tightening their belt, whether or not it's rising funding costs or, it's essentially not wanting to be the last lender, heading into a recession. So my guess is that the results of the Senior Loan Officer Survey is not going to surprise me, and that it's going to say that credit supply is tightening.
Erica, are you concerned just generally about how there has been a lack of a rebound in the KBW banking index? Yes, we're looking at a rebound in some of the shares, most beaten up on a percentage basis, but still well below where they have been. Does this sort of speak to you about the lack of faith and a need for some sort of washout before investors come back?
Not necessarily. So let's separate the liquidity crisis with the cyclical investment case. So we're of the mindset that the acute
Oi sann, kom du ned? Bombe.
behind us, right?
Bombe. Det var overraskende.
Let's think about what's facing banks. I like to call it the 3 R's. There's rates and how it impacts funding costs near term. There's the probability of recession, which tightens credit supply and increases credit costs as banks anticipate a tougher time from a macro perspective. And there's regulatory in terms of the structural changes that could come out that would tighten regulation for the large regional banks.
På chartet så moving average. Jeg har ikke VWAP her. Ellers hadde jeg brukt det også.
Community is hesitant to step in. That being said, I think the price action from last week actually spurred a lot of long-only calls. I'm not sure if they're necessarily buying right now, but it certainly feels like they're sharpening their pencils, thinking that all of those things that I just mentioned are now discounted into the share prices.
That said, Erica, there's a bigger question around the business model of some of these regional banks.
Ja, 50, stemmer.
Put out a number of charts over the weekend talking about how banks with less than $250 billion in assets, the smaller banks, account for 50% of all commercial and industrial loans and about 70% of all commercial real estate loans outstanding. Is this a proper business
Det her er demokonto, ikke sant? Jeg har ekte penger der, for jeg har demokonto for å vise dere. Pengene mine er på en sånn VPS-konto i London, så den er på her, gjennom MetaTrader. Så jeg bruker bare TD3-sektor for å vise dere hvor jeg handler den.
Banks are essentially 16% of all business lending. So I'm including the debt markets, I'm including private credit. So banks, including JP Morgan and Bank of America, plus those banks that you mentioned, are 16% of the credit supply to commercial industrial loans. So keep that in mind. And the other part on the commercial real estate, it's something
Hvilke domener har du?
But if you think about it, that is the business model that serves the small and medium-sized enterprises in the United States. Because at the end of the day, if you're a shop around
Blockchain
the
gaming
corner or
service.
you're,
Ja, kult navn, da.
widget factory, say in North Carolina, sometimes your community bank or your regional
Men det var
bank
jævla
closest
langt.
to your need. You could have a 3-story,
Du må jo ha veikart for å klare å huske åssen i helvete du skriver det.
again, your local regional bank may be the best that fulfills that need.
But Erica, you raise a really interesting point. Are you saying that people in the market are overstating and incorrectly representing the role of small banks in the U.S. economy, and they actually have a much smaller footprint and frankly are much less necessary than a lot of people put out there?
They're not much less necessary at all, right? Because
Jeg har et jævla kult domene.
that market share I gave you is based on dollars, right? And
Som jeg tror jeg kommer til å miste det, garantert.
It's certainly going to be a bigger dollar, right? And that's why that share is, as I stated. But just because those small businesses are
Jeg har et jævla domene som garantert kommer til å bli tatt. Jeg har teslasmartphone.com.
So yes, I think
Tesla smartphone.
the smaller banks in the United States that lend to local real estate and local businesses are a key part of the U.S. economy.
Erica, thank you. We have to leave it there. Just wonderful as always. Erica Najarian there of UBS on the financials right now. Fantastic job from the team here at Bloomberg over the weekend. The S&P Financials Index sitting right on top, Tom, of the 2007 peak. That would make it 16 years of just nothing. No returns whatsoever from that index.
And it's so important, that phrase, just nothing.
Og så er teslasmartpad.com. Den er kul. Den er kul. Elon, so sorry. I love you. You got to pay me $3 million.
He made clear this weekend he has a mystery about how you own the small banks.
He was pretty clear-cut about it. He basically said that it was mismanagement from the very top and that they absolutely did not handle things well. They shouldn't have been making some of the loans. The whole idea of no interest for 10 years.
Jeg kan si til Elon, du kan få meg gratis mot at jeg forvalter litt penger for deg. Jeg skal halvparten av køtten.
Well, never mind the banks. You know what I was thinking of when that chart was put forward around the internet and on Bloomberg over the weekend? It took 15 years, around about 15 years for the financials to recover from the 2007 peak and a drop off thereafter. What about the internet names in 99-2000? How long did that take?
Når tenker du å kjøpe dere det? Jeg kunne gjort det mange ganger. Men her nede kanskje? Her nede kanskje?
But if you're not in those subsets, think JP Morgan is dominant.
Jeg lever I troa.
Next. What about the bust of last year? The bust of last year for some of these major names. Do we face, and I think this is what the likes of Michael Schall and Marketfield, who sits around this table often, is trying to get his hands around. Do we face another decade of very minimal returns because of what's blown up over the last 12 months?
That was the headline from Buffett's, soiree. I'm not a fan of the soiree, full disclosure, but Mr. Buffett made clear, John, he's in that camp where he's worried about the next decade out. I don't want to give an opinion off that, but that's clearly what we heard from the gentleman.
It's part of the conversation. On your equity market on the S&P 500, positive 0.1%. Coming up, Manus Cranny sitting down with Brian Armstrong, the CEO of Coinbase, over in Dubai, I believe. That conversation coming up shortly. From New York City, big week ahead, CPI just around the corner. A little bit later this week. This is Bloomberg.
Her er Tesla smartphone. Ja, helt domene. I own it.
Hvor har du soppene?
Mm.
Skal du ha brus?
Ja, han smaker dritt, den brusen.
Nei. Skal du ha den?
Han smaker dritt.
Det er den beste. Hvorfor har du ikke bare soppene? Jævla deilig.
Hvorfor har du ikke?
Soppen bare ute.
Den er jo revna, jo, mann.
Ja, ingen tenker over det. Det er kult å ha ute. Å, den er god, ass. Mye bedre enn Pepsi.
So what's the best investment advice you've ever been given by anybody?
The compound interest, the compounding of returns is an incredible miracle of business, finance, and human existence. Everything you learn is additive every day, and if you keep at it and don't quit, it's an incredible miracle. And it's not just interest. It was always said about compound interest returns, compound business returns, compound human returns. They're all very additive because you learn every day. And if you keep at it, it's very, very helpful.
In your observation of investors, what do you think is the biggest mistake that average investors make?
Selling at the wrong time.
And they sell when the prices go down?
Yes. Or yes. Not keeping, look, people have conviction, or they invest for if they invest for the right reasons, just keep at it.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
Live from New York City, welcome to the program on TV and radio this Monday morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Here's a flavour of the price action for you on the S&P 500. 4-day losing streak on the S&P into Friday. We snapped that on Friday's session with a decent day of gains, trimming a weekly loss down just a touch after a solid payrolls report in America. This morning, here's your follow-through. Positive 0.1% on the S&P 500. The Nasdaq virtually unchanged. Going through the week, onto Wednesday, US CPI. Onto Thursday, US PPI. A little bit later on this afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey. Much anticipated. Look out for that a little bit later. In the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, 2-year looks like this. Even with the move higher on Friday, we were down on the week a touch on a 2-year. Still sub 4% with a lift this morning of 4 basis points, 395.55. And Tom, just to round things out in the FX market, the euro against the dollar. Euro dollar. Bramo said it was a snooze all week, and she was right. It closed on the week. Totally unchanged last week. This morning, Tom, slightly firmer, 110.43.
Inversion's a little bit easier as well. I'm looking at the 3-month, 10-year spread, and it comes up a little bit less inversion at 183 basis points. Make that 180 basis points. We'll monitor that through the week. Right now, he's one of the clearest speakers within the Bitcoin crypto world. He's a gentleman from Rice University with one of the toughest dual majors in the country, economics and computer science from Rice, and he's made a go of it at his Coinbase. In conversation now with our Manus Cranny, Brian Armstrong. Manus?
Tom and team, a very good morning to you. Yes, a highly educated gentleman, co-founder, and he leads the Coinbase organization. You're right, Tom. It is Brian Armstrong. Welcome to Bloomberg. Good to see you.
Thank
in
you.
Dubai.
Yes.
The flow show. I'm usually on the road tracking bank flows, but I want you to explain to me how liquidity in crypto world looks, as they look to be in the past 24 hours. A little bit of a shudder at Binance. I know you don't want to talk about them. Talk to me about liquidity. What's the flow show like in your world at the moment?
Yeah, well, as you said, I don't want to touch on any other companies in the space, but I can tell you from Coinbase's point of view, we had a great quarter. We just released our Q1 earnings. We did see net inflows in that regard, and so we also saw revenue was up and costs were down. We had a positive adjusted EBITDA quarter. So I think from that point of view, it was a turning point for us in this down market. We were able to generate adjusted positive EBITDA.
That is the perfect CEO answer. But have you cut costs to the bone?
We've cut them quite a lot. We've had actually a really big cultural shift, which I've driven along with our CFO and our COO president. We've cut headcount in January. We've reduced our real estate footprint. We looked really hard at each of our top 5 vendor spends, and we had to rebuild some of our architecture to use CPU and data storage more efficiently in the cloud. So we have a new kind of moment here around operational efficiency at Coinbase.
Okay, in terms of last year's narrative was crypto is the inflation hedge. Now I've got people telling me crypto is my security against an unsafe banking system. Do you buy that? Do you have any demonstrative evidence of flow that as a result of SVB, First Republic, and the other impending moments of angst, that you have a material inflow from that debacle?
So look, I think Bitcoin is up about 70% year to date, and so a lot of people
Bitcoin tryner nå da.
backwards, and you always have to come up with something.
That's why I want you to cast forward.
Well, look, I'm never going to make a forward-looking projection of what the crypto prices are going to do. I think zooming out
I wonder why.
is really important for the world as a way to update the financial system. And the financial system is slow. The traditional financial system, it's slow, it's expensive, there's not equal access for everybody. And so people are looking for alternatives in the wake of these bank failures, and they're thinking more about how crypto can update the financial system. So from that point of view, I'm long, I'm bullish. Coinbase is going to help that transition happen in the world, and whatever is going to happen in any particular quarter or year, that's not for me to say.
We are pegged to the US dollar, the Yankee, the greenback, but is the US dollar coin now de facto the reserve cryptocurrency?
Well, I mean, the US dollar is
a big part of your earnings.
Yeah, the US dollar is still the reserve currency of the world. Obviously, we have a material revenue generation moment with USD coin, and we'd like to create stable coins that work with other fiat currencies in the world as well. I think it's going to be interesting to see how that evolves over the next 10, 20 years, right? Because we're increasingly living in a multipolar world where the euro and the yuan, and now increasingly maybe Bitcoin or other things could happen over a long enough time frame. But in the short run, I don't think the dollar's reserve currency status is going anywhere.
You're in Dubai. I know you're talking about regulators. We'll talk a little bit more about this later on the podium. But in terms of expansion beyond the US, don't worry, I'll get to Gary Gensler in a moment. Beyond the US, what is your ambition? How big can we be in the UAE in your space?
Well, Coinbase, our mission is to increase economic freedom in the world. So that means we really need to do that in many, many countries. Obviously, we started in the US and took a very compliance-focused approach and became a listed company there, and that's been a big piece of our revenue still. But we've increasingly expanded into other major markets around the world. Now what we're doing is we're looking for a home to set up an international hub that could serve the long tail of countries in the world, the Middle East, Africa, maybe parts of Asia as well. And from that point of view, the UAE is very attractive. I mean, the UAE deserves a ton of credit. They're the first country in the world I'm aware of that created a dedicated new regulator to crypto, and they've published a clear rule book, and it's very business forward and protecting of consumers.
But are they ahead by a country mile here relative to the UK and relative to the US?
Well, I would say they are ahead of where the U.S. is. The EU has actually published comprehensive crypto legislation already. The UK is on their way there, but I would say the UAE their approach has been more forward-thinking than the U.S. so far.
So we spoke to your CFO, you're the CEO, the Wells Notice. Everybody, is sort of digging around for news here, and I sat down and thought, what is this Wells Notice? Is it an Armageddon moment potentially for Coinbase in the United States of America?
I think this moment is really an opportunity for us to finally get some regulatory clarity in the United States. And we're happy to do that, by the way. I think it's a great role for us to play in the industry and for America.
You're going head-to-head with the SEC.
Well, that's true. I mean, look, we don't relish the opportunity to be in litigation with one of our primary regulators. We've sought out
jeg tror det. Det kommer til å svinge alle veier frem til klokken 2:30.
We created our own best practices to evaluate, over 1,000 assets, and we rejected 80% of them. The 200 or 20% that we list, we believe are commodities, and there's been no clear rule book. And so if we receive a Wells Notice, I feel like we have a duty to push back and go seek case law that will help bring this clarity to the U.S.
I mean, I fiddled around with this question for about 2 hours. SEC, CFTC. What is the question you asked the CEO? And here's the question. Are these regulators still fit for purpose?
Well, I think there's certainly a role, yes, because crypto is many things. Crypto has commodities. Crypto has some that are securities. We don't list them, but there are some out there. We think there should be a robust, healthy market for that. There's also stable coins, which are more like currencies. There's artwork, with NFTs. And so crypto is going to have a number of different regulators. It probably is going to need new legislation to be passed in the U.S. And the good news is there's broad bipartisan support in Congress for that exactly to happen.
Can you see a day where you go, look, troops out, I'm gone from the U.S.?
We're not going to leave the U.S. We do have a choice of where to invest our dollars around the world in any given moment, but we're not going to leave the U.S. It's an important market, and the good thing about the U.S. is there's rule of law, and so we do reach the right outcome eventually.
Now you've got a new license in Bermuda, and what goes through my mind there is, are you going head-to-head with Coinbase in Bermuda? You can do a lot more and a lot more scale in Bermuda. What is the objective there? Is it to go head-to-head with CZ?
No, so it's international expansion. Bermuda.
That's a very broad term, Brian.
Well, that's true. I mean, we want to have coverage broadly around the world. Bermuda is a great region to sort of serve the Western Hemisphere, if you will, outside of the U.S. But we also are very interested in the UAE to serve this part of the world. I think there's great access to not just the Middle East, but Africa, other parts of Asia, and so the UAE has been very business forward, and we're.
Det kommer att vara dött till USA åpner.
The institutional side of the business is where I want to get your sense. When we were sitting over there, we were chatting about the ETF, the approval of the ETF. I mean, is that the turnkey moment? Is that the Goldilocks moment for you on the institutional side of the business? What would that mean for you if that gets regulated?
Well, if an ETF were to be approved in crypto, which it probably should be, by the way, that would drive a lot of new capital inflow from institutions. I think that would be very good for the world. For our business in particular, I mean, there's a lot of things that we're doing in the institutional space. We have 25 of the top 100 hedge funds in the world are customers of Coinbase Prime, our prime brokerage for institutions. We also have seen a lot of inflows, and I mean, frankly, we also purchased One River Asset Management, so we now have an asset management business we're developing in the institutional space.
So you've got skin in that institutional game. Are you actively now wanting to build out bigger institutional capacity?
Absolutely. I mean, we have an amazing institutional business. I think it's the best in the world in crypto. We're going to keep growing that, but we're also going to grow the retail side.
So this is full bull story. Come on, there's got to be something that caused you to flinch at night.
I mean, I think
the banks. No, not bothered about the banks.
A healthy degree of paranoia is always good for every CEO. You always want to be rigorous, but I mean, the bank situation. Actually, I think Coinbase is in a pretty good place here. There certainly was, there were some bank failures in the U.S. and we have about 5 different banks that we were working with in the U.S. 2 of them had issues. We've now kind of reestablished back the level of redundancy that we would like to see in the U.S. But Coinbase, we work with some of the biggest banks in the world, GSIBs, and so I think we're in a healthy place on that. But we need to make sure we're vigilant on that.
Brian, it's always good to have a healthy little bit of bounce in your step. Brian Armstrong there, the co-founder, the CEO of Coinbase. We're going to go on stage. It's a much gentler ride on stage.
Good.
Don't worry about that. Brian Armstrong, our guest today from the UAE, to the surveillance team in New York. Good morning.
Hey, Manus, good morning to you. Thank you, buddy. Manus just trying to make sure that his guest doesn't run away. End of the panel conversation a little bit later.
I've been in the same position, John. You do a chit chat interview, and then you're going to go up on a stage, and you got to do further chit chat. And
hey, sequencing is important. You do the warm fuzzy stuff on stage, and then you slap them around in a proper news conversation afterwards.
He mentioned.
I'm sorry, you thought we were friends.
He mentioned exactly. He mentioned the cost cutting that they're going through. Let's remind ourselves we've enjoyed this stock from 350 down to 58. And, it's trading in I'll call it a range of 50 to 70, 50 to 80 as well. But they're reinventing themselves. And to me, the crux of this, John, is they're basically being kicked out of America. Maybe that's too inflammatory. But Gensler's saying, this is difficult. I'm not sure where this is going.
Manus asked a delicate question that he didn't want to answer. Elisa, is the regulator fit for purpose? I think a lot of people have an opinion on that at the moment.
Especially whether or not they want to legitimize this asset class. Meanwhile, remember when we were talking about how this asset class was a symptom of the froth that was built up over the past, 10 years, et cetera. And now kind of it's coming back again. It's sort of this muddle that we're in that just continues throughout 2023.
Your latest sport update coming up next with Ian Shepardson of Pantheon Macroeconomics. You just know TK is going to mention something about Newcastle. We'll try and ask him about the Federal Reserve and the recent data as well. On the S&P 500, positive 0.1%. Just a reminder for the calendar for the week ahead. Wednesday CPI, Thursday PPI, a little bit later on this afternoon, the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey. Look out for that from the Fed. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
You don't put an Aston Villa.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says there's no good alternative to Congress lifting the debt cap. She also told ABC that the use of the 14th Amendment would spark a constitutional crisis. President Biden is scheduled to meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and other congressional leaders tomorrow to discuss the debt ceiling. A new poll shows President Biden's approval rating hitting a career low. It also shows him trailing Donald Trump in early voter preferences for next year's election. According to the ABC News Washington Post poll, only 36% of those surveyed approve of President Biden's performance, and the former president leads him 44-38. Russia reportedly has at least 300,000 troops inside Ukraine. That's according to Ukraine's defense minister, who told the Washington Post that his country's pending counteroffensive is being overestimated. And one reason, he said, is the large Russian troop numbers. Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz and France's President Emmanuel Macron reportedly plan a charm offensive. According to a German newspaper, the goal is to reset the relationship following criticism that ties have crumbled. Macron is said to be planning a state visit to Germany in July. And in Saudi Arabia, the economy expanded at a slower pace in the first quarter of 2023. That was due to the oil sector, which grew at its lowest rate in more than a year. Saudi GDP rose an annual 3.9% in the first 3 months. That compares with 5.5% in the previous quarter. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
For the first, call it 18 years at Chipotle, this was you come into Chipotle along the line, you interact with the crew, and you customize your meal. We've got this separate make line, and it's digitized, and so the orders come in, and they're really kind of staged so that if you say at noon, I want to come in at 1 o'clock, we hold that order, and we will send it to the crew like maybe 10 to 1,
Right.
So it's ready right when you pull up your car.
How do you manage these kind of two different staffing needs, right? And
Yes.
making sure you have the right amount of people
Yes.
at the right time.
We spend a lot of time projecting sales. A lot of it is, it's part art, part science. We're trying to bring more science and more AI into it. Because if you get the right sales projection, then you know exactly what your staffing needs to be. So if you get the sales right, you can get the entire restaurant staffed perfectly. With just a couple people, our average restaurant now does about over $1 million per restaurant in digital sales.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
This is 12 reports in a row that Wall Street has been surprised to the upside. Guys, maybe you should change your model a little bit. That's 12 in a row. That's never happened as far as the chart I saw today. So this is a very tight labor market. It's going to take a while to cool it off. And I think we have to be patient on that dimension.
Jim Bullard of the St. Louis Fed often tunes into Bloomberg Surveillance. This was exactly the conversation we were having with Mike McKee just last week. On the day that payrolls comes out, we've had upside surprise after upside surprise going all the way back to last April for the March payrolls report of 2022. TK, from there on the day the jobs report has come out relative to estimates, we've just had a series of upside surprises which continued through Friday.
To our team working through the weekend, that was a perfect shot to play. What if we get a Bullard Fed? What if we get a market that reacts to a Bullard Fed? And that's where the short-term paper begins to go from, say, LIBOR 530. SOFR, I think, is 5.04. Bring them up 50 basis points. That's what Bullard's saying. Make that short-term paper market even tighter.
The reaction and function of this Federal Reserve has shifted somewhat. There is a belief now that the bar for subsequent hikes is now higher than it was maybe a couple of months ago. Lisa, it's going to be more than just about the persistence of the data. You'll need the bank stress to fade over the next couple of months to reintroduce this concept, I think.
Without a doubt. I mean, that's the discrepancy, right, that we're seeing with rate hikes, rate cuts, I should say, priced into the market versus economic data that has surprised to the upside at the fastest pace going back more than a year. If you look at the Bloomberg Economic Index that tracks this. So at what point
Jeg solgte en tredjedel penger
some sort of consensus consolidate around the banking stress either going away or remaining sort of dominant in this narrative?
A June decision is just really tough. You've got the bank stress on top of the debt ceiling mess. On top of the fact that this is basically what you implied in the previous dot plot, which was 5.1% and then pause. TK, for a June hike, you'd have to believe the bar is pretty high.
And they're going to get... No, I don't. I just need to wait for the data. I'm data dependent. I think the jobs report that we're going to see, I'm looking right now. I'm getting out there. I didn't feed my Bloomberg mouse this weekend. It's not going as fast as it could. Anyways,
what are you after?
Early June. Early June. There's a jobs day. Can you imagine if we get a jobs day like what we got on Friday?
Yeah, I don't think that's sufficient.
Yeah.
I don't think that's sufficient for another hike.
I don't know.
Because of the banking stress.
Precisely.
Exactly to that point, which is the reason why the market ignores whatever they say that could potentially fuel the argument for a rate hike or no rate cuts, and they just focus on what confirms their narrative.
But I'm with you. If you go a few weeks without a failed bank, then the market's going to change its attitude towards the economic data. I mean, we've gone about 1 week today. Let's try and go another week. And Tom, then the data takes on more importance.
Yes.
And when you look at the totality of the data, whatever that means, the weight of where the focus should be will shift somewhat away from financial stress and back towards traditional indicators. But I go back to that line from Brett Ryan at Deutsche Bank. We've lost that hiking feeling, or rather they've lost that hiking feeling. That seems to be the conclusion for a lot of people on the street right now around the Federal Reserve.
I think Bullard said it best. They're completely divided. There's a whole group out there. And, I'd really listen to some of the people working very hard to think through stability here or a higher, more persistent rate regime. The key sentence I heard from Mr. Bullard is it's going to take a while. And that's that x-axis moving out. We talked to Randall Krosner about that on Friday. The heart of the matter is, okay, maybe there's a job vector that gets you to rate cuts. Maybe there's this, maybe there's that. But the market wants it, say, middle of July, August description. What if it's October? Or dare I say January of next year, where everything is more gradual to get to where the market is.
So here's 2 quotes for you, Tom, both from Bank of America, one from Mike Gapin, another from Ethan Harris. They work closely with each other. This was from Mike Gapin. I think this contributes to the conversation that you're having, Tom, at the moment. It's difficult to argue the labour market cooled. The report reinforces upside risk to the near-term monetary policy path. The hike in June cannot be ruled out. Mike Gapin on a similar page to you, Tom. This is what Ethan Harris has got to say. There has been only limited progress in bringing global inflation down with almost no real pain, while investors are trying to look towards a more normal period ahead. Ethan goes on to say, first, the rebalancing actually needs to happen. There are some people, Lisa, out there pushing back at the moment.
Well, they're pushing back and we're not seeing it in the pricing. And what people will say, the reason why you're still seeing rate cuts priced into the market is because people are having these tail risks, right? Either something will happen catastrophic that we can't foresee, and the Fed will be forced to cut by 100 basis points or 200 basis points like that. And other people saying, well, there's a good chance that they're going to have to stay where they are or even hike further. I just keep going back to economic data that keeps surprising to the upside, to inflation that has remained stickier. We saw that employment wage component continue to surprise to the upside in the labor market data. At what point do we end up sort of second guessing, Tom, this idea of whether perhaps we're being a little too flippant about the weakness and the imminent doom that some people talk about all the time?
We discuss the dynamics right now. Let's get to it with Ian Shepherdson, Chief Economist, Pantheon Macroeconomics. Ian, how have you adjusted your American economic call over the weekend?
No, I haven't. I mean, the headline payroll number Friday was quite startling, but the revisions were also startling, and they were all to the downside. So, stepping back from the noise, look at the trend. Payroll growth has been slowing kind of relentlessly for the last couple of years. We've kind of lost that post-COVID catch-up hiring, which was generating numbers like 600,000 a month, and now the trend is less than 200,000, and it's slowing pretty consistently. And most of the leading indicators suggest it will slow further. And also, just bear in mind, history tells you, if you look at the last few US economic cycles, we go from 200,000 a month and everyone's saying, everything's fine, to, oh, zero, how did that happen? Usually in 3 to 6 months. It tends to happen fairly quickly when the turn comes, and I do think that we're kind of on the verge of that now.
So do you think that right now we are on the verge of an immaculate disinflation, a sort of soft landing that a lot of people are talking about, I believe yourself included, or do you think that there is something more pernicious under the surface, especially with the Fed holding rates where they are?
Yeah, I mean, before SVB went down, I was very much of the dodging the recession and getting inflation down, pretty great scenario story. But I do think that the tightening of credit conditions in the wake of the bank failures is going to be a very big deal. Small businesses are already squawking about it. The NFIB, the Small Business Survey, is at recession levels already, and it was there before the banking crisis. And so I'm very nervous about what it's going to show in the next couple of months in terms of credit conditions. And, small companies employ more than half the workforce. They do an awful lot of capital spending. They carry a lot of inventory, and all those things are going to become much more difficult, much more expensive for them. So I can see a real kind of bifurcation now where the large corporate sector does okay, but the small business sector, which is kind of hidden from view most of the time, is really going to struggle in the wake of this bank tightening because they're just captives of their banks, effectively, most small companies, and it's going to be a much more difficult environment. So now, unfortunately, I think a mild recession is the most likely outcome.
Do you think that we're overestimating or underestimating the role that small banks play in the U.S. economy?
Oh, I think it's almost impossible to overestimate because they account for well over half of all the lending to commercial real estate. They account for about half of all the lending to commercial industrial companies. And for a lot of small businesses, very small companies in particular, they're just captives of the bank. The bank is the only source of external finance apart from the owner's pocket. And when banks are raising credit standards, they're raising spreads, they're raising credit scores, they're making it more difficult to get asset finance, more difficult to get working capital. It has a very profound impact on the ability of the small business sector to continue to operate. So, of course, we get very little data. Most of the data we get is whole economy numbers or big company surveys or big company data that we get through earnings reports and all the rest of it. But if you really look below the hood at what's going on in the small business sector, there's some very alarming trends there already. Their capital spending intentions are rolling over. Their own perceptions of credit tightness jumped dramatically in the wake of SVB going down. And we get more information on that tomorrow. It's not going to be good. And it's very easy to kind of ignore them because it's so much easier to focus on the large corporate sector. But most people work for small companies.
Ian, big question. It's all we want to know from you. Were you at the game this weekend?
I wasn't, no. Just good for my nerves.
They lost, Tom.
I saw
to
it.
Arsenal.
I watched.
I saw that too.
I see, what I don't understand is that Newcastle's the only place where they all take their tops off.
Doesn't matter what the weather is.
It doesn't matter what the weather
Freezing
is.
cold.
Can you just see Shepherdson there? I can see him,
Ian's a hooligan.
It was very warm yesterday.
40 degrees, 5 rows up. Shepherdson's 5 rows up naked by the
Ian's a
half.
hooligan. Ian Shepherdson of Pantheon Macroeconomics. Ian, thank you. I can tell you a story. I think I've told you this before. Boxing Day, day after Christmas. It was Newcastle West Brom. That's a team in the Midlands. Freezing cold. Absolutely freezing cold. Newcastle fans behind the goal at the one end. Tops off. Tops off. Just seriously, they are some of the toughest fans out there. And they turn out in force for every single game. It's so impressive.
The experts on NBC, thank you for your great coverage. I hate when it's on Peacock, but not to get into that sidetrack. But John, what I find interesting here is it right that big money took over Newcastle?
Some Saudi money.
They're ahead of schedule.
They're being responsible. Yeah. They're not throwing it around in the way that maybe Chelsea did 20 years ago, Manchester City over the last decade. They've been responsible about that so far. Not to get stuck in something we shouldn't be talking about.
Somebody emails.
God forbid.
Somebody emails in.
That.
No, we never do
Somebody emails in and says, how much beer are they drinking at Newcastle to stay warm?
Fair bit of ale, Tom. David Leibovitz of JP Morgan up next.
nurturing also can come from men, and it's one of the qualities, I guess, that you found in your mentors that also pushed you up. Do we need even more nurturing post-pandemic? Is the way that we talk with employees going to change?
I think talent becomes the single biggest differentiator of a successful entity versus an unsuccessful entity. So you've got to do everything possible to hire, train, retain, put your arms around talent. I mean, you've really got to focus on your talent. In the past, it's always been give them money, show them that they have an upward mobility and can make even more money, and that's the only reason people come to work. I think post-pandemic, we're seeing more and more people say, I have to worry about me as a person. I have to worry about my family. I want to worry about my well-being, my mental health. So we've got to start encompassing people as holistic humans as opposed to a tool of the trade, which means that we have to engage with them head, heart, and hands, not just head and hands. The heart has to be engaged. So we have to show more empathy, show that we care, that they're citizens of the community, they're members of the family, and all of those have to come into consideration as we help an executive or an employee be an employee and be a person of the community and the family. The stakes are higher.
Lots happening on Wall Street.
I'm quite encouraged. The center is holding.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insights.
A lot of these areas still have very, very good valuations.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
It's knocking it out of the ballpark.
Now's not a great time to be speculative. It's time for a pivot.
We're talking about a significant hit to our standard of living.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live tonight, with replays all weekend on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
From New York City,
in London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching. You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars. We're very far away from what these job market reports need to start to look like.
We keep printing lots of jobs. People have got jobs, they got money, they go out and they spend.
We just think that this market remains fragile and vulnerable, and we're looking for another 5% or so pullback from here.
The U.S. is settling down while the world is holding up a bit.
12 months from now, we think the Fed is aggressively cutting rates.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Let's get your week started. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on TV.
Ja, Halvor, det går litt opp og ned der, men det er litt sånn... Egentlig helt flatt, ass.
Another big week ahead, TK. CPI just around the corner.
Kunne ha dekket shorten 3-4 ganger, kunne gått long 3-4 ganger. Det er liksom... Det er litt som skjer, frem til USA åpner.
I agree with your take that this afternoon really matters, but I've got to be focused on inflation. What I'm hearing off of the shock of Friday's jobs report, everybody starting with Governor Krosner on Fridays moving out their x-axis. We heard it from Bullard in the last hour as he talked to the Minnesota people. And the bottom line here, John, is that inflation report, it's been underplayed in all the bank exhaustion we have. Guess what? Wednesday matters.
Are you suggesting it won't be too long before we're talking about hikes again in June?
I'm suggesting that the rate cut mantra is in full swing, and boy, was there a pause at 8:30 on Friday.
The data's pushed back against that. Stuart Kaiser of Citi had this to say over the weekend. Markets were risk-off for the week, but we are very surprised by the rally on payrolls. Lisa, investors seem happier about not bad growth data than concerned about hawkish wages.
I would agree with that. And that was a surprising response to economic data that was better than expected, because we have seen over the past few months, people then were worried about rate hikes, further rate hikes, the Fed going further. The Fed doesn't seem to be back on the table in any way. People basically saying, well, the banking stress will take care of that. And good news is good news. So at what point do we get the Fed come back into play? Or is this the new reality that basically we're going to have rates stay where they are for a prolonged period of time and the economy will continue to surprise to the upside?
Have we taken care of the bank stress? $10 name. Pac West last Monday dropped hard through the week. Right now in the pre-market, $7.60, Tom.
As a general rule on a single, below $10 stock, the media loves to focus singularly on percent change. And I just think it's got to be more sophisticated than that. And the answer is, I don't know if you got this chart in the control room, Talia, bring it up if you can. She crafted this brilliant chart which shows the resistance, John, that they've got to get through here going 7, 8, 9, 10 and such. They're nowhere near breaking through the resistance of the last 7 days or so. On radio, it's simple. It's 1 price decline, 2 price declines, 3 price declines. Yeah, Friday pop up.
We had this experience, Tom, in the Eurozone in the debt crisis. You had the Greek banking names.
Yes.
They became so low in price, you just stopped quoting percentage change.
Yeah, well, that's what adults do. They don't quote percentage change, but the answer is that feeds the emotion. It sells newspapers.
You know what adults do? They quote Dow points, Bramo. Don't forget it.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Hey, 3 of them may leave Minnesota manufacturing and mining. They're talking about it may leave the Dow.
Wow.
Which would be...
Pushed or jumped?
Pushed would be it. A lot like John Anaconda Copper a few years ago.
Yeah, good story that.
We're crushing it.
Let's go straight to the market. Equity futures on the S&P 500 up by 0.16%. Yields are higher by a couple of basis points. Lisa, 346.16 on a 10-year.
Today we're fully trained on 2 p.m. That is when the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey from the Federal Reserve will be released. And then people will come up with reasons not to care about it. I will just say, pre-market trading, PacWest shares surging 32% and Comerica shares surging 7%. Look, they're still pretty deeply depressed, to Tom and John's point, but we are seeing a little bit of a rebound this morning.
PacWest går som av fan.
Optimism around that sector. Tuesday, tomorrow, U.S. President Joe Biden is meeting with congressional leadership, Mitch McConnell, as well as Kevin McCarthy. Debt ceiling. Why are we not talking more about it? It seems like it's a problem.
This is big meetings tomorrow.
This is, yes, and this is a really important meeting. How much consensus can they come to, especially if Janet Yellen is correct and we run out of money on June 1st? And then on Wednesday, we do get CPI, followed by PPI on Thursday. Do we care if it's an upside surprise? With the wage data, we got an upside surprise in the data on Friday, and people didn't seem to care that much, maybe a little on the margins, but it really hasn't shaken the underpinnings of the market.
It's not Europe, but they care. I'm sorry. I know we've gone from 8, 9% down to 5%. That's not like Germany. It's not like the United Kingdom, but still, these rates are totally unacceptable. They care about the dynamics.
With us around the table, David Leibovitz, the global market strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. David, good morning to you.
Morning.
How long before we're talking about a June hike again?
So it's interesting, and the point that I think you all were discussing prior to the break, I think is really what investors need to focus on, which is everybody's expecting that the Fed is done. Everybody's expecting that the Fed is going to start cutting rates at some point in the back half of this year. If you think about where the risk lies relative to that view, it very much lies to the upside, right? So the risk here is that people find themselves flat-footed. I would agree with you on the inflation point. The rate of inflation is entirely too high. Not to mention Powell's favorite indicator continues to trend higher, right, which nobody's really talking about. And so, is the Fed going to do 4, 5, 6 more 25 basis point hikes? Probably not, but if you're thinking about a portfolio and you're thinking about what could give the market jitters going forward, I think it very much lies in that upside risk around the Fed doing more than the market expects. That could even be staying on hold, given the way futures are priced today, but again, very much view the risk as being to the upside.
Equity leadership, where does it come from, if that's your backdrop?
So I think, the interesting thing that we've spent a lot of time talking to clients about is, back in March when we started to see stress in the banking system, why aren't equities going down? And the answer was the 10-year fell 50 basis points, and that boosted all of the tech names, and that allowed the S&P 500 to keep its head above water. I don't think you're going to see the market broadly, do particularly well in that environment because the big heavyweights in the market are just too sensitive to the overall movement of rates. And so I think what you end up seeing is kind of a nowhere market, right, where the average stock arguably starts doing a little bit better, maybe some utilities, healthcare, staples, but tech's not going to lead us out of this hole if the risk to rates is to the upside.
I want you to talk about this because you're going into institutional and high net worth people and they're scared, you know what? The bottom line here is the rest of the market, as witnessed by the SPX, has come out of a brutal bear market in October, and it's made back a huge part of that loss. I think that's underplayed by people addicted to covering Apple every 15 minutes, breathless. Do you look at this as the bottom of a market in October and we're climbing out of it into a positive return for everything else besides Apple?
So I think at the end of the day, the problem with saying that October was the low, it reminds me of people telling me that June was the low, right, in the middle of last year. And we had priced in a recession because the median decline, excuse me, is 25% peak to trough. And we did that, right? So we priced it in. But let's talk about the growth data. Let's talk about the jobs report. I mean, this is not an economy that is anywhere close to being in recession, in our view. When you look across the board, I don't think we necessarily set a new low, but we could arguably retest those existing lows at some time before the end of the year.
So is good news again?
I think good news right now, it's an interesting question because the market has shifted its focus away from inflation and back to growth. And on the one hand, that's allowed the negative correlation between stocks and bonds to take hold again. And so market performance this year has very much been better. But I worry that if the inflation data doesn't cool off, then good news becomes bad news because it means that the Fed is going to have to do more. So we're in this kind of weird nebulous state today where it just doesn't seem to us like investors broadly are accurately pricing in the risks around monetary policy that we see on the horizon.
If there is another bank failure or another bank jitter that emerges, does the data matter about inflation, or do people basically discount the Fed no matter what?
So I think that's the problem, and that's what's happening today, is that people are saying, look what's going on in the banking space. It looks and feels and smells like something we may have seen before. The Fed's going to have to go on hold. But, again, I would make the point that banks fail every single year. Right? It's just not usually the 16th largest bank by assets. And that's what really caught people's attention. And so, I think we could see continued stress in the banking system broadly, but very much at the lower end as we work through some of these COVID excesses and we work through the duration mismatch that we know exists today. I'm not sure that we're out of the woods, but I do think that the big booms have probably been heard.
I don't want to get in trouble with Mr. Diamond. He hangs on your every word. But the bottom line is, are we going to see a banking roll-up in this country? Keep J.P. Morgan out of it. Are we going to see a banking roll-up in this country?
Well, I think what's interesting that really ties back to the structure of the U.S. banking system, right, which is much more fragmented than what you see in other parts of the world. And so arguably that caters more to M&A activity than would be the case in some place like Europe. I think it would be premature to say that we've seen the end of consolidation in banking.
He read, that's like when Powell's in his press conference reading off the piece of paper. David did absolutely nailed that.
I'm pleased you mentioned the bank failures and how much more regular they are relative to how much they get talked about. The FDIC has got a nice little table. You can access it easily on Google.
Blir dere kjøre en hedge her nå?
2017, 8
Det
banks
skjer jo ikke dritt. Det går sakte
failed. I
oppover.
don't remember talking about it in 2017. 2024 went under. 2019, 4 went under. There's a reason, and you pointed it out. They're that much bigger this time around. And there seems to be a feeling that perhaps that can bleed into...
Vi venter litt til, for det er liksom ikke noe ordentlig retning
Do you
etter
have those
ennå.
fears that we do get that credit crunch ultimately, and that's why you shouldn't be pricing in higher rates off the back of this robust data, because ultimately the banks are going to take care of it?
Derfor ikke jeg liker å trade før klokka 3:30 når USA åpner. For det er ikke noe volum her.
In credit conditions, but I think the mistake that people are making is they hear the word bank and they think 2008. And structurally, this is a very different issue than what we were dealing with 15 years ago. And so could the market, right, we're back to the market doing the Fed's job for them, could the market do some additional tightening, and maybe that means the Fed doesn't need to continue hiking rates? Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see that occur. You're actually already seeing, right, in some of the more cyclical parts of the economy, things like manufacturing, cracks begin to form. But is the banking situation in general going to, get the Fed to do a complete about face? I think that that's a bit of a risk. I think if anything, it speeds up any potential rate cuts later on this year. But I still think summertime for easy monetary policy may be a little bit premature.
David, appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. David Leibovitz there of JP Morgan Asset Management. Coming up a little bit later in the program.
Jeg blir gå lång nå, faktisk.
In about 5 or 10 minutes, we'll catch up with AMH down in Washington, D.C. Anne-Marie's thoughts coming up on this poll right here from the Washington Post ABC News poll over the weekend. The percentage of those approving of Biden's performance has fallen to 36%.
Got to address it.
6 points lower than in February, a point off his previous low in early 22.
Back to early 22, but my basic answer is anytime you have a president under 40%, you got to be talking about it. I mean, that's stunning.
For a long time, we talked about him having an edge over former President Donald Trump. Bramo, not in this poll.
Which raises some questions. What happens if he starts to lose against him? Who do they have in the wings?
Are they even going to have a contest? Never mind who they've got in the wings.
But that's my issue, right? If there is no other frontrunner, what do they do with that?
Anne-Marie coming up in about 5 minutes. Look out for that conversation just around the corner. Equity futures on the S&P 500 positive by 0.2%. Getting your week started here in New York. This is Bloomberg.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says there are no good options for solving the debt limit stalemate other than Congress lifting the cap.
Helvete og treigt.
That the White House resorting to the 14th Amendment would provoke a constitutional crisis. President Biden discusses the matter with congressional leaders on Tuesday. Near Dallas, Texas, investigators are looking into whether the man who killed 8 people at a shopping mall was interested in white supremacist ideology. The 33-year-old man was killed by a police officer in the mall's parking lot. Witnesses say he was wearing a tactical vest that was jammed with ammunition. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has visited a landmark visit to South Korea now. He met with President Yoon Suk-yeol and pledged to seek cooperation on high-tech goods. Kishida said the trip helped, quote, deepen the relationship of trust. The visit marked the first formal summit in Seoul between the neighbors in a dozen years. It's a holiday in the UK following the weekend coronation of King Charles III. The crowning ended Charles's 7-decade wait for the throne, and it marked a turning point for the UK and the monarchy as he tries to adapt to the current era of technological and social change. The king told a packed Westminster Abbey that he had come, quote, not to be served, but to serve. And President Biden will announce that the government is drafting new rules for airline benefits for stranded passengers. Carriers could be required to provide meals, hotels, and additional compensation due to canceled or severely delayed flights. Authorities say they expect air travel this summer to surpass pre-pandemic levels. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
Was going to keep bringing World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture does.
It'll be okay to get ready to make.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, trying to open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
There is no way to protect our financial system and our economy other than Congress doing its job and raising the debt ceiling and enabling us to pay our bills. And we should not get to the point where we need to consider whether the president can go on issuing debt. This would be a constitutional crisis.
That was Janet Yellen, the US Treasury Secretary, speaking on ABC over the weekend. Congress has a job. Her message: to get it done. We'll get to that in just a moment. From New York City this morning, good morning. On TV and radio, here's the price action for you on the S&P 500, positive by 0.2% to build on the gains from Friday, and decent gains they were off the back of a strong payrolls report relative to expectations, pushing two-year yields a little bit higher. The follow-through this morning, positive on futures, yields a little bit higher on a 10-year by a couple of basis points, 346.35. The euro did absolutely nothing through the whole of last week, 110.49 on the euro against the dollar right now, positive by 0.3%. The poll that we've been talking about, though, here are the details from the Washington Post ABC News poll released over the weekend, showing the president lagging Trump in early voter preferences. The percentage of those approving of Biden's performance has fallen to 36%, 6 lower than in February, off his previous low in early 2022. And let's address the elephant in the room, because this poll did.
Ja, men du utsetter det hver jævla dag.
Disapproved of his performance.
Ja, men ikke utsett i morgen kveld, overmorgen kveld, overmorgen kveld, overmorgen.
As too old for another term. On the question of whom voters prefer for 2024,
Vi får ikke brukt det.
4% viewed Trump 76 as too advanced in years.
Yeah.
Participants also rated Trump's physical health and mental acuity as higher. Tom, what's amazing to me is that we're having these conversations out loud going into this race.
I agree with you on the out loud, but it's also the original moment we have of a former president, I believe 78, and a present president 80, and everybody can do the high-end calculus to get out 4 years from 2024. Anne-Marie Horton has done the math. She's our Bloomberg geriatric correspondent this morning. Anne-Marie, look, I'm going to cut to the chase here for our international audience. You, I, John, and Lisa witnessed the president at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's clearly within the zeitgeist. And the answer, 68% worried of his age. And I believe for the former president, it's only 44%. What does the White House do this morning?
Well, I think what they do is what he did at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which is making sure that he is active, he's in front of the public, and he's on cameras giving speeches. He just gave an interview Friday very late in the evening with MSNBC. He's going to be having an event today at the White House, and I think this is a way they can try to combat the fact that people think he's too old for the job. If he steps up and does the job every single day, that's one way they can see potentially changing some of the public opinion polls. You know, the president, though, does have a sense of humor. He joked about his age at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He says, you know, they say I'm too old. I say, listen, I'm wise. He feels that he is fit for this job. He is currently doing his job, doing the travels, everything that is needed. But obviously many people are concerned given the fact that he is the oldest president in history. He would be 86 at the end of that term if he were to win in 2024.
Is there a mood of a reshuffle at the White House? Is it the idea of getting in fresh bodies to support a president on that election charge?
Well, obviously the campaign will have fresh minds and individuals. Inside the White House, we have recently seen a number of changes with the chief of staff, with the head of the National Economic Council. But I think that is less about Biden and re-election and more about just the cyclical pattern of an administration, right? People do tend to move on after a year or two and go do something else because these jobs are incredibly time-consuming and taxing.
But there is some interesting fresh faces at the White House. He's also bringing some people that he trusts closer involved inside the White House as he looks to finish off these next 2 years and he becomes a candidate for 2024.
One of those people potentially is Kamala Harris, and she was on stage with him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The first time that a sitting vice president has been on that stage with the president going back to 2016. Is that important in terms of the messaging going forward for this election and her role that she'll be playing?
I think so. I think they want to make sure that the vice president is out there in the cameras the same way you see the president. Also, the president spoke about her in his interview with MSNBC, saying that she's done a fantastic job. I think many people in the White House think that she is underrated with the public. She has not polled well either. Potentially, though, she has been leaning into the issue of women's health and abortion. That was a huge issue for the midterm elections. It's going to be a big issue for 2024. And they think that she is the right voice to talk about that. And potentially, this could help their campaign.
Is anybody happy about a redux of the prior election of Trump versus Biden?
I don't know. I'm looking at these poll numbers. I don't see many people that are happy about, I'm not going to, speak for all of American people, but the 1,000 individuals that were surveyed on this poll doesn't look too happy that these are the two candidates they want representing either party.
They're still close to 18 months, right? It's still a long way away. Let's see if this is the outcome.
I know for you, John, in the UK, this timeline just feels like forever, doesn't it?
But MH, we can play with it. Let's imagine this is the face-off. Round two, so to speak. The nature of this president's campaign has got to be so different to the nature of the campaign that he conducted through the depths of the pandemic and beyond, where effectively he could hide and make it a referendum on President Donald Trump. Anne-Marie, you'd imagine he can't do that this time around.
No, one, he cannot hide, and he's not, but he's going to be out and about doing what he needs to do as president, and he's going to have to obviously pick up some more events. I know he's going to New York as well this week. He's going to have to be meeting with donors, going to have to be meeting with the Democratic Party on top of the normal, everyday items, meetings that the President of the United States has to have, including the foreign travel. Second, it's not a referendum on the former president. They'd like it to be, but it will be a referendum on the current administration.
AMH,
it makes it much more difficult.
Before you run, can I just squeeze this in? Can you give us the timeline for the next week or so? There's a meeting tomorrow between congressional leaders and the president. What should you be looking for? What should we be looking for in the next 24 hours, 48 hours?
Tomorrow's a huge meeting. I think what really matters is when they walk outside and they go to the cameras on the North Lawn, what do congressional leaders say? Most notably, Speaker McCarthy. Does he come out and say, there's a path forward for this? Or do the battle lines, do the red lines, do they get hardened after tomorrow's meeting? It really is a critical meeting because that timeline is getting shorter and shorter. We are less than a month away from what the Treasury says is the X date.
Looking forward to your coverage, Anne-Marie. Tremendous as always. Anne-Marie Hordern down in Washington, D.C., our chief Washington correspondent on the latest. Let's talk about it. You talked about being exhausted, Lisa. Never mind being exhausted. So many people are frustrated with this topic, particularly on Wall Street. They can't find an edge. They've got no read on what's going to happen. It's one of those things, Tom, that's important to markets, but you don't really know what to do with it in anticipation of it, apart from the at-risk maturities in the T-bill market. It's like, what do I do with this?
The heritage of this is certitude. It's no big deal, except there was, I believe it was 2011. Oops. And all of a sudden, on an afternoon, I remember it. I was out. I was gone. I was, in my, shorts and T-shirt and bow tie, and they said, you got to come back into the studios. That's how bad it was. 2011.
You can't tell a story that starts like that. No. Shorts, T-shirt, and a bow tie.
Bow tie. I'm out. It's like I'm walking around Central Park with Vet Bill, and they said, you got to come back to the office immediately.
So he did it with a cigar.
I brought the cigar in, and they got angry. But the answer is 2011 surprised everybody. It's like, oops.
As a base case, Tom, can we conclude that this will lead to spending cuts and ultimately should contribute towards slower growth?
I don't buy that. I think it's an arch debate over the conservative, almost religiosity of spending cuts versus tweaking the growth of spending. Those are two widely different things. Lisa's much more up to this than I am.
Well, no, it's a frustrating debate for everybody because it's got no positive side to this. There's no positive to have this hashed out in this kind of forced, contrived manner that puts the U.S. credit rating at risk. And what this shows is a complete inability to get things done, and frankly, a lack of vision. When we're talking about what can you herald, et cetera, we are in a muddle. But where is the vision to try to put something
there
forward?
Isn't a
It's
vision.
frustrating.
The core conservative ethos here is it's a huge positive because their core constituency really cares about this, and they want less government. That's all there is to it, as Ronald Reagan, would mispronounce in America. That's what they want. That's all there is to it. And they're speaking to their core constituency.
It's religion until you get in power, and then it's like
and
separation between
this
church
goes
and state. We
back
don't believe
to
in that anymore.
the mythology that we remember from Ronald Reagan.
Well,
in Big Ideas, we show the productivity
helvete å trekke jo.
that are possible because of artificial intelligence. It's these companies who could be some of the biggest beneficiaries if they harness AI correctly. I think a lot of people are looking for the killer app, like they look like these viral apps that the internet delivered. The killer app for artificial intelligence is productivity gains, and any company does not harness it is probably not going to be one of the big winners out there. And just one other thing on AI. The real winners here are going to be those companies that have proprietary data and have lots of it, have the best domain expertise, best AI expertise, the best pools of high quality data to basically create new businesses.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
If you ever tune in on the weekend for Premier League football at the start when the players are lining up, I don't know if they're playing a song when that happens, Tom.
We do that. The kids come in,
But
we
they
walk
cut
in
to
with
like
the kids.
they cut to the betting gods on one side of the screen,
Yeah.
and then you see the players shaking hands, and you get a vibe. You know, you pick
Yeah.
up on the vibe of the game,
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
great.
sticky.
The
You don't
kids-
turn the channel. It's sticky.
Yeah.
We need that for Bramo. in commercial breaks. After that debt ceiling conversation, Lisa, you wouldn't even need the volume up. You wouldn't need the volume up.
No. It's just frustrating.
She looked like she was landing a plane at JFK.
It's frustrating because it's just a disingenuous conversation. When Trump was in office, he raised the debt ceiling. There was no problem with it. Nobody had an issue with spending. And all of a sudden now we have this massive issue and we're possibly going to default. And oh my goodness, everyone's going to put their pet project in there and then we're going to bring us to the brink and no one knows what to do with this. And it's annoying because it doesn't have to be this way.
In politics, it works for both sides, doesn't it?
Always, but it's just frustrating. Ugh,
Okay.
I'm done.
All right, you take a breath. That was good. That was fun. That works.
Was it?
No. The equity market on the S&P 500. Last week, losses Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, gains on Friday. The gains on Friday off the back of a robust payrolls report, we add to them just a little bit. 0.2% on the S&P. The Nasdaq totally unchanged. In the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, looks a little something like this. The 2-year still sub 4%, but getting there, getting closer to that 4 handle. We're up by 5 basis points on a 2-year, 396.58. You know all about the data for the week ahead. If you are just tuning in, welcome. Here is your data for the week ahead. CPI Wednesday, PPI on Thursday, Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey comes a little bit later on this afternoon.
Right?
2 p.m. Eastern Time. Big deal because we've been talking about it for weeks, Tom. I think Bramo said May 8th for the end of March. That's what we've been waiting for, right? May 8th.
Then it's going to come out and people are going to be like, it doesn't really matter. Because it doesn't really track the actual data.
Lisa, you'd have to think Chairman Powell had a read on that already in the news conference last Wednesday, surely.
And he said basically it showed what we already expected. And this is just gradual credit tightening from the rate hikes, not necessarily some sort of fissure in the market. We're also looking at some of these single names. There have been a number of earnings that have been coming out throughout this week, throughout this morning, including Tyson Foods, which this actually is telling. This tells you something about the economy. Those shares down 8.3% in pre-market trading, cutting its outlook for meat sales this year. Consumers are switching to cheaper foods as a result of inflation. So in order to say, okay, consumers can absorb higher costs, can they? Which items can they not? Which items do not have pricing power? Dish Network is down about 1.7% after missing estimates for earnings sales and showing subscriber losses. They also talk about a hack.
Bitcoin er 4% nå.
More expensive and
Bare i dag.
difficult, and I wonder how much cybersecurity is going to continue to play in this. And PacWest shares, Tom, surging 39%.
There you go, the percent move.
No,
Up to 8. I haven't done. I'll do the math here to be responsible to our audiences in radio and TV. I'll do the resistance math here right now. I haven't done it yet.
But to me, I wonder, have we seen the worst of it? Is this a recovery enough? To sort of have people move on, or is this persistent feeling that something has changed?
Vi kan få lånt inn etter klokka 5 i dag.
I thought we'd found some stability about a month ago.
Skal vi gjøre det da?
What do you know?
And then it hit the fan again.
Perfect.
So I think we have to work through what we've described a million times.
Men da er jo alt veldig sent da.
A one-off event, and Tom, you're going to have bumps along the way.
Får ikke kjøpt noe etter 5.
What I mostly saw this weekend, guys,
Voilà.
is a lack of research. It's a really important time to talk to
Jo, da kan jeg skal ringe
someone
noen.
US rate strategy at SocGen over the silence over the weekend off a shocking jobs report and maybe a reset of what interest rates will do as the thermometer of the system.
Jo.
Sabrata, did you adjust? If I say,
Hei, det er John her.
where's the 10-year yield 12 months out? Is this an adjustable number or is it one big SocGen guess?
No, I think we've kept our forecast relatively stable. We've seen sort of this up and down motion in the data week after week. On the one side you have the regional banking crisis, on the other side you have strong fundamentals. But if you look at the bond market, broadly speaking, from early March to now, really nothing has moved much. The 2-year has stayed around 4%, broadly speaking. The 10-year has stayed between 340 and 360. And the 2-10 curve has
Vi kan bare hente sånne jævla tilhenger på badet, da.
negative 50 basis points. So it's been a lot of movement, but within
Okay.
a very, very narrow range because the market really lacks clear conviction on where we go from here.
Det er vel lov.
But that said, I
Altså,
think
ikke?
that this continue to be skewed to the downside for yields. If we do get strong data, the market's going to dismiss it. If we do get weak data, I think you're going to see a little bit more of an outsized move lower in yields.
You went right where I want to go, Sabrata. If I look at the Bloomberg Total Return Aggregate All-In Index, it's a price index, folks. And it's basically a straight line of, think Bill Gross, Mohamed El-Arian's success at PIMCO for 15 years. And then as you know, Sabrata, down 17% and the mother of all in bond bear markets. And yes, there's been a bounce. but we don't talk about it like we talk about stock bounces. Are we bouncing off a bond bear market to something constructive?
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Yields do seem like they peaked around 4% and tens in so I should say the fourth quarter of last year, and the trajectory seems to be towards lower yields. I think that this time around the key difference is that we might, Fed funds rate, nobody's expecting the Fed funds rate to get back to the zero lower bound. And the decline in
Akkurat
yields
nå
from here
så er det
on is
bare
going to be
market
much more
makers som tjener
modest
penger
and
der.
gradual.
Jeg
Even
er
in
en shorta
our
på
own
nytt, jeg.
forecast, we have 10 yields only getting to 3.25% by the end of the year. Why? Because of the fact that you have global bond yields continuing to rise. The ECB is poised to hike more. The Bank of Japan could widen its YCC band at the June meeting.
Bare dratt inn
So in
2,5
this sort
år.
of context, and
Så sitter man
inflation
der
is
nå.
also high and sticky, it's going to be very hard for a meaningful decline in yields from here on as well. So it's going to be one of those situations
Det
where
skjer jo ikke
yields
en
remain
dritt
very
fram til USA.
flat. We get perhaps very weak data. We price down to a lower range, but we're not going to go back to the zero lower bound in Fed funds. And 10-year yield decline is going to be a lot more gradual in that context.
Subhadra, what do people do when there's kind of this tight trading range and you don't really expect it to break out? I mean, do they basically just clock in for an hour, making sure nothing changes, and then go take a break? I'm serious. Like, I'm just wondering
Når det ligger en sånn der
sort
pannekake
of
til den der.
sleepy things are out there as people realize that there is no conviction and there's very little visibility to get an edge on one side or another.
Hele stua mat,
Well,
da.
you can trade the volatility within the range because you've seen pretty sharp moves in gamma, so you probably want to be long gamma in the volatility market and maybe pick up some returns there. But you're absolutely right. There are no larger directional moves to play in this market, given the fact that yields have been range bound, and people are positioning for the next leg lower in yields, because that seems to be the broader directionality given tightening credit conditions. I mean, we know that policy works with long and variable lags, and the employment picture is going to remain relatively strong until the bottom falls off. So you're kind of positioning, if you will, for that sort of scenario where you see a meaningful slowdown in the second half, then you could see that next leg lower in yields. But again, as you were speaking earlier in your program, I think that the market is underpricing the risk of the Fed remaining on hold for the remainder of the year. We're pricing in cuts for the second half of the year. If we can get past the regional crisis, I don't see any reason for the Fed to jump into cutting rates in the second half.
What would it take to not be past the regional banking crisis? I mean, at a certain point, people are pricing in that it will persist. When do we signal the all clear?
When do we signal all clear? Well, you won't until next year.
You're looking at
Because the economy is fucked.
Larger banks are doing quite well. The smaller banks and the small business areas, if you will, are coming under a lot of pressure because of their dependencies to regional banks. So this sort of bifurcation is going to really muddy the picture. And in some respects, even though the Fed continues to say that the financial stability concerns, they have tools to deal with that, they have tools to deal with inflation, these two opposing
Dr. Krise, jeg skjønner ikke logikken i det hele tatt.
Fed to really adjust policy in a meaningful way. They can't cut rates for financial stability and they can't hike rates for inflation. So that's when policy gets very tricky. They're probably going to be on hold for the remainder of the year.
So Badger, never mind the Fed, we've got to talk about the ECB.
Hvorfor tror du det?
Eric Unicredit, fantastic note over the weekend, said this: "My fear is that as the lagged effects of the monetary policy tightening now begin to hit the economies, the European underperformance will be longer, deeper than needed because of excessive monetary tightening." So Badger, industrial production in Germany this morning, downside surprise. Factory orders last week, ugly. Earnings from Maersk don't really scream that trade is good right now. So Badger, do you think there's a real risk here that perhaps the ECB relative to the Fed is the central bank most at risk of making a policy mistake at the moment?
But that is always a problem when you're following the Fed and not leading the Fed in an inflationary environment or in a hiking environment, broadly speaking. This almost always happens in every cycle where the ECB overshoots or delivers more hikes because they're singularly focused on inflation but not broader economic fundamentals, and then they have to play catch up on the downside to the U.S. I mean, broadly speaking, if anything, coming into this year, I think a lot of people are expecting the European economy to go into a recession. The European economies and UK even has done a lot better than people had broadly expected. That said, a slowdown is to be expected given how aggressively the ECB has hiked rates. So, the trajectory, I think, ultimately will be that the Fed will have to pivot and the ECB will have to pivot shortly thereafter.
So, Badger, I wonder if I get your
Ja, han
perspective.
går direkt, ass. Herregud. Det
Of SocGen on the latest on the Fed and the ECB. That note from Eric Nielsen over the weekend, Lisa, great read. The risk that the ECB is going to excessively deliver excessive monetary tightening relative to the data that we're starting to see in spots. I don't want to overdo it.
Sovner nästan när jag sitter där. Jag ser som tåke.
Show some weakness.
I feel like this is the same conversation we were having 6 months ago for the Fed, right? That basically they were overdoing it and they were raising rates too far at a time when there were signs of weakness, and those signs of weakness never really materialized in the way that a lot of people thought. So it's a very difficult moment because if you do believe that Europe is tracking the US on a lag, well, this is exactly the narrative in the US about 6 months ago.
I think it's one of the most misunderstood things. If you take the animal spirit, the nominal GDP of the United States of America, and you go back, John, to the financial crisis, guess what? Before that, Eurozone was really advancing nicely. There was a real log slope. It ended in 2008. Is it eurosclerosis? It's not for me to say. We'll listen to our guests on that, but I'm sorry, they are radically two different timelines.
Perhaps, and we don't know yet whether this is really the start of something new. One thing that's notable is that the dollar has underperformed in light of the small banks and what's going on there. And that's like one of the distinguishing features right now between the US and Europe.
The Eurozone Bank Lending Survey last week was pretty ugly. I'd say, yeah. And they still hiked interest rates and signaled they'd go again at the ECB, Tom.
John, 110.47.
I know. It's a total snooze.
No, jag får
It really just hasn't done much. 110.46 right now from New York City. Taking the rest of the week off. I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg.
Jag också har det en krok. USA session. Jag gör det snart, ja.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says there's no
Yes, US session.
She also told ABC
Vad gör du
that
för
use
något?
of the 14th Amendment would spark a constitutional crisis. President Biden is scheduled to meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and other congressional leaders tomorrow to discuss the debt ceiling. A new poll shows President Biden's approval rating hitting a career low. It shows him trailing Donald Trump in early voter preferences for next year's election. According to the ABC News Washington Post poll, only 36% of those surveyed approve of President Biden's performance, and the former president leads him 44 to 38. Russia reportedly has at least 300,000 troops inside Ukraine. That's according to Ukraine's defense minister, who told the Washington Post that his country's pending counteroffensive is being overestimated. And one reason, he said, is the large Russian troop numbers.
Ja, det kommer ikke til å skje en dritt før en par timer, så det er bare å dra på gymmet.
That raised the risk of Europe's largest economy slipped into a winter recession. Output dropped 3.4% in March, more than twice the decline that economists had predicted. The decrease was especially pronounced in the automotive sector. And in Saudi Arabia, the economy expanded at a slower pace in the first quarter of 2023, and that was due to the oil sector, which grew at its lowest rate in more than a year. Saudi GDP rose an annual 3.9% in the first 3 months. That compares with 5.5% in the previous quarter. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around, it's clear that it's not for lack of trying.
Jeez.
We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives in the portfolio companies and reminisced with former and current players.
Ja, helgen min er kjedelig. Jeg vurderer bare å dekke shortmen og så begynne på nytt når USA åpner, for det her går jo så tregt. Hallo? Ja, hallo?
In many ways it's convention.
Nei, jeg gjør dette. Jeg klarer ikke å ringe de nå når jeg sitter her.
And so it's kind of all come together. My firm, our charity, fundraising efforts, and then the friends that are around. My dad and my brother, it all happens right there as a confluence of all these parts of my life that have found its common center.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays. The markets count down in Europe from the financial centers of the world. Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson in London and Alex Steele in New York. Real-time numbers, real-time analysis. Weekdays. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
Is the Fed's job to help the banking system right now? I would say, this idea that they can separate monetary policy from financial stability, I actually highly disagree with that. The way monetary policy works into the economy is through the banking system. So some of this tightening is the intended consequence of tightening. This is now for the private sector and for the government to figure out what happens with the regional banks.
That was Priya Mishra of TD. Phenomenal, as always. A bit of stability this morning. Looking at PacWest and a pre-market trading much, much higher off the lows we saw last week. It was a $10 name last Monday, dropped aggressively. It's basically an $8 name right now in the pre-market. We'll stay on top of that for you. Outside of that, in the equity market more broadly, on the S&P 500, positive by 0.2%. Going into CPI later this week. That's on Wednesday. Got a ton of Fed speak as well in between through the data points this week. Yields higher at the front end. We're up 6 basis points on a 2-year rather, close to 4%, 3.98 let's call it, on a 10-year Tom up 4 basis points to about 3.48.
John, one of the things we want to do is get qualified people to talk to, and we're going to do that right now. The story is extraordinary. Jelena McWilliams is a former FDIC chair, yes, a crowd of Swain and Moore, but far more than that, she's enjoyed the failure of deposit insurance. Her father was flattened in Yugoslavia years and years ago over a failure of a bank. She wandered into Berkeley, sterling academic career, including service in the law business in Palo Alto, California. There's no one more qualified to talk about this banking mess than the former FDIC chair. Jelena, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Let me cut to the chase right now. Does this crisis have staying power, or are we solving idiosyncratic tech banking problems?
I would say, and thank you, by the way, for having me this morning. I would say that we're at the place where this crisis should not have had staying power. And yet here we are about 5-6 weeks in. And I'm hoping that we're at the tail end of that. The government does have a number of tools they need to use, and I'm happy to chat with you about what those tools are. But the problems are not so much idiosyncratic as much as at this point we have created a crisis of confidence in the banking system, and that's where we are.
How does real estate fold into this? Many will say, okay, it's not going to be the drama we've seen over the last number of weeks, but commercial real estate. What do you observe there?
A lot of the banks have actually, especially regional banks, have high concentrations and exposure to commercial real estate. In good times, they're generally able to navigate the concentrations in their portfolio very well. But again, we're at the point where there's so much volatility in the marketplace with the market expectations of the banks. And frankly, the empty offices in a number of commercial markets in the United States are not going to help that.
Jelena, should these banks be in that business? I mean, this is sort of one of the questions at a time where we're seeing the number of smaller and regional banks shrink dramatically over the past few years. Should it be their business to provide a majority of the commercial industrial loans and a majority of the commercial real estate lending?
You know, I think this goes back to the intrinsic question of the tiered banking system in the United States. You have different levels of banks and different sizes. So one of them, you have community banks. They're generally banks below $10 billion in asset. You have mid-sized banks above that, and I would say below $100 billion. Then you get into the regional land, and that regional land is about $100 billion to as high as like 500 billion. Above that, you get into the very large banks. And the truth of the matter is that if those banks, the regional banks and mid-sized banks and community banks are not financing local real estate, commercial real estate transactions, they won't get financed. The role of these banks in the U.S. economy is so high that people actually, frankly, underestimate what these banks mean for our financial ecosystem. So should they be in it? Should they not be in it? It's almost irrelevant. They are in it. They need to manage the risk in their portfolios. And with the rising interest rate environment, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them. And frankly, the pandemic didn't help with people not wanting to come back to offices, and you have tens of thousands of square feet of commercial real estate, even in some of the most prime locations, sitting empty. I was just in San Francisco a couple of weeks ago, and it's a ghost town.
Well, as a former regulator yourself, should there also be the same kind of regulatory scrutiny and requirements at some of these regional banks as there are at larger banks?
No, actually, absolutely not. And here's why. Our regulatory system needs to account for different tiers and different, I would say, strata in our banking sector. These banks present different types of risks than the G-SIBs, the global systemically important banks. They present different type of risk than mid-sized banks. And the job of the regulators is basically to accommodate that risk. The job of the bank is to manage that risk. The bottom line is when the bank fails to manage that risk, you get into in a situation that we have been in the past few weeks. But it's not as much a blame as we can put on the banks and the bank risk management in some of the failed bank situations. I think there is a portion of blame that goes on the U.S. government.
I just looked at the bank assessment rates at the FDIC and my eyes glazed over, Ms. McWilliams. I mean, it's complex to say the least. How much does JP Morgan or Bank of America pay each year for FDIC insurance? Do you have a number?
Well, there is a number. You can go to the FDIC. I don't want to single out a bank. It's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. There are two different sets of formulas. There is a complex bank formula. There is a less complex or a small bank formula. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I am. Senator Warren would say raise the rate on James Dimon and Brian Moynihan. Is there wiggle room here for the big guys to pay more FDI insurance to take the load off the back of Andrew Jackson's 4,000 banks?
So it is very possible that the FDIC may just come out in that direction with the special assessment they need to impose to make the deposit insurance fund whole. As you know, some of the banks that have failed and have been subsequently sold have created a deficit for the deposit insurance fund. And as a result of that, there is going to be a special assessment, and I believe that's where the FDIC is heading.
Yelena, are you concerned about the Federal Reserve in its role as regulator? Do you put the blame there? It seems like everyone's just basically quietly blaming Randy Quarles and then leaving it at that. But do you think that this is something endemic in the oversight and the enforcement role that the Fed often plays?
Quite frankly, to blame prior, vice chairman for supervision for something that has happened about a year and a half after he left office is a little bit preposterous. But I do think, as a former Federal Reserve staffer, I was there during 2007, 8, 9, 10 crisis. I will tell you this, they're good people working in the Fed. They have a lot of mandates they have to satisfy. But we are at a place that is about financial stability. And the whole debate about monetary policy and financial stability, we're at the place, if these banks are not stabilized, we are not going to have financial stability. And so to the extent the Federal Reserve takes its financial stability mandate seriously, I think it's long overdue that they take a look at the banking situation in the United States and what the interest rate rises have done to the banking sector as they contemplate where to keep the interest rates.
Yelena, thank you for weighing in on all of this. Thank you. Yelena McWilliams there on the latest in the banking sector. Here's the latest right now. Luca Maestri over at Apple making a move. The CFO. They're kicking off a 5-part corporate bond deal. Tom, need some detail here on maturities and overall size. But if you go back to last summer, last August, they came out, I think, with a $5.5 billion bond issue, 4-part sale, $23 billion order book. So you can imagine what the order book might look like, Tom, for this one.
I mean, what they have earnings Thursday, was it? We mentioned this, everybody's doing this. They're coming out with bond offerings, even if they don't need the money. And they waited 2 business days till they come out with it. Right now, weight of debt at Apple, 4.1%, which is absurdly low. Their cost of debt is 3.3%. The weighted average cost is 0.1% versus the equity, which is 9.7%. Do they need to do this? Clearly no. What are they going to do with the money?
Buy back shares.
I guess that's where we're going.
What they used the last bond issue last summer for.
And the maturities, Lisa, 2026, 28, 30, 33, and 53. And I'm going to call it the red herring, the bond. I don't know if the bond prospectus is a red herring, but they're the maturities right now. If you want to bring that up on the screen, guys, that's really important to go out to 2053. It's not like my Austrian piece, but there it is.
Well, these typically are longer duration bonds, and we have seen that from the Apples of the world to the Microsoft. When they sell one of these benchmark massive sales, they often are more heavily weighted to the long end. Is there a sign that they're trying to get ahead of more rate increases, or do you think that this is just simply creating liquidity in the market for their other shares, for their other bonds? I mean, I don't understand why they would need more cash because they have basically the size of the German economy.
John, I just, all weekend, the death of Apple, the death of tech, it's all overvalued. And that, at Cupertino, I don't think they got the memo.
Expected to price today.
Yeah, it's like 3 phone calls.
Traditionally, it's a good market time.
Exactly.
Let's put it that way.
They are.
Traditionally, it's a very good market time.
Anyway, we have Rob Waldner coming up, right?
We do, yeah.
Perfect.
We can have this
Absolutely perfect
conversation.
given this news.
Rob Waldner of Invesco. The latest headline, Apple debt offering in 5 parts. It's expected to price today. Rob Waldner of Invesco is joining us shortly from New York. This is Bloomberg.
So you've built a successful company, but you might not want to run it for the next 10, 15, 20 years, or do you? And if you didn't, would you want to go into government? If the president called you to serve our country, would you go into government, or would you start another company?
I love what I do. And I feel like I have this luxury with 23andMe that it keeps evolving. You know, we started out just as a consumer company. We're thick in research. We got into drug discovery in 2015, and now we're getting to the delivery of care. So I've been really lucky with 23andMe that it's been really interesting, and I'm surrounded by incredibly talented individuals where I learn from them. And what I always advise people to do is like you should take jobs where you're learning. And if you stop learning in a job, then you should quit. And like frankly, when people leave 23andMe, like I say, if you're not learning anymore, you should move on. So I'm 100% committed to 23andMe. That said, my other passion is other direct to consumer. Like I want to build out a true consumer empowered healthcare world, like one that is outside of the existing system. And there's no greater force than government.
So what's the best investment advice you've ever been given by anybody?
The compound interest, the compounding of returns is an incredible miracle of business, finance, and human existence. Everything you learn is additive every day, and if you keep at it and don't quit, it's an incredible miracle. And it's not just interest. It was always said about compound interest returns, compound business returns, compound human returns. They're all very additive because you learn every day. And if you keep at it, it's very, very helpful.
In your observation of investors, what do you think is the biggest mistake that average investors make?
Selling at the wrong time.
And they sell when the prices go down?
Yes. Yes. Not keeping, look, people have conviction, or they invest if they invest for the right reasons, just keep at it.
Lots happening on Wall Street.
I'm quite encouraged. The center is holding.
Need to catch up?
This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston.
We've got the information and insights.
A lot of these areas still have very, very good valuations.
From businesses most influential and instrumental.
It's knocking it out of the ballpark.
Now's not a great time to be speculative. It's time for a pivot. We're talking about a significant hit to our standard of living.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week, live tonight.
Så
With
der,
replays all weekend on Bloomberg.
Bryter den ned. Skal vi se om det holder.
This is still a very robust economy, so the tightening is yet to show up. This is the Godot recession. We're still waiting for it.
The Fed's not going to quit until the labor market quits.
We've had this temper tantrum against the Fed and using bank stocks as a weapon against the Fed to try to get the Fed to change.
It's not up to the Fed to solve the banking problem. They did what they could do.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene on radio and television. A Monday to get our heads screwed on straight. Many stories. I hear John Farrow focused on the senior loan officer survey. They're not going to mention Apple in that survey, are they?
Me and everyone else, I doubt it, Tom. 2 p.m. Eastern Time is when that drops. This is about bank lending standards. They were tightening going into the financial stress of the last couple of months. Are they continuing to tighten, Tom? Enough so that it takes some of the jobs, some of the work away from this Federal Reserve, who are looking to get inflation lower.
Certainly, we've heard from guests this morning that is the reality and that we're going to see a different bank. To me, and the key word I heard was scale, that we heard from Michael Purvis, I believe it was. The idea here of smaller institutions, less efficient institutions, and what do? You get tighter on lending. It's a serious issue for a huge body of America.
With the Federal Reserve seemingly on pause, and I say seemingly, that's the view of a lot of people. It seemed to be implied by the dot plot from the Fed last time around in their projections, but ultimately, is good news good news? And on Friday it was off the back of payrolls data. Can we enjoy robust output data without the fear of this Fed spoiling it all, Tom, and hiking interest rates?
These are some of the battles, and of course, again, it's a timeline moving on. We had a comment from Mr. Bullard of St. Louis earlier where he's looking at the x-axis, and it's farther out there. Lisa, your thoughts over a weekend of reading and just thinking about how the x-axis
Flere nivåer.
off the bombshell report we saw.
We've been talking about
Siste nivå vi venter her.
opinion survey and how important it's going to be.
Her short, her short.
Everyone's going to come out
Helt ned
and
dit.
discount it one way or another as being lagging and just reflecting the tighter credit conditions from higher rates. And this is exactly what Andrew Hollenhorst just put out from Citigroup, saying that it's very difficult to tease out what is something that's inappropriate versus the intended design of Fed tightening. And so then how do you use this then to understand anything, let alone...
Så begynner med shitcoins nå til uka, tenker jeg. Jeg tenkte jeg skal møte med en sånn kryptodude som kan lære meg litt mer om det. Jeg kjenner en som er jævla god på det, som dere vet hvem er, men jeg skal ikke si om det.
The Apple piece is up 13% for an annualized 25% return on that long bond. Apple's going to make profit total return for people again.
So we've got a 5-part bond deal debt offering that prices today from Apple. Is this a real test of the debt market in the United States? No. We had LVMH out in the last month as well in Europe. These are high-quality companies, Tom. Very desirable, fantastic earnings, cash machines, if you will, with fat margins that are likely to produce big order books to suck up a lot of this debt.
The wheelhouse long ago, folks, one day, a brilliant woman from the University of Chicago walked onto the Bloomberg news floor and they said, bonds. Lisa, this is your wheelhouse. I mean, literally, what, 4 phone calls are made?
They actually are probably pushing people away.
Jeg ble hentet i sånne der sånn ambulanse, respirator, drit når jeg hadde korona. Det er helt glemt. Sitter og leser på nyhetene her, hun dama bare, det er så vondt å tenke tilbake på. Jeg hørte stemmen hans, tenkte faen, de fant meg oppe i senga her oppe, halvnett. Jeg kunne ikke puste. Det var sjukt da. Jeg husker jeg var helt bedøva. Det gikk fort, ass.
Which V. Bodie up at Boston University would say, that's not efficient.
I'm still thinking of Bramo, her first day walking into the office. Why are you all so happy? Why are you so happy?
More or less true.
Let me tell
My
you why you
first
shouldn't
day,
be happy.
my first day at the office, I'm sitting there and there's all
Ja, men du må se på det som en ekstra inntekt, Krisse. Hvor mye har du tjent på shitcoinsa? Ok, hvor mye har du investert da? Hvor mye har du tjent på det? Du kan jo gjøre helt vanvittige summer på det.
William Ahern, Rand Associated Press. The worthies I was surrounded by. I was completely out of my element.
Very cool, Tom. Very cool. Pushing ahead to the rest of the week then. CPI coming up on Wednesday, lots of data. PPI the day after. Tom mentioned slews. I hate that phrase, slews. I don't like calling it slews. Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey coming up a little bit later. Neither do I.
Prater med
2 p.m.
Prins.
Eastern time. That's coming up. Looking out for that with the
Og skriv på Insta igjen da.
S&P 500 just about positive up by 0.
Du heter vel ikke Dr. Krisse der, vil jeg tro.
A wonderful guest, gold. 2030 has the attention of people like
Jeg
Christopher
skorter mest
Verone.
tanke kastet ut.
Enthusiastic on gold. We get
Den kjip.
beyond lucky. He was previously scheduled to talk about the boring bond market. Rob Waldner joins as chief fixed income strategist, head of macro research at Invesco. Rob, I'm going to rip up the script and I'm going to keep you out of your compliance office because you can't talk about individual names, so we're not going there. But when a big company comes out with an offering, 5-part, 6-part, or whatever, is it the stereotype, the cliche? They call Fidelity, they call Invesco, they call PIMCO, and the whole deal's done?
Well, Tom, I think that this is going to be very well received by the market because if you look, we have seen, quite a lot of demand for
Fy faen, det er sjukt.
fixed income, and I think the value proposition is quite good because
Investere 1500 spenn og få 100 til 1000, det er jo helt latterlig.
which put the average of the investment grade market at about 5% in total yield. Apple will come inside that, but we've had tremendous demand, and actually there's more demand for industrials than there are financials. We've had a lot of financial issuance. Financials are wider, while industrials have been quite well supported. So I expect a deal from a high-quality issuer would be very well received.
I look, Rob, at where we are, and it's simple. Do you buy them for maturity? Are you buying them for a trade?
Well, I think if you're a medium-term investor, you can buy these to earn, somewhere close to 5%, probably a little bit below 5% over a multi-year period. I think that would be where a 10-year would come. That's pretty good for getting that level of income in a very safe asset that is likely well protected, even if we get some sort of economic, slowdown or recession.
Huset skal være hvitt, ikke hvitt, ikke klassisk hvitt, ikke demi-hvitt, for all del ikke villa-hvitt. Men sånn antikk-hvitt. Jo, perfekt, ikke sant?
Olivero, perfekt til godt brød og suppe.
Ja, sånn how to take the perfect dickpic. Nå har jeg så spurt om å kjøpe en bæsjevideo for sånn.
Bæsjer? At du bæsjer?
Ja, men nå vil jeg betale 300 000.
300 000?
Det er jo bare en bæsj, liksom. Vi bæsjer i hverdagen selv. Men så tenkte jeg sånn, tenk om det liker da.
Oh my god, nei, du kan ikke gjøre det.
Nei, jeg skal ikke gjøre det. Men hvis det er 60 det liker, så hadde det vært jævlig kjipt. Enda kjipere hvis faen hele Norge hadde sett meg bæsje.
Det er liksom den nye pornoen da.
Ja.
På denne mobilen så skaper du alt innhold. Her tjener du alt. Og det er ikke egentlig så ulikt fra det jeg gjør som influencer.
Nei, det er jo det samme.
Men jeg viser ikke kroppen min og har sexvideoer og peniser og alt den delen.
Forskjellen med meg er at jeg ikke selger shampooer og de greiene der.
Du selger fantasier.
Jeg selger fantasier. Jeg er litt sånn hobbypsykolog for de som følger meg.
Hobbypsykolog? Du selger fittare dame.
Ja.
Hobbypsykolog. Når du selger musere, så er det ikke psykolog. Det er rett og slett netthore. Enkelt og greit.
John, I think that very well may happen here because we have this bond market in a very interesting place, right, where the yield curve is steeply inverted. So from a bond geek perspective,
Hva har du kjøpt for noe da, Dr. Krisse?
you go, kind of the less you're paying, and so if they can kind of feather in some of these longer maturities, we do think we're probably in a range, and we're probably closer to the bottom of the range with this market that is caught between disinflationary slow growth and a very aggressive Fed. So there's room for the market to move back up, and so in the short term, this may prove, a good place for them to do issue.
Does it make sense to you for them to raise money at all at a time when money actually costs something, given that they have a cash pile the size of a pretty big economy on their balance sheets?
Well, I can't speak to their capital allocation. I don't have much information there.
Å,
But
fy faen, dette er tregt. Den har liksom stått og kuka her nå siden klokka 12. Vært her i 2 timer og 10 minutter.
Given the fact that there hasn't been that much debt issuance,
Den har vært akkurat her siden klokken 12. 2 timer og 10 minutter har han stått her. Opp og ned, opp og ned, opp og ned.
Tighter than people would otherwise expect. The deal that Apple gets will be much better than people expect simply because there has not been that much supply.
I think it comes back, Lisa, to what I was saying, which is if you're a medium-term investor, there's really quite a lot of opportunity here to lock in what seem like pretty good returns. And I think this is for the broad IG market overall, not just for an individual issuer. But, if you think you're going to get something close to 5% for 10 years, which
I
is where the IG
4?
market is, and
Nei,
those are high
jeg hadde ikke puttet pengene mine I 4.
whether we have recession, whether we have, whatever those, you should be relatively well
Hallo.
protected from default. That's a pretty compelling value proposition, and I would expect there'd be quite a bit of demand. As you point out, you can have, oversubscriptions and the issuer tightening these things in as they talk to book up. But we'll have to see how that pans out.
Rob, last Monday we had an ISM manufacturing prices paid component push yields about a bit, but on the same day, a ton of IG issuance as well pushed yields higher. I understand from our team here at
Det bare å si det jævlig enkelt. Det bare
reporting that we'll have 15 borrowers tapping the investment grade market today, 5 billion coming from Apple. Potentially. Rob, does that have the potential in size to push around the treasury market a little bit through this session, through today?
Well, certainly a large amount of issuance can push things higher. I think what's also important is how much demand that we get. Overseas demand has been very important to the market. And so I think that the medium term, it's all going to be about the macro fundamentals. Short term, it can be knocked around by issuance or supply demand issues, but medium term, it's all going to be about the macro fundamentals.
Rob, we got to make some news here. Do you get a call from Luca today? I mean, when there's a deal like this, does he dial 1-800-INVESTCO? You pick up the phone and, you go, how things going? I mean, help me here.
Well, I think, Tom, we have a, very solid corporate trading desk, constantly connected to all these issuers. And they do a great job, and I'll leave that to them.
There's some media training for you, TK, right there.
We've got Atlanta Braves tickets. Come on down.
Rob Waldner, the best guy. Rob, thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. I don't think Luca needs to call anyone.
No.
Yeah. I think they're all sort of like...
Yeah.
Well, to your point, John, you were great on it. LVMH was a feeding frenzy.
Yeah.
And why is this any different?
You'd expect a high-quality company with fat margins to come to the debt market and do exactly what it wants to do. They don't have to beg anyone.
Back in 2013, there was an investigation over the allocation process because a lot of the smaller investors felt like they weren't given a fair shake from some of the syndication desks in order to have an opportunity to buy the debt. So, it's that kind of deal.
Coming up shortly, about 8:30, 20 minutes from now, we'll catch up with Dilip Singh of PGIM Fixed Income. Used to work for this administration, so really interesting conversation potentially around the debt ceiling. Look out for that in about 20 minutes' time. From New York City with your equity market higher by 0.2% on a beautiful Monday morning in New York. Did you feel spring, Tom?
Yes,
Turning
finally,
slowly into summer over the weekend.
Yes.
Beautiful feeling. When the sun hits your skin, that warmth, Bramo, makes you smile.
Summer for a day.
When you feel
happy.
And
then we get winter again.
And then you feel happy.
No, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
This is Bloomberg.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says there are no good options for solving the debt limit stalemate other than Congress lifting the cap. Yellen told ABC that the White House resorting to the 14th Amendment would provoke a constitutional crisis. President Biden discusses the matter with congressional leaders on Tuesday. Near Dallas, Texas, investigators are looking into whether the man who killed 8 people at a shopping mall was interested in white supremacist ideology. Now, the 33-year-old man was killed by a police officer in the mall's parking lot. Witnesses say he was wearing a tactical vest, which was jammed with ammunition. It's a holiday in the UK following the weekend coronation of King Charles III. The crowning ended Charles's 7-decade wait for the throne, and it marked a turning point for the UK and the monarchy as it tries to adapt the current era of technological and social change. The king told a packed Westminster Abbey that he had come, quote, not to be served, but to serve. And President Biden will announce that the government is drafting new rules on airline benefits for stranded passengers. Carriers could be required to provide meals, hotels, and additional compensation due to canceled or severely delayed flights. Authorities say they expect air travel this summer to surpass pre-pandemic levels. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
On the David Rubenstein Show, peer-to-peer conversations, I uncover the untold stories of the world's most successful leaders. Watch Wednesdays on Bloomberg Television.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Banks fail every single year, right? It's just not usually the 16th largest bank by assets, and that's what really caught people's attention. And so, I think we could see continued stress in the banking system broadly, but very much at the lower end as we work through some of these COVID excesses and we work through the duration mismatch that we know exists today. I'm not sure that we're out of the woods, but I do think that the big booms have probably been heard.
Fantastic from David Leibovitz, the global market strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management, starting a new week without much sign of stress at the moment, on the surface at least, and some of those banking names we watched throughout the whole of last week, PacWest being one of them, slashed their dividend, said business was sound still. Their stock is running in the pre-market. Elsewhere in the bond market, a lift in this whole curve now, 2s out to 30s. Your 2-year is higher by close to 8 basis points in the Treasury market. Your 10 years up by almost 6, getting closer to 350. We learned a little bit earlier on this morning that we'll get some bond issuance later from Apple, a $5 billion offering, Tom, across 5 parts. We'll have 15 borrowers coming to the US investment grade market today. So that's kicking around the Treasury market just a little bit potentially through the session today.
Constructive. And John, note oil from 70 and the worry of 69 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate 73.31. Even they're cooperating a little bit. I mentioned gold earlier, up $6, 2,000 at 31. One of the things we realize is the small banks of America are not going to be salvaged by Fort Knox and gold holdings. Herman Chan is expert at this. Herman knows that there is no gold at PacWest or the others. And yet, off of the Friday Joy, they have a, quote, fundamentally sound relationship banking model. Is it a smaller model? Is everyone going to be downsizing into 2024?
I think you'll have a more conservative balance sheet across the board for regional banks, less interest rate risk, less interest in putting riskier loans on the balance sheet just because you don't know what's going to happen over the course of the year.
So then which ratio do you follow? I mean, if there's less growthiness, including tech idiocy like 1% mortgages and, the marketing game that we saw that was a disaster outside San Francisco, fine. Move on from that to the new model. Is it going to be where high single digit, even dare I say double digit bank returns become mid single digit? Is that the shift you have to make?
I think you're going to have to make an expectation that banks aren't going to really grow their balance sheet this year because of the deposit issue with deposits flowing out of regional bank balance sheets. That means there's just less ability for banks to lend, and they're going to be less impactful in terms of having the appetite to lend, just because there's a recession potentially coming down the corner, and you really want to be careful in terms of what risk you add to your balance sheet. You don't want to compound the problem of the interest rate risk with credit risk.
2 p.m. Eastern Time, Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey, much anticipated. What don't we know already that we're looking for from that survey later on this afternoon?
We just want to confirm in terms of how much pullback the banks are doing in terms of their appetite for lending. So that's the biggest takeaway that we're expecting coming in at 2 o'clock later this afternoon.
Will it matter, or will it just be so backward looking that people will discount it?
I think it will matter because it'll be a confirmation of what banks have talked about in the first quarter earnings call. We have heard some regional banks talk about narrowing the credit box a little bit on the margins, not being as aggressive in certain areas like auto lending, leverage lending. So areas of lending that don't offer the best risk-adjusted returns. And so we're looking for more confirmation of that in the Senior Loan Officer Survey.
We were just speaking with Jelena McWilliams, formerly of the FDIC, and she said that, there is some concern that there wasn't accurate stress testing of just how high, and I'm butchering the way that she said this to some degree, just to be completely fair, but there is a question around whether there has been recognition of what higher interest rates and the speed in which they were raised will do to the banking model of the regional banks. Do you think that we have our head wrapped around that yet, or do you think that still is a mystery to a lot of people on Wall Street?
Yeah, so I think of banks like a Goldilocks industry. You don't want to be too hot, you don't want to be too cold, and with the economy being too hot last year and interest rates rising as fast as they did, things tend to have an opportunity to break, and we saw that with SVB and with First Republic. So I think now there's more of an appreciation of the risk that banks have on their balance sheet. And I think the entire industry, the analysts, the investors, the regulators now are more attuned to the risk on banks' balance sheets.
I have never read the sluice. Did I do okay there?
That's beautiful.
And I noticed, like with 18 paragraphs, there's 11 footnotes. Right. Herman Chan reads all the footnotes and everything. If we know those guys in Washington have knowledge about these banks that we don't have, do you get that knowledge in the sluice?
You get there's more data in the sluice in terms of the idiosyncrasies to what is really driving the demand and supply of lending.
Tom jokes, but do you know how many people will open the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey for the first time later on this afternoon? It will be the first time for many people.
Exactly.
A lot of people in the Treasury market, a lot of people more broadly, economists do look at these things, but I think this is the first time in a long, long time that I can think of that this has become a key focal point. When you open that later, what's the first thing that you and the team will look for?
We're just going to look for what the survey says in terms of loan supply. Are banks pulling back on
dame, delusional. Kjøpte en meme-coin som heter Wolfie natt I går. Den ute om nå. Den investerte I Teabag. Hva faen det for noe?
Is the demand component to it interesting to you?
The demand component is as well. So there's a little bit of both in the sluice. So you get a flavor in terms of really both sides.
Are you expecting?
Bra de finner alle disse her nå. Det jævla kult da.
Simply because companies are not borrowing, companies are not investing. That there's been
Så jeg bare opp et par tusen. Hæ? Men hvor du finner den?
I think so. You're seeing commercial loans and commercial real estate loans in particular pull back a bit. And so that's just the expectation for banks in general for the regionals that we cover is that there's just less demand. A couple of regional banks have talked about less capital spending, so that all feeds into the demand component as well.
Herman, this was great. It always is. Thank you, sir. Herman Chan there of Bloomberg Intelligence, looking at PacWest in the pre-market, 775. It was 10 last Monday. I can tell you through last week, it just got absolutely hammered. The low of last week, 248. Thursday, Tom, intraday, 248 on PacWest last week. It started the week as a double-digit name.
Yeah, and it's huge gyrations, and I think there's a real mystery out there. And again, I go to this word of the morning, which was scale. They're losing scale. How do you do better losing scale? Show me an industry where that works out.
And what's the playbook going forward for some of the banks as they start
Given
to
that
need
they're
capital?
smaller, whatever.
Over the weekend, there was a story about how the government is trying to rearrange their loan loss sharing agreements to possibly allow for private equity to come in and involve themselves more aggressively for the bidding. And the argument here is to bring down the pricing so that they get a better deal, right? So that they basically, the government loses less money. So far, they've required bank charters to really participate in this, which left JP Morgan and some of the biggest regionals as the only players in town. Now they want the KKRs, Apollos, et cetera. I'm just, giving the names of some big private equity firms, but to possibly come in and play in a more robust way. How much does that change the
So
field?
a greater financialization. That's really what it amounts to, a whole set of new players.
I saw someone say this week, and it's attached to this conversation, that they'll have confidence in the system once you start to see private sector solutions without federal backstops. That once you start to see that, they'll feel more confident about the situation. Yeah. I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon based on the template that was delivered by First Republic and JP Morgan, because there'll be some people that just look at stress and say, there are benefits to waiting.
Especially given the fact that they have assets that are fundamentally challenged, that if they liquidate, they can't meet their obligations. It's a huge issue. It's just an insolvency issue that really creates a problem for the FDIC.
A lot of people are saying they're not near the liquidation part, but then you don't know which single banks are out there. Michael McKee emailing in saying, Tom, do the work. So I did the research on the sluice. I did a word search off of Fed minutes, and we looked at several, a few. None of that verbiage is in the sluice. The sluice is different than the Fed minutes.
It's not the participants.
The only thing they have similar is I've never read either of them.
I believe that. Coming up, allow me to promo another property of mine.
Before you leave.
Bloomberg TV with a cheesy smile. Very American TV, that is,
It is.
Another, look down the barrel of the camera.
It's coronation free today?
Need to get my teeth whitened or something, Kathy Jones and Charles Schwab, Brian Levitt of Investco, Stuart Kaiser.
Stuart Kaiser, good.
Hey, all the jokes about British teeth, give me a break.
Okay.
Come on. Come on. Come on. From New York. Good morning.
Oljeprisen opp.
Nesten 23 000 forskjellige kryptoer.
23 000? Ja, Robert.
For the first, call it 18 years at Chipotle, this was you come into Chipotle along the line, you interact with the crew, and you customize your meal. We've got this separate make line, and it's digitized, and so the orders come in, and they're really kind of staged so that if you say at noon, I want to come in at 1 o'clock, we hold that order and we will send it to the crew like maybe 10 to 1.
Right.
So it's ready right when you pull up your car.
How do you manage these kind of two different staffing needs, right?
Yes.
And making sure you have the right amount of people
Yes.
at the right time.
We spend a lot of time projecting sales. A lot of it is, it's part art, part science. We're trying to bring more science and more AI into it. Because if you get the right sales projection, then you know exactly what your staffing needs to be. So if you get the sales right, you can get the entire restaurant staffed perfectly. With just a couple people, our average restaurant now does about over $1 million per restaurant in digital sales.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Bloomberg Surveillance, and good morning to you. Lisa Browitz and Tom King, John Farrell preparing for the next hour as he chooses to do. Futures up 10.
Ja, trader, det går jävla svagt.
Right now after the gyrations on Friday, 17.46. Lisa, I'm going to look at a substantial move in the two-year yield, buttressed right up against 4%, 3.98%. That gets my attention.
A lot of people were wondering why we didn't even see a greater move in the two-year yield last week, just simply because we got hotter than expected inflation reads and that labor market report. What was the 14th consecutive month that we got a non-farm payrolls report that exceeded expectations?
And I was doing the work in real time there at 8:30. Jason Furman did better work up at Harvard doing Ec 10, where he took the quarterly 3-month average, which I think is a nice way of doing it. And the answer is we talked to Krosner about, it just goes out at 245,000, 265,000 per month. That has to break, and it hasn't broken yet.
And there's been a slow drip, but not fast enough to get people some confidence. We are seeing some stability around all of the asset classes. What I find interesting is that the dollar, more days than not, has lost, right? We have seen a weakening in the dollar, even though we haven't necessarily seen a huge fall off in the economic data. Good news was good news for equities, but the dollar still faces some headwinds. People wonder whether perhaps we saw the peak earlier.
This is just out. I wouldn't have time to discuss it now with our good guests, but Robert Schiffman, who's really good at Bloomberg Intelligence, he asked the money question of the day. If Apple has so much cash, why borrow even more? Question mark. We'll try to bring that to you here in the next 30 minutes. Apple, with the rating now, why don't they have a AAA rating? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it costs too much. That used to be the crux years ago, a few, but it's a AA plus rating.
Why should the U.S. have a AAA if they're about to default? I mean, you could say that Apple in some ways is, well, I mean, this is really a big question, right? What's in a credit rating and how important is it to maintain that and what's required to do so at a time when it is so rare, even for a behemoth, again, with a cash pile the size of a pretty big economy?
Let's get smart on this right now. Dalip Singh joins us, chief global economist at PGIM Fixed Income, with serious experience recently in the White House. In the office, is it tomorrow? They're going to have a meeting, a confab on the debt. It's all politics, isn't it?
Morning, Tom. Morning, Lisa.
Look,
talking is always better than not talking, but I'd be surprised if we get a decisive breakthrough tomorrow. The incentives are just not yet in place. McCarthy could lose his speakership if he folds early to the president with a clean increase in the debt limit. The president can't give a nod to anything near the scale of spending cuts proposed by McCarthy because they would undercut much of his domestic agenda and lose his political base. So I'm afraid market stress is still what's needed to create cover for face-saving compromise. And that's why, perversely, market complacency is tough to feed.
You and Gene Sperling have been very good at this, of trying to link this policy dynamic into Wall Street. As Lisa mentioned earlier, Wall Street seems soundly removed from this discussion, this debate. Are they correct on that, to be removed, to not worry about this debt crisis?
You know, look, it's muscle memory, and that muscle memory is dangerous because the context has changed pretty dramatically from the last time we had a serious flirtation with default back in 2011. For one, Congress is as polarized as it's been in our country's history. Second, we are trying to roll over a debt stock that's twice as large as it was in 2011. Three, foreign holdings of treasuries are up to $7 trillion. That's almost $3 trillion higher.
Vurderer også å switche over på USA snart. Vaksen skjer jo ingenting der.
China have yet to
USA faller.
Serious inflows from abroad. Digital assets have yet to go mainstream. There were no alternatives to dollars. That's changed. And lastly, and I think most importantly, we're currently the U.S. spearheading the most severe economic sanctions campaign against a G20 country in financial history. That creates incentives, geopolitical incentives for countries to hedge. The debt ceiling just needlessly adds impetus to those incentives at a time of geopolitical peril.
Why do you think, Dalip, from your vantage point of having worked at the White House, of having worked at the Treasury, of having worked at the Fed, all of these different agencies, why do you think things have gotten so dysfunctional in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, I mean, the debt ceiling really is just symptomatic of that polarization, Lisa. I mean, I think it's derivative of the atomization of media, extreme levels of inequality, and technology that allows political movements to gain scale at speeds that we haven't seen before. And look, now we're on the cusp of doing something that great powers just don't do. They don't default, they don't talk about default, they don't think about default, and your measure of greatness is when no country, or ecology or finance, they have tipping points. They're usually psychological tipping points that you can't see in advance. And we're now pushing ourselves towards what I would consider to be a very dangerous place the closer we get to the X date. So this is very serious. A lot is at stake.
Well, this is actually a really important point that a lot of people argue against, saying that the loss of the dollar's supremacy as the global currency has been overstated. The death of the dollar has been perhaps overwrought. However, other people like yourself saying, actually, it's becoming much more real. What are you looking for in the data to show that that is actually what is transpiring, that people are moving away from the dollar as the main dominant currency of exchange?
You're not going to see it on paper. I mean, the measure of primacy is really, do you use the dollar to buy or sell stuff? Do you use it to borrow money? And do you use it to price transactions? And on paper, there's nothing to see here. This is a tail risk, but we're gambling with an exorbitant privilege that has incalculable benefits. And so it's the kind of tail risk that you should never take. That's the point.
I looked a little at this, and it's a history which you studied at Carolina and also up at MIT. The ageless history of our debt caution, I'm going to call it our almost debt religiosity. What do the people where they say, we got to get rid of the debt, it's just like Apple's corporate debt. Heil Bronner and others wrote a book 40 years ago saying, no, it's not. How do you respond to people that viscerally feel this government debt is bad?
Yeah, this is a legitimate question, Tom. I don't think we're in a crisis, however. So long as our nominal GDP growth is higher than the average interest we pay, the math of debt sustainability improves over time. And right now, that's the case. Our nominal GDP growth year over year.
Ja, jeg tror USA skal ned. Futurene bare fortsetter å falle. Dagsen rører ikke på seg.
Average interest rate in our public debt is 2.6%. Now, for that to be sustained, of course, the market has to believe the money we're borrowing will be put to productive use.
Jeg burde egentlig bare dekke shorten og gå short USA nå, men faen, det har falt allerede ganske mye.
The public sector is making, where the private sector is underinvested. R&D, infrastructure, technology, programs that grow a workforce, make them more productive. That's really the measure of whether the debt that we're borrowing is going to raise our nominal GDP growth to levels that can sustain a rising interest rate cost.
And with that beautiful explanation, good enough for Olivier Blanchard or Joseph Stiglitz if they've studied this as well.
Det ganske fascinerende. Tyskland det landet i Europa som går mest til helvete, og vet du det I hvert fall.
Can't that be discussed tomorrow among a fractured polity in Washington?
It can, but not with a gun to our head. The consequence of not reaching agreement can't be, we're going to burn the house down. We absolutely should have a discussion about spending and revenue levels. How are we going to use our resources to solve structural problems that the private sector won't solve by itself? Extreme inequality, social disparity, vulnerabilities in our supply chains, the climate crisis. All of that should be on the table. The point is, how do we have that discussion in a way that doesn't make us a global spectacle?
Right.
That's the question.
This has been wonderful. Dalip Singh, my most
Det jeg ikke liker er at Tyskland går oppover når alt annet går nedover. Det er litt sånn spesielt.
Fixed income, of course, is public service to the nation within the Biden
Det liker jeg ikke.
administration. Lisa, here is the exact quote from truly an expert on these bond offerings. Robert Schiffman is priceless at Bloomberg Intelligence. Quote, progress towards the net cash neutral
Nå
goal
må Dagsen falle kraftig, eller så
bond issuance,
eller så går det rett opp, for den faller ikke med resten av
for
markedet.
shareholder returns that likely exceed 100 billion in 2023. That goes exactly to what you were saying.
And this really flies in the face of the narrative that people have been putting out there, which is that the era of borrowing money in the bond market to buy back shares was over because the relative value proposition didn't look as good. Well, for Apple, evidently it does. And basically, they've got nothing else to do with their money except for buy back their shares, which will only make their shares more valuable, given that there'll be fewer of them. It just really raises a question, Tom. Is there really just a tale of two halves here?
Det market makerne som kødda.
And those that can't get capital, that can't get financing, that are struggling in some sort of credit crunch, and it causes that, dichotomy even to grow greater.
I would suggest it's always been the case. I just am not going to believe that there was a We Are the World, everybody got bond deals done in any decade in the last 100 years or so, even 200 years. But I will say the concentration here of superiority, Michael Mauboussin way out front in this at Credit Suisse a million years ago, it's the concentration of these tech companies and other big companies as well. John's favorite LVMH, it's same thing.
But does it get even easier and easier for them to dominate at an era where it's even that much more difficult for the have-nots to gain financing? In 2013, 2014, 2015, companies were getting financing that people were thinking to themselves, how is this possible?
It's a $5 billion tranche, right? The 5 tranche deals, $1 billion each, boom, 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 boom. I got 110 billion short-term debt, long-term debt for Apple. So it's, for Monday morning TV and radio, it's 5% they're going to add on.
Right, but it's not nothing compared to the debt loads of most companies, and this really is just because they can and they will, and there's plenty of demand, as we've been hearing about.
Did you get a phone call yet? Maybe that's why Farrell left.
to go answer the syndicate desk of Barclays. Yeah, something
John,
like that.
how much would you like?
They've got plenty of demand.
I can see. There it is. We'll keep you abreast of this. It's an important story. We make jokes of it, but truly historic to see this corporation come out with another deal. Adam Tooze coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Joe Biden and Kevin McCarthy have arrived at a crucial moment in their debt ceiling fight. The president hosts the House Speaker and other congressional leaders at the White House on Tuesday. McCarthy wants spending cuts as a condition of raising the debt limit. The president wants to separate the issues. A default would rock the markets, and the White House says it could cost millions of jobs. A new poll shows President Biden's approval rating hitting a career low. It also shows him trailing Donald Trump in early voter preferences for next year's election. According to the ABC News Washington Post poll, only 36% of those surveyed approve of President Biden's performance, and the former president leads him 44 to 38. Russia reportedly has at least 300,000 troops inside Ukraine. That's according to Ukraine's defense minister, who told the Washington Post that his country's pending counteroffensive is being overestimated. And one reason, he said, is the large Russian troop numbers. First quarter earnings plunged 26% at KKR. A deal-making drought continued to weigh on the alternative asset manager. Meanwhile, assets under management grew 6% to $510 billion. KKR's traditional private equity portfolio fell 9% over the past 12 months as the firm marked down the value of investments. An amusement park operator, Six Flags, reported first quarter revenue that beat estimates. Attendance was 1.6 million. That was down almost 6% from the previous year, but still better than expected.
Ja, det er ikke ferdig da.
100 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo,
Og dette er...
and this is Bloomberg.
Du vet ikke, Christi, du er rørlegger, du. Kanskje du kan hjelpe meg? Faen, jeg sliter.
In big ideas, we show the productivity increases that are possible.
Nei, de blir aldri ferdig. Jeg tror mesteparten gjort, men de blir liksom aldri ferdig. Det bare henger sånn rør gjennom taket her.
If they harness AI correctly, I think a lot of people are looking for the killer app.
Og så jeg har satt opp et kjøkken så det skal være vann fra den ene veggen til den andre gjennom veggen til han junkisen.
And any company does not harness it is probably not going to be one of the big winners out there. And just one other thing on AI. The real winners here are going to be those companies that have proprietary data and have lots of it, have the best domain expertise, best AI expertise, the best pools of high quality data to basically create new businesses.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Nå penger på den ene shorten, sitter fortsatt, dekker meg ikke.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts.
Nå gjør vi penger.
BSO.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Daxen burde falt mye mer. Jeg tror det meste lagt opp, Krisse.
The role of these banks in the U.S. economy is so high that people actually, frankly, underestimate what these banks mean for our financial ecosystem.
Elena McWilliams, former chair of the FDIC, and again, I can't say enough about how she has experienced what so many are going through. She was wiped out, her father was wiped out, rather, in Yugoslavia during one banking crisis. She wandered over to America, excelled at Berkeley, and has moved ever higher in the legal business, and of course, her tenure.
Jeg kan filme etterpå, jeg. Hadde satt pris på det I hvert fall. Se her nå, dette yes!
University history professor, but far more than that was he Barton Biggs professor at Yale University and had to replace the giant Paul Kennedy.
Nå kommer det fallet jeg ventet på. Jeg kan dekke noe her nå, ta litt gevinst.
It was definitely a lesson in humility, to be absolutely honest. I mean, Paul is still going strong, it should be said, because when I left, he came back and
litt usikker om jeg skal gjøre det.
Firing on all cylinders, but yeah, a legend in his own lifetime.
Adam, your essay in March is my early choice for essay of the year in the Financial Times. You beautifully walked through the $1 trillion rebalancing as we move from pandemic to poly-crisis.
Jeg fortsatt short. Bare letter ned posisjonen så ikke jeg sitter så feil.
When do we rebalance to some form of stability?
Det var fin den der da.
I think the absolutely first lesson, Tom, is that we probably don't.
Jeg shorta her.
Actually have to abandon that.
Og så dekka jeg meg her. Og så short her. Så short her. Og så planen min å få ned. Jeg går imot hele markedet I dag. Jeg tror jeg har knekt koden. Det jo hakkesprø, ikke sant?
And that's a little bit, I think, what we're seeing in the banking, this mini crisis that's unfolding in the banking system, where ultimately the big driver of that is the interest rate shock, right? And the interest rate shock comes from where? Well, it comes from this unprecedented surge of inflation, which is quite unlike any inflation we've seen before, and follows immediately out of the COVID shock, which ditto is also quite unlike anything we've seen before.
Ser du det faller, eller?
So I think we're in this
very broken play
Jeg så det fallet.
of a series of not just serious,
Ja,
but quite unique
det var
and
short der oppe.
rather unprecited disruptions.
Well,
Jeg
and Adam, you say that
dekka
one of
litt
the
nå,
one of
sitter
the
fortsatt short,
responses
skal ha meg
to
videre
it
der.
has been basically bailouts and the sort of
Ja,
moral hazard
hvis jeg klarer å
of
dekke
not
meg før det, så
allowing
gjør jeg
failure,
det,
which
så
you've
bare
seen
fortsetter jeg
in
liksom.
some of the banking institutions in a prior life would have been considered too big to fail or
Nei, det er
systemic
viktig at vi
or
holder
any of
sammen.
these natures. So what does that do in terms of
Konge,
the
ja da.
zombies? I know that Tom's been talking a lot about the zombie roll-ups. Do you think that we end up with a host of zombies or zombie assets that kind of are allowed to persist in a sort of inefficient manner for a longer period of time?
I think we clearly need new forms of discipline. We need new forms of workout. And if you look in the legal space, if you actually look in the mechanics of bankruptcy restructuring in the United States, and indeed across the world, lawyers and corporate financial officers are very actively engaged in that process of trying to figure out new forms of discipline, which aren't simply the old-style Darwinian process of free-fall bankruptcy, which is increasingly the exception.
Jeg er short.
Right? There are forms of discipline which don't have to consist in systemically dangerous
Hvis vi
bank
skal være
failure,
live på
which is
TikTok,
the sort of type
ja, er du gæren, jeg er live
risk
oppe.
of. But certainly, Lisa, you're right. We need to be thinking very hard about how we adjust and how we find new forms of, yes, discipline selection, if you like, in Darwinian terms, to avoid a process of ever greater zombification.
Well, this weekend, when I was reading about the regional banks and sort of where we are and the amount of lending that they account for and the amount of real estate, commercial real estate in particular, that they lend to, I wondered, is this model being challenged? Is the private sector, private equity, private debt, some of these private financing companies taking over a greater share of the business that regional banks used to do and really render them less necessary?
I think it's actually, I would say, rather the reverse, a very healthy reminder just of the actual structure of American society and American business, which, as Matt Williams was saying, is firmly and solidly rooted in not in the very large businesses, but in a deep underground
swing trader.
medium-sized enterprise. That's where a huge part of the job creation goes on. And the bank ecosystem that the United States has is internationally unusual. America has a lot of banks. But what I do think we need to be taking care of is exactly as you say, the huge shifts which are going on. And in terms of risk going forward, in a way, I'm more worried about that new private equity zone of very untransparent finance, trillions of dollars worth of it in, say, the leveraged loan market, than I am about the FDIC-regulated small and medium-sized banks, which on the whole, when they're not terribly managed, like Silicon Valley Bank was or First Republic, are a crucial part of the American economy.
Adam, you straddle both sides of this with your academics. The book, folks, is Shut Down, How COVID Shook the World's Economy. Adam Tooze can't say enough about this effort from, I'm going to call it 18 months ago. And Adam, I want you to address the polarities in our politics with the too small to succeed. I'm absolutely fascinated by the focus of an America that is succeeding.
Ronny?
Five tranche bond offering this morning. That's all, Bloomberg surveillance. There's a huge body of America that feels they're too small to succeed. Where are they in a number of years?
This, I think, has got to be the big worry. I think we're seeing the bifurcation or maybe even a three-way separation of the US economy right now. There are big slices of it which are continuing to thrive. Think of the innovative energy space, the CHIPS Act, the kind of money that's pouring into a genuine revival in manufacturing investment. But those are big players. And what I think we have to worry about is the credit crunch, which looks as though it's beginning to unfold. If you look at bankruptcies amongst smaller businesses, those numbers are beginning to spike. That will, as it were, make that divide, dig that ditch ever deeper. And that's ultimately, I think, what is then reflected as
jeg er short nå, da. Så i dag så har jeg vært long i dag tidlig, og så har jeg gått short nå.
For sure, but nevertheless does reflect.
Egentlig så ville jeg vært ute av posisjonen min og så fortsatt videre på USA, så jeg skal bare sitte rolig.
We are, I think, beginning to see the point at which the extraordinary labour market story, which is, after all, a huge success of the recovery from COVID, America's never seen unemployment numbers like this, could be tipping into something rather different, which would be a sort of two-speed recession or two types of landing. We've talked a lot about hard landings and soft landings and no landings. What if one bit of the plane lands quite hard and the other bit as it were, soars away.
Well, just quickly then, you mentioned that you are concerned that there's an increasing role of private capital away from some of these smaller banks that is playing a part in what you see as sort of this bifurcation that's developing. Can you explain, can you elaborate on that?
Well, that I think will be a third element. This is where the story gets really complicated, because I think the credit squeeze is going to run through the stressed balance sheets of smaller banks. The bit which I think is riskiest in a sense, not risky the way that a Citigroup getting into trouble in 2008 or a Lehman in 2008 is risky, but nevertheless high risk is precisely the space in between, the high yield segment. These are big players in that segment. We're not talking about small businesses here, but they are very untransparently linked at this point. And it's not by accident that in bankruptcy in the United States today, the private equity-owned firms are absolutely dominating the corporate, if you like, restructuring and crisis market. That's where this sort of capital goes to play. The returns are outsized if you can get in, and the privileged elite that can play in this market earns those returns. The question we're going to face now is what happens when the risks come home to roost, and where the safety nets are, and whether they're even appropriate to have safety nets for this kind of actor.
And a new financialization as we move into the decade. Adam Tooze, thank you so much with Columbia University. And earlier, you addressed this earlier, Lisa, this idea of the players with money up to their eyeballs looking to do something. And that's when I say financialization, what we're talking about. And there's a body of America that says, hey, what's in it for me? What's in it for us? And the answer is, well, we're going to Ford.
To me, the idea
Jeg står Daxen, jeg står til Nasdaq når vi åpner.
with these incredible earnings, incredible profits, and then Tyson Foods, a chicken producer came out and downgraded its expectation for the year because consumers were downgrading to less expensive options. Highlights this bifurcation in realities from people with plenty of money for discretionary spending and those without.
Yeah, I think it's a more complicated nuance there in terms of luxury goods and maybe the reopening of Asia versus Tyson and the very complicated dynamics at Whole Foods of shifting from beef where you go, really? To the other stuff, really? And then you get to chicken and everybody's lined up at the chicken, the frozen chicken things, buying their Bell and Evans and the rest of the overpriced stuff. What an extraordinary Monday. I believe we're going to do this again. In the meantime, William Gross, PIMCO co-founder, stamp collector, in the 1 o'clock hour. Good morning on radio, on television.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question its industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays. From the world of politics.
We're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
To the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of Power. Live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years? Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join host Anne-Marie Horder.
It's the one area, really, of bipartisanship.
I think we're getting more of it.
That's optimistic.
And Joe Matthew.
The debt ceiling is looming. How close are we going to get to the line before you start to worry?
Alongside Kaylee Lange.
The door was open for regulators to do more. And that puts the Fed between a rock and a hard place.
As they deliver news.
This is such an important economic issue.
It's no longer trying to run away from
that really blew some minds.
Insight.
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
And analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most. It's not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he
Ja, det gör det.
in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure. With two more potentially to come.
I'm willing to have this battle. It is vitally important.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around, it's clear that it's not for lack of trying. We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives in the portfolio companies and reminisced with former and current players.
He was a day trader. He was self-made day trader. And so he's on the bus after a game in New England, and he's day trading on the bus, and Bill Belichick sees him and cuts him on the spot. In many ways, it's a convention, right, of the people that I don't see maybe once a year. And so it's kind of all come together. My firm, our charity, fundraising efforts, and then the friends that are around. My dad and my brother, it all happens right there as a confluence of all these parts of my life that have found its common center.
This is Bling Bang.
Let's get your week started. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. Your equity market just about positive. The countdown to the open starts right now.
Everything you need to get set for the start of U.S. trading. This is Bloomberg The Open with Jonathan Ferro.
Live from New York, coming up, Yellen says it's all on Congress to lift the debt limit. PacWest leading the rebound after slashing its dividend and looking ahead to the latest bank lending survey. We begin with the big issue, stuck between bank stress and resilient data.
The economy is pretty darn strong.
The economy is resilient here.
The U.S. economy has proven a lot more resilient than people thought.
You've got an incredibly resilient, durable economy.
But that doesn't change the fact that there are indicators pointing to a recession. It's pretty clear that the largest banks, the smallest banks, are tightening their belt.
We have a lot of questions that are hanging out there.
In particular, of course, the tightening of credit conditions.
We're seeing a tighter lending environment coming up.
Metrics like the Senior Loan Officers Survey.
That's going to say that credit supply is tightening.
What we're left with is the Federal Reserve with a tight monetary policy in place.
Things break where there are the weak links.
It's idiosyncratic. We've heard that word a lot for the US banking sector, but I don't think it's that simple.
Banks will make it harder for consumers and corporations to get loans.
It's going to squeeze the one thing that's holding up the U.S. economy, and that's the U.S. consumer.
Joining us now to discuss, Schwab's Kathy Jones, Invesco's Brian Levitt. Kathy, wonderful to start the programme, start the week with you. Kathy, how long before we're talking about a June rate hike?
Well, I think it's probably already on the table for a lot of people, but I really think that at this stage of the game, the Fed had indicated that they're probably on hold for a little while, and for good reason, that they probably will hold off. But the talk will probably start as soon as CPI is out later today or later this week.
Good news was good news on Friday. Data robust, equity market up. I wonder if that can stick, Brian. Deutsche Bank's Brett Ryan saying this. They've lost that hiking feeling. Brian, the Federal Reserve's lost that hiking feeling. So can we enjoy, Brian, the benefits of good data without the threat of rate hikes?
No, I think if you do get good data, then the threat of rate hikes will come back in. But I certainly hope that the Federal Reserve is at the end of its tightening cycle. This is an incredible amount of tightening over a very, very short period of time. And we still haven't seen the lagged effects of all of it. You know, this, as everyone says, it takes 12, 18 months to work its way through the economy. The money supply on a year-over-year percent change is negative. So we have a good sense of where inflation is heading. Plus, as your intro suggested, the banks are tightening lending standards, which is even additional tightening on this economy. So I hope that the Federal Reserve is done, and the economy will slow down given the lagged effects of all of this tightening.
In the meantime then, Brian, is good news for this equity market?
Good news will ultimately be good news because you start to get more of a soft landing feel. Now, that's not necessarily going to, maybe that's a little bit too hopeful, but that's the way the market took the jobs report, which was, look, inflation's coming down and the economy is still resilient. So the market is going to applaud that. Ultimately, I think that this economy does moderate. You will see some retracement of recent gains that we've had in the market, but that's a very tactical call. I would ask investors to look out over the next 1 or 2 years rather than the next couple of months. Typically,
Nei, jeg tror ikke det er mulighet for det.
Once the Fed is done tightening, markets tend to do very well over the next couple of years, even if it's not a straight line up.
Yields on Friday up. Yields this morning higher.
Jeg tror ikke det er en millimeter mulighet.
Just short of 4% right now at 3.99. Kathy, given the conversation that we're all having at the moment, just how much upside is there at the front end of the curve?
Oh, I don't think there's a whole lot more. I mean, we've got the complication of the debt ceiling in there, so kind of boosting very short-term T-bill yields. But I don't think there's a lot more room on the upside, just because I agree that we're probably done with the rate hiking cycle. The question is, where does the intermediate long-term trend go from here? And we think that ultimately it goes lower, because we do look for slowing in the economy, more downside in inflation, and an economy that may indeed tip into recession later this year.
So Kathy, 10-year right now, let's call it 350. What are you looking for? 3? Down towards 2?
Yeah, we've been forecasting 3 to 3.25% for year end. I think we're going to stick with that for the time being. Obviously, we've gotten down under 350 a little bit faster than we thought was going to happen, but we're going to stick with the 3 to 3.25 area. That gives you still room for inflation to run 2 to 2.5% and have some sort of risk premium over that for the 10-year.
CPI coming out on Wednesday, PPI coming out on Thursday. Later on this afternoon, we've been talking about this now for months. 2 p.m. Eastern time, we'll get the Fed's Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey. The consensus is that credit conditions are tightening. We're about to find out, Mike McKee, by how much?
Yeah, it's kind of funny, John. If I had come to you with a Senior Loan Officer Survey 2 months ago, you would have heard this giant noise outside of all of Wall Street rolling their eyes. But today it's very important. Are banks tightening credit even more? Well, you go back to January, the last time this survey was released, and they were tightening credit quite a bit. 43% said they had tightened somewhat. Only 1.5% said they tightened a lot. So maybe we watch the bottom line there. But is it really going to slow the economy? That's the question. Take a look at what's happened over the last month or so with all the problems we've had in banks, with the idea that banks are raising credit standards, and you can see that banks are still making loans. There was a kink when we had the crisis in the middle of March, but right now, loan growth is on its way up again. So will the Senior Loan Officer Survey tell us a whole lot? There were also concerns about whether people were pulling their money out of banks, and that would lead them to pull back. It doesn't look like it right now. We had a big drop in deposits after the bank issues in March, but now they have flattened out. So we're going to look at the Senior Loan Officer Survey, but we're probably going to have to keep an eye on the economy to really tell us whether or not banks are pulling back.
Comes out quarterly, of course, Mike, and for the first time, a lot of people will read this thing, because many people don't need to, haven't needed to, so don't bother. Mike, when you open that up a little bit later on this afternoon, how would you say to people that they should look at it? What should they look for?
Well, you want to look at the overall numbers, probably. You can break it down by large or small in terms of how many are tightening credit standards by some amount, whether it's a lot or somewhat. And then you want to look at what loan demand is. Loan demand has fallen off somewhat. Is it really the banks tightening credit, or do businesses feel like they don't need credit at this point?
Mike McKee, thank you. Kathy Jones, I want to come to you on that. Mike McKee's been talking about this for a while. We all have May 8th. May 8th has arrived. We're going to get this data out a little bit later on this afternoon. We get weekly information from the Federal Reserve. We can get it from individual banks. We understand businesses from them individually about their access to credit at the moment. What is this going to tell us later on this afternoon that we don't know already?
Yeah, I think it's more a matter of degree. I think we do know that banks are tightening lending standards and that demand is down as the economy slows, and debt levels have moved up fairly significantly for small and medium-sized businesses. So I think that it's not going to tell us anything new. It's either going to confirm our prior expectations, or maybe it will not be quite as severe as the expectations are. But keep in mind, this is the first
Fy
quarter.
faen, har du sett forskjell på Daily Mail, eller?
That we've seen has happened late in the first quarter.
Doctor pulls baby's head off during childbirth while horrified father watches. What the fuck?
At the major banks, or the medium-sized banks in particular.
Brian Levitt, how useful is this later on this afternoon?
I think it is
Reiv av huet på ungen under fødselen. Det er faen meg helt sinnssykt.
This is a very bizarre unique pandemic cycle. It's playing out the way all
Ja
cycles
då.
play out, in that Fed raises rates to control inflation, growth slows, and the banks tighten lending standards. And as that's happening, spreads start to move out a bit. And so I think it is important. I agree that we already kind of sense this. We already kind of know it. But it's all about where are we going here, not the lag data. Where are we going forward? And I think it's pretty clear that banks are tightening lending standards, and the economy is going to slow here. But what everyone gets so concerned, is this the recession? What I also remind people is this is how new cycles play out. Right, so as the banks tighten lending standards, monetary policy shifts.
Tenkte, men det har vært short Nasdaq i stad. Jeg traff som faen. Nasdaq var opp 0,10, han var ned 0,16-17 på pre-market. Hadde gjort penger som var faen.
But again, and I said it before, over the next couple of years, we're setting up a good backdrop for markets.
Well, Brian, I think that's the difficulty on a tactical basis. You hear a lot of people trying to price the recovery to a recession we haven't had yet. They want the best of both worlds. They want to price in the rate cuts and all the good stuff. They want to avoid the bad data and look ahead to the better stuff.
Well,
this
that's
is
why
from
we're
Mike Wilson. Mike Wilson this morning from Morgan Stanley. He's basically saying that the equity market continues to expect the best of both worlds, rate cuts and durable growth. We view the likelihood of both of those outcomes playing out in concert this year as low. Equities are priced for an optimistic and lower probability outcome. Brian, are equities priced for an optimistic and lower probability outcome?
Yeah, they're priced optimistically right now. I mean, the move that we saw in the beginning of the year was around the soft landing. We pulled back a little bit with some of the banking challenges that are now starting to move. We've been kind of range bound more recently. I think that we are going to retrace some of these recent gains as the economy rolls over. That's what history suggests. The question is, how bearish do you want to be? There's some strategist out there, and I don't want to misquote Mike Wilson, but I believe thinks that the bottom isn't in. We're going to go further down, and that would necessitate a pretty significant deterioration in earnings, plus inflation and rates staying elevated, so you get no multiple expansion. My opinion, we are going to see earnings moderate, but as interest rates come down, you'll start to see multiples expand. So I hate to be the on the one hand, on the other hand strategist that Harry Truman didn't want. But it is possible we retrace a bit. How worried are you about the next, call it 5-10% move versus not trying to not miss out on the recovery, which is going to play out over the next couple of years?
Brian, you're going to stick with us alongside Kathy Jones, looking at an equity market right now, about 20 minutes out from the opening bound, positive 0.1%. If you want one single name, we can pick out PacWest. Last Monday, double-digit name, $10 stock. Throughout last week, got absolutely pummeled. Hammered. It was pretty brutal at times. We got to as low as around 250 on that name. We're back to about 760 this morning, going into the opening bow. Let's get you some movers. Here's Abby.
It's simply wild trading on that PacWest, John. And let's take a look at those shares, because after that big rally on Friday, the best day ever going back to 2000, up 82%. But within the worst week since March, just a piece of that volatility, up another 30% today. The company is cutting their dividend to a penny to accelerate capital build plans. I would say, though, a big piece of this bank turmoil, crisis in confidence. So right now, we have confidence restored, at least for a second day. Tesla up 1.8%. The company is breaking ground on a lithium refining plant in Texas. Plus, Warren Buffett has praised Elon Musk, saying he's a brilliant guy. Those shares seem to be responding to the upside. And then finally, American Airlines upgraded to an overweight from a neutral over at JP Morgan. Shares up 3.5%. The analysts over at JP Morgan saying that Big Air has bested the discount airlines such as Southwest Airlines and Frontier Group. Both of those stocks are lower, but American Airlines, again, up 3.5%, John.
Abby, thank you. We'll get you a little bit more on that call around the opening bow. Look out for that. Futures right now up by a little more than 0.1%. Coming up, the debt ceiling debate coming to a head.
These negotiations should not take place with a gun really to the head of the American people.
The US Treasury Secretary has a simple message for Congress. That conversation up next.
don't think we can replicate Tesla. Tesla is a unique because when they founded and then personality behind it, the product is beautiful, technologically very, very strong. So in many areas, Tesla is Tesla, but Xpeng is Xpeng. We want to focus on what we think is important for our customers. Our customer like beautifully designed vehicles, either it's large SUV or sports sedan. We believe we have a very, very appealing family look that our customers is really attracted to. They like to have user-friendly features inside the cabin that has a technology feel. It's very smart. It enables them to really utilize the vehicle that's different.
From New York City,
From London in Sydney,
from Washington,
9
a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai. Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
These negotiations should not take place with a gun really to the head of the American people. It's Congress's job to do this. If they fail to do it, we will have an economic and financial catastrophe that will be of our own making. And there is no action that President Biden and the U.S. Treasury can take to prevent that catastrophe.
Congress needs to do its job. That's the message from Secretary Yellen. The pressure to raise the debt limit mounting as President Biden prepares to sit down with congressional leaders Tuesday. This as the political divide intensifies on Capitol Hill. Senate Republicans agenda. More than 40 lawmakers telling Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, quote, this trajectory must be addressed with fiscal reform. For more, let's get to Bloomberg's Anne-Marie. Down at the White House, Anne-Marie, the latest, please.
Well, Jonathan, tomorrow is going to be a very highly anticipated meeting, and just because of what you're learning from there, the battle lines have been hardened, and what we have now is the majority of Republican senators saying there cannot be a no-strings-attached debt limit rise. There has to be fiscal and spending cuts attached to that, and this is something the White House does not want to see. They want to be able to get through Congress a clean debt ceiling rise. The issue they have is that they don't have the votes in Congress. So even when you have the Treasury Secretary coming out, warning about the X date being just around the corner, less than a month away, and saying that the Republicans have a gun to the economy's head, at the end of the day, at some point, there would likely need to be a negotiation. And that is why everyone is looking at tomorrow's meeting. Biden will be sitting down with congressional leadership, most notably Speaker McCarthy.
The issue that we all have is that what we're witnessing is a lot of political maneuvering going into the election next year. So let's talk about that. You get one of these every now and then. The president not exactly riding high. A bruising poll from ABC Washington Post, that poll released over the weekend. The percentage of those approving of Biden's performance has fallen to 36%, 6 points lower than in February, a point off his previous low in early 22. The detail here, AMH, 56% disapproved of his performance. 68% regarded Biden at 80 as too old for another term, and he does not have the lead over the former president, Donald Trump.
That's certainly what's in the poll, Jonathan, from ABC Washington Post. It is a bruising one of you called it, a career low in terms of his approval rating. When it comes to the economy, they think the former president did a better job. And then, of course, his age. This is something that continues to haunt this president. He tried to make a joke about it. You were there with me at the White House Correspondents' Dinner saying they say I'm too old, I say I'm wise. But this is obviously something that is going to continue to dog him throughout this race. What is notable in this poll, very different from some of the others we've seen, is that he is lagging former President Donald Trump if there were to be a 2024 rematch of these two individuals. And the numbers here, Jonathan, are quite stark. When asked who they support in 2024, 44% said they would definitely or probably vote for Trump. More than the 38% who say they're willing to give Biden another 4 years.
Just amazing. AMH, thank you. Amazing that we face the prospect of round two of this face-off between these two individuals, and we're talking about this one issue out loud. age and mental acuity. This is what they said about age in this poll. 68% regarded Biden at 80 as too old for another term. For Trump, 44% viewed Trump, who's 76, as too advanced in years. Participants also rated Trump's physical health and mental acuity as higher. We're going to do this for the next 18 months. Kathy Jones and Brian Levitt, nervous that I might ask them about this. I'm not going to. Kathy, I'm going to talk about the debt limit with you. Kathy, when it comes to the debt limit, I just wonder where you can get an edge, where you can get a read on a subject like this one on Wall Street.
Yeah, it's difficult. We have a great team in Washington at Schwab that keeps us up to date on the various goings on the Hill. And what they're telling us is that there's no easy out here for either side. So my colleague Mike Townsend has pointed out that there are 16 Republicans in Congress
Daxen
who
bør
have
falle
never
mye mer.
voted
Det er en jævla stor
for
mismatch på
increased
Daxen og
debt
resten
ceiling
av
ever
alt.
under any circumstances. So given how close this is, probably the best sort of outcome we can expect is a kick the can down the road towards the fall when the budget negotiations begin. And that's just going to mean more fiscal tightening ahead of us, most likely. So I think the only way we can play this is to stand back, be careful, particularly at the short end of the yield curve in case there's a technical default, but also anticipate tighter fiscal policy down the road, which kind of reinforces our view that the economy will continue to soften into the end of the year.
Brian, given this near-term risk, why wouldn't I just sell in May and run away?
Well, historically, selling in May and running away has not worked for investors. If you look at it long term, you've been far better off investing for the long term rather than trying to get out and get back in every November. Look, the last time we did this was in 2011, and the market did fall. The S&P 500 fell 17% from July through September as we were grappling with it. Now, that represented a very good buying opportunity in what was the early days of a news cycle. It was short-lived, and ultimately, like Churchill said, Americans did the right thing, but only after exhausting all other options. I find it very difficult to try and structure a portfolio around geopolitical risk or political risk, because as soon as you think you have a reasonable understanding of how it's going to play out, the opposite tends to happen. So I wouldn't want to try and get too cute around timing my portfolio based on the whims of a handful of politicians in Washington.
And Kathy, do you think that some of these companies are trying to time some debt issuance here? I'm thinking of Apple earlier this morning, 5-part offering, $5 billion deal, expected to price a little bit later. I understand from the team here at Bloomberg we could get anywhere from $30 billion to $35 billion of high-grade bond issuance this week. Do you think, Kathy, there's a window here to issue some debt ahead of what potentially might be a mess later on in the summer?
Yeah, I think that's probably what a lot of corporate treasurers are thinking about right now, that they've got a little bit of time before this becomes even more tumultuous and potential sell-off in risk assets if we do get down to the wire or we have some sort of technical default. If I were in their shoes, I'd probably be doing the same thing. Yields are still pretty attractive, and they can do some financing now and stay away from all the volatility that could be ahead of us.
Kathy, it's so bizarre, isn't it? This is not about ability to pay. We've got the money in America. It's about, suppose, willingness, whether they'll actually come to an agreement and deliver the goods.
Yeah, it's a replay of 2011 in that way. And we saw in 2011, the oddity was that ultimately, when we had that moment when we got the downgrade, long-term treasuries rallied. And I think that the market knows that the U.S. can pay the bills. It is the downgrade was about the unwillingness to pay the bills. And so in 2011, what we saw was the expectation that we would get a weaker economy, lower inflation, all that turmoil, and people ran to long-term treasuries. It wouldn't surprise me if that happened again. Again, you would like to think that maybe something can be worked out in Washington before we get to this kind of moment where we get another downgrade. But 2011 teaches us that anything is possible.
Is it different this time? Kathy Jones, Brian Levitt, to the two of you, thank you. Coming up on this programme, the morning calls and later, there's no alternative to tech. That's the view from Citi Stuart Kaiser. Why he's staying long the same.
Nei, jeg selger ikke før 15:30.
Equity futures right now, positive 0.1%. This is Bloomberg.
Men jeg skulle aldri hatt den så lenge. Jeg var litt grådig i stad. Jeg skulle tatt gevinst i stad, men så var jeg litt grådig.
Have you thought maybe I should go do something else? I can't do anything better than I'm already doing. I've already turned this company around. I've made a lot of money for the investors, the shareholders, and yourself. Are you happy doing this? You're going to do this for the foreseeable future?
I'm going to do it for the foreseeable future. I love what I do, and the reality is we've accomplished a lot. As you described, we've made Blackstone a lot of money. We made our shareholders a lot of money. More importantly, we've grown the business, and we've been a huge engine of opportunity. If you think about all the jobs we've created around the world, all the communities we've made better places, all the ownership groups who we've helped grow their business, and having built a world-class culture, the opportunities we've created for upward mobility for people. And this business, I would still say, is like a coiled spring coming out of COVID particularly. So I feel like we just have more to do. My job's far from done.
5 minutes out from the first opening panel of the week. Equity futures up by about 0.1%. Let's get you some morning calls. First up, Stifel. Downgrading workday to hold. $200 price target, expecting limited upside with recent checks pointing to lackluster bookings. BMO upgrading Peloton to market perform, seeing a favourable risk reward with concerns now priced international exposure instead. That stock, $29.50 in the pre-market. Coming up, Citigroup, Stuart Kaiser making a case for more big tech outperformance. That conversation up next, your opening bell, just around the corner.
Is crucially important, and I think we've moved from this attitude from it's an indulgence, a waste of time, almost an illness that needs a cure.
For something as universally important to human life as sleep, mysteries surrounding its necessity and utility have only just been recently uncovered.
Some of our biggest discoveries were in the 1970s or 1980s, and so it makes it a really exciting field because it seems as though we're uncovering new insights each and every day.
Some scientists are going further to find out how sleep and what happens there can be harnessed to further
You're klart til å shorte Nasdaq.
It's easy to memorize things. That makes you smart if you can spit back a lot of facts. But if you want to be wise, if you really want wisdom, you gotta know.
Skurte for lenge siden, men det så dårlig spredd.
And that's what your brain figures out while you're sleeping.
Short.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg? That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
23 seconds away from the opening bell. Let's get your trading week started. Equity futures right now positive just by 0.1% on the Nasdaq 100. Just a little softer, lighter lower, negative here by 0.15%. Also, going into a key week on Wednesday, CPI, the day after that, PPI. There's your opening bell, switch on the board and get to the bond market. Going into that, yields are higher by 7 basis points. 351 on a 10-year. A little bit later on this afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern time.
Og fy faen, Dagen faller. Oh, yes!
Anticipated. Look out for that. Mike McKee is going to break that down for you later on this afternoon. In the FX market, the euro 110.38, positive 210.
Ta snart gevinst på Nasdaq-shorten.
Euros favor, euro stronger, dollar just a touch weaker, and crude higher by more than 3%.
Jeg er short Nasdaq. Ta snart gevinst. Skal ikke være på grådet.
60 cents right now. About 20 seconds into the session, let's get you some scores. On the S&P 500, we are positive 0.1%. On the Nasdaq, we are going nowhere. One sector to watch at the open, the regionals. Pac West leading the rebound after slashing its quarterly dividend. The CEO saying this: reducing the dividend was a prudent step to accelerate our plans to build capital. Our business remains fundamentally sound. Shanali has more. Hey, Shanali.
Hey, John, when we look at Pac West, remember, we're looking at a bank that sold off by more than 40% last week alone amid the fears in the regional banking system. Now, listen, usually when a bank cuts its dividends, that is seen as a negative for the market. In this instance, you're seeing that big jump back after that massive sell-off last week in the vein that they are looking to
short posisjoner fortsatt på Dagsen.
Remember, we have also reported that Pac West in particular has been considering strategic options. There is another bit of negative news that came out late last week. This is idea that Fitch has placed it on a negative watch, and that is in part because of those strategic options. This idea here about the uncertainty about the strategic direction of a bank. Up till this point, we have talked about the pressure on net interest income. We have talked about the pressure on deposit flows in the banking system, and now the market is turning its attention to these bigger problems about what is a regional bank and is this business model sustainable. That is front and center with this Fitch notice on Pac West. But again, this is a bit of relief here. We know that when it comes to the idea of short selling still allowed in these markets, we are waiting to see what the SEC has to say about this sector as a whole, as even though you're seeing a green day, a lot of the worries under the surface persist. Remember, one last thing here, John, we are turning attention not just to commercial real estate, but other types of loans like auto as well, keeping a close eye under the surface.
Vurderer også shorte Nasdaq på nytt her nå.
Penny stocks. Let's just leave that board up. Pac West at 750. Bear in mind, last Monday it opened up.
Shorta på nytt nå på Nasdaq.
By the time we got to Thursday intraday, the low was 248. 248. Back in Europe, when we used to cover the Eurozone debt crisis, Greek banks, the price of them got so low, you just stopped quoting the percentage point move. 745 is a 29% move this morning, which is about $1.60 higher on that name. We'll pick up on that story later. Let's turn to the airlines. President Biden expected to unveil new efforts to benefit stranded travelers. That's coming up at 1:45 Eastern time. Katie Lights has more. Hey, Kaylee.
Hey, John. Yeah, President Biden will be speaking alongside Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg at the White House. And what they are expected to unveil is new rules that would mandate that airlines provide meals, hotels, and additional compensation.
Dagsen er godt, dere. Jeg er fortsatt short hele Dagsen. Ta gevinst på Nasdaq nå hvert øyeblikk hvis ikke han bryter ned. Nasdaq må bryte ned. Nå bryter Dagsen ned. Nasdaq må bryte ned her nå. Nå tjener jeg penger som faen. Ta gevinst på Nasdaq nå. Ute. Den kan falle videre, men den er litt sånn tung der. Jeg er fortsatt short Dagsen.
So there is a question of how much actually laying out full regulation will make a difference when some airlines have already taken action on their own. But according to officials at the White House,
Shorten med Nasdaq.
airlines will expand their policies beyond just refunds.
Short Nasdaq på nytt. Tror kan gå det igenom.
Kind of scenarios. Interesting though, John, you don't necessarily see too much of a share reaction to the downside as a result of the idea of more regulation and having to pay out more to some customers. Largely airline stocks on the upswing today. Southwest one exception. It's down.
Gevinst på Nasdaq. Ta gevinst på Nasdaq svart ögonblick.
Southwest is negative 0.3%. American is up by 3.5%. Here's a why. JP Morgan downgrading Southwest, upgrading American. The analyst saying this: the long-term relationship between discounters and the big three has inverted. It's now the larger airlines that control the high ground. Simply put, shares of American are too attractive to ignore, particularly during a time of significant international demand growth. American right now, about 4 minutes into the session, is higher by about 3%. Want to get to the earnings. This from Tyson.
Ta gevinst på Nasdaq hvert ögonblick. Han må bryta ner nå.
After cutting its full year sales forecast, the CEO saying, quote, a challenging market as consumers switch to cheaper goods. Katie Greifeld, that does not look good over there, does it?
No, not at all for the biggest American meat company. Cattle prices are at a record. We know that the cost of animal feed is rising. As the CEO said, you have consumers.
Ta gevinst på Nasdaq. Nå, ute. Nasdaq kan falle videre. Fortsatt short Daxen.
Between $53 and $54 billion this year. Previously, that forecast had been between $55 and $57 billion. So that explains the big drop in shares today, down 15% at the moment. That is the biggest drop since March 2020.
Short mer Nasdaq.
You love to see, but let's get specific on that trade down because you had beef sales decline about 2.9%, pork prices dropping by more than 10%. The good news, if there is good news, is that poultry sales actually climbed a little bit. We know that Tyson is trying to beef up, if you will, its chicken segment. It said in March that it's going to close 2 of its underperforming poultry operations, so we'll see how that plays out.
Katie, thank you. No one wants a reference to 2020. Not many good things happened in spring 2020. The biggest one-day drop there since that period on Tyson potentially. We're down by about 13%. In tech, Apple tapping the debt markets. Bloomberg learning the company is set to kick off a 5-part corporate bond sale that could lift issuance by more than $5 billion. Ed Ludlow has more. Morning, Ed.
Yeah, good morning, Jonathan. $5 billion, you said, in as many as 5 parts, according to our Bloomberg source. It's interesting because the longest portion of the deal, a 30-year bond, could yield around 135 basis points over comparable treasuries, according to that source. The timing is kind of interesting. I think we have as many as 15 issuers looking at the market this Monday. We get CPI Wednesday, PPI Thursday, trying to get some stuff done, probably before that data print later on in the week. The way to look at it is this a sign of the corporate market stabilizing somewhat? Apple is not
the short, tatt noen risiko, synes ikke han faller nok.
The market last week, Meta sold about $8.5 billion in what was only its second ever bond sale. The other thing for Apple is that this would be the first bond sale since August, when they sold around $5.5 billion to fund share buybacks and dividend payments. And I think the expectation from Apple's perspective is that this year we could meet or exceed around $100 billion in
short Nasdaq.
And Bloomberg source saying that this new sale could fund that, along with sort of general corporate purposes, capex, working capital. But yeah, interesting timing given the data that I know is coming later this week, John.
I was looking at use of proceeds, and it was basically just everything listed there, including capital returns. Ed, thank you for that, mate. There is a sense, there is a window here ahead of the debt ceiling mess to issue debt. 30 to 35 billion of US high-grade bond issuance expected this week, according to the team here at Bloomberg. Kathy Jones of Schwab saying just that. Maybe this is some companies trying to get out ahead of all of that. Sticking with tech, Citi Stuart Kaiser staying long the sector, saying this: the tech thesis is less clean than to start the year, but we don't see a compelling
at this point. Daxen går alt for treg, så jeg switcher litt om. Jeg har fortsatt short Daxen, fortsatt short Nasdaq.
Hey Jonathan, good morning. Look, I think from a tech perspective, yeah, it's you're in a situation where short valuation is pushed higher, and we've definitely seen significant flows come into the space, but we do think there's still room for long-only investors in particular. You've highlighted a lot of risks this morning.
Jävla market maker, altså. Jävla idioter.
And and if that's the case, we do think the tech sector is a good place to kind of be in that situation. So yeah, we're still on the sector, but would acknowledge that things have obviously changed quite a bit year to date.
Stuart, always wait there. Sunday afternoon, I'm logged onto the Bloomberg. I'm doing my work for the week ahead, and your note always drops right there, right on cue. And your note this week started off with this, and I thought it was interesting. Markets were risk-off for the week, but we are very surprised by the rally on payrolls. Investors seem happier about not bad growth data than concerned about hawkish wages. Now, Stuart, is good news simply good news at the moment, and how sustainable is that?
Yeah, look, I think particularly right around, when we started to get the regional banks stressed, people started to really worry about recession risks and a pullback in credit. And I think what that did is it probably put growth, as priority number one over inflation for a period of time. And that's clearly what traded on Friday, right? Which was, a strong payrolls number, though with negative revisions, and a very, very hot wage number. But the market seemed to really embrace the payroll side of it. We didn't see this kind of short-term rapid deterioration in economic growth data that people had feared, and for that reason, the market moved higher. I'd also say, we mentioned in the same note, is that you had a tremendous amount of really kind of tail risk kind of hedging in the system. So I think there were some people that were maybe, clenching their teeth a little bit about a big downward surprise. And when that didn't materialize, a lot of that positioning probably got cleaned up a little bit on Friday.
There seems to be some belief as well that we can enjoy this data without the threat of higher interest rates. From your perspective, Stuart, in your opinion, just how high is the hurdle to another hike of the Fed?
Look, they said they're data dependent. So, as you talk to Andrew Holenhorst on our econ team, and we do expect a hike in June. So, in our view, it's possible, it's in play, and it's largely going to be determined by the data as it comes in. And that's why we were so surprised on Friday. That was the hottest wage print we've seen since March of 2022. Certainly going to get the Fed's attention. Inflation, we have 2 more inflation prints and another job print before the FOMC. So, to me, June is kind of still in play. I know the markets aren't pricing that, so it's data dependent, and that means to me, you could get higher yields in June.
I just want to pick up on the market pricing right now. PacWest is fading. That stock was positive. It was through and approaching.
Blir det ta gevinst på Nasdaq nå snart før han kommer litt opp igjen?
Short of that, in and around that in today's session. It's pulled back to about 683. Not many people are constructive on this sector right now, Stuart, so I wasn't surprised to see the word cautious in your note on some of these banks, but you said cautious until private capital buys assets without a federal backstop. Stuart, can you talk me through just how you're thinking about this sector at the moment?
Yeah, look, John, it's a large and hugely complex issue, so we've really just tried to simplify it down, and that's until we see private investors willing to put cash into the space without, a federal backstop or the FDIC absorbing losses, then we're going to remain cautious, because what that's telling us is that institutional money does not see value in that space right now. And if they don't see value in the space, I don't understand enough about it to get involved. So, if you look at the deals that have happened, whether that's, in Europe or the
Det ikke short, men på Nasdaq nå snart.
The FDIC has
written den bør falle mye mer.
cases to support those deals. And from my perspective as an individual investor, I just don't think you can put your money to work in that space while that's ongoing.
Stuart, it's amazing to see the S&P financials on the S&P 500 sit right on top of that 2007 peak. That means it's basically 16 years with no returns from that peak point to point, from then to now. Stuart, do you think that maybe after the bust of the last 12 months in big tech that maybe we might be saying the same thing at the index level on the S&P 500 in 10 years' time?
You mean an extended period of sort of flattish returns?
Yeah.
Ut av Nasdaq. Tok gevinst av Nasdaq. Den kan falle videre, men jeg er short Daxen.
The equity markets have worked in higher inflation and higher rates.
Jeg har gjort det jævla bra nå. Gjort det jævla bra.
And really what the markets want is some form of clarity. So, I think if we have some clarity on the rates outlook, some clarity on the inflation outlook, even if it's at a level that the Fed doesn't love, that equity markets can still work in that environment. And remember, the S&P 500 is a dynamically...
Men Daxen burde liksom være her nede nå da, så da bare venter jeg på den. Om jeg er short Nasdaq? Ja, jeg er short den som faen. Jeg trader den 7000 nå.
Get some clarity on the inflation outlook. I still think equities can work. Risk reward obviously isn't great, and when you can get 5% yield in cash, obviously that's a high bar to get you back into equities. But no, I don't think we're calling for a 10-year period of dead money at this point.
Stuart, thanks for indulging me. Sometimes it's hard enough to get past next week, so why not look through the next decade? Stuart Kaiser there at Citi. Stuart, appreciate it, sir, as always. On the S&P 500, about 13 minutes.
Nå faller Daxen min bra.
We are positive by just 0.02%. Some of these gains out there fading at the moment. Coming up, regional banks trying to rebound.
The information that we have at this point is that the situation remains under control. The president is certainly looking at the options on the table.
A conversation up next.
Blir det å shorte med en Nasdaq nå? Kom meg helt ut av dagsen, altfor treig. Ute av dagsen, tatt gevinst på dagsen. Fokuserer bare på Nasdaq nå. Jævla bra, Jones. Bra gevinst. Short Nasdaq. Jeg har ikke bra oversikt nå, jeg må mer grafer her. Så det kan godt få en bedre inngang enn det jeg har her nå.
So is there more pressure when you're trying to win a basketball championship than when you're trying to please investors? Where's the greater pressure?
Oh, I think it's definitely trying to win a championship. It's hard because a lot of, like when you invest, and you know this, when you're investing, you can control a lot more things. When you know, on a basketball court, you can't control whether somebody's
Short man on stock.
You've got to get lucky.
And what's the greater pleasure, making 5 times your money on a distressed debt investment or winning the NBA championship?
Ja, short Nasdaq dobbelt. Veldig skummelt.
I wish I could do one each year. That would be great. But I think there's a great feeling in being right on an investment that you've done a tremendous amount of work and you've made money for your clients, which I think is great. I think winning a championship it's a very surreal feeling because there's a whole city or state that is actually behind you. You know, we had 70,000 people at the finals, and we had them all outside. You had 17,000 in the stands, and then literally like 60,000 people outside. And when we won, like just the joy.
Jeg bruker for mye tid på å sette på nå. Jeg er penger på shortman, men ja.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions.
Er det short Nasdaqen min som faen tjener penger? Øker short-posisjonen min.
To find answers now.
Nå. Økte nå.
The information that we have at this point is that the situation remains under control. I think there are indications that we are in a better place, certainly, and we continue to watch the situation as it unfolds. The president is certainly looking at the options on the table.
I can say the administration is going to closely monitor the market developments, including the short selling pressures on healthy banks.
It's quite literally my favourite phrase in Washington, D.C. We are closely monitoring markets. I still have absolutely no idea what that means. The regional banks this morning trying to stage a comeback. PacWest leading those names higher. This is Mohammed Al-Erin of Queen's College, Cambridge, warns there may be another leg to this story.
Now we have stage 2 where banks that are not particularly badly managed, they have issues, but they're not particularly badly managed, are suddenly vulnerable. And they're vulnerable to this path dependency, this multiple equilibrium.
Let's bring in the team. Kelly Lyons back with us alongside Shanali Vassar. Kelly, these gains on PacWest fading just a little bit.
Yeah, this is a stock that opened 30% higher on the day, now up just about 20%. And I say just, John, still objectively a really big move, but relatively when we look at the moves on this stock we have seen of late, it may actually seem quite small because remember, this is a stock that is coming off of an 80% gain from Friday. Even with the gains, though, over this session and last, is still a stock that is down 70% so far this year. So we still have a long way to go to undo that damage. Now, it's interesting to see the move this morning, despite the fact that the bank said it is going to slash its dividend. Analysts don't seem too surprised by that move, actually saying that it makes sense considering the bank wants to focus on capital building and the pace of that. So investors really seem to be taking it in stride as well. It raises a question, though, of whether or not we really have seen the worst of the selling pressure for both PacWest and some of its peers like Western Alliance, Zions, Comerica, others that have gotten caught up really in just this negative sentiment around regional banks. There was a question at the end of last week if that selling pressure had been overdone, if really what we were seeing in terms of the price action matched what was happening with bank fundamentals. And we also are still awaiting potentially more positive catalysts in the future. Morgan Stanley in a note this morning talking about the idea of potential changes to FDIC deposit insurance. Of course, John, that is something that would require congressional buy-in. And for that reason, we'll be looking ahead to the Senate Banking Committee hearing with regulators that's scheduled for next Thursday.
Dekker ikke shorten min ennå. Dere kan ta et noe hvis dere vil. Jeg sitter og venter på major drop. Det er ikke sikkert det skjer, men ja, jeg sitter fortsatt.
Negative, down by 0.1%. Yields higher at the front end by 6 basis points. Let's call it 398 on a 2-year. Do we need a countdown clock, Shnali Basak, for the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey, which comes out in about 4 hours' time?
Listen, this is a slow bleed. Remember, John, we have seen tightening standards for a number of quarters now. You really have to go back to the beginning of last year when you saw any easy and unchanged data when you looked at the loan officer surveys here. That was when banks were trying to capitalize on higher net interest income on the heels of rising interest rates. Now, there's some other interesting data that has come out on the heels of this report to take a look at to complement, really, the report that we're going to hear today. Goldman Sachs, for example, now reporting that 77% of respondents of their small business survey say that they're facing a credit crunch. And that is such a hard turn from a year ago when 77% were confident in their ability to access capital. So hard turn there. I think this is the ability to turn on a dime when we're watching the loan market here. I also like the special questions. Frankly, last time the banks were asked about the lending standards, they not only said almost every type of loan was being tightened here in terms of the standards, but they also expected almost every type of loan type to deteriorate in quality. We saw that from the January survey. Are we going to see some very kind of negative tones here?
Hvis vi kan poppe den her nå, så tar jeg gevinst på halvparten.
Credit crunch, you said it, Shanali. Torsten Slok said it too over at Apollo. Torsten Slok over the weekend saying that these regionals face difficult issues, higher funding costs, lower asset prices, more regulation. Shanali, just how hard is it going to get for some of these banks once they get through the storm?
Yeah, look at the immediate storm that we're seeing here. You see it in the intraday volatility here of all of these stocks to begin with. But then again, I think the problem here is when you look at it, the horizon, that horizon just keeps getting further and further, John, when you think about the banking models that these firms have to contest to the point that Citigroup was making a little earlier, Stuart Kaiser, private capital is going to play a key role in this. You saw them step up with PacWest to some degree, but only with a form of collateralized loans here that they could feel safe with. We have not seen a wholesale shift in private capital markets stepping up. So where does the funding come from if depositors are so flighty? And what is the business model even past this initial storm?
Shanali, thank you. 693 right now on PacWest. Shanali Basak there. Kelly Knights, thank you very much. For the broader market, about 22 minutes into the session, your equity market on the S&P slightly negative. We're down by about 0.1% with a sector price action. Here's Abby.
John, well, today's small decline, this move to the downside, at least right now, it has everything to do with big tech sliding. Let's take a look at the S&P 500 IMAP. We will see tech as the worst sector, down about 0.5%. It's the sector's big weighting to the index that's really creating a problem. Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, Amazon, Meta, Broadcom, these stocks are all lower. Consumer discretionary also lower, and that includes Amazon, of course. To the upside, though, is one that we have not seen all that much in recent weeks. Energy up 1.4%. This says oil is climbing higher again at $73 per barrel. In fact, over the last 2 days, we have energy higher, up 4.1%, even as oil up till today had been sliding for multiple weeks. John, a little bit of a reprieve for the energy sector.
Abby, thanks for that as we kick off the trading week. Looking ahead to some inflation data later on this week. Your trading diary up next.
Kan falle mye mer. Holder shorten min. Ikke tatt gevinst ennå.
most of the large Chinese technology companies, let's say Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, they have gigantic market values and they're very prominent in China, not as prominent outside of China as obviously in China, and certainly not that prominent in the United States. TikTok, by contrast, is not in China, but it's gigantic outside of China, of the United States and everywhere. What did TikTok do that enabled a Chinese-based company, parent company at least, to do so well outside of China?
We think it's challenging to build a global company in general, but the best ones we have seen so far are ones that take very consistent global learnings and adapt them to the local countries that they are operating in. So you need to be global and local at the same time.
Tok gevinst på halvparten, går kraftigere short, du som bryter ned nå.
$25 minutes into the session, just turning a little bit lower on the S&P 500, softer here, negative by 0.1%. That's the price action. Let's get to the trading diary. The highlights of the week ahead. President Biden speaking on the airlines at 1:45 Eastern Time. The highly anticipated Senior Loan Officer Survey at 2 p.m. later on this afternoon. The May Financial Stability Report coming later as well. And Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari discussing wages too. Tomorrow, it's the president's debt limit meeting with congressional leaders. The US CPI report out on Wednesday. And finally, PPI.
Sett en ny short hvert øyeblikk.
On Thursday from New York City. That does it for me. Thank you for choosing Bloomberg TV. And good luck for the rest of the trading day. This was the countdown to the open. This is Bloomberg.
Satte short der. Litt risky. Er det penger også det synger etter? Vurderer å ta gevinst, bare stemme at bryter ned.
Halla, Jones.
Halla.
Det har gått.
Veldig, veldig bra.
Veldig, veldig bra. Det har gått å gå i markedet til helvete i dag. Det er greit.
Ja, det går alle veier.
Det går alle veier. Ja, det er gøy for deg som scalp.
Nå rakk jeg akkurat ikke ta den jævla gevinsten da. Faen, jeg hadde masse gevinst på den siste da.
Miksen er opp og Nasdaq ned for sjokk.
The product is beautiful, technologically very, very strong. So in many areas, Tesla is Tesla. But Xpeng is Xpeng. We want to focus on what we think is important for our customers. Our customer like beautifully designed vehicles, either it's large SUV or sports sedan. We believe we have a very, very appealing family look.
Nå er jeg voldsomt i penga igjen her. Vurderer også å holde shorten nå. Jeg skal se om jeg skal ta gevinst, eller om jeg skal holde den.
Access the financial world on demand.
Jeg bryter han...
Hear from leading
Faen, det er ikke det å se på.
policymakers.
Jeg klarer ikke å svare her, for jeg prøver å fokusere her. Jeg er short Nasdaq.
Only from Bloomberg.
Det er så jævla rare volum i dag, så jeg må være veldig forsiktig.
Visit
ser det.
Bloomberg.com webinars.
Faen, så jeg rakk det ikke igjen.
Ja, han har litt støtte å gå på der.
Der, ja. Nå er jeg skikkelig penger igjen. Nå kommer jeg ned.
Ja, bryter om det nivået her, da tjener du faen med noe helt vilt. Eller neste 10 tiksen som bryter gjennom det.
Og der fikk jeg tag i vinst hele tiden nå, for hvis den bryter den her nå, så gjør jeg kule som faen. Men det er litt sånn gambling, for han kan sprette litt opp også. Det har støtta her. Helvete. Nå er jeg alt for grådig.
The resulting chaos caused riots, civil unrest, and even deaths. Reporting this story took over a year, and it resulted in me flying to Manila in the Philippines to meet and to find out exactly what happened back then in the 1990s.
Amazon som poppa, ser det ut som.
My name is Jeff Maish. I'm a journalist based in Los Angeles.
Netflix
I wrote a story for Bloomberg Business Week about Pepsi's Number Fever campaign. The Philippines is a really interesting country. It's made up of thousands of islands, and it's also a country that's very heavily influenced by America. American culture is everywhere you look in the Philippines. They're obsessed with Frank Sinatra music, for example. They love all things America, and that extends to their love for soft drinks, Pepsi Cola.
Var det hele fallet vi fikk, altså?
In the 1990s, it was everywhere. Pepsi and Coca-Cola were embroiled in what is now known as the Cola Wars. It was.
Er det ingen som har sånn der news live som ikke repeterer seg selv hele fucking tida?
Ja, nå bare den Justice-desken, jeg. Wholesales inventory.
Kom den inn nå?
Ja, klokka 10:00 er det ikke det som blir nå da? I deres tid.
Ja, er det det som er nå? Jeg må nesten vite det. Kan du se på Forex Factory, for da er det det som fikk den rare bevegelsen. Da går jeg på ny short.
Ja, jeg skal sjekke nå. Jeg har 2 skate.
$1 million
04:00.
or $68,000
Nei, det er
doesn't
pi.
sound like a lot now.
Hæ? Klokka 4 nå.
Ja, men jeg må se hva klokka er i USA.
Skal jeg sjekke.
In the Philippines at the time,
Altså, jeg vet ikke hva klokka er akkurat nå i USA, så vet du det. Ja, den kom nå. Takk, trader. Wholesale inventories, actual 0,0%, expecting var 0,1%.
Number Fever caught fire.
Ja, det er noen... Ja, jeg er short. Det er ikke noe, ingenting å si. Den kom opp på det. Da er jeg short.
Parents were squirreling away all of the bottle caps in bags. You would walk down the street and people were going through trash trying to find discarded bottle caps. It was a national phenomenon.
Det kom liksom i det jeg satt meg ned, så jeg fikk ikke med meg at det var gamle news eller det.
Nei, men det var noen event.
Ja.
Every month from $10 million to $14 million. It had a huge impact on Pepsi's bottom.
Ny short på toppen her, tror jeg kommer. Det er sikkert derfor Amazon poppa.
Number
For å wholesales.
Ja, men det er derfor markedet kom opp. Det skal ned. Nei, men i helvete, jeg skal ikke høre på den jævla driten der nede i Filippinene. Hva faen er problemet? Jeg er dritlei. Han snakker om det samme hver dag, og Pepsi og folk blir lurt. Ja vel, gi faen. Hvor er CNBC Live-en da? Hæ? Hvor er CNBC Live-en? CNBC Live, så kommer jeg til fuckings Vietnam. Er det her? Nei. Hva skjer da? Hvor faen er CNBC Live? Skriver jeg det på?
Ja, jeg kom over på CNBC Indonesia. What the fuck?
Jeg skal ikke se på Indonesia, jeg skal se på CNBC Live. Hvor er det nå?
Fy faen.
Er han borte, eller? Jeg skal ikke se CNBC i Indonesia. Totalt uinteressant.
Må du ha VPN for å se på det?
Måtte ikke det tidligere.
Nei, men kan hende de har fått den nå. For at vi ser gratis. Sign in to watch CNBC Live.
Der, nå kommer plutselig.
Or he was finally reunited with his son.
The former officer agreeing with so many others that something needs
Sett
to
har du
change.
sett og sett på indonesiske nyheter hele dag da.
Det var bare teit da.
Now, as for the victims in this shooting, we know of the 8 people taken to area hospitals. 1 of them was a 5-year-old child, and 3 victims remain in critical condition. And we've also learned about one of the lives lost. He's been identified as 20-year-old
Warren Buffett sees uncertainty in the EV market. Well, no shit, you old fart.
Gunshots rang out. Over the weekend, his grandmother took to Facebook, posting he was just 20-year-old with so many goals.
Dagsen I dag var helt vild, den var så sterk. Selv om hele markedet trynte sikkert oppover, det var helt merkelig bevegelse.
Ja, men det et eller annet som inflater Dagsen. Den ikke, den driter jo opp I markedet. Å, den har jo trynet nå da.
Ikke mye. Alt gikk ned, alt av råvarer, alt gikk ned, hele Europa gikk ned, og den gikk bare opp I hele dag. Så jeg shorta jo. Jeg tjente jo penger på det da. Men det var bare sånn der... Et eller annet veldig rar bevegelse der.
Den har jo dødt 0,35% siste timen da.
Jo, den hentet seg inn igjen, det var derfor jeg shortet den så mye, for det var så jævla mismatch der.
Man får ikke mange tikk unna linja mi for å gå short.
Jeg har short Nasdaq nå, Eirik.
Fredrik, hvor var du hadde linja di igjen på Dagsen? Jeg har ei på 16,066-ish, 67, rundt der, og går short.
You called your father, who is a former police officer. What did he tell you to do?
I called my dad, like 3 minutes after the shots rang out. He just told me to get to safety, which already was at this point, and we were trying to...
Ja, du ser noe der til, når jeg åpner Dagsen min, så står det bare short med store bokstaver.
Different boxes and totes that we could find, and Dad
Jeg har topplinja med på 16,288 da, men den tror jeg ikke vi blir nå. Så hvis vi går 16,068, da blir jeg gå short på den vi beholder. Derfor hadde håpet vi skulle få den der kontoen snart, Jones, så vi kunne begynne å sette noen av de ATH-shortene på sånne kjempesmå posisjoner og bare la dem ligge der. La dem ligge I en måned eller 2. Hadde kommet til å tjene så jævlig mye penger på den.
Ja, det tror jeg. Som faen. Bare ta liksom et par kontrakter.
Ja, 3 kontrakter, sant, på... Hvor mye får du på 3 kontrakter på 3,000 poeng eller noe sånt her, over et par måneder? Det blir jo helt vilt.
I do admit, I mean, when I was in high school and everything, I mean, I've seen a lot of graphic footage before over in high school and everything, ranging from live league to even...
Ikke det en plass jeg kan regne ut inn på TD, det synes jeg på?
Jo, du kan bare, det er så bra på TD, du kan bare skrive amend, og så kan du bare skrive, finner du tallet, og så skriver du antall kontrakter, og så sier den fra mye du tjener. Det litt dritt med metatrader, for jeg klarer ikke regne ut en dritt. Så når jeg skal ta tailing stop-loss, så vet jeg ikke hvor mye det jeg klarer ikke sitte og regne på det.
Mom, Dad, and we didn't let go from hugging each other for about a few minutes. It was really... We just basically held each other together.
Which we all completely understand. Freddie, grateful that you're okay, grateful for everything that your father did to help so many people in that moment. We wish you well.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
There was another tragedy in Texas this weekend. An SUV plowed into a group of people outside a migrant shelter in the border town of Brownsville, Texas. At least 8 people were killed, nearly a dozen hurt. While police are still investigating why this happened, the incident occurred just days ahead of the lifting of Title 42, the COVID border restriction, and that's prompted a new wave of migrants trying to cross the border. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
Du finner en mend hen. Fant du det inne når du er inne på grafen, eller?
Good morning. As you
Nei, det
mentioned,
legger en
the
ordre.
death toll here rose from 7 to 8, and law enforcement officials now tell NBC News they're looking into whether this driver may have plowed his SUV into this crowd intentionally or whether it was an accident. And we should also warn you that some of the video of the crash and its aftermath is disturbing.
This surveillance video shows the seconds right before an SUV plowed into a crowd waiting at a bus stop Sunday outside a migrant shelter in Brownsville, Texas. The mayor says 8 people were killed, some of them migrants from Venezuela. At least 9 others were injured. This morning, investigators are still trying to determine a motive.
1, it could be intoxication. 2, it could be just an accidental one. Or 3, it could be intentional.
A bystander telling NBC News that he heard from other witnesses that the driver yelled anti-immigrant language. Police say they can't substantiate the allegation, and it's still under investigation. Law enforcement officials tell NBC
Hvis jeg prøver noe, så starter han en trade, liksom, og det gidder jeg ikke.
He's been arrested and charged with reckless driving, but more charges could be pending.
Just a terrible situation to witness.
For så vidt så er det jo jævlig bra. Det er jo ikke dumt å shorte han nå, liksom.
Jeg er short til pipa.
Tror du at du som bare skulle ta små lot sizes, jeg?
Jo, men jeg kjører, jeg har gjort mange små i hele dag. Gjort en grei gevinst, og så fortsetter jeg med små, men jeg har kontroll så ikke jeg taper mer enn det jeg har tjent. Og så bygger jeg på posisjonen min jo mer jeg kommer i pengene.
Så nå er du short med hvor mange kontrakter? 8.
11.
Oi, helvete. Ja, da gjør det kula hvis den dropper.
Ja, da dobler jeg kapitalen hvis den dropper.
Det sier litt om at du kanskje er litt heftig eksponert.
Jeg vet det, men jeg har ikke bommet en gang i dag. Jeg har ikke bommet på en transaksjon i hele dag. I dag så har jeg gjort 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 23 transaksjoner. Alle har gått til grønt. Det er ikke en tapp, ikke ett tapp. Så hvis jeg får tak i litt mer kapital, så kan jeg handle med litt større summer, så kommer jeg til å tjene så inn i helvete så mye penger.
NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with more on the story. Emily, good morning.
Good morning. Well, it's been now a week since Jordan Neely's death, and no charges have been filed. According to 2 sources familiar with the matter, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office plans to present the case to a grand jury, which will determine if we'll see any charges. So it's not clear exactly when that will happen. Meanwhile, protests here in New York are intensifying, with more set to play out today. And just a warning, some of the images that you're about to see may be difficult to watch. This morning, growing outrage surrounding the chokehold death of 30-year-old Jordan Neely. Demonstrators demanding justice and calling for criminal charges. Some even jumping onto subway tracks in protest, leading to clashes with police. Authorities say 13 people were arrested so far. It comes as we're learning more about what happened on that deadly train ride, when Neely was placed in a headlock by another passenger for at least several minutes. That passenger, now identified as 24-year-old Daniel Penny, a college student and Marine veteran. In a statement, his lawyer writing, when Mr. Neely began aggressively threatening Daniel Penny and other passengers, Daniel, with the help of others, acted to protect themselves until help arrived. Adding, Daniel never intended to harm Mr. Neely. While Penny was questioned by police, he has not been charged with a crime. But calls for his arrest are intensifying.
We will try our hardest to make sure that he's held accountable.
A source telling WNBC's Jonathan Deans that before help arrived, NYPD dispatchers received 5 911 calls, including several people reporting a man making threats on board.
Neely, who police say was arrested more than 40 times, was homeless and known to be struggling with mental illness since his mother's murder in 2007. Still, his family attorney says he was a talented street performer who loved to dance and make other people happy.
He had demons. And we all know people who are on the brink of going through something major, and that's where he was.
He had demons. Hvordan faen skal han vite det da? Han som kvært den?
And this morning, Jordan's family put out a new statement saying, in part, Daniel Penny's press release is not an apology nor an expression of regret. It is a character assassination and a clear example of why he believed he was entitled to take Jordan's life. The investigation is ongoing. The other riders you saw in the video have not been identified. Meanwhile, the NYPD says they're still looking for 6 more people involved in Saturday's protest in that subway station. Something to watch.
Definitely. All right, Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Today, the Biden administration is expected to announce new rules for airlines in an effort to boost flyer rights. In the case of, quote, any controllable cancellations or significant delays, airlines could now be held
Hvis vi har gått short med 3 kontrakter nå, og han bare dropper ned til 15 000 poeng på Dagsen, så har vi faen meg gjort nesten $3,000. Det på 3 kontrakter. Så ja, da har du rett i på 1 poeng og $1, så. Hvis han dropper ned til 14 000 poeng herifra, så gjør vi jo $6,000 til 3 kontrakter.
Men det Dagsen da. Dagsen går jo ikke ned.
Ja, en gang så må han jo gjøre det. Men kan det være fordi at Dagsen så inn I helvete short?
Jeg aner ikke hvorfor. Han skulle falt for mye lenge siden. Hallo. Ja, jeg skal fikse det.
In other words, a maintenance issue, a staffing issue. It's taking too long to load the bags. All of that would therefore allow you to receive cash compensation from the airline specifically. That's very important. It would also mean a meal voucher and or overnight hotel accommodations and rebookings. Now, this all comes, of course, after we had the Southwest Airlines meltdown over the holidays, and then last summer, of course, the major travel mess. It's also, it says, going to encourage and ensure that the airlines are offering timely customer service during this entire process. This is all coming, we should tell you, at a time when the airlines are under pressure going into the summer holiday rather, not to repeat what happened last summer, not to repeat what happened in Southwest over the Christmas holidays, but again, these new passenger regulations, which are built largely on what the Europeans have already built into their system, they would not take effect probably for months at the earliest. Lindsay?
So for right now, when it comes to these rules, since that's not going to be in place for a little while, what can people do if they have questions about what their rights are right now?
So flightrights.gov. Flightrights.gov is the DOT's website where they really detail out what
Du har fått med deg der Kina, offshore oil og natural gas-nyhetene som kom for sånn 6-7 timer siden.
Hva tenker du på?
China boosts offshore oil and natural gas output.
Ja, at det positivt, ja.
Ja, de økte. Men det er jo det som vanskelig. Hvis de øker produksjonen, så betyr det jo at de, altså sånn, det er bra for olje fordi at det betyr at de fortsetter å investere I olje. Samtidig så betyr det at det blir mer olje tilgjengelig som kan drive ned prisen. Så lenge etterspørselen lik. Men med etterspørselen høyere, så det jo bra.
Se den bevegelsen der.
Ja.
Den hører ingen sted hjemme, den som der.
Det bare en teknisk pop.
Den bør shortes ned.
But that's kind of what the Biden administration is proposing here.
All right, we'll see how it all unfolds. Tom, thanks.
Time for a check on your morning news now. Weather for the week ahead.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. So good to see you. And we are starting out stormy in spots. We're going to see
Google og Apple så har en liten pop.
Taking a look at radar, you can see some rain falling.
Der den bevegelsen kommer ifra.
That's where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's the heavy rain falling, and we are expecting heavy rain today, tomorrow through Wednesday in some spots. So taking a look at the week ahead, this is today. Strong storms, especially this
Kanskje her det bånd med bakken, men jeg vil ikke tro det.
portions of the middle Mississippi Valley, but we have rain stretching and at least a chance of rain.
Google og Apple hoppa 0,3% begge to samtidig I samme timeframe nå. Så det kan være
De løfter sånn nå.
Google og Apple løfter seg 0,3% siste 3 minutter. US dollar bounced to trading day highs. Det var nyheten som kom.
Northern California into the Pacific Northwest, and then we're going to see some higher elevation snow mixing in with some rain in the Cascades. As we look towards Wednesday, below average temperatures in parts of the west, more showers and storms stretching from the northern plains to the central plains into the southern plains. We're worried about or concerned about the chance for some flooding conditions there. Pleasant really along the Carolina coast into the mid-Atlantic, the northeast with lots of sunshine. Really nice temperatures on Wednesday in those areas. By Friday, May warmth, we're going to see temperatures into the 80s in the northeast, Midwest storms once again, and a lot of rain for many on Friday, stretching from the Intermountain West into the plains, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Tennessee Valley, and also along the Gulf Coast into the southeast. It'll be warm in the Pacific Northwest. Notice those highs in Northern California into the upper 80s. So for today, over the next few days, we have a frontal boundary system that's sort of draped from the mid-Atlantic all the way down to the plains, and that's going to bring the chance for showers and storms, a flooding risk from Wisconsin to Louisiana. The best chance for storms will be in portions of the Ohio Valley into parts of the plains.
Ja, han har dødt en del allerede, men han jo litt I sånn her ingenmannsland på en kortere timeframe nå.
Han har falt mye siden jeg så det der. Men jeg har ikke kunnet fått med meg det, for jeg var jo satt I dagsen.
Når var det du startet å se på han I dag? For han har bare dødt fra Open, har han jo bare dødt...
Nei, han bevegde seg oppover... Han beveget seg nedover sånn stort sett I hele dag, sånn sakte.
Ja, for han på Open, jeg sier Open, han beveget seg ned 0,23, men han jo gått 0,42%, så han beveget seg ned 0,7% I... nei, glem det. Når faen åpner han I dag? Her åpner han. Fra Open I dag han bare ned 0,4% ATL, altså ATL nå. Så I dag.
Every day. Adding to the star power in our studio. The biggest names, only on Today. See, we're coming in this early, right? Buddy, it's today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just...
Han sliter litt her også, da.
Han har masse støtte der.
But following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction.
Masse støtte på hvordan timeframe.
A mind world among dreadful possibilities.
1 minute charge.
What happened here?
Og
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and
se her.
Sundays.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big
hele her. Bam, 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 bam.
Jeg har også gått helt bak til 1. mai, ja.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now.
High end fra 3. mai.
Top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to.
Jeg trodde du skulle falle meg med dette.
The state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere. Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
Dette her ikke ordentlig fall.
Nei, det ingenting på så liten røsens online.
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Jeg vurderer å dekke meg hvis ikke det faller videre. Jeg gikk ikke sitte bare for å sitte.
Burde det beveise sidelengs seg frem til CPI, egentlig.
Kommer det makro etterpå I dag?
Nei, I morgen.
Ja, det mente du ikke noe mer I dag?
Nei, ikke så vidt jeg vet. Skal sjekke.
Not font support file volume book.
We're back
now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy.
Og Fed skal snakke i dag.
Nei, når da?
Fed speak, det er John Williams da, som ikke er så viktig. Han snakker 12.05. 12.05.
Ok.
Og så har du crude oil-data kommer klokka 4:30. Helvete, jeg må få meg en sånn her...
Ja, du sliter noe jævlig nå med tidene. Du som kan være så flink på det.
Det er ikke det at jeg sliter med tiden, det er jo det at jeg ikke har et fortrykk til å huske hvordan tidsframe de har i USA i høvet.
Ja, men står det ikke det ved siden av de tallene?
Nei, det står bare pi. Det er sånn. Og det som hadde stått IST, så har det vært litt lett, men det gjør det selvsagt ikke, eller hva man er. Men det er vel EST de bruker.
Klokka 10 i kveld. Ja, du må endre tidszonen på... Det er det du ikke har gjort, vet du. Du må endre tidszonen på Forex Factory. Det er derfor.
You know, 15 votes. 15 votes that where he
Han sitter og regner på det i huet.
Ja, jeg setter og regner på det i huet. Det er 6 timer i forskjell. Helvete.
Jeg har ikke hørt det gå rundt for deg. Hva faen? Minus 3, 2...
Ja, klokka 6, nei, klokka 7 i dag, prat. Nei, 5:06, prat Fed. Men kan vi faen er han John Williams da?
Det må falle her nå, ellers gidder ikke jeg være short.
Reducing spending back to 2022 levels. They've got a long list of provisions that they passed in the House back bill, and that 43 number that you point to in that letter that was sent.
Han som skal snakke i dag er President and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Reserve's Bank of New York.
Ja, han er homofil.
A deal that could potentially be cut because it would require 60 votes to pass in the Senate. So the Republicans
Sånn faktisk.
go into this meeting
Ja.
tomorrow with an important hand. They've already passed the bill, and now it's incumbent on Democrats to say
Nei, bare
they'd
kødd.
be willing to negotiate to get this debt ceiling
Ja,
bill
både
over
rett.
the finish line. Joe.
Nå har jeg penger på shorten. Nå må du bryte ned her, og ikke så gidder jeg ikke dette her. For jeg har bestemt meg at det skulle gå rett ned hit. Det er liksom det jeg har bestemt meg for i dag.
Faen, fikk jeg shorta på toppen der.
Yeah, it does seem that way, Joe. At least that's their public position, right? I think what many are hoping is that when they get behind closed doors, that's where the real negotiating can happen. We can see if there's any ability for President Biden to try and provide some sort of exit ramp here, where not necessarily a bill that's tied to the debt ceiling, but some sort of negotiation that would tie these negotiations to the negotiation over the spending plan, which is due in September. That would be a scenario where perhaps you'd see this pushed off into the fall. At this point, though, their positions have not changed an inch, despite that alarming letter from the
PGS 2,9 solgte 1/3 av PGS i dag. Da var den opp med nesten 5%, så jeg gjorde 9% på PGS fra torsdag.
So this meeting is as high stakes as it gets, Joe.
Yeah, and quickly remind us about
Er ikke den pen, så vet ikke jeg.
what are the potential impacts if we do breach the debt ceiling?
I mean, not to understate it, Joe, you really can't. It could be economic calamity. It could lead to a stock market crash. It could mean a 401ks could implode. It could also mean things like the housing sector could crash. There's also the risk of federal benefits being able to be paid out for things like veterans benefits and things along those lines, SNAP benefits. Everything that the federal government spends money on is potentially in the crosshairs here if they are not able to come up with a debt ceiling agreement. And it would, of course, be the first time ever that the United States defaulted on its loans. It could mean that going forward, America always has to pay more for the interest that it takes out.
Så jeg var litt live på TikTok, eller? Får litt action her.
June 1st, now 3.5 weeks away.
Jeg har penger på shorten. Holder shorten.
Turning now to the legal troubles surrounding convicted murderer Alex Murdaugh. Earlier this year, the disgraced lawyer was convicted of murdering his wife and son, and now Murdaugh has made a major confession in a life insurance fraud lawsuit that was filed against him over the death of his longtime housekeeper. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck joins us now from rural South Carolina with the latest. Katie, good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay. Another legal
Jeg må være litt aktiv på det. TikTokene dør ut. Det er jo faen meg alt for lite.
Today they're going to release new audio recording and new documents tied to her case. This, as an insurance company, is fighting to recover that $3.8 million settlement money. And Alec Murdaugh from prison is admitting that he didn't tell the truth again in connection to another mysterious death.
Alec Murdaugh is changing his story once again, this time from a prison cell, after admitting during his trial to lying about his alibi the night his wife and son were killed.
I did lie to them.
Murdaugh is now confessing to
Hello,
even
Uncle.
more lies, this time surrounding the mysterious death of the family's
Han bygger jo sakte, men sikkert higher lows og higher highs. Nei, jeg glemmer det. Det gjør han ikke.
in 2018. The disgraced lawyer originally told his
Prøv
insurance
å lage
company
støtte her,
that
men
the
det...
family's dogs caused her to trip and
Ja,
fall.
fortsatt.
He later collected millions in settlement money intended for Satterfield's sons, who say
Jeg vet ikke, det her er sånn her... Nå kan jo ikke jeg teknisk analyse i det hele tatt av, men det er ikke det her pattern vi ser her, ikke det bullish pattern når du har på en måte to, altså når du ikke har head and shoulders, men når du har det motsatte, på en måte...
Alec Murdaugh
Akkurat nå skal han gå
promised he
begge
would help
veier.
him and his brother get an insurance settlement for the accident.
Did you believe him?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? He said, I want to make sure the boys are taken care of.
Jeg tror dette er spennende uke.
That much.
Masse
Now, a
transport på
legal
vei.
storm is brewing over Murdaugh's latest
Jeg er ikke
confession.
sikker på at den kvartalsrapporten som er på vei, de fleste store USA har vært nå da. Balle, balleklorin. Nå får vi ny dropp her, tror jeg. Nå kommer droppet. Nå holder jeg posisjonen min. Nå er det penger på shorten.
No dogs were involved in Satterfield's death.
Vi må liksom bryte ned her.
He invented the situation to
Den
force his
siste her likte jeg
insurers to
ikke,
take
sånn
a
der.
settlement
Her, han
payment.
tok imot.
Murdaugh also says the Satterfield family
Jeg
did
synes ikke
actually
liker han.
receive the fraudulent
Jeg synes
funds.
det ser ut som han pleier å prøve å bygge seg litt sterk, jeg.
Satterfield's family deny they got money from the insurance company, saying the new claims lack
Det er det de vil du skal tro.
much like Alec Murdaugh.
Det er det vilje skal tro for å bryte han helt ned.
Alex at this point in time will say
Psykologi, vet du.
to try to preserve his own skin.
Police have reopened the investigation into Satterfield's death. We reached out to Murdaugh's attorney, who had no comment about the lawsuit or why Alec Murdaugh is once again changing his story from behind bars.
Murdaugh is now serving 2 life sentences for the murders of his wife and son, but he still faces nearly 100 other charges ranging from money laundering to stealing from his clients. Murdaugh's attorney says they have filed that notice to appeal, and they intend to do so in coming months. Lindsay?
All right, Katie, thank you so much.
Now to some international headlines. Rescuers are searching for survivors after a tourist boat overturned in southern India.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga
Se
joins
på den bevegelsen her, Sander.
with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Den tok ut mange.
Lindsay, Joe, good morning. Yes,
Den
at
tok ut
least
mange.
22 people have so far died after a tourist boat capsized in India
Ja,
Sunday night.
men samtidig så er det sånn...
Double-decker tourist boat
Det ligger masse selgere, ja, sånn sett, ja, for du tror det er mange som ligger med stopplås på liksom toppweeken av den forrige der. Ja.
Og det er det mye penger på. Ja, se på den nå. Jeg kommer til å gjøre penger her. Jeg kan forklare mens jeg ser det. Jeg tredje helt da. Ok, jeg kan forklare noe. Hva skjer med telefonen da? Her. Jeg er short her oppe. Når den faller ned her nå, så tjener jeg masse penger. Så den har allerede falt ganske mye i dag. Så tjener jeg penger. Jeg tjener penger på at den går ned. Hvis den går opp, så taper jeg penger. Hvis den går ned og går i rødt, så tjener jeg masse penger. Så her har vi et minute chart, og så har jeg moving average, jeg har RSI, og jeg har mass index. Nå tjener jeg penger. Jeg har allerede realisert en del gevinster fra Tyskland, så nå er det her.
All right, beginning to look a lot like winter there. Thank you, Claudio. Appreciate it.
ECB is lame. There's still a lot of momentum in inflation. Kanskje du får en liten...
Hva spiller med den jævla telefonen min? Faen, ass.
Kanskje du får en liten bearish catalyst her. Det er shorten min.
Nå får den rett i trynet og kommer ned. Hva var det du sa for noe, Sander?
Jeg sa nå fikk du litt bearish news i tillegg til å hjelpe deg. ECB is lame. There's still a lot of momentum in inflation.
Så her nå.
in our studio.
The biggest names, only on today.
See, worth coming in this early, right? Buddy, it's today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
Ja, nå bryter han igjennom.
Bryter han ned. Nå er jeg pluss med så mye.
Faen, at ikke gikk short her på toppen, når du sa det er risky da.
Angrer du da?
Jo, du som sa det var risky da, så da hørte jeg noe på deg.
Jeg er verdensmester.
Hold deg unna den traden, for jeg skal tjene penger på den.
Ja, men det er risiko. Det er jævla risiko. Den traden her er jævla risiko. Hele markedet er forventet opp, jeg går short. Det er galskap. Ny bunn. Sjekk her nå. Når jeg trykker på den skjermen, så skjer jo ikke en dritt. Nå faller den videre. Jeg er short her oppe fra, den kommer ned. Hadde jeg hatt litt mer penger, så hadde jeg kjent en formue nå.
Da har du enda på 10 kontrakter, så har du gjort ganske bra nå.
Jævlig bra, du går opp i trader. Hvem er de største talentene i Norge? Hva mener du med det? Talentene i Norge?
Største politiske talenter vi har i Norge er Jan Vedum.
Du får prøve på den gode allerede. Ja, jeg kjenner penger på at den faller. Det kommer til å sprekke ut opp på dette. Markedet i dag er forventet opp, men jeg tror det skal med. Mye tjent i dag, ikke så mye. Fra opp 5.000 kroner. Men jeg begynte med 6.000 for 4 dager siden. Nå er jeg oppe på 27.000. Så skal jeg få det til å bli 50.000, 100.000 og oppover.
A wave of anti-LGBTQ bills has been introduced in Republican-led states, spreading fear among those in the community, including drag performers.
NBC News correspondent Tony
privat.
Hilton spoke to performers in Tennessee, where a statewide ban on
Så er det pluss med 300% da.
Here's just
På
some
4
of what
dager.
she discussed for the season premiere of Meet the Press Reports.
Blir det ikke da? 6.000 til 26.000, mye da, på 4 dager.
It wasn't until she turned 18 and stepped out onto her first drag show stage that she realized it didn't have to be that way.
Ja, da har du jo gjort 300%.
Hvis du hadde hatt mer penger, hadde du shortet mer nå da? Ja, men jeg har ikke mer penger. Den kommer til å teste oppe på Moving Average her nå antagelig, og så har du... Ja. Det er nok litt gevinstsikring her nå, før du går videre med.
Og så hva du gjort for noe? Du har gjort 6.000 til 26.000.
Ja. Hvis jeg tar gevinst her nå.
Ja, da har du gjort 333% da.
Hvorfor tar du en Apple-test og ikke nå, ikke før? For grunn av tallene. De kom akkurat med tall.
The law targets adult-oriented performances that are harmful to minors. It doesn't say exactly how performances will be determined to be harmful or sexual.
Have you been to drag shows?
Have not. But I've seen videos. I've seen videos of drag. Well, and I guess I should say...
Jeg tror på Smart Money Liquidation her nå.
A man was dressed as a woman and performing or singing.
Jøss, det er denne karen da. Hva instant handler det? Du, Kristin, akkurat nå så handler jeg i Nasdaq. Jeg har shortet Nasdaq. Tjener penger på at det faller. Veldig små summer, men det blir veldig mye penger for jeg gjør det så mange ganger. Så det er et bevis på at man kan tjene masse penger på ikke å ha så mye penger. Så på 4 dager så har jeg fått 6.000 til å bli nesten 27.000 nå da, for å gå mer her nå. Hvis jeg er heldig nå etterpå, så klarer jeg å dra en 7.000 til. Det har gjort 6.000 til 40.000. 33, hvis jeg får til det. Tanken debsivingen sa risiko for folk. Det skjer ikke.
Children in public or anywhere a child might see them. And that's part of what's fostered this confusion. That means if you're on the rooftop of an adult venue, but a child might be able to see you from another building, that could cause a challenge for the business that you run, for the performance that you're hosting. That means that events like festivals, parades that LGBTQ people might want to attend, if children happen to be nearby, that could put these performers in jeopardy. And so that's part of what has caused so much fear.
Eller nei, 2006.
Actually, right now, under a temporary restraining order due to the actions of a Trump-appointed judge just a couple weeks ago. But we'll find out soon in a few weeks, is this law going to be moving forward? Will it be implemented in the state? Or are performers going to have to go to trial to defend their performance?
Are you finding that they're already making changes? Like, for example, I'm not going to perform unless there's security.
Jeg lærer meg scalping. Omar, jeg driver bare med scalping.
Every single day from performers right now, that on an individual level, they're changing their routines, frightened that people will take a video of them, post it on social media, and that their lives will be threatened. They're hiring private security to work with them or venues and the businesses that they are attached to. And many of these organizations, they don't have a whole lot of money.
Brøt over momentumlinja, så jeg har laget, så vi får se om man klarer å holde det, eller om man nå skal gjøre en liten til push-up og så rett ned.
I'm not sure, what their connection to the drag community might look like going forward.
You also spoke with some leaders of drag story hours. This is when drag queens read for kids in local libraries. What did you hear from them, and how worried are
Tanken om Futures forhold til CFD. Futures, altså det er CFD, jeg handler Futures nå, det er CFD. Tanken markedet fremover. Jeg tror vi skal litt ned før vi skal opp.
Extremist response. We have seen Nazis, we have seen extremist organizations like the Proud Boys go to story reading hours and intimidate the performers. The extended version of this story, we sit down with a performer who had Proud Boys storm their reading in front of children.
Du safer den. Du kjører en breakout, Aksel.
They're getting trained on CPR, gunshot wound response. And so that is the level of seriousness here, that people are really reevaluating performances, events at libraries that used to be
Hvor langt ned tror du han går?
Pretty simple.
Hvis jeg er heldig, så kommer han helt ned hit.
There is now a lot
Vi må bare se, da.
and security steps that
Det er ganske mye støtte her.
You've been spending a lot of time reporting on this. What do you want to leave people with? What are the takeaways, and how can people watch your reporting?
I think one of the major takeaways right now is that we're hearing a lot of politicians talk about parental rights, because that's driving what's behind a lot of this fear that
Apple,
are appropriate for children, and that parents have the rights to reach out to libraries and to cancel performances.
Meta har en fin oppovertrend, Tesla driver recover, Google fortsetter å pushe oppover, Netflix går seg kula. Netflix er opp 2,75% i dag.
Sexy.
Netflix er opp siste timen, Netflix er opp 2,85%. Så den push på.
Hva tenker du om edle metaller, sånn som Iran? Hva tenker du om det? Akkurat nå er ikke det som er interessant, som å trede indekser og forex.
After the break, we're going to show you how one group is changing the lives of families who choose to donate their loved ones' organs, offering growth through grief. This is Morning News Now.
Det er 1 minutt, og så har jeg 15 minutt, og så har jeg egentlig 4 hour her, og så har jeg alt mulig rart her.
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. We begin top story with that breaking news.
Ser du shortet her, Sander?
Jeg har ikke gått short ennå, nei. Jeg klarer ikke helt å bli klok på hvor det skal. Jeg hater sånn når noen ting de pusher opp, og så ser jo trenden egentlig bearish ut.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz.
Hva dere shortet da, Sander? Så har du tjent penger.
Keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video.
Faen, oi.
Trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters.
Nå vil du ha tjent penger snart også, som bryter gjennom det her nivået på nytt.
Ja, men han jævla sterk. Jeg short da. Jeg håper at den skal bryte videre ned her, så jeg jo I penger uansett. For jeg har tjent penger I dag, men han må bryte her. Det ikke noe test for meg før han bryter her. Bryter den her, så kan jeg faktisk være med og shorte på videre ned. Men han må bryte her. Og den der ganske bullish, den som kom der nå.
This stage, liberating. We're just getting started, folks. Ain't no stopping us now. The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
Hvilket nivå du short på den her? 13, 2, 20, eller?
På flere nivåer.
Hva snitt-entryen din?
Rundt I nivåene her, kanskje litt lenger ned.
Litt lenger ned, ja.
På de her, jeg har jo shortet fra topp her oppe I dag.
Ja, altså den du har liggende?
Ja, de har tatt gevinst.
Ja,
Det var jævla styrke av den her, altså. Men hvis han ikke kommer ned nå, så longer jeg. Det ikke noe verre enn det.
Ja, kan jo være en liten bett og... short, så det faen hva som skjer der.
Fin week. Tror du den bryter?
Researchers are taking a
Altså,
closer
jeg
look at
short.
the benefits of grief support, a service provided to those who lose a loved one.
And for one family, that additional help was crucial when deciding whether to go through the organ donation process.
Det jævlig tung her da. Testet samme nivået flere ganger og går ned på det.
Tung, han ligger jo ganske sidelengs da. Han har jo hentet seg opp hver gang han har falt.
Ja, men trendlinja har snudd fra...
Jeg short til helvete. Jeg short altså, faen. Så jeg håper at det skal ned, men du ser at den tar imot her. Og hvis den tar imot, så det helt greit. Da går jeg bare long. Jeg gir faen, jeg driter hvor det skal. Akkurat nå så bruker jeg TV365, og så bruker jeg Metatrader, og så bruker jeg Infront. Jeg bruker litt av hvert, egentlig. Så nå tok den mot her igjen.
Was there a part of you that was scared?
Yes. I was, because it was hard for me to figure out what he wanted to do.
US dollar day highs.
Denise was put in touch with Taylor's Gift, a non-profit organization that provides emotional support for donor families.
Dollaren har gått I new highs 2 ganger de siste 20 minuttene.
People's immediate thought is surrounding death.
Jeg vurderer meg selv gå long I hva jeg skal på.
Is all about life. That's what it's about. And so we want to change that conversation.
Tara Storch and her husband Todd founded Taylor's Gift in 2010. After losing their daughter Taylor in a ski accident, leaving them to grieve without much help.
Our focus is to help families.
Jo, jeg har en Discord. Vi på Discord nå.
From our experience, our
Det
personal
tredje
experience,
på Discord nå.
a dedicated grief.
Men I dag har det vært en veldig sånn rar bevegelse I markedet I dag. Det har vært veldig rar. Veldig sånn fleik. Jeg har vært short hele dag, og det har falt og falt og falt, men det har gått så jævla dreigt. Det skulle falt mye mer.
She says not enough families have access to this
Jeg tror kanskje det blir beveget sidelengs frem til han har dømt fra Fed-prat I 60-årene. Egentlig.
Are very tragic, and the people that are with the Taylor's Gift Foundation have actually walked the walk before. So you're really.
Så kommer 4-week-bilden hans, men
also suffered a loss.
12 minutter.
Now, Taylor's Gift says they've helped millions of people register for
Bare så du
organ
vet
since
det.
2010, and in less than a year, its grief support program has provided free counseling to more than 200 family members of organ donors. For Denise,
Bra Prosecco.
over the course of a year,
Prosecco tok gevinst på shorten på Dagsen.
Christopher's donation.
Dagsen var jævla treig I dag, Prosecco.
She's done so well, and I'm really proud of how much she's grown.
Er det alle kontorene der? Jo, sitter her nå. Tenker på tøns på den dealene. Der jeg bare når jeg må.
Financial headlines now. A new survey by Bankrate finds money is often a major cause of stress for most Americans.
Du skal komme deg tidlig på Nasdaqen I morgen da, siden CPI-tallene time før market open.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, more than
Ja, men spreaden så ræva, for den på 23, så det jævla vanskelig å tjene penger og så dårlig spredd.
That is
Har du 23 tics i spread på Nasdaq?
Jeg har det før børsåpning. På metatrader. Helt katastrofe.
Hva i helvete?
Det er derfor ikke jeg shorta den i dag.
Ok, så det er derfor du har trailet Dachsen frem til USA åpen?
Ja.
Hva er spreaden din på Dachsen da?
9.
Det er jo krise.
Ja, jeg vet det. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor det er så dårlig spread. Det er ganske dårlig spread.
Det er jo verre enn... Det er jo faen meg verre enn vi har på TEFS.
Ja, men jeg tror det er fordi jeg handler gjennom TD på metatrader, så den metatraderen ødelegger spread med noe så sjukt. For så har det vært short Nasdaq i dag tidlig, for jeg shortet jo Dachsen basert på at Nasdaq begynte å komme ned.
Skulle ikke du over på ICA Markets?
Jo, men jeg har ikke fått gjort det da, for det tar faen meg flere dager for å få penger over det da.
Platform was congested with too many pending transactions. Firm says to prevent a similar occurrence in future, it's adjusted its transaction fees.
Avstand mellom kjøp og selger.
Down the ranks for Bitcoin trading volume and is no longer among the world's top 10 exchanges. And Chris Pratt reigns at the box office. Well, he has already for a month. So he dethroned himself. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 topped the weekend box office with $114 million take.
Det henter seg innan oss.
Comscore, which ends the 4-week streak of the Super Mario Brothers, which Chris Pratt is in, which had been at #1. The latest Guardians installment from Disney and Marvel matching projections in North America, and it's also the 32nd straight Marvel film to debut at #1. Marvel also accounts for half of the 12 movies that have opened with more than $100 million since the start of the pandemic. And you know what that means? There will be more Marvel films to come.
Oh, more than
figured out this movie thing. I think they got it down.
I think so, right? Martha, thank you.
Coming up, it was a weekend of pageantry and celebration fit for a king. We've got everything you might have missed from the coronation of King Charles.
Yeah, in case you didn't DVR it like Joe, including what's next for Prince Harry.
Okay, hold it. Jeg snakker på henne, så ikke bare.
We've got you covered after the break.
All the mange viewers?
Nei, det er bare... I går så var det bare... Når jeg la opp en video i forgårs, så var det bare 13 stykker som hadde sett den.
Ja, men det jeg har sagt 1000 ganger. Hver gang du begynner å nevne politikk, kjønn eller noe av det der, så plotter det driten opp at du nevner det. Og da er du shadowbandet i 3 uker.
Ja, men jeg vil ikke være aktiv, så jeg bare lar den bare ligge.
Men jeg lurer på om du må ha så mye screentime uten at du blir rapportert for det, liksom, eller hvordan det fungerer.
Jeg vet ikke. Oi, jeg vet ikke, ass.
Now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Buddy, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. The miracle.
Ja, litt av en push opp han går nå, ass.
Everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
This is what it looks and feels.
The latest from the bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inlet?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Faen, dette her var kjedelig, altså.
Streaming free.
Ja.
It was a weekend of parties over in the UK.
Gå ned, han er Fed-duden skal prate.
Foreign correspondent Molly Hunter takes us through the most memorable moments.
Yeah, the weather has not improved since Saturday. At least it is not driving rain like we saw at certain moments on Saturday. But we got a front row seat just around the corner from Buckingham Palace, right on the Mall, with the crowds, the faithful who have been camping out. A lot of history-making moments, and a couple of very cute moments as well with the littlest royals. Take a look.
From start to finish, it was a spectacular affair. The kind of pageantry the Brits do so well in the kind of weather the Brits know so well. Through the driving rain, King Charles and Queen Camilla arriving at Westminster Abbey, their pages of honor, including 9-year-old Prince George, doing the heavy lifting. The Waleses, all stunning, Kate and Charlotte in matching Alexander McQueen, and 5-year-old Prince Louis with a big yawn caught on camera. Prince Harry arriving at the Abbey with cousins Eugenie and Beatrice, smiling, a quick wave to his aunt, Princess Anne. The crowning moments all went to plan.
God save the king!
And outside, braving the elements, the tens of thousands on the Mall singing along to God Save the King. We were amid the faithful who'd been waiting for hours, even days, for this moment.
You can hear the deafening cheers around me. That was pretty exciting. I think I just made eye contact with King Charles.
And then the Mall opened and the excited, albeit soggy, crowds headed for Buckingham Palace.
Are you excited?
But they had to pass us on the way there.
A few thousand of Molly Hunter's best friends.
Stepping out onto the balcony, the King and Queen, the pages of honor, working royals, and of course, Charlotte and Louis too. But no Prince Harry. He got into a car right after the service, seen later at Heathrow Airport as expected.
Jeg vurderer å kjøre en lang en mot.
The rest of the weekend's blowout festivities. But Prince William taking center stage at the coronation.
Ja, at du tar en mindre hedge, liksom.
Ja, for det liksom, det går ikke ned her, og det det liksom ligger midt I middle of nowhere nå.
Even little Princess Charlotte up way past her bedtime singing along. An extravagant end to a weekend 70 years in the making.
Jeg gikk bare sitte og være short og være short. Faen, så ingen mann. Ja, jo. Perfekt. Jeg driver så på live, kan jeg komme ned etterpå? Time kanskje? Går det fint? Tusen hjertelig.
Talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, good morning. Let's talk about the dress code here. A little more relaxed in an effort to look more modern, of course, with the exception of the king, senior royals, of course.
Hard to look casual.
Walk us through some of the major fashion moments from the event.
Jeg tror hovedgrunnen til den pushen vi har nå Amazon gikk nesten 1% på de siste 17 minutter og 18 minutter. Men det går ned igjen nå.
Ja, men det ikke noe short-drag. Det veldig sidelengs. Jeg tror det skulle falle mye mer.
Men det meste på Nasdaqen leverte gode tar, liksom. Det det som jeg tror stabiliserer litt. Folk hadde forventet earningskrisa nå I Q1, men når jeg sett dem og alle sammen rapporterte faen over forventning.
But of course, if we move on to the Queen in waiting, if you like, to Kate, wearing that stunning McQueen dress. And again, talking about formality, she was very formal because the King and Queen had said that they wanted both William and Kate to wear their full regal regalia. So over the dress, the McQueen dress, she was wearing her royal garter order robes. And that really, in a way, set her apart. It made her look much more like a queen in waiting.
Well, speaking of fashion, let's talk about what the American First Lady, Jill Biden, she attended the coronation with her granddaughter, dressed in the colors of Ukraine's flag, blue and yellow. Should we assume that was not a coincidence?
Personally, I don't think any of these things are ever a coincidence. If you think that you spot a message, you probably have spotted a message. It was very notable that there was this beautiful Ralph Lauren blue outfit with Finnegan, her granddaughter, in buttercup yellow. And in fact, many people were making the observation that the centre of Westminster Abbey had these yellow and blue carpets. Now, in fact, that was coincidental because they're the traditional coronation colours. But I think there was clearly a message there. It
interesting also to see First Lady Jill Biden spending a lot of time with our Prime Minister's wife, Rishi Sunak's wife. She was out at a street party yesterday handing food out. So there's clearly some friendship forming there.
We only have about 30 seconds left, but what did you make of Prince Harry not having a formal role in the ceremony, but at least being there in support of his father?
It really was a blink and you miss it. He was at Heathrow Airport before the King had even made it back here to Buckingham Palace. We do know that at the informal lunch afterwards, the King toasted his grandchildren, including Archie, on his 4th birthday, even though Harry wasn't there.
All right, Daisy McAndrew, we're seeing some little chats that Harry's having, you know, in that 3rd row there with some of his family members. But
folks, we're keeping a close eye on every little move throughout, even though there wasn't a lot to take in. Exactly.
Daisy,
all right.
thank you.
And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Natural gas, day highs 4,9% opp. Da sitter han trader og smiler hele veien til banken, han. Han longa vel natural gas I morges, tror jeg.
Hvor mye er opp?
4,9%. 4,9, så 5%.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser in for Savannah Sellers.
Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, a broken community. Overnight, this emotional vigil taking place in North Texas. They were remembering...
New Fed, April 1 year ahead expected inflation at 4.4% versus March 4.7%. April 5 year ahead expectation inflation at 2.6% versus March 2.5%.
Det noen som prater nå, I med den bevegelsen fikk nå?
Det er kommet noe greier fra Fed. Det ikke noen som prater, men...
Det kommer meldinger fra Fed nå?
Ja, jeg poster I chatten.
Kan du skrive den? Det derfor du fikk den bevegelsen her.
Jeg driver og poster I chatten nå.
New Fed, April 1 year ahead expected inflation 4.4 versus March 4.7. Det bedre enn ventet, da.
Det kommer mer, og...
Da det litt dumt å ha short når de går og sier det der.
Also this morning, flight for your right. New rules from the Biden administration aimed at holding airlines...
Jeg tror natural gas jo råvare da, og det jo ganske bullish for markedet når, altså hvis det et større behov for det, så går det opp, og større etterspørsel betyr mer ting som skjer I økonomien, og det hovedtingen som driver ned markedet nå om dagen, det jo resesjonsfrykt. Så...
Takes the throne. Are people up early on Saturday morning? I DVR'd it.
Det eneste som var...
I didn't want to watch it with the world.
Så det eneste der som var bearish var at det skal være litt høyere inflasjon I 5 år enn forventet. Ellers så var forventet høyt hopp I huspriser og høyt og bedre forventet I inflasjon mot slutten av året.
Det kom fra Fed nå.
Ja.
Da det litt galt å være short her nå. Det ikke rart å komme opp hvis de sier det.
Skal vi se. Short-term inflation expectation decline. Preceding expected credit condition mostly unchanged.
Så de holder ikke tale nå, det bare en melding som kom, ikke sant?
Ja, det skal være klokka 6.
Ja,
det kom jo tall nå som var 4-week bill announcement. Det sa jeg I stad.
Overnight, a community marred by gun violence coming together to...
Det det korte bildet rører på seg, Prosecco. Jeg driter I hva som skjer I morgen og overmorgen. Det når de prater og rører på seg. Jeg scalper, så hvis det rører på seg 0,01, så kjenner jeg det.
Banja, helvete, nå fluesesongen startet. Helvete.
Du fluer?
Ja, fette har flue.
Law enforcement officials tell NBC the crimes now being
det så jævla gnagsår med vinger.
Ethnically motivated violent extremism. Two officials say the suspect interacted with neo-Nazi and white supremacist content online. One official telling
Sånn skaper jeg, men vi har fått øyes på 5 på Dome og noen år. Ja, det dritkjedelig. Men jeg skal ikke være short hvis de skal prate masse. Det skjer ikke. Da går jeg 0, tar ut.
Authorities tell NBC News the shooter wore a tactical vest and was armed with a rifle and handgun. More weapons and ammunition were later found.
Jeg tror du skulle falle mye mer nå, ass.
I heard pow, shooting, and everybody ran.
The suspect fatally shot by an officer who police say was already there
Han så sunn at han vondt på meg.
Amid the chaos, acts of
Ok, her er det oppsummeringen av en New York statement koblet til Fed som kom nå. The April 2023 survey of consumer expectation released by the Federal Reserve in New York shows that short-term inflation expectation declined, while medium and long-term expectations increased slightly. Labor market expectation worsened, with unemployment expectations and job loss risk rising. And job finding expectation decreased. Perception and expectations of credit conditions were mixed. Median home price growth expectation rose to 2.5%, and median year ahead expectation price change varied across different sectors.
Now, as for the victims in this shooting,
median 1 year ahead earnings growth remained unchanged at 3%. Unemployment expectations increased at the preceded probability of finding a job dropped to 55.2%. Jeg kan påstå hele driten I chatten, så får du lese selv. Expected, hvor faen er det?
Det 2 meldinger. Den og så en til den. Som fra Rentrek. Rentrek.
For more now, we are joined by Freddie Spainhour, who was a witness to that attack, whose father you just heard from in Morgan's report. Freddie, thank you for being with us. Glad to see that you're okay. Let's take us back to Saturday. As Morgan mentioned, you were barricaded inside the H&M store break room. What is it you were doing when you first heard the gunfire, and what happened next?
Der har jeg lagt ut hele oppsummeringen av den rapporten til New York Federal Reserve Bank of New York Center of Microeconomic Data. Det var det som kom ut. Så jeg bare leste hvis du gitt og tolkte det som du tolkte.
After that, there was complete silence, and my coworker and I just looked at each other like, what's going on? And then there were a lot of muffles that started to take place.
Nå kom det en ny melding fra en dude I Fed. Det en eller annen dude som driver og legger ting I Fed som ikke står I kalenderen.
Kortsiktig bull, langsiktig ikke bull. Så det kommer til antageligvis til å komme ned på de greiene som du viser meg nå.
Fed must be data dependent on what credit conditions, getting vibes of credit squeeze is beginning. Ok, men nå kom det bear fra en dude I Fed. Getting vibes that a credit squeeze is beginning. Kom fra Fed, en dude I Fed.
Like 3 minutes after the shots rang out. He just told me to get to safety, which already was at this point, and we were trying to barricade the doors as quickly as possible with different boxes until
Hva vitsen med live news når man skal repetere den samme storyen hele fuckings tida?
Fordi at man klarer ikke å lage nyheter til enhver tid.
Students, Latino students, and first-generation college students were more likely than others to have only one device at home that shared among multiple siblings and or lack access to that actual connection.
For most American towns, there's also a lack of competition, forcing internet prices up. And large providers like AT&T and Comcast aren't incentivized to extend service to these rural communities.
Da blir man fort gretten hvis man har begge de to samtidig.
Ja, sånn vondt I magen. Altså, jeg sitter her I så mange fuckings timer. Du, den der sceneovergangen, hvordan får jeg den vekka? Jeg ikke interessert på det.
Fiber cable, you're actually physically digging trenches into the ground. And for internet service providers, they're primarily focused on maximizing their profits.
Det har vært oppe I 8,5 timer.
You have, you know, in any square mile, and the more fiber you have to lay, that's just kind of harder to pencil out.
Ja, fy faen, det var treige 8 timer, ass. Det var action første halvtimen, og så var det 8 timer med null business.
Fed Goldsby, recession is a possibility.
Comcast
Nei, sier du det, du?
encouraging more
Nei, sier du det? Jeg har hørt det som en smart ting.
Federal agencies do offer grants to help communities build broadband networks, but many have argued that there's not enough.
Men så han har kommet med 3 bearish statements så langt da.
And signed by President Donald
Ja,
Trump.
du reagerer ikke på det, for å si det sånn.
$43 million
det er sikkert en no-namer.
projects on the East Coast alone. But it also stipulated that these projects needed to be up and running by December 30th. For contractors who plan projects months and years in advance, it's a scramble to rearrange their schedules to meet that deadline.
So what we've been asking the federal government to consider is at least have, as long as the projects are getting started, knowing the projects are being put into place to expand both remote learning, working from home, and opportunities like that that are truly driven from COVID. We're moving as fast as we can regardless, but hopefully they'll give us some more time.
Talking to John Paul, it's clear that he believes broadband is something that can transform a community and should be considered a public good.
One of the first communities to come on in the United States with full-on gigabit service was Chattanooga, Tennessee. Now they're a bigger city, but they're a city that was economically in a downturn. In the last 15 years, the city of Chattanooga has turned around in an amazing way. It's a nexus for young people to move to. It's a place where technology happens.
It's not just about logging on to Zoom, you know, to
connect with
your colleagues who might be in New York City. It's also
Ja, han ser sterk ut,
your
så
ability as a small
jeg skal i hvert fall
business
ikke
to
tørre å
operate
røre
in
meg.
the town
Jeg tror man bare må se på
Nevada
tall i
City or
morgen.
wherever it may be to, you know, quickly.
Jeg trodde det skulle falle mye mer, og det faller ikke.
Documents or something.
Ja, men du vet, forrige gang du trodde det, så skjer det bare dagen etterpå.
Swipe a customer's credit card. There's just some really basic business.
Skal ikke se bort fra at det blir å tryne i morgen på CPI-tallene.
People in big cities really take for granted.
Jeg skal prate litt med faren min snart har et møte, om du vet hva det er vi har pratet om tidligere.
Ja, absolutt.
Så jeg bør være av en liten stund. Jeg bør få hørt jævla lite på i dag, så bør jeg være mye mer på i morgen.
Jeg sitter der som en sånn idiot.
Ja, i det minste så kan vi begge to sitte her som idioter i neste uke, for da er jeg noe med deg for det meste fra børs åpen og hele veien til du er ferdig, så.
Da kjører vi på.
Ja,
det blir gå long her, ja, altså.
Da kjører vi på.
Det blir gå long her, ja, altså.
Ja.
En hedge. Det er litt skummelt.
Ja, så lenge hedgen din ikke er for stor, så er det jo greit. Men, jeg skal si, jeg satser på at vi har fått tak i det kontoen til da, så er vi jo... Da skal vi gjøre en god uke.
Jo, det må jeg faen ikke ta så langt til. Det er Nordea som surrer.
Ja.
Greit, det.
Skal vi se, nye fra Fed Goldsby, men ingenting rører seg på det. Premature to judge rate decision for June FOMC meeting.
Altså, dere må gjerne si at det ikke skjer noe, men altså, markedet går opp her, futurene henter seg med 0,2%. Det har skjedd ganske mye etter de har pratet, altså. Det har gått fra low til nesten det high, på at Fed har pratet.
Det har vært at han duden som skal prate, skal ikke prate før han får 40 minutter. Her er jo en annen.
Men de meldingene som kommer ut nå på Feden, det har kjørt markedet opp.
Ja. Da får man se hva som skjer når han her duden faktisk skal prate.
For det her er ikke en liten bevegelse, altså. Bare så det er sagt.
Nei. Så det ikke. Nei, men vi får høres, kompis, så får du lykke til. Jeg pleier kanskje på kvelden.
Greit, da.
Source of hope for all the marginalized in this country.
Fy faen, jeg er så sulten. Jeg svimer av snart. Nei.
Greatest blight in India is the system of caste.
For generations of Indians, the social code known as the caste system has defined how people earn a living and whom they marry. Although outlawed 7 decades ago, castes remain a significant factor in deciding everything, from family ties and cultural traditions to educational and economic opportunities. Dalits, people who are on the lowest rung of the caste system,
du kan gjøre det når du er der.
of India's population of 1.3 billion.
Jeg må trede her nå, hvis ikke så taper jeg jo alt.
Not able to afford the high tuition of private schools, many are forced to attend government-funded institutions,
Du kan jo vente
which in
litt,
the
da.
past have suffered from poor infrastructure, lower education standards, and high student-to-teacher ratios. But Dr. Praveen Kumar is trying to change that.
I'm currently working as head of Telangana Social Welfare Residential Schools. So totally above 400 schools I manage. These are all residential
Nei, men da
schools
kjører
for
vi den.
students who are historically marginalized but talented and then poor. Of them, 60% are girls and then 40% are boys.
Og det er så dritt, jeg kan faen meg aldri gå vekk herfra. Den tredje. Jeg må også sitte og følge med hele fuckings det.
My approach to improve the conditions in the schools has been talk to the teachers, talk to the students, stay in the schools and then understand their problems, their challenges, both in classrooms and then the corridors and the dorms. Then go to the dining halls and see what kind of food they are eating, and then go to their homes and then what kind of food they are getting and what kind of challenges the parents have. One of the important changes that I brought in after I took over was to complete the transformation of mother tongue to English medium, because English medium, as I said, English is the language of emancipation and language that connects you to the whole body of knowledge in the world. So we had to train a lot of teachers.
Refer to the dictionary also, okay, and find out the new meanings. As well as describe about. Hey Richita, how are you? Hi Sindhu, fine, thank you. And how about you? I'm fine too.
Identity is extremely important.
Kongsberg-gruppen. Holde langsiktig, men jeg hadde ikke sittet der nå. Skal vi se noe manuser på Dagsen. Er du holder på med Dagsen nå, Prosecco? Jeg ga meg.
To accept an identity which is very humiliating, which reminds you of very painful past, I think that identity will not help you to grow. Not that I'm not saying that you should forget your past. I'm not saying that, but that should not be the bubble in which you must live always.
Jeg har ikke tørt det, fordi jeg surrer på meg, for det skulle vært det. Det beste er hvis du kan ringe dem.
Identity. S stands for state, W stands for welfare, Aero, SW, and then Aero is Swero.
Hallo! Hallo!
So the idea is your dreams have to be skybound. So that is what we are trying to achieve by changing the identities. Like, you say, I'm a Swero, and I aim to be a doctor. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top-notch engineer. I am a Swero, I aim to be a top bureaucrat of this country. I'm a Swero, I want to be a very good actor or, a musician in this world. So these are the positive images that are associated with identity. Just to give an example to you, in 2012, in our institution, we used to produce about 6 doctors per year. But because of our, this self-liberating ideology of Sveroism, we have, this year, we have produced about 189 doctors. This is phenomenal for any poorest of the poor people. You know how difficult it is to get into a medical colleges in this country. So, but today, because of this ideology, the students have been able to achieve this, feat. Pujita has been a farm laborer, and her parents themselves are agricultural laborers. And then this girl used to sell vegetables, but thanks to the residential education institutions, she came to the Gaulidodi campus, and then she toiled very hard for 1 year, despite many problems. And today, I'm so happy to share with you that she has joined one of the prestigious medical colleges in the state of Telangana, Usmania Medical College, and then in future, she hopes to be a gynecologist. So this is the journey our children are hoping for. Similarly, the Mount Everest expedition. Mount Everest expedition, we are very fortunate enough to place the youngest ever female in the history of this world on the peak of Mount Everest. How did this happen? It's all because of an ideology that helps you to liberate yourself. We got a lot of extracurricular activities and most of them got institutionalized now. So for example, music. Similarly, the games. We have so many coaching academy. We have boxing academy, we have wrestling academy, we have handball academy. So we have, kabaddi, that the traditional Indian sport. We have golf. We have introduced the golf also. Like golf is generally played by so-called rich people, but today even poorest of the poor people also are being trained in golf in our schools. So our intention has been to give all 360 degrees, type of opportunities to the students, so that whoever is interested in whatever activity, they can go and then do it. Break the barriers, break the fence, at least mentally, because poor people have been programmed to be victims, programmed to be subjugated, programmed to be on the margins, always, programmed to feel inferior. We wanted to change all that. There are certain games which are exclusive to rich people. There are certain languages which are exclusive to middle class and upper middle class in this country. To put it in one word, the sole aim of introducing all these co-curricular activities is to break the stereotypes which are recklessly imposed on these people.
Their stereotypes Dr. Kumar knows all too well. Born a Dalit, his grandparents were labourers and access to the village well was restricted. Dr. Kumar credits his parents' belief in the power of education with helping him realise his aspirations. He went on to join the Indian Police Service, attended Harvard University, and then began pursuing educational reforms back home.
I attribute whatever I am today, it's to my mother primarily. They educated me in the village, although there were no good schools. So then I stayed in social welfare hostels, the hostels which are managed by government for the poorest of the poor kids. I passed with reasonably good grades. Then I went to university and then I faced worst form of discrimination in the universities. Like there were, in those days I'm talking about, so the bathrooms and the toilets were exclusively meant for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. We used to fight discrimination on one hand and then again, try to excel in academics, day in and day out. So that's how I came to education, because I deeply believe that education is the only important weapon that can really, place the poorest of the poor people from a very victimhood orbit to a prosperous orbit. I think in future, this is going to be a game changer for the marginalized in this country.
If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park. And inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the Garden City feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people. And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park. And a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planter terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
when you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal is outside of the city, and you
Kom nå ned da, din kukust.
use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately,
Skulle shorta mer her, vet du, men det
but
tør jeg
in
ikke
the
gjøre.
long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy of the electricity
Er det pluss i dag?
in Singapore if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
Det hadde vært jævlig artig om det tryner noe sånn
With so many
grønnjævlig.
different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing
Vi har
a virtual
Tesla
model
opp i dag,
for
vet dere
cities
det,
to test them out. It's called a digital urban climate twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
Jeg tror Tesla kan falle.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model
Nei, vi har pluss med 8% Tesla, har vi ikke det?
the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming
9%?
from the sun, the weather, the
Ta
local
den ut da.
weather, the local
Ja.
climate, the even very,
Ja.
very microclimate of the city, the water,
Jeg sa det for
the movement of people
på
in
torsdag.
the city. We can
Jo.
invent scenarios, we can
Jo.
design scenarios, test them
Jeg sendte dem en
before
skred
we
til og med på
actually
den der
build
jævla
them.
appen.
And if they test very well, and we are sure that they will function, then we can start
Nei, han ligger i målmailen, motherfucker.
reality.
Nei!
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city.
Ok, men det vi er på pluss der med nesten 9%.
Or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
Ja.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that
Ok,
it
nå ligger det rolig.
has.
Rett etterpå.
Singapore is
Helvete!
one of the very few cities in the world that really
Han
combines
glemte å kjøpe
this
den.
scientific approach with
Faen,
a
ass.
very well-established
Ja,
urban
jeg la en
design
kjøpsordre på torsdag.
design approach through its agencies and the combination of its agencies. It has achieved a lot in the past.
Tesla, ja.
If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the
Fortjeneste 4K. Ihuuu! Hordi Italiano!
that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.
Deprimerende nyheter, ass. Fytte helvete. Skal ha på musikk her, men det skjer jo ikke en dritt her. Eller er ikke det lov?
Nei, ikke på YouTube, tror jeg ikke. Jeg tar det bra.
Musikk, hva heter det for noe musikk?
Royalty-free music.
Skal gjøre noe back in time, jeg spør deg. Åh, fy faen bra. Ja, Fox er bra. Jeg er short ennå, trader. Jeg driver og vurderer å frister litt å kjøre litt hedger imot her, men det var dårlig låt, ass. Herregud. Ja, men hva er det for noe? Det er mandag, ikke sant? Mandager er stort sett jævlig ræva dager. Dårlig volum.
It's for a click per 1,000. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent like January and February, that's a reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording and you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges, or on any video, you can hit the join button and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you post it on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto-mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that and you discover why you're doing it, you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh.
So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following, you have to have a massive Instagram following, you have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform, but basically any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, it is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment, first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, you know, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, you know, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, you know, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games, it's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You know, you have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You gotta make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
I think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. You know, my first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking and I got over that uncomfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job,
that we continue to investigate.
We have 2 more questions, please. Sir, go ahead.
Chief, 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
It's a
Yes,
question
sir.
and a follow-up.
Absolutely.
The extent of the injury, sir, if you can, let us know. Some of the video and I saw in person, it's like they were missing limbs, so on and so forth. That's number 1. And the follow-up is, how can the people help you? If they have videos, what does the police department need?
Absolutely. So there are various very critical injuries, and of course there was fatalities out of there at the scene, and we unfortunately continue to have escape.
Jeg synes det ser sånn småbullish ut der, altså.
And for the public, right? Any and all videos, any and all statements, any and all whatever it is that you know that can help us collaborate and bring this investigation to an end. Please reach out to us. As you all know, we have a very robust social media platform, and so please reach out to us.
Last question. Stephanie.
Yes, more about the victims. Are they all men? And about Mr. Alvarez himself, did he seem sober? And what did police officers encounter when he was there?
So at this point, I can confirm that they were all males that we know of. And beyond that, we have to wait for official reports.
Jeg skulle prate med
Thank you all
kvarter.
so much for being here. We have the list of charges right there, the mugshot for y'all to take pictures.
Jeg kommer meg ikke vekk herfra.
I have a contact list there in the back for everybody that
Jeg kan høre om mutter'n kan kjøre deg.
name and email. That way we can
Buss?
email you
Nei,
any updates.
på buss er jo bare idioti. Det var ikke lang tid.
As far as that, please send me an email with all your questions from this point
Nei, det er
forward,
bortskjult.
and I will answer them accordingly. Thank you.
Det tar 5 minutter om hun kjører deg.
And if you're just joining us, we are wrapping up a press conference there, an update from officials in Brownsville, Texas, about the deadly crash outside a migrant center there. We are learning that the suspect, who has still not been named, is facing 8 counts of manslaughter, 10 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
We are going to have much more on this developing story on NBC News Daily, but for now, we will send you back to our regular programming.
Back now from Las Vegas, from Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wellington, I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas, from Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wellington, I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Researchers are taking a closer look at the benefits of grief support, a service provided to those who lose a loved one.
And for one family, that additional help was crucial when deciding whether to go through the organ donation process. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal has that story.
Christopher Moss, coming off his 20th wedding anniversary with wife Denise, started to
Men du, jeg ringer deg. Det er en grunn til jeg ringer deg. Jeg kan ikke gå og prate. Jeg sitter og jobber. Spørsmål. Vi har lånt en sånn der varebil på Nesbru. Der vil jeg låne bilen. Kan du kjøre Morten litt? Fordi jeg får ikke gjort når jeg sitter foran den jævla PC-en. Hvis jeg går herfra, så kan jeg ta på den formue. Han som bor hos meg. Morten. Ja, for faen.
At first,
Ja, du gidder.
I told them I can't have this conversation right now.
Greit, jeg tar på
I
det.
needed some time. They had called again.
Bestevennen hennes dabba nettopp. Eller holdt på å dø. Så hun blir jo aldri ferdig å prate. Men hun kommer nå.
Was there a part of you that was scared?
Hun er treig. Hun kommer om 10 minutter sikkert.
I was, because it was hard for me to figure out what he wanted to do.
After donation, Denise was put in touch with Taylor's
Det er trist med hun dama. Hun har hatt kreft og har vært syk lenge.
for donor families grieving the loss of a loved one.
When you think of organ, eye, and tissue donation, people's immediate thought is surrounding death. But organ, eye, and tissue donation is all about life. That's what it's about. And so we want to change that conversation.
Tara Storch and her husband Todd founded Taylor's Gift in 2010 after losing their daughter Taylor in a ski accident, leaving them to grieve without much help.
Our focus is to help families.
Vet du hva, det her er ganske sterkt, altså. Men jeg tør ikke gå long, for hele markedet har trendet nedover i dag.
Support service specifically for donor families.
Dr. Macy Levin, director for the Center for Surgical and Transplant Applied Research at NYU Langone Health, has been working with Taylor's Gift to study how it's changing the lives of families undergoing organ donation. She says not enough families have access to this kind of life-changing service.
Donation circumstances are very unexpected and they are very tragic. And the people that are with the Taylor's Gift Foundation have actually walked the walk before. So you're really talking and walking with someone who has also suffered a loss.
Now,
det er sånn rolig, kjedelig, sånn sakte opp, sånn litt opp,
its grief support program has provided free counseling to more than 200 family members of organ donors.
Trader, hva tenker du for deg? Det er faen meg drittreigt.
A new outlook on life and joy in Christopher's donation.
I'm just really proud of her. She's done so well, and I'm really proud of how much she's grown.
Faen har hun gjort med håret sitt da?
NBC News.
Financial headlines now. A new survey by Bankrate finds money is often a major cause of stress for most Americans, even more than last year.
All right, CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us with that and other news. Good morning.
Jeg er enig, det er som påtatt.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, more than half of adults say
money has a negative impact on their mental health. That is up from 42% a year ago, according to a new survey from Bankrate. People say they experience money concerns at least once a week. And of that group, more than 80% of them say stress and anxiety are caused by economic factors, including rising prices and interest rates and just not having a stable income or job
Det
security.
skal ha falt mye mer.
Says Americans are feeling pretty bad about their finances with inflation at the center
Faen,
of
jeg er
a
sulten,
lot
ass.
of worries. Despite a strong job market, wage growth just hasn't kept pace with the rising cost of living. Personal debt is increasing, and for a number of folks, savings are dwindling. Binance, meantime, has lifted a pause on Bitcoin withdrawals after halting them twice this weekend. The crypto exchange blaming the move on high volume, saying its platform was congested with too many pending transactions. The firm says to prevent a similar occurrence in future, it's adjusted its transaction fees. Binance has slid down the ranks for Bitcoin trading volume and is no longer among the world's top 10 exchanges. And Chris Pratt reigns at the box office. Well, he has already for a month. So he dethroned himself. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 topped the weekend box office with a $114 million take. That according to ComScore, which ends the 4-week streak of the Super Mario Brothers, which Chris Pratt is in, which had been at #1. The latest Guardians installment from Disney and Marvel matching projections in North America, and it's also the 32nd straight Marvel film to debut at #1. Marvel also accounts for half of the 12 movies that have opened with more than $100 million since the start of the pandemic. And you know what that means? There will be more Marvel films to come.
I think Marvel's figured out this movie thing. I think they got it down.
I think so, right?
Bertha, thank you.
Coming up, it was a weekend of pageantry and celebration fit for a king. We've got everything you might have missed from the coronation of King Charles.
Yeah, in case you didn't DVR it like Joe, including what's next for Prince Harry, who was notably absent from that famous balcony wave. We've got you covered after the break.
NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I cloned it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now. This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest from the bigger piece of the puzzle?
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Det går liksom ikke... Dette går ikke ned, altså.
What is going to happen now?
Back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Fredrik, jeg burde gå long her, altså, for det går jo ikke ned.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals.
Det er ikke noe volum på nedsiden her i det hele tatt.
Everything is ad-free, so head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens,
Ja.
wherever you are, NBC News.
Jeg kjørte en hedge mot.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, Guatemala City, from Wilmington, I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Jeg har penger på longen. Og jeg er short, så jeg bare hedger. Jeg skjønner ikke noe av det.
It was a weekend of parties over in the UK as the country celebrated the coronation of King Charles and Queen Camilla.
NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter takes us through the most memorable moments.
Yeah, the weather has not improved since Saturday. At least it is not driving rain like we saw at certain moments on Saturday. But we got a front row seat just around the corner from Buckingham Palace, right on the Mall, with the crowds, the faithful who have been camping out. A lot of history-making moments. and a couple very cute moments as well with the littlest royals. Take a look.
From start to finish, it was a spectacular affair. The kind of pageantry the Brits do so well in the kind of weather the Brits know so well. Through the driving rain, King Charles and Queen Camilla arriving at Westminster Abbey, their pages of honor, including 9-year-old Prince George, doing the heavy lifting. The Waleses, all stunning, Kate and Charlotte in matching Alexander McQueen.
Dette bullish movement, altså. Det ikke noe sånn short, dette her, altså.
Prince Harry arriving at the Abbey with cousins Eugenie and Beatrice, smiling, a quick wave to his aunt, Princess Anne. The crowning moments all went to plan.
God save the king!
And outside, braving the elements, the tens of thousands on the Mall singing along to God Save the King. We were amid the faithful who'd been waiting for hours, even days, for this moment.
You can hear the deafening cheers around me. That was pretty exciting. I think I just made eye contact with King Charles.
And then the Mall opened and the excited, albeit soggy, crowds headed for Buckingham Palace.
Are you excited?
But they had to pass us.
Det var en av noe mat, ass. Eller noe å tygge på.
2,000 of Molly Hunter's best friends.
Stepping out onto the balcony, the king and
Solgte den ikke lang akkurat. Det var sykt. Jeg tror det skal ned, men så det ikke, det alt for sterkt.
But no Prince Harry. He got into a car right after the service, seen later at Heathrow Airport as expected, missing the rest of the weekend's blowout festivities. But Prince William,
Jeg tror det skal ned, men det alt for sterkt. Alt for sterkt.
As my grandmother said when she was crowned, coronations are a declaration of our hopes for the future. And I know she's up there, fondly keeping an eye on us, and she'll be a very proud mother.
Even little Princess Charlotte up way past her bedtime singing along. An extravagant end to a weekend 70 years in the making.
Now last night at the coronation concert, of course, that happened at Windsor Castle in the back in the beautiful gardens. The king and queen, after a very heavily scheduled, perfectly choreographed weekend, actually took a little leave and had some fun with the American Idol audience, made an appearance with Lionel Richie and Katy Perry. Pretty fun to see that. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, looks like fun. Molly, thank you.
Molly's got the wave down.
No kidding.
Joining us now to discuss is NBC News royal commentator and talk TV presenter Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, good morning. Let's talk about the dress code here. A little more relaxed in an effort to look more modern, of course, with the exception of the king, senior royals, of course.
Hard to look casual in a crown.
Right. Walk us through some of the major fashion moments from the event.
Well, funny enough, you say that the king looked formal, but the king traditionally should have been wearing breeches and stockings, so he did ditch them for something a little more modern. But it's the queen I want to start with. She was wearing this stunning Bruce Oldfield dress, but the thing that you couldn't see when you first looked at her was the fact that right at the bottom of the dress were two little embroidered Jack Russell dogs, and that was because of her beloved rescue dogs, Beth and Bluebells, and she also had the names of her grandchildren embroidered into the dress. So you could see there that they really wanted to bring in the family, canine or human, into the fashion. Then, of course, if we move on to the queen in waiting, if you like, to Kate, wearing that stunning
Romeo,
queen dress.
har du tatt all syltetøyet, bare sånn uten å tenke på noen andre?
She was very formal because the king and queen had said that they wanted
Og så kan alt være borte da.
Kate to wear their full regal regalia. So over the dress, the McQueen dress, she was
Hun har kjøpt den for 2 dager siden.
garter order robes, and that really in a way set her apart. It made her look much more like a queen in waiting.
Speaking of fashion, let's talk about what the American First Lady, Jill Biden, she attended the coronation with her granddaughter, dressed in the colors of Ukraine's flag, blue and yellow. Should we assume that was not a coincidence?
Jeg tror ikke jeg tør å være sort, ass. Det her ser faen meg ut som skal
Personally,
videre
I
opp.
don't think any of these things are ever a coincidence. If you think that you
Hva gjør vi
spotted
nå?
a message, you probably have spotted
Det her
a
ser
message.
bull ut, altså.
It was very notable that there she was in this beautiful Ralph Lauren blue outfit with Finnegan, her granddaughter, in buttercup yellow. And in In fact, many people were making the observation that the center of Westminster Abbey had these yellow and blue.
Ok, hva makroet er det som kommer nå? Hvorfor går det opp nå? Hvorfor er det snudd helt rundt? Er det fordi Fed skal prate? Tallene som kom nettopp var jo ikke akkurat jævla da. Wholesales kom inn non-event. Nå snakker vi at inflasjonen kortsiktig bra, langsiktig dårlig. Det er også negativt.
We only have about 30 seconds left, but what did you make of Prince Harry not having a formal role in the ceremony, but at least being there in support of his father?
It really was a blink and you miss it. He was at Heathrow Airport before the king had even made it back here to Buckingham Palace. We do know that at the informal lunch afterwards, the king...
Altså hele momentum har snudd her nede. Det må ha vært på den Fed når de ga ut den i sted, men altså jeg kan ikke... Altså, sånn her hater jeg, for jeg er jævlig usikker. Jeg er pissnegativ, men så ser jeg at det så går videre oppover.
Thank you. And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Det er liksom ikke noe volum. Det er liksom ingenting. Se det der. Det er ikke noe bevegelse.
And I'm Craig Melvin. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Ja, det har ikke jeg vært med på.
Today's Monday, May 8th, deadly crash aftermath. An SUV plowed into a group outside of a migrant shelter in a Texas border town, killing 8 and injuring more than a dozen. But we are now learning about the driver's motive.
Medical battlefield. Doctors and health experts in the United States are preparing for a new era of national security threats. We have a closer look at military-grade ICUs that are flying in the sky.
Drag ban
Hallo.
17 states are considering bills that would restrict drag performances. Our team is on the ground talking.
Nei, men det Fed kom ut med som melding i sted, så var det ikke rådig. Skulle tatt gevinst, det gjorde jeg ikke. Men vi skal møte i morgen. Ja, litt sånn.
Coordinated at Westminster Abbey in London. We're breaking down all the biggest moments from that historic event.
Thank you so much for being with us. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with two tragedies devastating two separate communities in Texas. Just moments ago, officials in Brownsville updated reporters on the deadly car crash that happened yesterday outside an immigration center there. They say the driver ran a red light, lost control, then slammed into a crowd of migrants as they waited at a bus stop. 8 people were killed, 10 others were hurt.
And on Saturday, gunmen went on a shooting rampage at an outlet mall in the Dallas area. Officials there say the suspect killed 8 people, hurt nearly a dozen others. We have team coverage on both tragedies this Monday. Stephen Romo has new details on the deadly mall shooting. We'll get to him in just a moment. First, though, to NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez live for us in Brownsville. Gabe, what else did we learn from that news conference that just wrapped up?
Hi there, Craig. Well, first, this is a community in mourning, and I want to show you where I'm at. And an impromptu vigil has just started here right across from that migrant shelter. This is the spot where that driver plowed into that group. That we now know the driver has been charged with 8 counts of manslaughter.
Skal du røre på seg, eller skal du bare stå og liksom runke på samme kurs? Fy faen, ass.
The SUV ran a red light, lost control, flipped on its side, and struck a total of 18 individuals. The driver of the vehicle, later identified as George Allen,
Det stemmer, Marius, men det går jo ikke ned.
1988, had attempted to flee the scene after impact, but was held down by several individuals on scene.
Du burde ha falt mye mer.
George Alvarez, that suspect, is now being held on $3.6 million bail. Again, 8 charges of manslaughter in addition to a reckless driving charge. Police Craig, have not ruled out that this was an intentional act. We did speak with several migrants here who said that he appeared to be intoxicated. However, police would not comment on that, saying that they are waiting for toxicology reports. As for those who were killed, 8 people dead, all of them men, according to authorities, many of them Venezuelan migrants. At least 9 or 10 others were injured, and according to the mayor here in Brownsville, several remain in critical condition, again, as this community is in shock. Craig, Vicki?
Understandably, Gabe, this happened just days before the U.S. is set to lift that controversial immigration program, Title 42. It's that Trump-era policy that allows border agents to turn away migrants because of concerns about COVID. Now some border towns are bracing for a spike in asylum seekers. We're already starting to see it. You've been covering this for months, Gabe. Give us a sense of what you are seeing there where you are.
Well, it was actually Brownsville where Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas actually visited here, Brownsville, Texas, on Friday, touting a new processing center here. Now, the Biden administration says that it is taking several steps, including opening up an asylum processing centers in Guatemala and Colombia, and that it sent 1,500 active duty troops to the border to handle administrative work. But among many border communities, including here in Brownsville and also where I was last week in El Paso, Texas, there are many communities who feel that the federal government has not done enough and might not be prepared for the migrant influx that is expected again when Title 42 is lifted later this week. Craig and Vicki.
NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez for us there in Brownsville. Gabe, thank you.
And Craig, further north in Allen, Texas, the community is also in mourning. Officials say a 33-year-old gunman opened fire at an outlet mall on Saturday night, killing at least 8 people. The suspect, who authorities believe was acting alone, is also dead. Police say a preliminary review of his social media accounts showed a connection to neo-Nazi and white supremacist content. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now from Allen, Texas. That's about 25 miles north of Dallas. Stephen, police are learning a lot more from this gunman, from his social media accounts, and what he was also wearing when he died. What do we know at this point?
Yeah, Vicki, we're getting a bit of a clearer picture right now. There's still a lot more questions to go. As you alluded to, investigators are looking what's described as hundreds of posts on different social media accounts with this suspected gunman interacting with neo-Nazi and white supremacist material online. And law enforcement sources say this is being investigated as a case of racial or ethnically motivated violent extremism. And authorities are saying that they did find a patch on that gunman with a right-wing acronym that was on his chest. It was Saturday afternoon when that gunman arrived here at the popular and sprawling outlet mall in Allen, Texas, outside of Dallas, ultimately killing those 8 people, injuring several more before he was killed by an officer who was already nearby. Authorities say that suspected shooter, 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia, was wearing a tactical vest at the time and had more weapons and ammo in his car. Vicki?
Stephen, this was the second mass shooting in Texas in just over a week. It's the second deadliest mass shooting in the United States this year. How is the community responding there?
Yeah, there's a lot of grief, as you can imagine, Vicki, but also a lot of frustration. I'm from this area, and I'm hearing from so many people who are telling me that they don't think that anything is going to change from this. They just feel powerless to do anything about it. Instead, they're living in this new reality where this could happen at any time. Many people, though, are relying on their faith.
All we can do is, just be here for them, to pray. We're out here to do that, just what Jesus is doing. Just be that help that they need, the light that they need to bring them to him.
And I keep hearing it, so many people saying that they hear about these horrific shootings elsewhere, but it is something altogether different when it comes knocking at your door and you're texting your loved ones to make sure they're okay. Vicki?
No question. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo. Stephen, thank you so much.
At least 276 people have been killed by mass shootings so far this year. That's according to numbers from the Gun Violence Archive. NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow now with more on the desperate pleas for stricter gun laws and why experts say these deadly shootings keep happening.
The outlet mall near Dallas.
We start hearing rock, rock, rock.
The Atlanta medical office.
All I seen was police cars and SWAT and everybody's just pulling up, back to back, back to back.
Neighbors shot in Cleveland, Texas. A Sweet 16 birthday party in Alabama. A Louisville bank. And an elementary school in Nashville.
How are our children still dying, and why are we failing them?
The Gun Violence Archive counts more mass shootings so far this year than days, 199. That includes any shooting with at least 4 victims, not including a shooter.
I've been studying this for 40 years, and I've never seen a year like this.
Criminology professor James Fox oversees a database at Northeastern University that keeps track of deadly mass shootings.
Why are we seeing so many mass killings this year?
Well, we have several factors. We have many more guns in the hands of Americans. There's been a large increase in gun sales since COVID. And because of COVID, many Americans are suffering economically and emotionally. And this country is quite divided. People are angry and taking it out on innocent strangers.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is a strong supporter of gun owners. He said the long-term solution is to address mental health.
There has been a dramatic increase in the amount of anger and violence that's taking place in America. And what Texas is doing in a big-time way, we are working to address that anger and violence by going to its root cause, which is addressing the mental health problems behind it.
Josh Horwitz is co-director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions.
Is it a combination of factors, including access to guns, but also including mental health?
Well, it's always a combination of factors. Other countries have mental illness, other countries have video games, but we have unprecedented access to firearms. So you take the combination of those risk factors and you layer on all these weapons, all these new guns, high capacity magazines, AR-15 assault weapons, and you have the disaster that we're seeing right now in the United States.
Some states are making changes. Governors in Colorado and Washington state signed major reforms on gun ownership last month. But in Washington, D.C., a chronic impasse.
I have gone the full extent of my executive authority to do on my own anything about guns.
NBC's Yamiche Alcindor covers Washington.
The president said it's up to Congress to act. Is that likely to happen?
While last year President Biden helped pass some substantial bipartisan gun legislation, he's repeatedly urged Congress to do more, including banning assault weapons. But it's unlikely that Republicans who control the House will agree to that restriction or any further changes to gun laws.
For communities torn apart by gun violence like Allen, Texas, a fear nothing will change.
We just go through this over and over, and nothing gets done.
Kate Snow, NBC News.
All right, we want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Global travel is on its way back to pre-pandemic levels. The World Travel and Tourism Council says the sector is on track to reach $9.5 trillion in 2023.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, when are things expected to be back to normal, and do we know which countries have seen the most growth?
Well, globally, the full recovery should come sometime next year, according to a report from the World Travel and Tourism Council. Tourism levels, they're already back to pre-pandemic levels in 34 countries. Some experts even say they expect 2024 to surpass the pre-pandemic travel of 2019. There's a willingness to travel from people in Western Europe, and China's reopening is also helping to power the recovery for the industry. Meanwhile, TurboTax is paying out over $140 million to over 4 million people around the country after what the New York Attorney General called predatory and deceptive marketing. TurboTax settled a suit last year after it deceived millions of low-income customers into paying for tax services, even though they would have otherwise been able to file for free. The New York AG's office said eligible consumers do not need to file a claim and will receive a check automatically. And finally, guys, the third edition in the Guardians of the Galaxy series is coming off a massive opening weekend at the box office. The Marvel movie brought in $114 million in domestic box office receipts and another $168 million from international markets. Guys, my husband was one of them. He went out at like 9:30 last night. It was too late for me, but he went to go see it. So, you know, Marvel still works.
Have you talked to him? What do you think?
He didn't love it.
Oh, it was this way. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Deirdre.
I gotta be honest.
CNBC Tech anchor Deirdre Bosa.
She is always honest. All right, coming up, would the United
Always
States
exit.
military be fully prepared for
Wow.
conflict with China? We will take a look at a training mission and medical readiness. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Snart ska du gifta dig. Det gleder jeg meg til. Det blir kult. Ja, det blir bra det der. Ja, ja. Jeg har ikke hørt noe. Når er det? 22. Ok, ja. Får vi noe på det, eller? Får vi noe info på det greiene der? Jeg har ikke fått en dritt. Ja, ok, da skal jeg se. Jeg har ikke sett tekstmelding. Jeg har ikke sett setningen. Jeg skal ta oss og fikse det. Ja, det går fint. Ordner det. Ja, men det kommer til å ta morgen. Går det fint, eller? Konge. Da ser vi sånn. Ha det, kikken.
Tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Kommer fallet nå, eller? Skulle falt for lenge siden. Maken til kjedelig oppbygging.
Rising tensions abroad and the threat of another pandemic in the future have created an immediate need for better military medical readiness.
Yeah, service members are now training inside of military-grade intensive care units. They are learning and adopting new technology to save lives on the battlefield. NBC News medical contributor and global health policy expert Dr. Gupta got an inside look.
Quietly and unknown to most of the American public, the U.S. military is preparing for a new era of national security threats. This operation isn't aimed at taking the fight to the enemy. It's aimed at saving lives of the critically ill.
So you have a ventilator, you have a monitor, you have an IV pump, so really a mini ICU. Exactly.
Dubbed Ultimate Caduceus, the exercise simulates the rapid transport of severely injured troops from battlefields around the world to advanced care centers back in the U.S. It's a mission I've seen up close and personal as a reservist ICU physician leading a CCAT team of my own here on the West Coast. Aboard military aircraft, soldiers turned patients are transferred and stabilized in these flying ICUs, saving lives and fulfilling promises.
The American people have entrusted, their sons and daughters to defend our nation, and when they become wounded, ill, or injured, to be able to bring them home safely is really the purpose.
Medical readiness is just one more way that the U.S. military shows the world the physical and strategic health of its force.
How does this increase the survivability of injured soldiers downrange?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge because we essentially take the level of care that they can expect in the U.S. ICU. We bring that forward to the front line.
With tensions rising in the Asia-Pacific theater, the war in Ukraine, and the threat of pandemic, this is a necessity, not a luxury. Corey Shockey has held high positions at both the Pentagon and the State Department.
What do you think are the biggest threats to our national security over the next 10 years?
Well, the risk of a war on the scale that Russia has imposed on Ukraine, a war of that scale with China is, I think, the biggest threat. And I believe that the Biden administration has that right.
So, is the United States ready for the threats it faces over the next 10 years? And are these latest exercises part of that preparation?
We are not facing an active conflict right now. Is this in preparation for an active conflict? Well, this is in preparation for any global crisis. Again, it's a global crisis at scale, whether we're talking humanitarian assistance, disaster response, all the way to the potential of conflict.
And Dr. Vin Gupta joins us now. Fascinating look behind the scenes there, Dr. Gupta. It does sound like the military is expanding its training for these measures out of sort of an abundance of caution, right, in the event of an eventual potential global conflict. But talk about the readiness. What did you witness and what did you think?
Well, Vicki, thank you for platforming this. What's clear here is that we now have the ability to project critical care, medical capabilities right at the point of injury, especially in this era of epidemics and pandemics, or if there is a global conflict. We don't have the footprint of large military bases across the world that we once did 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So this capability to transfer across long distances, patients that have ICU needs will save lives. Also, what I noticed is that this is not relevant for just soldiers, but also for humanitarian assistance for civilians as well.
As you know, military enlistment's been down significantly in recent years. What might that mean for all of this?
Well, Craig, I think there's an inextricable link between military readiness and civilian readiness. And so a key part of this exercise was how did the two assets work together? To your point, Craig, we don't have as many recruits going to the military, whether they're the medical service or traditional combat roles. And so military capabilities working with civilians is going to be key to keep us safe moving forward.
NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Vin Gupta. Dr. Gupta, so good to see you again. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Well, protests are intensifying around the death of Jordan Neely. The growing calls for criminal charges against the man who put him in a chokehold. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back now. Ukrainian forces shot down more than 30 Iranian-made drones in Kyiv overnight after another late-night Russian bombardment.
And the attacks come as the Kremlin prepares to mark Victory Day. It's a national holiday. They're going to mark it with a military parade in Red Square tomorrow. NBC News correspondent Allison Barber live in Kyiv, Ukraine with the very latest. So, Allison, what more can you tell us about these Russian drones and the damage there in Kyiv today?
Yeah, hey, Craig. So overnight, there was a fairly significant air assault involving both drones and missiles in at least 2 regions here in Ukraine. In Odessa, they say that 8 missiles were fired from Russian-occupied Crimea. Then here in Kyiv, the capital of the country, that's where those Iranian-made drones were flying. There were, according to local officials, 36 of them. Those drones are what's known as loitering munitions. They move slowly, and they themselves, they are what explodes. When people hear them on the ground, they often describe them sounding a lot like a moped or something along those lines coming. They're very slow moving. They're very noisy. They create a lot of fear, and they were used very heavily back in the winter. But we haven't seen this sort of attack on Kyiv to this scale in quite a while. The mayor of the city says this was one of the biggest drone attacks this city has experienced since the full-scale invasion began. But this is the 4th air assault we've seen on Kyiv.
Vi visste du kommer til å ha dårlig volum, da. Det er sommer, liksom. Det er dritkjedelig.
There were a lot of airstrikes, a lot of assaults on the capital in the winter, but then there was this bit of a lull, a bit of a pause where people were able to have some sense of normalcy in cities far from the front lines like Kyiv. All of that started to change about 8 days ago. The thought behind that is that, one, Russia is acting out in part to prepare or have some sort of pre-response to what we anticipate Ukraine to soon launch their highly anticipated spring counteroffensive, and also to do it in the lead up to that holiday you mentioned, May 9th, Victory Day in Russia. Craig?
All right. Allison Barber Force there in Kyiv. Stay safe, Allison. Thank you so much for that report. Meanwhile, back here, Florida Governor and potential presidential candidate Ron DeSantis has been waging a bit of a war on Disney for what he calls the company's woke politics. 3 recent polls show that conservative voters support DeSantis' efforts to roll back Disney's special privileges.
Well, still, many think this public fight is bad for Florida's economy. So where does that leave things as DeSantis decides whether or not he's going to jump into the 2024?
I started OnlyFans to honoring my grandfather.
So, Dasha, let's start with the polling. Let's dig in a bit here, and then this the opinion from a lot of conservatives about this ongoing back and forth between DeSantis and Disney.
Well, look, guys, there's been so much speculation in the political class in Washington among donors, consultants that, look, this fight with Disney may be sinking DeSantis' campaign before it even begins, right? But he's targeting these primary voters because the goal right now, this big uphill climb for him, is beating Trump in the primary. So we wanted to talk to Republican voters that will likely be voting in the primary. We went to Lake County, Florida, which is actually right next door to Disney World. So this is a county that's a conservative stronghold, but it's also a county that really has benefited economically from Disney. But we found overwhelming support for DeSantis in this fight from voters. They understand and acknowledge that Disney has been important for Florida, but they feel like Disney has stepped out of line by wading into the political fray. Take a listen to just some of what we heard.
I'm definitely on DeSantis' side. Go woke, go broke.
We love to go to Disney World.
You go to Disney World?
And we had annual passes, and I will tell you, we did not renew them. I think he's doing the right thing.
You think he's doing the right thing?
I do. I think it needs to not be political from Disney's perspective. They need to be the happy place for families.
Yeah. Go woke, go broke pretty much sums it up. But look, when you start to talk to more moderate or independent voters, that's when things change a little bit. So in the long run, if he gets to the general election, might be problematic for him. But with those conservative voters, very much on his side, guys.
And speaking of the general election, do we have any idea on timing when he may or may not announce, and what you think nationally voters think of him?
Well, look, nationally, we've seen in the polls that Donald Trump is still, double digits ahead of him. But again, it's early days. He hasn't even jumped into the race yet. Our reporting shows he might be jumping in the coming weeks. We don't have an exact timeline yet, but we will likely see him become an actual official candidate soon here, guys.
All right, Dr. Burns, thank you so much. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Du kom opp på døra.
for Dateline Premium. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Fagmynde, så jeg ser på rommet. Fagmynde, hun løper nede.
We are back on this Monday, so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Craig Melvin. Making news right now. Severe storms and heavy rain moving across parts of the Midwest today. Storm warnings are in effect for at least 17 million people across the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys. Forecasters say that the heavy rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour could lead to isolated instances of flash flooding.
California's Reparations Task Force has voted on how the state could compensate and apologize to its black residents. The 9-member committee approved a list of proposals, which include money and services that are now headed to state lawmakers for consideration. If approved, the reparations payments would be used in an effort to repair the harm caused to generations of black people by discriminatory policies.
And Rocket Labs has launched 2 NASA satellites into orbit. The satellites blasted off from the company's New Zealand launch pad on Saturday, and they will be used to study hurricanes and tropical storms.
We are learning some new information regarding the death of Jordan Neely after he was held in a chokehold on a New York City subway. According to 2 sources familiar with this matter, the district attorney's office plans to present this case now to which will determine whether this man will be charged.
Over the weekend, protests broke out on the streets of New York City and in a subway station here as well. Protesters were seen on the train tracks demanding justice for Jordan, as they've said. New York City officials say during those protests, some 13 people were arrested. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now here in studio. He's been following this case very closely. George, let's start with this case going to a grand jury. Do we know perhaps when that could happen? And if it does, what kind of charges the man could face?
Yeah, so we know that the DA has assigned a senior prosecutor to this case, so they will be looking at a plethora of evidence, including that video that shows Jordan Neely being placed into that chokehold. There's also 911 calls that they're going to be reviewing, as well as any other witness testimonies, basically any new evidence that they can get their hands on before deciding whether or not they're going to present charges in this case. As you mentioned, this has caused a lot of protests on the streets and in the subways, the largest one that we saw so far occurring this Saturday, where the protesters started at the subway station where Jordan Neely lost his life, and then they marched all the way down into the platform there where they had some clashes with police. The NYPD saying about 13 people were arrested, and we're expecting more protests, more vigils until, as these demonstrators say, until charges are brought in this case, guys.
George, let's talk about the man here who put Neely into that chokehold. His name is Daniel Penny. What more do we know about him at this point? What are his attorneys saying on his behalf?
Right, so in this case, the attorneys for that Marine veteran are saying this was a case of self-defense, and they've been issuing some statements on his behalf. I'll read you in part what they said. They said, when Mr. Neely began aggressively threatening Daniel Penny and other passengers, Daniel, with the help of others, acted to protect themselves until help arrived. Daniel never intended to harm Mr. Neely and could not have foreseen his untimely death, to which Neely's attorneys have responded, both on air and in statements, saying this was clearly a case of murder, and they've expressed that Daniel Penny's press release is not an apology nor an expressive regret. It is a character assassination and a clear example of why he believed he was entitled to take Jordan's life. In short, his actions on the train and now his words show why he needs to be in prison. So you can see that there's clearly 2 cases being made here, one of self-defense, one that this Marine veteran acted trying to protect people on that subway. So again, plethora of evidence here, including that crucial medical examiner's report, which does indicate that Jordan Neely died as a result of that chokehold, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis. George, thank you so much.
Thanks, George. This afternoon, forgive me, we're also learning some new details about a different case involving convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh, an insurance fraud case involving a wrongful death at his home.
Yeah, now attorneys for Gloria Satterfield's family, who was Murdoch's housekeeper, they have now released a full report and interview audio from the investigation. This all comes after Murdoch admitted to lying about the details of her death back in 2018. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is live in South Carolina, helped us sort through all of this. So Katie, tell us, what did this report and this new audio reveal? And also, is this new evidence, could it affect the outcome of Alec Murdoch's attempt to appeal his double murder convictions?
I think the answer to that last question, Vicki, is no. They're two very separate cases. The same man at the center of it, and now another legal battle surrounding Alec Murdoch. The question really here, it comes down to the insurance company settlement money and who has deserved that money and who has owed that money. The settlement money was about $3.8 million, and the insurance company is seeking to recover that money from Alec Murdoch. In response, Alec Murdoch has said, well, I made up the details of that whole fall situation. It wasn't my dogs that caused it, and therefore I shouldn't have been liable, and I basically, you know, invented this story so that I could get that settlement money. He suggests even to go as far as to go after the Satterfields in order to recover it. Satterfield's attorneys are putting out these documents and these audio recordings today to say, take a listen to what Alec Murdoch said back then. Listen to the description of the 4 dogs that were at the house that day and how he and his wife and maybe perhaps even Gloria Satterfield had mentioned that they sort of got under her feet and caused this accident to occur. They're attacking the credibility also of Alec Murdoch, saying this is someone who has lied repeatedly and is lying again.
Katie, it's all very confusing, but if Alec Murdoch is now saying, okay, what I said a few years ago about my housekeeper dying as a result of the dogs, if he's saying that wasn't true, do we know how Gloria Satterfield died? Are we any closer to figuring that part of the story out?
That remains a mystery. I mean, what he says he's coming clean about is that he invented that aspect of the story. What he's not offering is how she died or the circumstances around the fall that led her to the hospital where she died. And as Eric Bland, the Satterfield's attorney, points out, the 3 people that might have that answer are no longer, you know, one is Alec Murdoch and the other is Maggie, who is no longer with us, and Gloria, who's no longer here either. So he's saying, conveniently, there's no one that can really contest his version of the facts that continues to change.
All right, Katie Beck, they're outside that courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. Katie, thank you. Thanks as always.
Well, there is a growing push from
Hei, er det samme han
Republicans
Ole?
to ban drag performances in certain places.
Right now, at least 17 states are considering bills to restrict LGBTQ plus performers.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is
den er grei.
investigating this story for Meet the Press
Ok, ha det.
Reports. Antonia, thanks for joining us on set. So Tennessee, as we know, was the
Hallo.
first state to pass one of these laws back in March. You were just there talking to people on both sides of this issue.
Ok,
What are they
null
saying?
stress.
And also,
Fikser
are
det.
they worried this is just
Beste er å holde på
starting
deg.
to
Greit
peel
å
back
ha.
some of the other rights for the LGBTQ plus community?
You know, this all did come at the same time as we saw the legislature there move to ban gender-affirming health care for transgender children, to allow teachers to reject using students' chosen pronouns, you know, even in the case that their families supported that. And so, you know, that is the feeling in the LGBTQ community there, that all these bills are connected. But, you know, it's a complicated conversation when you're there on the ground, because it's one that's become all about parental rights and the safety of children. What lawmakers and parents who pushed for these restrictions have said is that drag is inherently sexual, it is dangerous, threatening to children, that it can confuse them, and that they sought to create this restriction so that adults could enjoy this form of entertainment. But what will happen if this law goes into effect is keep it from, you know, anywhere in public or where a child could see it. Take a look at how this has impacted some of the people who do this art form.
It was one of the few times I felt powerful, I felt seen, I felt
Og ringe det der med
bright in my skin.
den døra, kanskje?
I can do anything I need to do when I'm in drag.
The agenda is to just exist and to feel valid.
The agenda is to be able to go to the bathroom without having to worry about being punched in the face.
The challenge, of course, is too that there are LGBTQ families and kids. So when you say this is about parental rights, many of the families there that I've spoken to say, well, some of us want our kids to meet queer people, or we like to take them to the library, and we don't mind if a queer person reads them a book.
Faen,
And
dette har gått treigt.
this has all come to a head at the same moment that all these bills have been affecting so many of these folks' lives.
We're talking about Tennessee here, but as Vicky mentioned,
Nei, jeg tenker gjøre det nå. Jeg ringte deg nettopp om telefonen min.
other states. What
Jeg
can
kan
you
ikke
tell us
spise
about
nå.
the status of some of these other
Det er
bills
dagens
trying to
måte. Jeg kan ikke spise
restrict
cashen.
drag performances?
Well, in about at least 17 other states, we see bills similar to this one moving forward. Texas is a state where something like this is very likely to pass in the future. Florida would be another one. But for many of the performers, what they're saying is even in communities where these laws
Bare en
haven't
dør.
yet been signed, they are having a chilling effect. In some cases, they're hiring additional security for their performances, and they're
Vi kan kanskje fylle opp bilen,
Anthony, quickly
og
before
så
we
må vi
let
ta
go, we'll talk
døra
about
oppå,
public
eller
performances
hvordan ville du gjort det?
Sorry, I guess we have no time, but I really want to talk about this more because you
Ok, så vi henter døra, og så henter vi
in a library. We're not talking about full-fledged, you know, it's not a
tua.
nightclub atmosphere on the
Det er
streets
ta
of
plantasjen, det er rett av veien.
That's right. I mean,
Hæ?
these are people's lives.
Det er mye kortere da.
Public space. And, you know, I'm really grateful for the opportunity that we have the platform to tell this story.
We're looking forward to seeing a lot more of it. You can watch the first episode of the new season of Meet the Press Reports. That's streaming now on Peacock.
Jævlig rart at det ikke faller mye mer, altså.
It was a weekend of pageantry, history, royalty. As
Det burde
King
falle
Charles was
mye mer.
crowned as the head of the British monarchy.
Yeah, the king became the 40th monarch to be crowned in Westminster Abbey, a tradition dating back to 1066. His coronation is the start of a new era for the British monarchy. Joining us now from London is Katie Nicholl. She's Vanity Fair's royal correspondent and author of The Young Royals. Great to see you, Katie. So the early numbers show 20 million people in the UK alone watched the coronation on television from start to finish. Which were the moments that stuck out to you the most?
Er det klokka 7 Fed skal prate, eller er det klokka 8?
Well, I think, firstly, just to make a quick comment on those viewing figures, it was about 26.5 million who tuned in to watch the late Queen's funeral. So I think that's a really positive sign for the king. You know, we weren't sure how interested people were going to be in this coronation, but I think even if you weren't a monarchist, actually curiosity got the better of most people because most people have not seen a coronation in their lifetime. We haven't had one in Britain for 70 years, and we haven't had the coronation of a king and a queen since 1937. So I think that was a good reason to tune in just to see what it was all about. And in terms of the highlights of that service, I think most people would say seeing the regalia up close, seeing the King Edward's crown held aloft and the king crowned, and of course not just the king crowned, but also Queen Camilla as well, was really quite a moment. And I think for me, one of the standout moments was the bit that we couldn't see, which was the anointing of the king with the holy oil from Jerusalem. And I'm so pleased that that all took part behind a screen where it was really the king's moment with God, because this is a ceremony that dates back to the Old Testament. It's incredible.
You know, I've said this before,
Det var en
and it was reinforced over the weekend. No one
Ja, det er
does
ikke den.
pomp and pageantry like the Brits. And you guys really have it down to an art form there. Looking forward, though, do you know what kind of king Charles is going to be?
Nei.
Well, he's had long enough to
Innebør.
practice, 64 years in waiting
Ja,
as
det er
the
den.
Prince of Wales. And, you know, he hasn't had a personality transplant. He is the same man as
Nei, det er samme telefonen
the
min.
Prince of Wales. And those issues that have always
Det er
driven
samme.
him, that he's been passionate about, young people, protecting the planet, those are going to be at his
Han hadde flere dører.
agenda as king.
Det samme.
Vanity Fair's royal correspondent, Katie Nicholl. Katie, thank you. Thanks so much for your time this Monday.
Good to see you, Katie. Straight ahead, a fifth grader in Georgia is changing the conversation around mental health one book at a time. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hæ? Hva skrev du da?
Skrev at jeg skal hente en død for en venn, og så spurte om ringen hennes.
På hver tikk ned, du kommer rett opp. Det er liksom hver... det noen som vet når den jævla Ted-greiene er, eller? Når de skal prate om det? Februar klokka 10 i dag. Skal det være sånn smårunk til klokka 10, for det gidder jeg ikke. Jeg har stått natttak, men det skjer ikke en dritt ved det. Skjer ingenting.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Kommer dit. Det liksom var helt
But it
seriøst.
was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then.
Du bør egentlig falle som et helvete.
Take us to places as strange as any fiction.
Hvis noen har noe vett i huet.
Among dreadful possibilities. What happened here? The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
One Georgia fifth grader set out to help people on their mental health journeys with a new book. Cheryl Preheim from the NBC affiliate WXI spoke to him about his inspiration.
The children look up to him so much.
Impact isn't about age. What's happening inside Varner Elementary is proof.
They're so incredibly proud.
Takari Tatum is 11. His latest project will soon be part of the school library.
Hi, Takari.
His Snap It bracelets are already part of the school culture, taking on mental health openly.
Time you feel stressed or anxious, you just snap it.
His book about them is about to be released.
Seeing it all come together was like such a surreal experience.
Tell me about the inspiration for the book.
I was really just thinking about all the stuff that happened in my life with my mental health journey and just putting those words on a paper.
Takari's best friend, his grandfather, died in the pandemic. Takari saw so many of his friends struggling too.
The book is an extension of telling people that mental health matters, and it's a serious thing that almost everybody goes through.
I just can't even put it in words how proud I am of him.
Takari wrote this book in 1 week.
Yeah, right.
Of course he did.
He was like taking dictation. It's like God was just giving him the words.
Just amazing me more every day.
Mrs. Lori Mendenhall supported every step. Now retired art teacher Robin Glover illustrated his book.
So honored and so privileged.
I'm super proud of him.
Principal Althea Singletar sees the reach of Takari's impact.
Huge for students to see that you can have a great idea and you see it through and all kinds of wonderful things can happen.
I hope kids who read the book feel that they're not alone.
A message that's made a difference for his dad, too.
He just does not know how big of an impact this has made.
Our thanks to Cheryl Preheim from NBC affiliate WXIA for that story. Craig?
Meanwhile, in Alabama, one woman is finding the strength to earn her degree despite debilitating physical challenges from a life-threatening car accident. NBC News Now co-anchor Kate Snow shows us her resilience.
Let's celebrate Shima Nixon.
This is what strength and determination look like.
We did it. We made it.
That's 31-year-old Shima Nixon, graduating with a master's degree on Friday from Alabama State University.
Oh, I love y'all.
It's a dream come true that almost didn't happen.
This guy hit me and pinned me in between my car and his car. The next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. Then
Vi kan ikke låne bilen så lenge, sånn.
move anything from the waist down.
Maks par dager. Kanskje ble det allerede
In
med.
2013, when the accident happened, she lost both her legs.
Det er bare å ringe
I
dem. da.
remember like, okay,
Hvis ikke de har på lyden på telefonen, så kan de spise middag.
I just
Eller
have to roll with the punches.
la rommet og hva rommet hjelper.
I'm gonna try again.
During the crucial months that followed, she found strength in faith and family.
As he inspires them.
but also in new friends like a mentor named Stephen Shope, a bilateral amputee working with Hanger Clinic, a company providing
Kan du gå
custom
ned,
care,
eller? Din
support,
jævla
and solutions
drit.
for people with physical challenges.
Det liksom skjer
Oh my gosh,
absolutt
Steven,
nada,
when he came into
niks.
my room, it was just like, girl, like
Jævla
you got
bikkje
this. So
der.
at that moment, I was like, you know, I'm not the only
Og
amputee
der.
in the world.
Det der han går.
Meeting someone with similar challenges put Shima on a life-changing path, giving her the courage to push through the pain. She finished college and graduate school, focusing on a degree in prosthetics and orthotics. And inspired by other clinicians of color, she's now starting a residency at Hanger Clinic, determined to make a difference for other amputees.
Alt av makro drit. Gå ned. Så du går opp bare for det kanskje den sier noe smart nå, liksom.
The small country town that lost both of her legs, and see how far she's come. See how far she's grown.
Using her journey.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Frider, hva tenker du da? Det går jo ikke ned. Det burde ha falt mye nå, liksom. Hvorfor kjøper dem? Det er helt sjukt. Hvorfor kjøper dem, liksom? USA kanskje går i default hvis ikke setter opp rentetaket. Må trykke mer penger. Inflasjon går i taket. Brems på økonomien. Europa går i dass. Vi skal kjøpe aksjer.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Terrence Blanchard is known mostly for his work as a jazz musician and a film composer, but now Blanchard is adding opera to his list of talents.
Yeah, Champion is about the life of boxer Emil Griffith and the one moment in the ring that would consume him for years. Today, anchor Al Roker gives us a behind-the-scenes look.
Champion is transforming audiences at New York City's Metropolitan Opera. How do you get to the Metropolitan Opera? Practice. And I got a behind-the-scenes look. The opera, composed by seven-time Grammy Award-winning jazz musician Terrence Blanchard, tells the real-life story of Emil Griffith, a closeted bisexual boxer who brutally beat his opponent, Benny Paret, in the ring in the 1960s. Paret taunting Griffith with homophobic slurs. Griffith ultimately killing him, a moment that would haunt him until old age.
How did the idea of taking a story about this boxing champion and turning it into an opera with a jazz score?
Well, the first thing that got me, Al, was just the sense of his plight of being a person who couldn't celebrate openly his achievements with somebody that he loved. And then when he said, I killed the man and the world forgave me, but I love the man and the world wants to kill me, it put it in perspective for me. So I thought...
Faen slitsom, altså. Jeg tror ikke det skal ned, altså. Jeg tror jeg må dekke halvparten og trade det, for det her gir ikke jeg sitte og se på. Det ser ikke ut som det skal ned. Det burde ha falt mye mer. Det faller jo ikke. Og hva er det som skal dras ned nå? Det er Fed, liksom. Og de skal ikke prate for aftermarket. Og da er spørsmålet, hva gjør man? Jeg er jævlig usikker, ass. For det skulle falt mye nå, det faller jo ikke. Det er så lite bevegelse også at jeg får faen ikke trade heller, så det er sånn der helt sånn... Det er sånn sakte pining, liksom.
You know, this would be a good thing to do as an opera.
To stage an opera in the Mets' 138-year history with Fire Shut Up in My Bones. And now Champion, taking the 400-year-old art form to new levels and reaching wider audiences.
How has it changed who comes to the opera?
That's been probably one of the things that's been the most emotional for me.
Jeg svimer snart, og så er det sulten.
And it's starting to open the doors again for people of color. And that's
Jeg lurer på jeg får liksom ikke bestemt om jeg skal gå long eller hva jeg skal gjøre for noe. Jeg liker ikke at det ikke faller. Det ligger liksom helt på motstanderen nå. Futurene henter seg inn.
Like, you heard of this? Plex, Tubi, Zumo?
Like the Peacock logo should be a little bigger up there.
The news continues right after this.
Hallo. Rørt noe? Noe mer? Nei. Men da så. Ja, greit da. Ja.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's today. Like I won the lottery. How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
Det var jævlig vanskelig, ass.
Everything and everyone you're talking about.
Jeg vet ikke om jeg skal gå long, eller hva faen jeg skal for noe her. Er det ingen som har noe... Hva gjør du da, Freddy? Det detter jo ikke.
Today is Monday, May 8th. Community in mourning. Police are investigating the social media accounts tied to a gun.
En non-existent bevegelse, liksom.
What we know about the shooter and the victims.
Boosting flyer rights. The Biden administration is set to announce new rules that put airline passengers first. Why the airlines could now be held accountable.
Jeg har 13 tips i spredd på Nasdaqen. Hva har du for noe? Jeg synes det er jævla mye.
Case against Donald Trump is wrapping up. How Trump's decision not to testify in his own defense could affect the verdict.
Make me a match. We will speak to the star of Netflix's Jewish matchmaking, Aliza Ben Shalom, about how she's managed to bring more than 200 couples together. Plus, her secret to finding your perfect dating match. That's going to be a fun conversation.
Yes, it will.
Ja, ikke sant? 13 må jeg. Tar jo evig til før penger.
That deadly mall shooting near Dallas, though, police say a neo-Nazi sympathizer opened fire with an AR-15 style assault weapon, killing at least 8 people.
A police officer who happened to be at that outlet mall took down the suspect within minutes. This was the second mass shooting in Texas in a little more than a week, and the second deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. this year.
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now from Allen, Texas. Allen is about 25 miles north of Dallas. So, Stephen, police say that the suspect, 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia, what more do we know about him? Do we know perhaps why he may have carried out this attack?
Jeg spurte om jeg kan hente Erik, men da spurte først nett i stedet, og spurte om nummeret ditt for å sjekke opp det.
Jeg har skrevet av meg, så at du skulle kjøre for meg i går. Bare si det, men så fikk du ikke bil for i dag. Si det. Skriv det. Jeg skulle egentlig hente han i går, men så fikk ikke lånt bil. Bare skriv det.
Skriv nummeret først, da må du skjønne hva han skriver.
Jeg hadde avtale å hente den i går, egentlig, så. Bare skriv da at jeg skal bare skylde på Rentrack. Skriv, du skulle egentlig hente den i går, men så fikk vi ikke bilselskapet, hadde ikke bil for i dag. Hvis du gjør det nå, så forebygger du til at den sier nei. Hvis du gjør det før han og svarer deg. Er det det? Jeg har betalt for den. Den var jævla fin. Jeg har sånn til magen at jeg holder på å spy. Jeg er så sulten. Nei, men du kan ikke kjøpe den. Jeg må lage noen ris og egg. Det revner i magen. Jeg kan liksom ikke gå vekk herfra. Jeg aner ikke hvilken retning den her går. Romeo har tatt proteinsjekken, ikke sant?
From Sandy Hook on, not making any definitive legislative change. They're not hopeful of that. Many of them I talk to are people of faith, and they are praying here. But one thing I keep
Jeg mener markedet skal tryne nå, og at de ikke gjør det, det er veldig spesielt, ass.
And prayers from politicians. One mother from this area telling me, quoting from the book of James, saying that faith without works is dead, and saying that they do want action from politicians, especially when this comes knocking at their doorstep. Vicky?
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo. Stephen, thank you.
Also in Texas, we're learning new details about that horrific car crash. This was in Brownsville, Texas. It left 8 migrants dead, 10 others hurt. Officials there say the driver of an SUV plowed through a crowd yesterday. This was outside a center for migrants. They just announced that they've charged the suspect with manslaughter, 8 counts. Right now, investigators say it is not clear whether that crash was intentional. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney has been tracking this story for us. Ken, we heard from officials a short time ago. Break down just how they say this crash happened.
Craig, officials have identified the suspect as 34-year-old George Alvarez, and the chief of police of Brownsville gave a narrative of what he says happened. Take a listen.
The SUV ran a red light, lost control, flipped on its side, and struck a total of 18 individuals. The driver of the vehicle, later identified as George Alvarez, November 9th, 1988, had attempted to flee the scene after impact, but was held down by several individuals on scene.
But then later in the news conference, Craig, the chief clarified that they have not ruled out that this was an intentional act, even though they're saying that the vehicle lost control and that the charges are manslaughter. And they also responded to what we've reported is one eyewitness account of a person saying that this driver was yelling anti-immigrant slurs and was yelling at the migrants. They say they can't substantiate that, but again, they have not ruled out an intentional act, Craig.
Kim, one of the things that was striking about that news conference was this visual they had behind them of his rap sheet, essentially. The Brownsville police chief saying that the suspect had a long criminal record. What else do we know about that? And more importantly, what more do we know about the victims?
Yeah, indeed, that was a long rap sheet. It wasn't clear to me whether those were crimes he was convicted of
Det
or charged with, but either way, those are very serious crimes, including assault,
Nå er det jævla amerikanerne driver med, liksom.
driving, and they said they haven't determined whether this suspect was intoxicated. In terms of the victims, we don't know a lot other than that police have said that many of them were Venezuelan migrants. There were apparently a lot of people congregating around a bus stop, which is near a migrant shelter, and the SUV plowed into a total of 18 people. Again, 8 fatalities, Craig.
All right, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, thanks so much.
You bet.
Well, right now, towns across the southern U.S. border are preparing for a potential spike in migrants trying to cross into the country. That's because Title 42 is set to expire on Thursday. It is a policy that was put in place during the pandemic. It essentially allows border agents to turn away asylum seekers so that they don't spread COVID. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is at a border wall in San Diego where a migrant camp has been growing by the day. Guad, President Biden has defended his decision to send 1,500 additional troops to the southern border. He says agents might need more help. Walk us through exactly what's going to happen Thursday once Title 42 ends, and what are you seeing there in San Diego?
Well, Vicky, they say that the members of the military that are coming to help to the border will help with administrative purpose. They're going to be doing an administrative role. So this is the border wall between San Diego and Tijuana. We have a camp here of hundreds of migrants that have been arriving. It's growing by the day. This is just one of the locations along the U.S.-Mexico border where we've seen a surge. So because Title 42 is going to be lifted, the information has traveled throughout Mexico and throughout Latin America. And much of it has been misinformation. Essentially, what both Mexican officials and U.S. officials, including DH Secretary Mayorkas, have said is that smugglers usually take advantage of a change in the border, and then they send information down south saying things will become easier for migrants to come to the U.S. So there's a lot of misinformation, and most of the migrants I speak to tell me they don't understand what Title 42 is. They just know that something is going to change that might make it more difficult for them to be able to come into the country. So that's why a lot of them are trying to arrive now before Title 42 expires and is lifted, Vicky.
And that's midnight Thursday. Guad, give us some context here. Talk about Title 42, why it became so controversial.
Well, Vicky, it's difficult to understand everything, but essentially it made it more difficult for migrants to come into the U.S. and seek asylum. As you mentioned, it was easier for Border Patrol members to turn them over and expel them back into Mexico. Now, the understanding was that once Title 42 would be lifted, it would be much easier for migrants to arrive. But the Biden administration has announced new immigration policies that will go into place once Title 42 is lifted. Essentially, it will be much more strict. It'll be more difficult for a migrant to come in illegally into the U.S. They're talking about a 5-year ban for somebody who's caught entering the country for the second time. If they want to apply for anything legally, they're going to put in immigration centers in Mexico. And also, they're talking about an even easier way to expel migrants once it's lifted and these new policies are put in place, Vicky.
All right, NBC News correspondent Juan Venegas in San Diego for us. Juan, thank you.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The price of crude oil up again. It rose almost 3% today after 3 straight weeks of declines. That was the longest losing streak for oil this year.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Hey, Dom. So OPEC is set to deliver its latest monthly oil market report on Thursday. What are you expecting from that, and what caused the prices to jump this week?
So, Vicky, Craig, yes, with oil, always it's a supply and demand question, and this recent jump could be due to an increased demand as we...
Boys, gidder jeg ikke an på. Jeg dekker shorten min, og så gidder jeg ikke mer. For det her, jeg skjønner ikke noe. Det går ikke ned. Det går ikke ned, du går bare oppover. Det gidder jeg ikke an på.
Set to release that monthly report like you alluded to later on this week. Investors will be looking to see how current supply stacks up and if there is any more fallout from the production cuts that OPEC and its partner countries agreed to and announced last month. Prices for canned tomato goods could rise after record rainfall saturated California's tomato fields. With soil still too wet for planting, farmers postponed the season start by a whopping 3 weeks, which then could translate into a shortage of tomato-based items this summer.
Vente evig på sånn, det kommer trygt seg. Det her dritkjedelig, altså. Men jeg vil ikke sitte og tape penger bare fordi jeg en seig jævel, liksom. Jeg sitter og ser at det går oppover. Jeg har sagt det nå i faen meg i 2 timer nå. Det kommer ikke ned. Da går jeg heller long, og så kan jeg heller gå short senere, for her gidder ikke jeg sitte og se på. Ja, nå har jeg dekket all shorten min. Nå går jeg long. Jeg vil ikke sitte og se på det pisset her. Hvis det går ned, så går jeg short på nytt, liksom. Ferdig snakket. Ferdig. Nå er jeg long. Ferdig. Tok tap. Jeg gidder ikke. Fy faen hvor mye dårlig spread det har. Jeg tok tapet, og så gikk jeg long. Jeg skjønte ikke noe av det. Det falt ikke på en dritt. Da får jeg bare gå oppover. Du, når jeg trader med metatrader på 360, så begynner jeg med, på 10 kontrakter, så begynner jeg med $50 i minus. Er det så dårlig spread i forhold til vanlig? På TD? Ja, men avstakket, det er helt galskap. Hvorfor er det det? For jeg kan ikke scalpe med sånne marginer, det går jo ikke. Nei. Nei, men da, ok, så de driver og forandrer på det nå. Går det bra, eller? Du så på å dø?
Det er for kort.
Jeg er i telefonen, hører du? Ja, vent litt.
Lys.
Ja, greit da, ha det. Ha det. Jeg ringer opp en stikk.
Hvorfor skal du ha dør nå?
Hæ?
Hvorfor skal du ha dør nå?
Jeg skal ha dør. Hvor skal du nå? Hva skal med kortet mitt, da? Jeg har masse ris. Ris går ikke ut på dato.
With the summer travel season heating up, the Biden administration is
Ja, jeg er i penga.
new rules for airlines. They're going to have to pay for expenses or inconveniences that you experience as a passenger if they have a controllable delay or cancellation. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is at Reagan International Airport with the details.
Yeah, good day. So President Biden and Secretary of Transportation
Rareste bevegelsen jeg har sett på lenge, ass.
this new proposed rulemaking process, which will take months or years to work through. This is not going to happen in time for the summer holiday season. It is, however, in response to the meltdown last summer and, of course, what we saw over the winter with Southwest Airlines. The administration now wants to require airlines to pay you compensation if you are delayed or your flight canceled because of something within the airline's control. So think of a maintenance issue, for example, delay in loading baggage, staffing issues, all of that, not weather, but inside the airline's control. If you're delayed considerably or canceled, you would receive cash compensation. Here's how it lays out specifically. The airlines would have to provide compensation in addition to refunds and other amenities for passengers. They're talking about a meal or meal voucher, overnight accommodations, transportation, as well as rebooking. And they're also required to provide timely customer service during and after periods of widespread flight irregularities.
Skal jeg ta gevinst for å gå på nytt? Jeg kan ikke ta gevinst for det, for det er så jævlig dårlig spread.
Over the Christmas holidays, over the New Year break. So this is all happening after the DOT has already rolled out a website to provide you with one-stop shopping for which airline provides what benefits. So this is at flightrights.gov, flightrights.gov. For example, the 10 largest airlines are already guaranteeing meals and free rebooking on the same airline. That's
Skal jeg ta gevinst, eller skal jeg få...
9 are right now guaranteeing hotel
Å gå på en ny short. Jeg er jo pissnegativ.
offering cash compensation. Importantly, this is what the European Union requires of airlines flying inside the EU. If your flight is significantly delayed or canceled, you could be eligible for cash compensation, and it scales up depending on how long of a delay you have, how long your wait because of the flight cancellation. That's the European model, so this is taking a page to some extent from what the Europeans are doing, with the Biden administration now proposing that here in the United States. As you would expect, the airlines are certainly going to have a voice in this. They will certainly be protesting this and trying to object, and this is not a done deal. This will be a long process to work its way out. Back to you.
Tok gevinst. Gå på ny short. Jeg skjønner ikke noe av noen oppsiden her, ass. Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor det går opp.
CNBC's senior climate correspondent Diana Olick taking a closer look now at how the
Det ser ut som skal gå videre oppover.
combat climate change.
Underneath an unremarkable warehouse in northeastern England lies an abandoned coal mine. It is a relic of energy's dirty past, but a potential gold mine for its
Ja,
clean
jeg kjøpte mer.
by providing geothermal.
Da var det veldig dumt om å ta gevinst, da, for nå fikk jeg dårligere spread. Ja, vi får bare trade underveis her.
The mining has ceased, so that water will contain heat.
Here's how it works. Abandoned coal mines fill up with water. By drilling boreholes way down below, that water can be brought to the surface with pumps and then pass through heat exchanges and heat pumps in buildings and homes. The first ever neighborhood mine water heating scheme in Great Britain just went into full operation at the end of March and will eventually serve over 1,200 homes.
Hopefully, most of these schemes, if not all of them, will be able to operate at a similar or better cost to the traditional fossil fuel heating schemes we have at the moment.
Geothermal heating is not new, but taking it from abandoned coal mines has yet to take off, especially in the U.S. Even in the dead of winter in Pennsylvania, it's still warm in a coal mine.
Yes, it's going to stay at a consistent temperature year-round despite what's happening outside.
Natalie Cruz-Daniels, with her students at Ohio University, is studying abandoned mines in Appalachian, Ohio, to see which ones are close enough to towns to be used for home heating. Coal fields run under at least 20 states in the U.S., and here in Ohio, there are more than 4,000 abandoned coal mines just like this one. In other words, a wealth of opportunity for geothermal energy. Back in 2007, the U.S. Department of Energy reported that the amount of water currently being discharged from underground coal mines in just the Pittsburgh coal seam could potentially be used to heat and cool roughly 20,000 homes. So why aren't we doing that? Bruce Daniels says that while it's a relatively inexpensive form of clean energy, the location and legacy may be liabilities.
I think some of it's out of sight, out of mind, right? When we look at investment in new technology and investment in clean energy in Appalachia, it's limited.
Coal is controversial, so investors don't target the coal regions, which she says is a mistake.
In a less predictable climate and in a warmer world, this opens up an opportunity for turning this legacy, this liability, into a resource.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Diana Olick, Athens, Ohio.
Really fascinating. Yeah.
Innovative idea.
Well, Alec Murdaugh facing new legal trouble. The convicted killer admits he lied about another death at his South Carolina estate. The details later this hour. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Jeg bare roter, for jeg går ut inn på samme kurs, jeg får ikke bestemt meg. Så det er ikke noe... Det gjør noe jeg bare totalt tap, for jeg taper på spredden hver gang, så jeg gjør ingenting. Jeg går short og long om hverandre her nå. Det markedet der er helt fucka, liksom.
NBC News correspondent Allison Barber, live in Kyiv, Ukraine, with the very latest. So, Allison, what more can you tell us about these Russian drones and the damage there in Kyiv today?
Hey, Craig, so overnight there was a fairly significant air assault involving both drones and missiles in at least two regions here in Ukraine. In Odessa, they say that 8 missiles were fired from Russian-occupied Crimea. Then here in Kyiv, the capital of the country, that's where those Iranian-made drones were flying. There were, according to local officials, 36 of them. Those drones are what's known as loitering munitions. They move slowly, and they themselves, they they are what explodes. When people hear them on the ground, they often describe them sounding a lot like a moped or something along those lines coming. They're very slow moving, they're very noisy, they create a lot of fear, and they were used very heavily back in the winter, but we haven't seen this sort of attack on Kyiv to this scale in quite a while. The mayor of the city says this was one of the biggest drone attacks this city has experienced since the full-scale invasion began, but this is the fourth air assault we've seen on Kyiv in about the last 8 days. It's been relatively quiet here in recent months. There were a lot of airstrikes, a lot of assaults on the capital in the winter, but then there was this bit of a lull, a bit of a pause where people were able to have some sense of normalcy in cities far from the front lines like Kyiv. All of that started to change about 8 days ago. The thought behind that is that, one, Russia is acting out in part to prepare or have some sort of pre-response to what we anticipate Ukraine to soon launch their highly anticipated spring counteroffensive, and also to do it in the lead up to that holiday you mentioned, May 9th, Victory Day in Russia. Craig?
All right. Allison Barber for us there in Kyiv. Stay safe, Allison. Thank you so much for that report. Meanwhile, back here, Florida Governor and potential presidential candidate Ron DeSantis has been waging a bit of a war on Disney for what he calls the company's woke politics. 3 recent polls show that conservative voters
Høvler den? Skal det opp, eller skal det ned, eller hvor faen skal den? Den blir helt forvirret her. Det går en 0 igjen her. Jeg aner ikke hvor det skal nå, altså.
Whether or not he's going to jump into the 2024 race.
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now. So Dasha, let's start with the polling. Let's dig in a bit here and this the opinion from a lot of.
Egentlig nå så burde jeg gi meg, for magen min sier at det skal ned, men alt av bevegelse går oppover. Da bør jeg egentlig ikke jeg trade. Alt av makro og alt av dritt skal ned, men det går opp. Og da det veldig dumt at jeg trader. Jeg må trade ut fra... Nå går jeg mot det jeg egentlig vil gjøre. Ikke sant? Nå går det opp. Alt peker oppover. Ja. Ta siste nå. Jeg gir meg nå. Jeg gidder ikke mer. Nå driver jeg bare også og surrer. Jeg tror det skal ned. Det går faen ikke ned. Faen, jeg vil gå short, altså. Skjønner jeg roter her, eller? Siste nå, der. Nå går jeg ut igjen på samme kurs hele tiden. Det er faen meg å gå ned, altså. Og hver gang så taper jeg $20. Se da! Så jeg går ut igjen på samme kurs igjen.
And speaking of the general election, do we have any idea on timing when he may or may not announce, and what you think nationally voters think of him? Well, look, nationally we've seen
det peker oppover.
Trump is still, double digits ahead of him, but again, it's early days. He hasn't even jumped into the race yet. Our reporting shows he might be.
Se den der da. Opp dit liksom.
We don't have an exact timeline yet, but we will
På dårlig news.
Become an actual official candidate soon here, guys. All right, Dasha Burns, thank you so much, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
Ja, fy faen. For et opplegg.
tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Craig Melvin.
So happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now, a list of recommendations for giving back and apologizing to Black residents for generations of racial injustice. Well, that has been passed by California's Reparations Task Force. These proposals, including money and services, will now go to state lawmakers to consider compensation for those affected by discriminatory policies. The plan could cost the state hundreds of billions of dollars.
The chairman of a powerful House committee is threatening to hold Secretary of State Anthony Blinken in contempt of Congress. House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McFaul is seeking a classified State Department cable which reportedly warned that Kabul would fall once the United States started its withdrawal from Afghanistan. A spokesman for Blinken called the action, quote, unnecessary and unproductive, and said the committee had already received the classified briefing on the cable.
French President Emmanuel Macron is commemorating the 78th anniversary of the end of World War II for VE Day. Today at the Arc de Triomphe, Macron laid a wreath and lit the flame in memory of the Allied victory over Nazi Germany.
Closing arguments are underway in the civil rape case against Donald Trump. The former president will not be testifying in his own defense since he did not notify the court by last night's deadline.
Now, writer E. Jean Carroll has accused Trump of raping her in a department store back in the mid-1990s. The former president continues to deny those allegations.
NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So, Ron, again, to remind folks, no cameras in that courtroom, but our reporters are telling us that Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, arguing that E. Jean Carroll's legal team are trying to get the jury to hate Trump enough to ignore the facts. What else do we know about each side's final plea to the jury?
It's an interesting way to put it. Joe Tacopina, Mr. Trump's defense attorney, started his final statement. And right up front, he says to the jury something to the effect of, you can hate Donald Trump as much as you want. You can see things that he said that are vulgar, that are crude, that are rude. But all that you have to deal with at a ballot box, not here in the jury box, essentially. So they put that up front because the former president's attorneys are very mindful of the fact that here in New York City, he's not a very popular individual. And that's where this jury is from. 9 people, 6 men, 3 women from Manhattan, presumably. So they've known they've had that uphill battle, presumably, from the start. In his defense, Tacopina is basically saying that E. Jean Carroll's story is simply unbelievable. He called it the most unbelievable story of all time, or something to that effect. And he's going through different aspects of it, like the fact that neither she nor her 2 friends who testified for her has been able to put a date, a time, a month, a year, exactly when this happened. He talks about how improbable it is that Donald Trump, even in the mid-90s, a relatively famous guy, known around New York, could go into Bergdorf Goodman's with her, that no shopping attendants, no salespeople would rush to him, would help him. Nobody saw them in the store. They go up to the 6th floor lingerie room on the escalator, that department. Nobody sees them, so on and so forth. And he's driving home to the jury the improbability, as he calls it, the unbelievability of what she is alleging. Earlier this morning, we heard from the plaintiff. She makes it clear, E. Jean Carroll's attorneys make it clear that she's telling the truth. They say she's been courageous and brave to come here so many years later to tell her story. And that it's backed up by 2 of her friends who she called around the same time that this happened, one case minutes and the other the next day. And there are 2 other women who testified about how they were similarly allegedly attacked by former President Trump. So that's basically what we have now, 2 very different versions of the truth. And we expect this to wrap up the closing arguments sometime this afternoon. Craig?
All right, NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. Ron, thank you.
We're also learning new information today about another death involving convicted killer Alec Murdaugh. Gloria Satterfield, Murdoch's longtime housekeeper, died on that sprawling South Carolina estate back in 2018. But now Murdoch admits to lying about how she died. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has been covering this story from the very beginning, joins us once again from that courthouse there in Walterboro, South Carolina. So, Katie, lawyers for Satterfield's family, they're sharing a full report from the investigation into insurance fraud involving Murdoch. First of all, what does that report reveal?
I think the point of that report, Craig, is to show people what Alec Murdoch said at the time over and over again, which is that his dogs were responsible for Gloria Satterfield's fall, that they got under her feet, caused her to fall, and that is what caused the insurance company to award that $3.8 million settlement because there was liability and fault due to the dogs. Now, Alec Murdoch from prison has said that he invented that story, that he had no knowledge of any dogs being there, that was a fabricated lie, and therefore maybe this insurance claim should not have been granted, and perhaps the Satterfields should be responsible for returning that money. Obviously, that's not going over well with the Satterfields attorneys and that family.
Do we know, perhaps, Katie, why Murdoch would be admitting to this now?
Yeah, he was actually backed into a corner, Craig, by a lawsuit from the insurance company. The insurance company is going after Alec Murdoch to get that money back, to recover that $3.8 million. And Murdoch tried to avoid answering that lawsuit, but was forced to. And in his response, came out with this admission that he had lied again. So it was not a voluntary, admission that he, was sitting in jail and decided he needed to tell everybody he lied. He was forced into it by a legal request that he had to respond to.
All right, NBC's Katie Beck for us there in South Carolina. Katie, thank you.
Well, May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage and Mental Health Awareness Month, and the White House is now launching new initiatives to recognize both. NBC News anchor Richard Louis sat down with Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra to talk about what they're doing.
For the first time at this scale in 8 years, HHS Secretary Javier Becerra kicked off an in-person White House summit for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And the subject is personal to him.
I went to school with a very diverse community, very heavily Asian, many similar traits to the Latino community, many immigrant families, many who come hoping to do more, never having had a chance to go to college. And I relate to so many of the fights and struggles that folks in the AA and NHPI community have.
What have you seen in the last year that actually works to combat the misperceptions and the violence in the community?
We've heard about some of these hate crimes that have been out there targeting AA and NHPI. It's a fight, but it's a fight that we do together. And it's not just one particular community.
The Biden administration released its first ever strategy for the AA-NHPI community. It includes plans prepared by 32 federal agencies, including addressing anti-Asian hate, expanding language access, and cultivating community partnerships, among others. The secretary also took note of how business can help, mentioning the new Barbie doll out this month of the first Asian American Hollywood star, actress Anna Mae Wong.
It is nice when you have that toy, have that mentor, and you see yourself in that. Because for too many years, for too many generations, we couldn't see ourselves.
Let's shift over to Mental Health Awareness Month. How are we doing? How many people are going through this every year?
When 90% of the American public says that America is experiencing a mental health crisis, that bar...
Er det noen som har noen news på hvorfor det spiker så jævlig?
988, which is working fabulously well in letting those who are on the edge, who are about to take the wrong fork in the road and maybe commit suicide, they now can call or text or chat 988.
To help reduce stigma, a new tool just released by his department.
Berkshire Hathaway's Berkshire Hathaway.
I'm starting to feel pretty bad, or I have a friend who's
Hathaway.
having issues.
So it's like
12,000.
It's a search engine.
Yeah.
12% jump in operating earnings.
In the mental health system is because people don't want to admit it.
It's a bad word.
It's in many ways it's a bad word.
Richard Louis, NBC News, Washington, D.C.
Perhaps you've heard the United Kingdom.
Berkshire Hathaway's leverte knalltall. Jeg tror det er Berkshire. Jeg kan ikke forstå hva det er for noe. Jeg er long, ja, altså, men jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor jeg er long.
Little thing. Well, the king became the 40th monarch to be crowned in Westminster Abbey. That is a tradition that dates back to 1066. NBC News correspondent Keir Simmons has more on the royal revelry.
The coronation concert at Windsor Castle.
Det er i hvert fall noe som har kommet nå, som har snudd hele sentimentet, for det var pissnegativt i stad. Det er noe som har skjedd her som ikke jeg har fått med meg.
Prince William taking to the stage to praise his father.
Pa, we're all so proud of you.
Early figures suggest a peak audience of 20 million British people watched King Charles beginning a new
Fy faen, har sånn til meg, jeg er så sulten, ass.
royal story, crowned at Westminster Abbey.
Jeg vil jo ta gevinst nå, jeg går short på nytt, liksom.
The king very pleased with how the day went, according to the archbishop who officiated.
As your liege man of life and limb.
A pledge of allegiance by the Prince of Wales, an intimate moment.
For en opptun her skjønner jeg ingenting av.
Page of honor Prince George holding his grandfather's robes. One day, he will take his place. His brother and sister, Charlotte and Louis.
Jeg er long, men jeg skjønner ikke noe av det.
While Prince Harry, pictured here leaving on a commercial flight, made only a brief appearance, without his uniform or his wife Meghan and children, underscoring divisions that show no sign of healing. He was not invited for the procession or the balcony appearance. Buckingham Palace sharing these behind-the-scenes pictures. Once again, Louis stealing the show.
After all the responsibility, pomp and pageantry, now a chance for William and Kate to meet their fans. And there are plenty of them.
We stood a long time in the rain yesterday, sir. We got soaked on the mail yesterday, absolutely, but it was worth it.
The energy in the atmosphere was amazing.
Keir Simmons, NBC News.
Did you get to watch any of that?
A lot of pomp and circumstance, yeah.
No
Just a
one
little
does it
bit.
better than the Brits. Coming up, how to find love. That's what a lot of folks want to know, right? Well, the woman behind the new Netflix series Jewish Matchmaking, she's going to join us to answer that question. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Tok gevinst. Jeg får gjøre det mange ganger, for jeg skjønner ingenting av dette her nå. Jeg er pissnegativ. Nå er jeg short. Selvfølgelig går longen etterpå hvis det fortsetter å gå oppover. Jeg gikk short nå i hvert fall. Jeg skjønte ikke noe av oppturen der i det hele tatt. Ja, nå har jeg penger, men det er jo så jævla mye minus. Det bare går lang igjen. Dette vil jo ikke det.
person is the hardest thing to do in the entire world. And that's where I come in.
Ah, I love it. So that was a clip from Netflix's newest dating show. It's called Jewish Matchmaking. And its goal is pretty simple, to help Jewish singles find their forever person.
Yeah, and there's so many dating platforms online these days competing for people's time and attention, so it can be challenging to find your perfect match. But dating coaches say it is important to know what qualities to prioritize in a partner and how to market your best self. We have Jewish Matchmaking's Aliza Ben Shalom here with us on advice on exactly how to do that. Thank you so much for being here with us, Aliza.
Thank you for having me.
You actually have a pretty impressive track record. More than 200 couples you have successfully matched up. So first, what's the secret there? And also, what can we expect to see from you in this series?
So first, never stop trying. If you quit the first time it doesn't work, it'll never work.
Yeah.
But I would say that in terms of the series and how we get things moving, my approach is very simple. It is a very non-judgmental, open, accept everybody for who they are approach. And so it doesn't, all the details, it doesn't matter who you are. It just matters that I understand who you are so I can bring you a match that is something appropriate for you.
Okay.
When you get started, when you first meet a new client, like, how do you start the process? Is there a questionnaire involved? Is there a survey or what?
So we do have an online intake, program that gives us all the data and details, but I like to know somebody on the inside, like from the heart and soul. I want to know, what are the qualities that they're looking for? What are the values that they want? What about the personality? I want to dig in. I want to know, what are their fears? In relationships in general, we all have fears, and what's going on? What's going to hold you back from meeting your person?
Is there something specific to Jewish matchmaking that makes it a little different than traditional matchmaking?
I think Jewish matchmaking is similar to probably any faith-based matchmaking. So whether it would be Christian, Hindu, Muslim matchmaking, Jewish matchmaking is similar, where we have a foundation in our Judaism. And the question is, well, how do you observe? What works for you? What do you observe? What do you like doing? What don't you do? What are the customs that you grew up with? And it's a little bit about past, present, future. Where did you come from? Where are you today? And where are you heading in the future?
It's been a long time since I've dated. I've been married for a while, but I have a lot of younger friends who date, especially in New York City, and they frequently talk about how dating is essentially a full-time job, especially in larger cities. Any tips for folks out there who might be watching or listening to make the dating process a bit more fun and less like a job?
So first of all, you can hire somebody who does it, right? Because it is actually a full-time job.
I imagine you're not free.
A little bit busy today, but we are taking people on. I like that people hyper-focus. So a lot of people are told, you're too picky. It's a very classic thing. Everybody wants to tell you, what you want and what you think you need. It's not exactly what's good for you. But I like that people actually narrow in on what they want, and then they look for specific details that would help them find that person, which means you're going to say no to about 90% of the people. Bye-bye. Bye to 90%. And about 10% we're actually going to filter and look at, so that you don't get dating fatigue, so that you don't burn out, so that you're not exhausted from going through this process.
A lot of people say it's hard to meet in person these days because people are busy and there are so many online platforms.
Så hyggelig, Donna Asia.
How much time you should be investing into finding that partner. We put a lot of time into looking for the right job. We might not do that when it comes to, we think it's going to happen naturally, but that's really not the case. It does take some work.
Right. It does take time and work.
Akkurat nå så skjer det svært lite her, da. Jeg skjønner ingenting om markedet.
You want to work your muscles to the point of pain, but not beyond. Like, oh, I feel it. Okay. Don't take yourself to dating fatigue. Work at it, whether it's 30 minutes a week, an hour a week, 20 minutes a day, whatever it is.
But be intentional.
Be intentional and don't burn yourself out. If you're feeling burnt out, you get a prescription, from the Love Doctor, Aliza. Go on vacation. Go anywhere. Just stop dating for a minute, and you'll come back to it a week, 2 weeks later, and try again. Do a reset.
Matchmaker on Netflix's new show, Jewish Matchmaking, Aliza Ben Shalom. Thank you for joining us. Some great tips there. I can see why you've managed to match so many folks. Jewish Matchmaking streamed now exclusively on Netflix.
Thank you so much.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Her skjer absolutt ingenting. Jeg har gjort et veldig, veldig bra dag frem til USA, og når USA så tjente jeg masse penger i starten, og så tappte jeg alt. Og nå skjønner jeg ikke om jeg skal gi meg mens leken er god, eller om jeg skal bare fortsette. Jeg skjønner ikke noen av bevegelsene her i det hele tatt. Jeg får ikke scalpa som jeg vil, for den spredden her er så jævla dårlig. Jeg starter jo med $50 minus hele tiden. Så hver gang jeg går ut på samme kurs, så taper jeg $50.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are.
For meg ser det ut som skal rett opp da, men jeg skjønner ikke noe nå. Jeg går og tar noe mat, det.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The deaths of 7 horses last week at Churchill Downs, home to the Kentucky Derby, well, those deaths are now under investigation. This all comes as Longshot Mage won the big race after an additional 5 horses were scratched right before the running. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on the controversy.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
The 149th Kentucky Derby making history for the wrong reasons. 7 horses died after spending time at the iconic Churchill Downs racetrack within days of the Triple Crown's first leg.
The typical Derby Day revelry has been balanced and mixed with the more sobering realities of this sport.
Among the deaths, 2 horses racing Saturday just hours before the Derby. Both were euthanized following severe injuries, according to Churchill Downs. In a statement, the racetrack writing, despite our determination to continually improve upon the highest industry standards, there is more to be done. Churchill Downs adding, while each incident reported has been unique, it is important to note that there has been no discernible pattern detected in the injuries sustained. The Derby's pomp and circumstance still on display, with Mage at 15-to-1 odds racing to victory.
Mage to win the Kentucky Derby!
But the Derby's pre-race favorite, Forte, was pulled from the race hours earlier, reportedly over worries about a bruised foot.
Step on a rock on a Wednesday before the Derby, you'll be okay in 4 or 5 days. But unfortunately, we fell up a couple days short.
In all, 5 horses scratched from the race, something Churchill Downs says hasn't happened since 1936.
And then to see the ambulance yesterday, it was sad.
It raises red flags, and we react to that and trying to evaluate the data and see if there's any way to mitigate those in the future.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Artificial intelligence experts are sounding the alarm over the potential dangers
Jeg er long. Jeg skjønner ikke noe av det der. Egentlig så har jeg lyst til å gå short. Men hver gang jeg har gått shorta nå, siden USA åpnet, så har jeg gått til minus. For den går jo faen ikke opp. Nei, ned. Jeg skjønner ingenting av den bevegelsen her i det hele tatt. Hadde det bare vært long siden jeg begynte å si at det går faen ikke ned, så hadde jeg kjent noen former nå. Så nå er det bare long, ja faen.
AI doesn't have to be sentient.
Jeg skjønner ingenting av den bevegelsen her.
Release of Microsoft's AI-powered chatbot trying to convince a New York Times reporter to leave his wife.
I said, you know, I'm married, and it said, well, you're married, but you're not happy. And you're not happy because you're not with me.
And now, an early AI pioneer has retired from Google and is speaking out about it.
Vi snakkes. Ha det. Boys, jeg skjønner ingenting av den bevegelsen her. Ikke noe.
ChatGPT knows much more than any one person. It doesn't yet know it very deeply. It's not yet very good at reasoning, but that'll change. There's a small chance that it could get smarter than us in the next 5 years or so.
Jeg fatter ikke hvorfor ikke det går til helvete.
Smarter than us in the next 20 years.
Already, companies like IBM are announcing plans to slow hiring for positions that AI could replace. And intelligence officials have been sounding the alarm about AI dangers, like supercharging misinformation campaigns.
Democracies with open information environments are the most vulnerable to them.
Some argue the worry is overblown.
Of course, powerful technologies have risks. The alarmism, the part that I'm much more skeptical of, is AI taking over the world, doomsday. And frankly, there's no data to support that.
But even as tech leaders like Google's former CEO praise the possibilities,
getting better materials, solving climate change, managing our energy systems better.
He says companies need to get better about seeing the
Trader, kan du se hvilket selskap som drar Nasdaq, eller? Det er noe som drar her, altså.
Revenue because they're good business people, right? And I'm proud to be one of those people. But the fact of the matter is there should be some limits on what can be done. 15 years ago, I was a huge proponent of social media in all forms. And I did not see that it could be misused. I just didn't see it.
And while Hinton says there are enormous benefits to the
Har
technology
så stor short her.
building, the risks are too large.
Jeg lurer på om jeg skal gå short. Siste forsøk. Siste forsøk. Nå må jeg gi meg. Siste forsøk nå. Hvis ikke det går ned nå, så gir jeg meg i dag. Da gidder jeg ikke. Jeg gidder ikke gå long bare for det. Bare for å gå long. Jeg må vite hva jeg driver med. Det er siste forsøket nå. Jeg begynner med så jævla tap, ikke sant, hver gang jeg snur posisjonen. Det har jeg ikke fått med meg. Er det stengt i UK i dag? Det er faen ikke overfrang. Det er ikke rart det er ræva volum. Jeg skjønner ingenting av den greia. To år gammel cornflakes, det er innenfor det, er ikke det? Litt sånn larver oppi den. Og så jævla sulten.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are.
now from Las Vegas.
Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I live in space in Texas. Normandy from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Jeg går over til rent 360, for her kan han scalpe. Her kan han gå ut til en S. Det er liksom... Du kan gjøre et par kuler her, trader, da.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Vicky Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, May 8th, 2023, tragedies in Texas. Two communities grief-stricken, searching for answers. The new details emerging after a deadly shooting at an outlet mall near Dallas and the new video released of a fatal crash at a migrant center near a Texas border town.
Growing outrage, new protests over that subway chokehold death in New York City. Some demonstrators even seen blocking train tracks. The demand for criminal charges as the former Marine involved breaks his silence.
Racing at the border, we're days away from the end of a policy that could prompt a migrant surge into the U.S. The dire situation on the front lines and urgent action now coming from the White House.
And taking the temperature, why job satisfaction among young nurses is at an all-time low. It is 11 a.m. in Reno, 1 p.m. in Shreveport, and 2 p.m. right here in New York.
We begin this hour with a pair of tragedies in Texas, devastating two communities across the state, both raising questions about issues that divide America, gun laws and immigration.
On Sunday morning, 8 people waiting at a bus stop were struck and killed by an SUV near the border town of Brownsville. The victims are all believed to be migrants. The driver, George Alvarez, tried to flee the scene, but he was restrained by bystanders. He is now in custody and faces 8 manslaughter charges. Investigators are working to determine whether this was an intentional act.
Saturday night, a gunman opened fire at an outlet mall north of Dallas in the city of Allen. 8 people were killed there. 7 were wounded. The suspect, Mauricio Garcia, was shot and killed by police. The FBI is poring over his social media posts, and they say it includes white supremacist ideology. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is with us in Allen. Also with us, NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. He's in Brownsville, Texas. Stephen, we'll start with you. What more are we learning about the victims at the mall and any possible motive for this massacre?
Yeah, we are learning more about the victims, Kate. Of course, we want to remember their lives and not just the horrific way they died. We have identified 2 of the 8 so far. Christian LaCour was a security guard. He was 20 years old. His grandmother actually posting on Facebook that he was a beautiful soul with many goals, and she was proud of him. We're also learning about Aishwa Tadikanda. She was a 27-year-old from India. She worked in the area as an engineer. There's many engineering jobs here in this area. Her death confirmed by a group that's assisting her family. As for that motive you asked about, investigators say they are looking into this as potentially being racially or ethnically motivated, saying they're coming through hundreds of posts online where this alleged shooter appears to be interacting with neo-Nazi or white supremacist ideology, though they're not yet confirming that that was his motivation.
Stephen, this incident has once again reignited the gun debate in Texas, the location of so many mass shootings. Are the lawmakers there where you are any closer to taking action to keep people safe from gun violence?
Yeah, it's such an odd fight here in Texas. Vicky, there are many people who are very pro-gun who still think there should be more measures in place, and I am hearing from them left and right out here. But politicians, they remain divided. Governor Greg Abbott had been putting the focus mostly on mental health. We did hear more of him today, about what needs to be done. Let's listen.
In the coming days, the public will
Helvete! Jeg skulle shorte mange flere. Hva er det jeg driver med? Det var short nesten ingenting. Faen, ass. Jeg var bare short 2 kontrakter. Skal ha short 12 kontrakter. Helvete.
Because Governor Abbott and Dan Patrick and everybody like them have made this country, this state, more dangerous by having no gun laws.
You hear other lawmakers asking, demanding more restrictions on guns here in the state of Texas. But I got to tell you, the people that I'm hearing from, as I mentioned earlier, I'm from this area, and I'm hearing from people who have no faith that that's actually going to happen, even after the carnage that was laid out here in Allen. Back to you.
All right, right, Stephen Romo for us. Stephen, thank you.
We want to bring in Gabe Gutierrez, who is live in Brownsville for us. So, Gabe, police just released some new information on the suspect. What are you learning?
Hi there, Vicky. Good afternoon. Well, that suspect, George Alvarez, he is now charged with 8 counts of manslaughter and 10 counts of aggravated assault. And police saying that he was apprehended after he tried to flee the scene. He was apprehended by some bystanders. Take a listen to what authorities, the police chief, had to say just a short time ago at a news briefing.
George Alvarez is a Brownsville local with an extensive rap sheet. He has been formally charged and arraigned with 8 counts of manslaughter, 10 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He has received bonds totaling...
Faen, ass. Jeg trodde at... Ja, jeg shorta mer. Jeg trodde jeg var short 12 kontrakter, så jeg har short 2 kontrakter. Fikk ikke med meg det fallet der i det hele tatt. Helvete. Er det mulig? Jeg gikk glipp av 4.000 kroner.
Investigators have not ruled that out. We spoke with migrants here on the ground at the shelter across the street. Who's one of them who said he witnessed the scene and that Alvarez, he says, was as he was trying to flee, said that he yelled anti-immigrant slurs and that he appeared drunk. Again, authorities have not confirmed that. They're still waiting on toxicology reports. No clear motive at this point. But again, that suspect now formally charged with 8 counts of manslaughter.
Can I turn our attention, Gabe, to the injured? How are people doing today?
Kate, this community is shocked. The mayor here saying that several of those who were injured remain in critical condition. And at the news conference today, authorities said that they're still trying to contact some of the family members. Many of them are from Venezuela. And
Helvete! Jeg har gått og ventet hele dag, og så var jeg bare short 2 kontrakter, for jeg klarte ikke å dekke meg, jævla faen store, ass. Og det faen meg har tjent faen meg over 10 lapper nå, hadde jeg hatt alle shortene mine. Jeg prater i telefonen hele tiden med søppelhuer. Helvete, ass.
Well, prosecutors are preparing to present evidence to a grand jury in the chokehold death of Jordan Neely on a New York City subway. Calls for justice are growing louder among protesters who actually shut down part of the subway system over the weekend. More protests are scheduled for today at the station where Neely died. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now. So, George, what do we know about if and when charges could be filed? It's in the hands of a grand jury, right?
Yeah, that's right, Vicky. We're still waiting for an exact timeline on when that grand jury may be convened to get some of that evidence presented. Among some of the evidence we know is going to be that video that shows Jordan Neely in that chokehold, some 911 calls, and of course other videos and witness testimony. This has obviously led to a lot of protests, people wondering why the 24-year-old Marine veteran, at the center of this investigation was questioned by authorities and then released. That's led to protests not only on the streets, as you're seeing, but also in the subways, many demanding some type of accountability. The attorneys for Neely saying this was a case that should have been immediately charged once that video was made public. But of course, there are questions as far as what led up to that moment on the train. And then what about the other people who were helping that 24-year-old restrain Jordan Neely?
Jeg får lyst til å knuse PC-en. Jeg fikk bare med meg halve fallet, fordi jeg var short 2 kontrakter, ikke 12. Jeg hadde 12 og 14 inne hele tiden. Helvete, ass. Nå har jeg tjent 6.000 i stedet for 14.000, liksom. Er det mulig?
According to his attorneys, at the age of 14, he experienced his mother's deaths, and that may have led to
some
mental issues. But he was also beloved. A lot of people said he was a guy who was not very big, could not have been. You would not have needed a 24-year-old Marine to restrain him, along with 2 other people. We know that he fell on some hard times. Take a listen to what his attorneys said about him.
He had demons. And we all know people who are on the brink of going through something major, a catastrophe.
Det så jævlig irriterende at jeg har lyst til å spy nå. Gått og ventet på det fallet hele dag, og så dekker jeg meg for en jævla... For det går ikke ned, det går ikke ned. Bare, jo, det skal ned, det går ikke ned, det skal ned, det går ikke ned. Og så dekker jeg meg. Og så ringer en telefon med noen søppelhuer som jeg ikke har lyst til å prate med. Og så prater jeg, og så er jeg bare short 2 stykker. Jeg tror jeg var short 12 kontrakter, pluss 2.
facility. And so, as you guys have mentioned, we know that there is another vigil at the subway station where Jordan lost his life to take place tonight. Only time will tell if this will grow in the same.
Jeg har sagt det hele dag, det skal til helvete. Og så klarer jeg faen ikke få med meg hele fallet.
All right, George Solis live for us. George, thank you. And there is more turmoil in the world of...
Jeg må være så jævlig forsiktig med marginene mine, for jeg har så fitte lite penger. Hadde jeg bare hatt nok penger, kunne jeg bare pumpet til helvete ned. Irriterer meg, ass.
Which is the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange, twice halted Bitcoin withdrawals just for several hours. Binance says the halts were due to, quote, heavy volumes and, quote, rising processing fees, which caused a backlog of transactions.
Så fall da. Hva det du venter på, liksom? Hvorfor skal du opp? Hva problemet? Hvorfor i det hele tatt kjøper man dette drittmarkedet her? Fy faen, ass. Vi glipp av mye penger nå, ass.
$3.1 billion in revenue in the first quarter. That's a 73% drop from last year during the same time. The increase comes after many venues and markets fully opened for the first time since the global pandemic began in 2020, and we have pent-up demand for all of these activities, and clearly there's a lot of Taylor Swift.
Tagevinst.
It is. I'm not going to feel
Dekk av shorten. Gå long for folk er sjukke i huet. Skal jeg sjekke her nå.
Beyonce tickets sold out, you name it. There's been so many. Madonna sold out.
It's true. Everybody wants to get back out there.
They just need to add some more shows.
Yeah.
And not charge as much.
Yes, and not charge as much.
Amen.
Coming up, the closing arguments made today in the civil rape trial against Donald Trump. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Du må slå på varslet på nettet. Hvor da? Jeg sitter med live news, jeg. Nå burde jeg gå short igjen. Ja, gå short igjen. Jeg gikk long, og nå går jeg short igjen. Å, helvete! Hvorfor er jeg på 2 kontrakter, da? Makan, ass. Aldri trade med metatrader. Det funker dårlig, ass. Det går tregt. Fy faen, det går treigt.
You're not wrong. At this pace, it could be one of the worst years ever for mass shootings in America. We took a step back to ask what is driving the deadly rise.
Nå får du faktisk opptur der. Sånn.
The Atlanta Medical Office.
All I see was police cars and SWAT and everybody's just pulling up back to back.
Neighbors shot in Cleveland, Texas. A Sweet 16 birthday party in Alabama. A Louisville bank. And an elementary school in Nashville.
How are our children still dying and why are we failing them?
The Gun Violence Archive counts more mass shootings so far this year than days. 199.
Jeg må ut av metatrader som har rett opp på TD, for det går litt kjappere, det går litt for treigt for meg.
I've been studying this for 40 years and I've never seen a year like this.
Criminology professor James Fox oversees a database at Northeastern University that keeps track of deadly mass shootings. Why are we seeing so many mass killings this year?
Hallo? Hei. Du, den metatrader går ikke med å trade scalpen, den er så dårlig med spredden. Altså, jeg starter med $50 minus helt her. Hvordan får jeg de pengene over på TD? Ja, umiddelbart, jeg kan ikke vente med å trade. Jeg gikk ikke vente 3 dager, liksom.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is a strong supporter of gun owners. He said the long-term solution is to address mental health.
Nei, men det tar 3 dager for å få pengene. Nei, det har ikke gjort sist gang jeg gjør det. Jeg vil bare flytte fra den ene år til den andre.
We are working to address that anger and violence by going to its
root cause. Det her, altså jeg dør jo av å miste så mye spredd. Jeg er long.
Well, it's always a combination of factors. Other countries have mental illness, other countries have video games, but we have unprecedented access to firearms. So you take the combination of those risk factors and you layer on all these weapons, all these
raw spread account. Ja, for det her ødelegger helt for meg. Jeg har gått glipp av hvert fall 6-7 tusen kroner bare på spredden. I og med at jeg trader så ofte.
But in Washington, D.C., a chronic impasse.
I have gone the full extent of my executive authority to do on my own anything about guns.
Men til dere som lurer, så er jeg long nå. Jeg var short I stad, men jeg er long.
While last year, President Biden helped pass some substantial bipartisan gun legislation, he's repeatedly urged Congress to do more, including banning assault weapons. But it's unlikely that Republicans who control the House will agree to that restriction or any further changes to gun laws.
For communities torn apart by gun violence like Allen, Texas, a fear nothing will change.
Vurderer å ta gevinst her nå.
Over and over, and nothing gets done.
På long-posisjonen min.
Kate, such an insightful piece. Thank you so much. All right.
Det gjorde jeg nå. Tok gevinst på long-posisjonen min. Det er det som er dritt nå, ikke sant? Så skal jeg gå inn igjen på nytt, og så starter jeg med $50 minus. Det er det som irriterer meg. For jeg går ut inn på samme kurs hvis jeg er usikker. Det er bare sånn
We expect the jury to get the case tomorrow, perhaps even late this afternoon. Things are moving along pretty quickly.
Nå tror jeg det kan gå videre oppover. Nå må jeg kjøpe den tilbake. Da starter jeg med minus $50.
The second hour now of their closing statement, a very passionate statement that's being made in defense of Mr. Trump. Earlier we heard from the plaintiff's attorneys for E. Jean Carroll. And what Mr. Trump's attorneys are basically trying to say
14 kontrakter.
This whole thing, the book, the rape allegation, were all part of a political plot by E.J. Carroll and two of her friends who testified during the trial because they...
Jeg kan ikke trade sånn. Men jeg har pengene låst på den jævla kontoen, så jeg må ut av den kontoen som er inn på TD360. Nå har jeg lyst til å ta den ut igjen, og så vurderer jeg å gå short. Hvis ikke han snur opp her nå.
This allegation of rape, nobody said anything about it until then, and now the allegation of the incident happened back in 1996 or so, because again, she has not put a specific date on it.
Der da. Nå har jeg penger.
Earlier we heard from Carroll's attorneys basically saying that There's a preponderance of the evidence. There are witnesses who are supporting Carol's story. She's a brave, courageous woman who came forward without a political agenda to try and get her reputation and her life back by filing this case. Again, the jury should get it late today or tomorrow morning.
All right, Ron Allen outside court in New York City. Thank you so much, Ron.
Coming up, how one migrant camp along the U.S.-Mexico border is bracing for a surge in asylum seekers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Nå er jeg veldig i penga igjen her, da. Nå har jeg hentet inn hele short-tapet. Bør dere ta gevinst her nå? Men da starter jeg med minus $50 igjen, ikke sant? Det er det som er så jævla kjipt. Jeg mister så mye av å ta gevinst over til.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes?
How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The Biden administration is pressuring airlines after a winter of frustration. Newly proposed rules would require airlines to pay customers for inconveniences like cancellations or delays. Here's Tom Costello.
Yeah, good day. So President Biden and Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg announcing today this new proposed rulemaking process, which will take months or years to work through. This is not going to happen in time for the summer holiday season. It is, however, in response to the meltdown last summer and, of course, what we saw over the winter with Southwest Airlines.
Sitter med noen få kontrakter, kjøper dem tilbake om den bryter opp. Bryter opp her nå, kjøper den tilbake. Bryter ikke opp, så går jeg short.
Delay in loading baggage, staffing issues, all of that, not weather, but inside the airline's control. The airlines would have to provide compensation in addition to refunds and other amenities for passengers. They're talking about a meal or meal voucher, overnight accommodations, transportation, as well as rebooking. And they're also required to provide timely customer service
Vurderer å gå short her nå, men
Again, think about what happened to Southwest Airlines and more than 1 million passengers in
hvor
fact
smart er det her?
over the Christmas holidays, over the New Year break. So this is
Ta gevinst på den lille jeg hadde fra før av. Ute. Så vurderer jeg å gå long her nå. Gikk long nå.
So this is at flightrights.gov, flightrights.gov. Importantly, this is what the European Union requires of airlines flying inside the EU.
Jeg gikk long her nå. Får vi se om vi bryter opp.
You could be eligible for cash compensation, and it scales up depending on how long of a delay you have, how long your wait because of the flight cancellation. As you would expect, the airlines are certainly going to have a voice in this. They will certainly be protesting this and trying to object and this is not a done deal. This will be a long process to work its way out. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. There is a new technique being used to heat homes and buildings, and it starts with abandoned coal mines. Here's CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick.
Underneath an unremarkable warehouse in northeastern England lies an abandoned coal mine. It is a
Gikk ut.
relative
Går short.
dirty past, but a potential gold mine for its
Short.
green future by providing geothermal energy for homes and buildings.
Abandoned coal mines can be full of water, especially when the mining has ceased. So that water will contain heat.
Here's how it works. Abandoned coal mines fill up with water. By drilling boreholes way down below, that water can be brought to the surface with pumps and then pass through heat exchangers and heat pumps in buildings and homes. The first ever neighborhood mine water heating scheme in Great Britain just went into full operation at the end of March and will eventually serve over 1,200 homes.
Hopefully, most of these schemes, if not all of them, will be able to operate at a similar or better cost to the traditional fossil fuel heating schemes we have at the moment.
Geothermal heating is not new, but taking it from abandoned coal mines has yet to take off, especially in the U.S. Even in the dead of winter in Pennsylvania, it's still...
Det penger på shorten.
Yes, it's going to stay at a consistent temperature year-round despite it being outside.
Natalie Cruz-Daniels, with her students at Ohio University, is studying abandoned mines in Appalachian, Ohio, to see which ones are close enough to towns to be used for home heating. Coal fields run under at least 20 states in the U.S., and here in Ohio, there are more than 4,000 abandoned coal mines just like this one. In other words, a wealth of opportunity for geothermal energy. Back in 2007, the U.S. Department of Energy reported that the amount of water currently being discharged from underground coal mines in just the Pittsburgh coal seam could potentially be used to heat and cool roughly 20,000 homes. So why aren't we doing that? Cruz-Daniels says that while it's a relatively inexpensive form of clean energy, the location and legacy may be liabilities.
I think some of it's out of sight, out of mind, right? When we look at investment in new technology and investment in clean energy in Appalachia, it's limited.
Coal is controversial, so investors don't target the coal regions, which she says is a mistake.
In a less predictable climate and in a warmer world, this opens up an opportunity for turning this legacy, this liability, into a resource.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Diana Olick.
Dekk meg, gå long.
Really interesting concept. All right, coming up, the investigation into the death of 7 horses in the days leading up to the Kentucky Derby. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Eller 2 trades til på de nivåene her, hvis ikke så må jeg slutte. For det som jeg sier, hver gang jeg gjør en hver gang jeg gjør en transaksjon, så koster det meg $50. Så hvis jeg gjør mange på samme kurs, for det er veldig forsiktig, så taper jeg masse penger. Og da kan jeg ikke fortsette sånn. Det har gått jævla kjedelig i dag, aksjeplukker. Jeg har vært jævla negativ. Hele dag gikk bra, og så åpnet Dagsen seg, shorta, var for grådig, fikk nytt tryne, tok et stort tap, shorta på nytt, kjente inn tapet, hadde for lite posisjon, longa long nå. Men jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor det går opp.
The pilot COVID-19 at-home tests were distributed to CVS drugstores as well as through Amazon. The agency says in some of those kits, direct contact with the liquid solution inside could pose...
Jeg er long nå da, men jeg vet liksom ikke... Jeg har så jævla dårlig spread på det programmet jeg bruker nå, så at hver gang jeg går ut inn så koster det meg 500 kroner. Så jeg går jo ut inn 100 ganger nå, for jeg er så jævla nervøs. For det markedet er så rart. Så jeg har jo tatt masse penger på å gå ut inn på samme kurs. Så jeg må helt til å holde posisjonen litt lenger enn det jeg egentlig vil. Hvis noen skjønner hva jeg mener med det. Jeg holder posisjonen lenger for å hente inn spredden. Nå er jeg long. Og nå går det oppover, så det er jo greit. Men jeg liker ikke å holde posisjonen så lenge.
The Biden administration has also tried to lift that policy a number of times, but it hasn't been successful. Title 42 was designed to end when the COVID public health emergency ends. That happens Thursday, as we mentioned. Now, border officials are preparing for a potential influx of people trying to cross. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is along the U.S.-Mexico border in San Diego for us this afternoon. So, Guad, this humanitarian crisis already becoming evident in many border cities. What are you seeing there in San Diego?
Vicky, we have the camera pulled in through two of the bars of the barrier so that you guys can see. A lot of the migrants have just gathered, and what you're seeing is families with children, men and women, Asian, Latin American, some are Middle Eastern. These are the migrants that I've been having conversations with, and as we were preparing to join the show, Border Patrol agents on the other side here, this is between San Diego and Tijuana, they showed up on that side of the barrier and they lined up a lot of these migrants. We have hundreds of migrants. This is a camp that has been growing by the day. Every day, more and more show up. And this is an area, it's sort of like a no man's land between San Diego and Tijuana. There's two barriers.
Det er jævla motstander, ass. Jeg kan ta gevinsten nå, men jeg vil ikke gjøre det, for da går jeg minus med en gang jeg går long igjen. Skjønner dere dilemmaet mitt? Jeg er i penger nå, jeg vil ta gevinst. Men hvis jeg tar gevinst og går long igjen når han bryter, så går jeg minus. Skjønner noen dilemmaet mitt her nå?
It's going to take for the rest. The Border Patrol tells me they're at capacity and they're going as fast as they can. We're going to play part of a